Hey, don't forget to like, subscribe and share light fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 78. Shohoku served, Akashi take Nori naturally passed the ball to Donghwang Yuni. Because he doesn't dare to pass the ball to other players now, Shinichi Maki is putting too much pressure on him. Yuni didn't move after receiving the basketball, just patted the basketball. Bang bang bang. Defending Donghwang Yuni was naturally Shinichi Maki. Shinichi Maki stared at Donghwang Yuni's action but didn't step up to grab the ball. The rest of Kanan's players naturally did not dare to go forward to steal the ball in Donghwang Yuni's hands. They still have self-awareness, and now only Shinichi Maki can challenge Donghwang Yuni. Shinichi Maki didn't act rashly. He was very aware of Donghwang Yuni's strength. If he made a little mistake, he would be completely defeated by Donghwang Yuni. Not only everyone on the field is paying attention to this side, but the audience is also paying attention to the two of them. Bang bang bang. Soon Donghwang Yuni moved, and his crotch changed hands and turned around. Just as his dream footsteps broke through Shinichi Maki gritted his teeth and turned around and stopped in front of Donghwang Yuni. Everyone was surprised. Shinichi Maki's movements were so fast. Yuni didn't show any extra expression, he switched hands under the crotch, turned around, and then feinted past Shinichi Maki. Shinichi Maki was also in hot pursuit, and Yuni once again turned around with a fake move to break through Shinichi Maki. Shinichi Maki naturally knew Donghwang Yuni's flower-wearing butterfly step, although he was not sure he could stop it, but he still had some confidence. Both were very fast and saw Shinichi Maki in hot pursuit. Everyone who saw this scene 480s trembled and felt extremely complicated. After Donghwang Yuni reached the inside line, he took off and stretched out his hand to make a dunk, and Shinichi Maki immediately took off and stretched out his hand to intercept. Donghwang Yuni's slam dunk changed, and his outstretched hand shrank to throw the ball from the bottom left of Shinichi Maki. Shinichi Maki shouted, twisted his body in the air and slapped the basketball out. Everyone in Shohoku was shocked when they saw this scene. No way. 35. It's too much. That uncle is too exaggerated. The crowd on Kanan's side is another picture, and everyone is smiling. Well done AMU. Amazing captain. As expected, AMU is really amazing. After landing, Donghwang Yuni looked at Shinichi Maki with an excited smile at the corner of his mouth. It's really amazing, you actually used wildness to improve your strength in the end. Isn't this what you call a unique trick? Shinichi Maki said with a few breaths. Just a part, as for the trick you will know. I'm looking forward to it. The ball just now was thrown out of bounds by Shinichi Maki, so Shohoku served it. Yuni signaled Hisashi Mitsui to pass the ball, and Hisashi Mitsui passed the ball directly to Donghwang Yuni without any ink. Yuni hooked the corner of his mouth after receiving the ball, looked at Shinichi Maki and said, "Come on. Kanan, let me see your strength." As soon as the voice fell, Donghwang Yuni disappeared in front of everyone at a faster speed, and Shinichi Maki also shrank his pupils. Not only Shinichi Maki, but also the Kanan crowd and the audience outside the stadium opened their mouths. I rely on, this guy really is a pervert. So that wasn't his limit just now. Please, Mr. Donghwang, you can enter the zone, what is this level? Shinichi Maki didn't see Donghwang Yuni's movements clearly just now. Shinichi Maki turned around and saw that Donghwang Yuni had sunk the basketball into his own basket. Bang! 4-2. Donghwang Yuni looked back at Shinichi Maki and said, "How is it, can you keep up?" After being surprised, Shinichi Maki calmed down and smiled wildly. Ha ha ha. Donghwang Yuni, as expected of you, then you have to be careful next time. As soon as the voice fell, Shinichi Maki exuded a beast aura that spread throughout the audience. The team members of the major colleges and universities didn't know what happened, but felt a kind of pressure and palpitations rushing towards their faces. Many school basketball players almost lost their feet and looked at Shinichi Maki off the court in fear. Sendo and Uajumi also widened their eyes in surprise. This guy has become so scary after not seeing him for a few months. Sendo, aren't you very interested in this? How's your practice going? Sendo shook his head. I have tried many times, and I have communicated with Shinichi Maki and Donghwang Yuni. But I can feel that I can almost succeed, but unfortunately I have not found the opportunity that belongs to me yet. Uajumi understood what Sendo meant. He knew how hard Sendo worked after losing to Donghwang Yuni. It's an opportunity. 35. Shinichi Maki changed from the natural aura of a beast to a beast staring at its prey after receiving a pass from his teammate. Donghwang Yuni felt the aura from Shinichi Maki's body, and he also exuded an aura of a beast from his body. Not just the aura of a beast, but a terrifying aura that is terrifying. Fierce, bloodthirsty, violent, murderous, and so on makes people want to run away when they see it. Everyone in the audience maintained a similar posture, that is, the kind of posture that they wanted to run away when they encountered terrifying things. Shinichi Maki felt the breath on Donghwang Yuni's body and was secretly frightened. However, Shinichi Maki still had no fear, and dribbled the ball through half-court through gritted teeth. Donghwang Yuni quickly came to Shinichi Maki to block. Shinichi Maki's speed was even faster with the help of the wild. Donghwang Yuni also defended Shinichi Maki hard. The figures of the two quickly shuttled back and forth on the court, dribbling, accelerating, turning, changing hands. Defending, clinging, following and turning, and defending again. The movements of the two were extremely fast, and when they passed the teammates on both sides, they also flashed past. Soon Shinichi Maki and Donghwang Yuni got to Shihoku's basket, and Shinichi Maki jumped to the basket and shot directly. Yuni followed closely behind, jumping to block with Shinichi Maki. Shinichi Maki put his arms in the air for a dunk on Ku. Yuni shot sideways in the air to intercept the solid basketball that was about to go to the hoop. The two of them tried each other a few times without any results, and then the basketball was squeezed by the strength of the two and flew out. Immediately after the two landed, they chased after the basketball that had not gone out of bounds like lightning. Yuni quickly took control of the basketball, and Shinichi Maki followed Donghwang Yuni's side to stop him without showing weakness. The two of them scrambled from Shihoku's basket like red and yellow rays to get to Kanan's basket. Yuni took off after reaching the inside line, and Shinichi Maki then jumped up to block Yuni's shot. Yuni took back the shot in the air and then turned around with the ball 180 degrees to the back of the backboard, and threw the ball before his feet hit the ground. Shinichi Maki also fell to the ground with Donghwang Yuni helplessly. Shinichi Maki turned his head to look and saw the basketball slowly falling from behind the backboard. Brush! Hollow into the net. 6-2. I forgot that you can shoot anywhere. So don't let your guard down or you'll lose. Shinichi Maki smiled, showing his white teeth. You're right, Kiyota, pass the ball to me. Good captain. Kiyota Nobunaga passed the ball to Shinichi Maki without hesitation. Shinichi Maki received the ball and dribbled the ball at a faster speed than before. Donghwang Yuni saw Shinichi Maki speed up and started to speed up to defend himself. The two were biting each other like two beasts fighting each other, and everyone who watched was surprisingly enjoyable. The audience at the scene was full of enthusiasm and cheers. Fantastic! Yeah! Awesome! Never seen such a fierce confrontation. Is it possible to play basketball like this? My blood boils when I see it. The basketball players from other colleges and universities were also very excited, and they secretly smacked their tongues when they saw the two of them fighting each other off the court. Is this really a basketball matchup? Why is it different from the basketball you used to play? Shinichi Maki and Donghwang Yuni soon came to Shihoku's basket again. Shinichi Maki slapped the ball hard to the ground and the basketball bounced into the air. Shinichi Maki then jumped up and slammed the basketball into the basket. Seeing Donghwang Yuni jump up quickly to block himself, Shinichi Maki slams the dunk and then flips the basketball from behind Donghwang Yuni's arm. Brush. Basketball into the net. 6-4. Wow. Kanan is chasing after him, that number 99 has met his opponent. Uajumi asked Sendo at this time. Sendo, what do you think? Sendo spread his hands. How can I look at it? Now it looks like the two are evenly matched. But how do you think that Shinichi Maki is not Donghwang Yuni's opponent in the end? Don't forget that guy has a lot of cards. Now it is still unknown what he is hiding. Uajumi also nodded in agreement. That's right, it looks like Shinichi Maki still has a hard fight. Just as the two were fighting each other to occasionally score points, time was passing little by little. The two went back and forth after several duels, and there were still the last 3 minutes left until the end of the first half. And now the score is 22-20, the score has been maintained in the state of 2 points. It may also be because the tacit understanding of Donghwang Yuni and Shinichi Maki did not break the situation, and the other players of the two teams also did not break the deadlock. And the basketball players of other schools on the court with some wink can see some situations, but without wink can only think that the strength of Shinichi Maki and Donghwang Yuni can be said to be comparable. From Shihoku's bench, Ayako watched the situation with some concern. It doesn't feel good. Yuni and Shinichi Maki have been fighting for almost 20 minutes, but the score has remained at 2 points, so. Before the words were finished, Coach Anze explained. Don't be nervous, Ayako, it is normal for the score to remain at 2 points, which is also a tacit understanding between them. Once one side breaks this situation, it will be a crazy attack on the other side. Yuni and Shinichi Maki both have a heart. It is very clear that the two of them may still be able to maintain the form at the current rhythm, but for the other players on the field that will be devastating. Kagure Kiminobu chimed in at this point. But why? Two people can pass the ball to other people to score. Coach Anze smiled and continued. That's because 1.0 they know very well that as long as they pass the ball to anyone, they will be easily cut off by the opponent. This is their confidence in their strength and their tacit understanding of each other. Tacit agreement. Both Ayako and Kagure Kiminobu were puzzled. Talent understanding is not only for teammates, but also for opponents. It is safest to control the ball in your own hands in this situation. Because both of them know that the two sides still have all they can use. Strength. Coach, are you saying this isn't all Shinichi Maki's strength? Ho 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 ho. That's right, I think Yuni is also trying to figure out Shinichi Maki's strength to maintain the current score. Otherwise, Donghwang Yuni's strength would have pulled the score away long ago. Ayako seemed to react. So the current Shinichi Maki is no match for Yuni. Coach Anze nodded. You just need to know that Donghwang Yuni is invincible. Yuni's strength is not what you can imagine. Maybe I shouldn't say that, because according to common sense, there are no invincible players at all, but Yuni is different. So no matter how far Shinichi Maki grows, he will never be Yuni's opponent in the end. Both Ayako and Kagure Kiminobu were dumbfounded. They never thought that Coach Anze, whom they respected, would say such a thing. Is Donghwang Yuni really that powerful? They do not deny Donghwang Yuni's strength, but invincible. This is really unbelievable. Chapter 79. On the field, Donghwang Yuni stopped in front of Shinichi Maki, and the two stayed in place for a long time without any movement. Shinichi Maki gasped slightly. Your strength should be more than that. Do you want to wait until the second half to contribute? We are each other, if you want to say more than that, you should have reservations. Shinichi Maki's eyes narrowed a little, sure enough. It was still seen. As expected of Donghwang Yuni, I can see that I still have reservations. I know very well how powerful the monsters that climbed out of failure will be, although I have never failed, but there are quite a few people I have defeated. Shinichi Maki was also very emotional when he heard Donghwang Yuni's words. Is that so? The first half is almost over, so we should change the dominance. Donghuang Yuni couldn't understand what Shinichi Maki wanted to do. I saw Shinichi Maki stepped back and raised his hand to make a shot. Yuni's pupil shrank. This is... The rest of Shohoku opened their mouths in shock when they saw this scene. Hey. Just kidding. There's still 2 or 3 meters from 25 to the 3-point line. Could he also shoot 3-pointers from long range? 9. Shinichi Maki flicked his wrist and threw the ball. Yuni looked at the perfect arc of the basketball and knew that the ball must be scored. Sure enough, only heard the sound of brushing. Bang! Basketball into the net. 22-23, Kanan overtook. Donghuang Yuni also praised when he watched the basketball entering the net. It's incredible, I never thought you'd grown to such a level. Although it's still a long way from halftime, it's still amazing. Having said that, Yuni's expression tells Shinichi Maki that Yuni doesn't care. What a horrible guy. Shinichi Maki was right, Yuni saw the drawbacks of Shinichi Maki's 3-pointer at a glance. First of all, Shinichi Maki's 3-pointer is not at the same level as the real full-court 3-pointer. Although Shinichi Maki was able to pitch that far, there was also a fair amount of luck in it. If it comes to halftime, the hit rate will drop, or even return to 0. Also, Shinichi Maki's 3-point shot needs to be rebounded into the basket with the help of the rebound, which is not a star and a half from a real full-court 3-point hollow net. The most important point is that Shinichi Maki doesn't jump too high when he shoots, and it's easy to get blocked. Yuni's eyes lit up and she knew that Shinichi Maki must have relied on the intuition and feel of wildness to do this. The corners of Yuni's mouth twitched, revealing a bright smile. It's really hard work. Isn't this what you call a trick? Shinichi Maki frowned, feeling a little apprehensive. Could it be seen by this guy? No. How can it be only one goal? Shohoku serves, Yuni signals Akashi take Nori to pass. Pop. The basketball passed to Yuni. Shinichi Maki was tense and immediately stopped in front of Yuni. He didn't want Donghuang Yuni to shoot a 3-pointer in return. Yuni said with a smile. I forgot to say, I still have some tricks that I haven't used. Let me show you now. Hearing that, Shinichi Maki stared at Donghuang Yuni's movements with more vigilance in his eyes. He didn't think Donghuang Yuni was a big talker. I saw Donghuang Yuni patted the basketball, and suddenly the soles of his feet slammed on the ground. Yuni seemed to pass through Shinichi Maki's body. From Shinichi Maki's eyes, Donghuang Yuni seemed to suddenly disappear in front of his eyes. Disappeared? How is this possible? Looking back unwillingly, he saw that Donghuang Yuni had dribbled the ball past half-court. Kiyota Nobunaga immediately stepped forward to block it, and Donghuang Yuni kicked the ground again. Everyone saw Donghuang Yuni pass over Kiyota Nobunaga's body again. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, watching this unreasonable scene and speaking. Soon Yuni came to Kanan's basket. Takasago Kazuma and Tadashi Muto jumped in front of Donghuang Yuni to block all shots. Yuni smiled slightly. You can't defend this ball. I saw Yin. The posture of dragging the ball with one hand and holding the ball with one hand is very strange. What's his pose? Is it a new move from Master Donghuang? Sendo's eyes were fixed on Donghuang Yuni's action off the field, not wanting to miss any action. What is he trying to do? Shinichi Maki didn't understand either, and just desperately ran towards Donghuang Yuni to try to stop him. He knew that no matter what Donghuang Yuni wanted, it was absolutely right to stop him, but unfortunately he was still too far away from Donghuang Yuni. Soon Donghuang Yuni's hand quickly pushed the ball out, and the basketball disappeared in front of everyone like snowflakes falling from the air. Then the whistle at the end of the first half and the sound of basketball wiping the net sounded. Basketball hollow into the net. 24-23. Takasago Kazuma and Tadashi Muto's pupils widened, looking at Donghuang Yuni in disbelief. Just now they saw that the basketball suddenly disappeared in front of their eyes, and none of the shooting routes had a shadow of a basketball. At this time, everyone on the court felt unreal. Is this guy really human? This is a shit. Invisible dribbling, invisible shooting, how can you play if you can't find the ball and people? In the hearts of everyone in Canaan, 10,000 horses, big and small, galloped past, followed by the quack of a large group of crows. Several people from Shihoko came to Donghuang Yuni's side to give high fives and congratulations, and everyone from Canaan was not too frustrated and returned to their benches. Kagure Kiminobu, who was a good guy just after leaving the field, immediately brought a prepared towel and water and handed it to everyone. Everyone has worked hard, Yuni, you did a great job, that shot just now was simply invincible. Invincible? How can there be invincible skills in this world? In fact, that shot also has weaknesses. Not only shooting, but also dribbling. Everyone was stunned, seeing that Yuni didn't continue to speak, and they all tacitly did not continue to ask. Of course, the more secret the weakness is, the better, they don't want Yuni's weakness to be exposed because of their own reasons. Yuni explained indifferently. Actually, it's not a weakness, isn't it? Even if people know the opponent, they may not be able to crack it. Well, let's not talk about these 480, let's take a good rest. In the second half, I think Shinichi Maki should use his trump card. Yeah. That's right, Shinichi Maki is not a person who is willing to admit defeat. Since he is standing in front of us here to challenge us, it means that he must have something we don't know. Kaed Rukawa didn't sit there silently drinking water and wiping sweat, but just glanced at Donghuang Yuni, thinking about Donghuang Yuni's game just now. He didn't understand how Donghuang Yuni did it, but he knew that Donghuang Yuni was a person like him, which meant that he should be able to do it. Sakuragi Hanamichi ran over to Yuni's side carelessly and said with his shoulders on his back. Little Emperor, can you give me the skill that just disappeared in one fell swoop? It feels so handsome. Sakuragi, you can't learn it. The trick just now was just induced by sight. For someone like you who likes to show off, it's almost useless. Originally, Hisashi Mitsui and Miyagi Ryota also wanted to steal teachers, but when they heard this, they felt a little depressed. They all heard Yuni talk about the principle of sight induction before, which is almost impossible for them to do. It's not easy for Yuni to walk by himself, because Yuni's strength is too dazzling to disappear for a long time, otherwise Yuni will not focus on using disappearing dribble and phantom shooting, and use it directly. The sight induction will soon be good. Unless Yuni was so low-key at the beginning that he didn't exist, but seeing Shinichi Maki's death and not letting go of Donghuang Yuni's eyes, he knew that gaze induction would not work for the current Shinichi Maki. Chapter 80. Canaan-affiliated middle school bench. Riki Takato nodded to everyone with satisfaction. Everyone did a good job. In the first half, Mu and Donghuang Yuni of the other side were playing, but you did very well. Now it's time for us to fight back. Mu, how are you now? Can you still keep up with your physical strength? 5. Shinichi Maki said firmly with a towel on his head. Don't worry coach, the previous consumption is nothing at all, I will let Shihoko see my Shinichi Maki's whole card in the second half. Donghuang Yuni, I hope you won't be shocked when the time comes. Kiyota Nobunaga said excitedly. Does Captain Amu want to use that? Soichiro-jin is also a little excited. Batch. That move is very exhausting, and I can't hold on for too long, so in the second half I will open the score first and then stop to save my energy. Coach Riki Takato nodded. Yeah. In order to recover your strength after Shinichi Maki stopped, you guys try your best to ensure that the score is not overtaken by Shihoko. Of course, if there is a chance, Shinichi Maki will still cooperate with you to attack. During the intermission, Sendo and Yuzumi were discussing their ideas. Sendo, do you think there's something wrong with Amu? Sendo nodded. It's true that something is not right. Today's AMU makes me feel a little. Seno was a little unsure. If it was what he thought, then this match would really be worth watching. Before the words were finished, the whistle for the start of the second half came from off the field. Both sides played again, with Shinichi Maki still facing Donghwang Yuni. The two stared at each other face to face. Yuni felt that Shinichi Maki's state was completely different from the first half, as if he had changed. The result of Akaji Takenori and Takasago Kazuma's scrimmage came out soon, and it was still Akaji Takenori who came out on top. Unfortunately, the basketball was cut off by Seijuro just as the basketball was about to fall into Kaed Rukawa's hands. After Seijuro signed the ball, he flicked the ball to Shinichi Maki. Shinichi Maki didn't rush to fast break after receiving the ball, but stared at Donghwang Yuni. Donghwang Yuni, I'll show you my cards. As soon as the words fell, Shinichi Maki's eyes suddenly flashed two electric snakes. Donghwang Yuni and the rest of Shihoku's pupils shrank. This. Shinichi Maki actually entered the zone? This is so bullshit. How did he do that? Not only the Shihoku people, but also the players and coaches of the major colleges and universities in the audience looked at Shinichi Maki below with disbelief. Really? I didn't expect that there is someone other than Donghwang Yuni who can also enter the zone. Going to the national championships this year is too dreamy. Seno and Uajumi almost jumped up when they saw this scene. This guy hides deep enough. Seno smiled wryly. I really can't think that AMU could reach this level. It seems that I have to continue to work hard. On the other side, Gong Liulai was nervous in her heart, her little hands were tightly clasped, and she looked at Donghwang Yuni below worriedly. She naturally knew what a zone was, and she was a little unbelievable. She never thought that other than Donghwang Yuni, anyone could enter the state of the zone. On the court, Shinichi Maki started to move as soon as a lightning snake flashed out of the corner of his eye. Shinichi Maki slid past Donghwang Yuni like a bolt of lightning to Shihoku's basket. Hearing a bang, Shinichi Maki threw the basketball firmly into the hoop. 24-25. Yuni didn't look back, he knew that Shinichi Maki would definitely score the ball. He just didn't understand why Shinichi Maki was able to enter the zone, and Yuni would never believe it if he tried hard. Don't be kidding, the zone can't be entered by hard work. If there is no relative talent, the door of the zone will not be opened. From the previous system, it is obvious that Shinichi Maki does not have this kind of talent, but what is the situation now? Is the system wrong? Taj. Everyone in Shihoku remained a little worried when they saw that Yuni was standing there without any movement. Yuni, back to defense. Yuni, let's give them a ball. Yuni calmed down and gave everyone a smile. Sakuragi Hanamichi said looking at Yuni. Isn't this guy getting hit? 359. Hisashi Mitsui patted the back of Sakuragi Hanamichi's head. Who do you think he is? He is not you. Akaji Takenori also echoed the Tao. We just need to trust him, anyway, now no one but Yuni can stop Shinichi Maki's attack, right? Soon Shihoku served and the basketball passed to Donghwang Yuni. Donghwang Yuni did not enter the zone, but only exuded the breath of bloodthirsty violence. With two bangs, Yuni's movements suddenly accelerated and slowly disappeared from the eyes of everyone in Kanon, leaving only an afterimage of Donghwang Yuni. So fast. Eyes can't keep up. But before Yuni's basketball in his hand was cut off by Shinichi Maki, everyone in Shihoku was shocked. They didn't expect Donghwang Yuni to be stealing the ball. Shinichi Maki dribbled the ball to Shihoku's three-point line after stealing the ball and jumped for a direct shot. Brush. Basketball into the net. 24-28. Yuni squinted at Shinichi Maki's every move, but there was no expression on his face. Reaching out for Akaji Takenori to pass the ball, Yuni dribbled the ball to Hisashi Mitsui's direction after receiving the ball. Whoosh! A figure passed by, and Shinichi Maki directly broke the ball and then came to the basket with an inhuman speed and slammed the ball into the basket. 24-30. At this time, Kanan's cheerleaders cheered violently in the audience. Kanan! 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 AMU! 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 King! 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 Good job, Mr. Mew! Kill that number 99, you are the real king! And Shihoko supporters are a little worried. Master Dong Huang! Shihoko won't lose, right? 35. How come, Mr. Dong Huang hasn't used his full strength yet? But Dong Huang Yuni has been suppressed from the beginning till now. Off the court, Shihoko serves again, bang bang. Yuni patted the basketball twice in place, then jumped straight away, ready to shoot a full court three-pointer. But Shinichi Maki moved faster, jumped up in front of Yuni and directly blocked the ball thrown by Dong Huang Yuni. How could it be? Yuni's full court three-pointer cracked. Before everyone in Shihoko could react, Shinichi Maki jumped high and dunked the basketball into the basket again. 24-32. In the audience, Yuazumi looked at Shinichi Maki below in surprise. Sendo, am I dreaming? Dong Huang Yuni will be suppressed? Sendo frowned at everything below. I don't know if Dong Huang Yuni was suppressed, but Shinichi Maki really surprised me. But is that guy really willing to be suppressed like this? He doesn't look like someone who will give in. There was a lot of talk outside the venue. Some said Kanan was going to win, some said that Shihoko was just lucky until the fuel ran out, and some Dong Huang Yuni's loyal fans said that Yuni didn't use all his strength. Say anything. Just when the people outside the venue were noisy, the people in Kanan were excited, and the people in Shihoko were worried. No one noticed a weird smile on Dong Huang Yuni's face. Chapter 81. Dong Huang Yuni now understands why Shinichi Maki can enter the state of the zone. In fact, Dong Huang Yuni was not suppressed by Shinichi Maki just now, but verified his conjecture in various ways. In the end, Dong Huang Yuni discovered the secret. The reason why Shinichi Maki was able to enter the zone was because of his wildness. The specific principle is not very clear to Dong Huang Yuni, but one thing is certain, that is, Shinichi Maki's zone is not a real zone. In other words, it is a pseudo zone, similar to how Yuni helped his teammates enter the pseudo zone. Shinichi Maki used wildness to help him enter the state of pseudo zone. But that's pretty amazing. It's amazing. You can do this to such an extent, I have to say that this is a kind of talent. Shinichi Maki's expression gradually became serious, and he frowned. Aren't you going to use all your strength? It seems that you can't stop me now. Yuni shook her head, then nodded again. You're right or not? It's true that it's a little troublesome to stop you in your current state, but I'd like to know how you did it. It's hard for ordinary people to get into this state even if they're wild. Shinichi Maki's eyes moved slightly but he didn't speak. He was in a turmoil in his heart at the moment. Did he find out? It was only a few confrontations. Yuni didn't even want to break the screen and ask to the end. She stretched out and let out a long breath. Forget it, I don't ask so much. After all, it is still flawed to use external force, even if the external force is a part of myself. But then I haven't played against people in the zone state. Then 480 let me come and see your fake zone. Hearing Yuni's words, Kanan and Shihoko's expressions were all a little confused. What does it mean? What is a pseudo zone? Are there two forms of zone? Several big question marks appeared on everyone's head. Ayako asked vaguely at this time. Coach Anze, the pseudo zone that Yuni said was. Coach Anze explained. Yuni is right, the zone is a field that few people can reach even if it is a genius. It is not something that can be entered by hard work. Obviously Shinichi Maki does not have that kind of talent, but he still entered the zone. At this time, Kagure Kiminobu asked immediately. If you don't have talent, why can you enter the zone that day? Hoo hoo hoo. Coach Anze laughed. You guys have seen Yuni help his teammates into the zone before. Both Kagure Kiminobu and Ayako nodded in understanding. That's called a pseudo zone, because those in that state rely on external force to enter, and don't belong to themselves. So it's called a pseudo zone, but even that's very powerful. Then Ayako said suddenly. But Shinichi Maki didn't have anyone to help him? So how did he get in? This is what makes me strange. I think Yuni made mistakes to verify his own ideas. He should have found the answer by now. After listening to Coach Anze's words, Ayako and Kagure Kiminobu finally understood why their coaches said Donghwang Yuni was invincible. This is due to how big a heart is able to deliberately lose points even when the opponent enters the fake zone. Shinichi Maki doesn't know how much Yuni sees through, and he doesn't know how much his current situation is different from the real zone. But this is the strongest trump card you can use. If you can't even do this, you can only admit it. Yuni said aloud at this time. Actually, a person I know once said that talent is innate, and some geniuses are just ordinary people no matter how hard they work. To reach another level beyond genius, you must possess a certain talent, just like the gap between your fake zone and your real zone. Yuni's look at Shinichi Maki suddenly became a little complicated. Your current performance has surpassed most geniuses, but you still haven't reached the strength beyond the limit of genius. Maybe you have that kind of talent, but unfortunately you shouldn't use external forces to improve your strength. Although wild and zone are two states, they can complement each other. But relying on one state to guide you into another state will greatly reduce the strength you get. Hearing Yuni's words, Shinichi Maki was a little puzzled and did not understand what Donghwang Yuni meant. But he doesn't care about that much, at least he has to win the current game. Yuni looked at Akashi Takenori and said slowly. Captain, pass the ball to me. Akashi Takenori nodded and passed the ball to Donghwang Yuni. Yuni's eyes immediately erupted two silver electric snakes after receiving the ball. The depth and width of the electric snakes were much stronger than Shinichi Maki's. Shinichi Maki was also in a trance. He seemed to understand what Yuni said just now, but he didn't seem to understand. Soon Yuni suddenly accelerated and disappeared in front of everyone. The disappearing dribble just now? 99. No, not like. It should be too fast. Kpei, our eyes can't keep up. What? Shinichi Maki stayed where he was, motionless. Soon everyone heard the basketball slamming into the hoop. 26-32. The whole place was eerily silent and silent. How fast this was, no one, including those in the audience outside the court, could not see how Donghwang Yuni disappeared and how he appeared and dunked at Kanan's basket. Terrible, really terrible. Is this really something that humans can achieve? Shinichi Maki stood there dumbfounded and was shocked. Could this be Donghwang Yuni's true strength? How can this happen? Can people really achieve this level? So what was all my previous efforts for? Shinichi Maki's mentality is a little unstable now. Just then Yuni spoke as he passed by Shinichi Maki. I only used 50% of my strength just now. You can try it and see if you can break through the limit and catch up with me. Shinichi Maki was stunned. He couldn't believe what Donghwang Yuni said. Was that only half of his strength? Then how perverted would he be if he used all his strength? Hee. What a monster! Shinichi Maki smiled self-deprecatingly. Yuni said that he used 50% of his strength. In fact, what he said was right or wrong. He really used all his strength just now. But don't forget that Yuni still has no increase in the bonus of this set of basketball equipment. If you add a 100% increase in a set of equipment, it will only use half of its strength. So Ijirojin and Kiyota Nobunaga came to Shinichi Maki's side and looked at Shinichi Maki with some worry, trying to comfort their captain. Takasago Kazuma and Tadashi Muto also came to Shinichi Maki's side to cheer for Shinichi Maki. Shinichi Maki took a deep breath and smiled at his teammates. Don't look at me with such an expression, I'm fine. Although I'm very unwilling, no matter how bad the result is, Kanon will not back down. Tadashi Muto served and passed the ball to Shinichi Maki. Soon Shinichi Maki rushed to Shihoku's basket in a pseudo-zone state, breaking through the defenses of Kaed Rukawa, Sakuragi Hanamichi, and Hisashi Mitsui respectively. Seeing this, Yuni also directly blocked Shinichi Maki. The two fought for less than 2 seconds before Yuni broke the ball. Although Yuni took off directly and made a three-pointer, Shinichi Maki also immediately took off and stretched out his hand to try to block Donghwang Yuni's shot, but his eyes widened again, and he found that Donghwang Yuni was jumping higher than before. Now even if I enter the pseudo-zone, I can't reach basketball. Only then did he know how deep Donghwang Yuni was hiding. It turned out that he was also an out-and-out freak in jumping. At this moment, Donghwang Yuni didn't even look at the ball he threw and turned around to defend. Yuni shot directly, and the basketball flew to the roof of the court with a very high and beautiful arc, and then fell quickly after reaching the highest point. Brush! Hollow into the net. 29-32. The cheers of Donghwang Yuni from the audience were about to overturn the roof. At first, the audience thought that Donghwang Yuni was about to reach the limit, but they never expected that Donghwang Yuni would hide his strength. And it's not a little bit hidden. When Donghwang Yuni's full strength was revealed, everyone looked at him with only awe and admiration, all jealousy, challenge, and hatred all turned into a gust of wind and vanished. Chapter 82. Is this the true strength of Donghwang Yuni? Seno stared at Donghwang Yuni below with burning eyes, unable to calm down for a long time. I don't know if I can reach that level in the end, but thinking of this, Seno's body trembled and wanted to go back to training immediately. He now yearns very much to reach this state of Donghwang Yuni and Shinichi Maki. Not just Seno, but other high school ace players like Sawakita Eiji from Sanking Industries. Now Sawakita Eiji's eyes are about to fly out. He watched the two people fighting off the field. The blood in his body is almost uncontrollable, and he thinks that his talent is no worse than anyone else's, especially not worse than Shinichi Maki. He doesn't think he can compare to Donghwang Yuni, but he has a lot of confidence compared to Shinichi Maki. He has played against Shinichi Maki before and knows Shinichi Maki's talent and strength. Since Shinichi Maki can do things, he naturally has the confidence to do them. The game was doomed almost from the time Donghwang Yuni used the zone. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Kanon has no hope, and no team will be able to win with the perverted monster Donghwang Yuni in Shihoku. Kanon's coach Riki Takato also sat down on the bench and took a sigh of relief. Isn't it okay? Coach Anzai smiled slightly, as if he already knew the result. Kagure Kiminobu and Ayako were also relieved and showed happy smiles. The time of the game was also reduced by Donghwang Yuni's almost beastly slaughter. Bang! Slam dunk! Brush! Hollow into the net! Bang bang! A goal is counted as an extra penalty. The referee's beep kept coming out on the field. A few minutes after the start of the second half, the whole game was like Donghwang Yuni's personal show, which blew everyone's attention. All kinds of ball skills, all kinds of bizarre shots, and all kinds of fancy dribbling told a basketball player. The appearance of the emperor. No one would reject this statement, even the arrogant person would shy away from seeing Donghwang Yuni's performance at this time. The score between Kanon and Shihoku is also gradually increasing. From the initial match all the way to the current 63-35. Although everyone in Kanon was desperate, no one showed the look of giving up. Captain AMU, I don't want to lose. Kiyota Nobunaga almost cried out. Soijiro-jin looked at Shinichi Maki with the same expression. AMU. Takasago Kazuma and Tadashi Muto gritted their teeth and said to Shinichi Maki. AMU, please help our team. Shinichi Maki also felt uneasy when he saw his former teammates begging for help. It's not that I don't want to win, everyone. If there was a way, I would have used it. But Shinichi Maki couldn't bear to break his teammates' only hope. Suddenly Shinichi Maki seemed to feel something, and then a larger momentum than before spread throughout the audience. Donghuang Yuni suddenly became alert when he saw Shinichi Maki's appearance. This is an opportunity. Unexpectedly, at this time, Shinichi Maki found an opportunity to completely awaken his wildness. Although it is not a real zone, the perfect wildness is on a par with the zone. Shinichi Maki looked down at his hands and felt excited by the feeling just now. Turn to look at your teammates. Leave it to me next. Help me stop Donghuang Yuni. Everyone in Canaan was overjoyed when they saw the captain who was completely different from the previous one. They nodded and started their mission. Donghuang Yuni was about to block Shinichi Maki when he was surrounded by Canaan's other four. On the other hand, Shinichi Maki is a Shohoku player who dribbles the ball and breaks through one after another with a wild breath. It wasn't long before Shinichi Maki put in a goal from Akashi Tekinori's head. Red number 4 is a defensive foul, the ball is counted, and a penalty is added. 63-37. When Shinichi Maki made a free throw, Canaan's other four also defended Donghuang Yuni. Brush. Bang. The basketball hit the iron, Shinichi Maki took off to catch the ball and landed, then took off again, hit Sakuragi Hanamichi who was also grabbing the rebound, and then shot and threw the ball out. Brush. 63-39. Red number 10 defensive foul, the ball is counted as a free throw. Shinichi Maki made another free throw, this time going straight to the basket. 63-40. It's beautiful, Mew. Riki Takato on the sidelines shouted excitedly from the sidelines. But Shohoku's side is not calm, they don't know what happened to Shinichi Maki, they just feel that their strength has improved a lot, and they are completely different from before. With about 3 minutes left before the end of the game, Donghuang Yuni squinted at Shinichi Maki, he did not expect that Shinichi Maki would completely awaken the wildness at this time. He had learned this from the system before, but his wildness has not been fully awakened yet. He doesn't know the reason, but he can say with certainty that only when his wildness reaches 100% can he truly fully awaken wildness. Yuni called the system after sinking into his head. System, my own attributes. Ding. The query succeeded. Basic properties. Name, Donghuang Yuni. S*X, male. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 82 kilograms. 100, plus 100%. 100, plus 100%. 100, plus 100%. Jump height, 2.5 meters, plus 100%. 100, plus 100%. 100, plus 100%. 4 flowers. 0. Talent skills. Perfect copy, awakened, full court 3-pointer, awakened, super speed dribble, awakened, Emperor Eye, awakened, perfect defense, not awakened. Possess ball skills, butterfly step through flower, gutter, meteor slam dunk, Yanjian shooting blue, 3 points from heaven, earth and void, magic passing, right to play backwards, disappearing dribble, phantom shot, fantasy footsteps. Self-created ball skills, passing shot, smashing shot, wire hook shot, elbow shot, swing pass, zero return, elbow pass, elbow shot roundhouse shot. Wild species, alien. Wild progress, 90%. Wild introduction, a space life form from aliens, with the characteristics of intelligence, violence, agility, outbreak, oppression, tenacious vitality, and so on. Zone, can be opened at will. 51217. With 10% less progress to fully awaken, Yuni looked down at the attributes again, and suddenly he noticed his points. The points have reached 50,000 silently, so it can be exchanged for the last bottle of awakening potion. Thinking of this, Yuni became a little excited. He had always wondered what would happen when the 5 talents were awakened at the same time. Some couldn't wait to tell the system. System, exchange for a bottle of anti-sky talent awakening potion. Ding. Exchange for a bottle of anti-sky talent awakening potion, please check the host. System, directly awakening talent for impeccable defense. Ding. The defense with impeccable talent is awakening. Ding. The defense with impeccable talent awakened successfully. Ding. Impeccable defense inside the 3-point line is integrated. Ding. The impeccable defense inside the 3-point line is successfully integrated. At this moment, the system suddenly prompted. Ding. Prompt the host's 5 talents have all awakened, may the host be synthesized. Yuni didn't even think about it directly. Yes, perform talent fusion. Ding. Host talent fusion is 1%, 2%. Yuni was stunned, the speed is so slow? When will this wait? Just then, another beep sounded from the system. Ding. Since the talent synthesis cannot be disturbed, to avoid the host's inadvertent misappearation, the system will automatically enter the hibernation state. After the talent synthesis is completed, the system will automatically restart. However, please rest assured, the host, you cannot use the system except during hibernation. Business as usual. Yuni fell into silence after the system's prompt tone finished speaking, and Yuni was stunned. Now he can't do anything except see the progress bar in his mind. It's like going back to waiting for the system to load 10 years ago. The only good news might be that all the abilities are still there, just not using the system 10. Chapter 83. Yuni thought back and said to the Shohoku crowd. You take charge of the offense first, and I will hold them back. As for Shinichi Maki, he can't deal with the 4 of you at the same time. The next game was very interesting. Kanon was attacked by Shinichi Maki, and the other 4 defended Donghwang and Yuni. Shohoku's side was attacked by Kaed Rukawa, Donghwang Yuni held 4 and the remaining 3 went to defend Shinichi Maki. Although Shinichi Maki has completely awakened his wildness, the defense against 3 people is still a bit difficult. On Yuni's side, they deliberately created an illusion that the 4 of them could barely defend, and the 3 of them would definitely be unable to defend, so that the 4 of Kanon never dared to leave the defense against Donghwang Yuni. This leaves Kaed Rukawa free, so the next time is almost a scoring performance by Kaed Rukawa and Shinichi Maki. Shohoku served, Akashi Takenori passed the ball to Kaed Rukawa, Kaed Rukawa caught the ball and rushed to Kanon's basket. The other 3 immediately blocked Shinichi Maki, preventing Shinichi Maki from interfering with Kaed Rukawa. Soon Kaed Rukawa made an easy layup and scored. 65-40. Kanon's side Takasago Kazuma 497 naturally passed the ball directly to Shinichi Maki, although the other 3 immediately surrounded Donghwang Yuni, and the rest was left to his own captain. Shinichi Maki is not too much when attacking. Even if there are 3 people defending him, he can easily break through the 3 people's defense with his wild blessing. After coming to Shohoku's basket, Shinichi Maki jumped up and deliberately hit Akashi Takenori's body and then shot. The whistle sounds, the ball is scored, and a penalty is added. Brush. Penalty into the net. 65-43. While Kaed Rukawa was mostly unguarded on offense, Shinichi Maki would foul and take a free throw whenever he got the chance. The 1-2 score is gradually catching up with Shohoku. Soon the score came to 73-67. Yuni is also quite helpless to see several teammates who keep fouling. The current situation is Sakuragi Hanamichi 3 fouls, Akashi Takenori 3 fouls, Hisashi Mitsui 2 fouls, and Kaed Rukawa 1 fouls. It's just 6 points away, and I'll be able to catch up soon. Shinichi Maki thought to himself, and at the same time his eyes glanced at Donghwang Yuni, feeling a little strange. With his knowledge of Donghwang Yuni, he shouldn't be suppressed so easily. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it first, let's tie the score first. After the decision was made, Shinichi Maki dribbled the ball to Shohoku's basket again. Sakuragi Hanamichi, Akaji Takenori, and Hisashi Mitsui stopped around Shinichi Maki at the same time. Shinichi Maki is naturally not afraid, and the wild breath continues to spread. There was a faint trace of an electric snake in the corner of his eyes, and Shinichi Maki instantly disappeared in front of the three of them. The three of them felt bad, for their hearts tensed. Shinichi Maki broke through the three-man defense to the basket and was about to jump when Kaed Rukawa appeared from Shinichi Maki's side and reached out to block Shinichi Maki's shot. The corners of Shinichi Maki's mouth twitched and jumped a beat slower. Kaed Rukawa watched as Shinichi Maki slammed into him and threw the basketball. The whistle blew, Kaed Rukawa screamed bad, and looked back to see that the basketball fell right into the hoop. Red number 11 defensive foul, the ball is counted as a free throw. 73-69. Shinichi Maki stood at the free throw line, bang bang. After a few slaps, Shinichi Maki threw the ball with a flick of his wrist. Then, while watching the basketball fly out, a figure also followed. Shohoku. Everyone was shocked, and quickly followed, but it was too late. The basketball hit the backboard with a bang and bounced back, landing right in the hands of Shinichi Maki, who jumped into the air. Shinichi Maki caught the ball in the air for a two-handed dunk. Bang! 73-71. Kanan's supporters in the audience cheered loudly. AMU, AMU, AMU. Kanan! 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 Coach Riki Takato even clenched the folding fan in his hand and waved it vigorously, saying excitedly, "You've done a great job, Mew." Sendo looked at Shinichi Maki in surprise. Unexpectedly, he really found a way. 35. Sendo turned his eyes to Donghwang Yuni again. What the hell is this guy thinking? On the other hand, Akaji Haruko saw that the field was getting worse and worse, but it was strange to see that Gong Liulai, who was next to him, was not nervous at all. "Xiao Li, are you not worried at all?" Gong Liulai came back to her senses. "Hey? What's the matter, what are you worried about?" Akaji Haruko rests his forehead. "Oops. Don't you guys worry about Yuni at all?" Gong Ruri immediately understood the appearance of Akaji Haruko. "You said Yuni. Don't worry. Yuni is not that weak." 35. Akaji Haruko looked at Gong Liulai's stupid look and touched her little head with his hand. "Don't have a fever? Didn't you see Yuni surrounded by 4 people? He can't move now." Miyazaki rubbed Akaji Haruko's little head. "Haruko is at ease. Yuni is not what you see. His strength is the strongest, and his real strength is not even comparable to some NBA ace." "Ah? It's true, although Yuni is very strong, no matter how strong he is, he won't. Look at this, Yuni must have his own plans, he is not the one who would allow himself to lose the game." After hearing Gong Liulai's words, Akaji Haruko had no choice but to believe her, and then his eyes moved to Donghwang Yuni off the court, guessing what method Donghwang Yuni would use to solve the current situation. On the field, although Shohoku was madly chased by Shinichi Maki, everyone was not too impatient, just a little unwilling. They are all waiting for Donghwang Yuni, waiting for Donghwang Yuni to have his own way to crack Shohoku's disadvantage. It was Donghwang Yuni who solved the crisis in Shohoku before. This time they still believed that Donghwang Yuni would make an amazing move as before and finally win. Just then Donghwang Yuni stretched out a hand and pointed his index finger to the sky. "Captain, pass." Just 4 simple words raised the vigilance of everyone in Kanan. They didn't know what Donghwang Yuni was going to do, but with what they knew about Donghwang Yuni they knew that bad things would happen. Everyone in Shohoku was also a little puzzled, but they didn't ask much. Akaji Takenori will not say much, he completely believes in Donghwang Yuni. If it is not Donghwang Yuni himself, it is impossible to participate in the national competition or even advance to the top 8. Akaji Takenori threw the basketball into the air according to Yuni's instructions, and around Donghwang Yuni, Kanan and others were ready to jump up and grab the ball. But when the basketball came over Donghwang Yuni, Yuni finally started to move. I saw Yuni stepped on both feet. Yuni flew directly from the ground to the air, and the height of the jump was about 2 meters. After receiving the ball in the air, Yuni directly crossed the Canaan 4 and came to a position outside the circle of 4. Everyone who saw this scene had their tongues bitten off, and their eyes seemed to fly out as if they had seen something incredible. Players from major colleges and universities exploded instantly after the silence, and they all pointed at Donghwang Yuni off the court and shivered. My god, did you see that? Did he just jump over his opponent's head? Kanan's size 5 is 190 centimeters tall, right? So the height of Shohoku's number 99 jump reached more than 190 centimeters? It's too ridiculous, it's not something that people can do at all. Both Sendo and Uajumi stood up at the same time, their mouths wide open, and they couldn't say anything for a while. Riki Takato was stunned at this moment, staring blankly at Donghwang Yuni who wanted to say something but couldn't say it. Shinichi Maki just recovered from the shock just now and finally suppressed the shock in his heart and said, "You 1.0 guy is really a monster." Yuni did not speak, holding the ball with both hands, the corners of his mouth were raised, and his white teeth were slightly exposed. At this time, Yuni's appearance was quite strange, and there was an air of respect and distance. Donghwang Yuni did not move. Kanan did not dare to act rashly, but just stood there and looked at Donghwang Yuni. Donghwang Yuni's choice to reveal his jumping ability shows that he decided not to hide anymore and wanted to release himself completely. At this time, Yuni finally spoke, and the voice was so loud that it spread almost all over the venue. I, Donghwang Yuni, a freshman at Shohoku High School. For the next 3 years, I will dominate the high school basketball world, and there will be opponents who will fight. As soon as the words fell, Yuni disappeared in front of everyone in an instant, and when he reappeared, he came to Kanan's 3-point line. Yuni took off and jumped a little higher than before. Yuni stretched out his hand and waved, and a meteor dunk threw the basketball heavily into Kanan's basket. Clang! The basketball smashed into the basket and slid down, hitting the ground hard. 75-71. Chapter 84. The sun hits the gymnasium in Hiroshima at midday. At this time, there was silence in the match between Kanan High School and Shohoku. Everyone looked at the man with the back number 99. Off the court everyone heard Donghwang Yuni's provocation just now. But no one at the scene felt that he was arrogant, and the reason was the dunk just now. Donghwang Yuni dribbles and dunks straight from the 3-point line. How outrageous it must be to do this kind of thing. This is not the most important thing, what is the matter with that exaggerated jumping power just now? Not only the audience, but even the experienced coaches from major colleges and universities rubbed their eyes with disbelief. The others were shocked, and the Shohoku side was even more shocked. Everyone in Shohoku didn't respond, Kagure Kiminobu said shiveringly. Just, what's going on? Yuni, did he fly just now? Ayako covered his mouth and shook his head, not knowing what to say. Coach Anzai said after stabilizing his mood. The height of the jump is about 2 meters and 5. It's really appalling. Even I have never seen anyone who can jump so high. Hearing Coach Anzai's words, everyone on the Shohoku bench breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Donghwang Yuni turned around and looked at the Kanan crowd after scoring a dunk, with an unusually arrogant expression on his face. Come on! Use all your strength, I'm here. As soon as the words fell, Yuni completely burst out the alien wildness on his body. The ferocious, violent, bloodthirsty, cunning, insidious, and other trembling auras instantly spread to the audience. At this time, all the talents in the stadium really felt the power of Donghwang Yuni. Before Yuni did not release all his wildness, at this time, after releasing 90% of his full breath, some coaches were a little unsteady and sat crookedly. On the bench, Donghwang Yuni walked from Kanan's basket to Shohoku's basket one step at a time. Just as Yuni turned around, a silver electric snake erupted from the corner of his eye. Donghwang Yuni smiled and looked at Shinichi Maki. You are a good opponent. Even if this is respect for you, it is up to you to learn how much you can learn. Shinichi Maki froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. The laughter continued for a long time and then gradually stopped. Donghwang Yuni, today is the happiest day of my 3 years in high school basketball, it's really nice to meet you, thank you. Shinichi Maki bowed to Donghwang Yuni very solemnly. Yuni could see that Shinichi Maki really thanked him, and naturally accepted Shinichi Maki's bow. The reason is very simple, Donghwang Yuni used all his strength and Shinichi Maki fighting will make it easier for Shinichi Maki to experience the difference between zone and wild and thus make it easier to control these two abilities. When Shinichi Maki raised his head, 2 electric snakes also erupted from the corner of his eyes, and the wild breath on his body was also released with all his strength. Shinichi Maki said to Donghwang Yuni with the ball. I know that I am not your opponent now, but I will not admit defeat. As soon as the voice fell, Shinichi Maki's speed changed instantly and a lightning bolt rushed to Shihoku's basket. Since Donghwang Yuni has decided to use all his strength, naturally he will not release water, and he also incarnates a lightning bolt and rushes towards Shinichi Maki at an amazing speed that is more than twice as fast as Shinichi Maki. The 2 lightning bolts were constantly clashing on the court, and the others couldn't see the movements of the 2 even if they looked intently. Shinichi Maki was better, but Donghwang Yuni's movements couldn't be seen clearly at all. The reporters outside the venue with video cameras couldn't find the 2 people at all, so they had to give up. Even if the 2 have wildness and zone at the same time, it is obvious that the silver lightning firmly suppresses the blue-gray electric snake. Of course, wild and zone are too far apart. Coach Riki Takato sat on the bench and sighed, shaking his head bitterly. The people on the bench next to them were also worried when they saw the coach. Coach, we. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Coach Riki Takato, who looked at the 2 people who were present and invisible on the field with some envy. We are not Donghwang Yuni's opponents, just let Shinichi Maki be willful once. This may be a chance for him. On the field, Shinichi Maki deeply felt Donghwang Yuni's strength, which is unmatched. Whether it's strength, speed, agility, skill, jumping, etc., all abilities are far beyond the scope of ordinary people. Shinichi Maki is now wondering if Donghwang Yuni is really human? With all this going on in his head but his feet and hands didn't stop, Shinichi Maki was punched by Donghwang Yuni again and again. Shinichi Maki was blocked by Donghwang Yuni again and again, hot pot, stealing the ball. The minutes passed, and Shihoku's score kept increasing. 77-71. 80-TT710. 85-71. 88-71. Kanan didn't score a single point during that time. Shinichi Maki was not discouraged, his attention was completely attracted by Donghwang Yuni's various movements and breaths. He was constantly experiencing Donghwang Yuni's zone, he felt something but couldn't find the point, which made him a little distracted. Yuni glanced at him without saying anything, the speed changed again, and another slam dunk slammed into the basket. 90-71. Now the players on both sides of the field have already leaned aside and watched the contest between the 2 on the field. They knew very well that they would not be able to get involved at all, so they might as well hide and leave the venue to the 2 of them. Suddenly Yuni spoke with some dissatisfaction. You can't go in the zone if you want to go in. The more you want to go in, the more you miss the gate of the zone, and your heart is messed up. Shinichi Maki was stunned and lowered his head in thought. So that's the case, no wonder, have I been too persistent? Shinichi Maki stabilized his mind and slapped the ball, bang bang bang. Seeing Shinichi Maki's appearance, Donghwang Yuni smiled and glanced at the little time left, and then Donghwang Yuni used the equipment bonus for the first time. Equipped with 100% blessing, Donghwang Yuni disappeared like a ghost in his own half. Shinichi Maki, who was dribbling the ball, also didn't react. When everyone reacted, the basketball in Shinichi Maki's hand had already disappeared, followed by the sound of the basketball rubbing the net. Swipe! Bang bang bang! 92-71. Shinichi Maki could no longer calm down at this moment. He looked at Donghwang Yuni behind him in disbelief. Just now, he couldn't see Donghwang Yuni at all, and he didn't even notice that the basketball in his hand was broken. You must know that he is now in a pseudo-zone state. Not to mention the awakened wild blessing. Shinichi Maki asked a little disappointed. That was your true strength just now? Yuni nodded. Yes, it should be said that it is all the strength I can use now. Shinichi Maki didn't understand what Donghwang Yuni said, but could vaguely guess that Yuni might not be able to use the strongest strength for some reason. Thinking of this, Shinichi Maki couldn't help shivering, and he didn't dare to think about it any longer. It seems that I still lost to you. I didn't expect the gap between us to be so big. Shinichi Maki looked up. There were only 1.67 seconds left in the game time, and he smiled bitterly. After Shinichi Maki received the ball from his teammate for the last time, without waiting for any action, the ball in his hand disappeared again, and then there was another person behind him. At the same time, there is an orange ball shadow above Kanan's basket. At this time, the whistle for the end of the game rang through the audience. Then the sound of the basketball hitting the net reached everyone's ears. 94-71. Chapter 85. Shinichi Maki took a deep breath and walked over to Donghwang Yuni and stretched out his hand. Donghwang Yuni also reached out and shook hands with Shinichi Maki. Tong Xi, you should also get what you want. Although you lost to me in high school, you may be the strongest in the university when you get to the university. Shinichi Maki also smiled when he saw Donghwang Yuni's teasing. UBD, I'll borrow your auspicious words. Just as the two sides lined up to salute. At this time, there were loud shouts from the audience. Donghwang! 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 King, King, King! Stealing the ball and scoring in 1.67 seconds. Donghwang Yuni's last hand really amazed everyone, and it will surely become a legendary scene in the high school basketball world. Sendo stood up and said to Yuazumi. Senior Yuzhu, I have something to do, you go back first. Yuazumi didn't ask Sendo what's the matter, he said hello to Sendo and left. In the Kanan lounge. Although Shinichi Maki was lost, he didn't have the same heartache that he had lost to Shihoko in the first place. But the other players were still in tears. Coach Riki Takato also reluctantly consoled. Okay, our game ends today, and it will be Shihoko's world from now on. Kiyota Nobunaga wiped away tears and said. I'm just not reconciled, obviously we've come this far. Seijuro sat aside and lowered his head and said slowly. Kiyota is good, you and I still have a chance, but the seniors are already in the 3rd grade. Kiyota Nobunaga suddenly thought of something, turned his head to look at Takasago Kazuma and Tadashi Muto, and thought yes, Muto-senpai and Takasago-senpai are already in the 3rd grade, if they are not reconciled, they are the most reconciled. Shinichi Maki slapped Kiyota Nobunaga on the head. Kiyota, God, from now on, Kanan's basketball team will be handed over to you. Kiyota Nobunaga couldn't help but burst into tears again, and Shen was also absent-minded. AMU. Senior AMU. Shinichi Maki continued with a smile. You don't have to worry about me, I'm about to enter a new stage. And you, hey. Donghwang Yuni is very strong, don't try to beat him, it's impossible, the 2nd place in the high school basketball world in the future will be your goal, come on. After the voice fell, Shinichi Maki packed his things as soon as possible. Looking back at the crowd. I have to meet someone, I have to go first. After speaking, Shinichi Maki opened the door and walked out. In the Shihoko lounge. Ayako exclaimed happily. Congratulations on reaching the finals, how about we celebrate when we go back? Sakuragi Hanamichi said excitedly. I agree, how to celebrate? 35. Hisashi Mitsui immediately gave Sakuragi Hanamichi a big punch. Idiot, you don't have any qualifications to celebrate. Miyagi Ryota also pouted. Aren't you the same? Hisashi Mitsui was immediately upset. You're not even qualified for the guy who didn't play. There was a loud noise in the lounge, and Akaji Takenori, who was sitting beside him, was so annoyed that he punched a few people one by one. The lounge soon quieted down. After everyone cleaned up, they left the lounge. When Donghwang Yuni and everyone just walked out of the door, they saw Gong Liulai and Akaji Haruko. Surprisingly, Sendo and Shinichi Maki are also at the door. Seeing Shihoko and everyone coming out of the harem, Liulai immediately ran to Yuni's side and took Yuni's arm. Sendo and Shinichi Maki came to Yuni. Can we chat? Cough cough. Me too. Donghwang Yuni looked at the two and nodded. Then let's talk somewhere else. Yuni spoke to Gong Ruri and left with Sendo and Shinichi Maki. Soon the three came to a Hyuxia restaurant. Donghwang Yuni looked at this restaurant, and said with some nostalgia to Xiaowen on the restaurant's door. The taste of Hyuxia food is my favorite, today I am a treat, let's chat while eating. Sendo and Shinichi Maki naturally have no opinion. They know Donghwang Yuni's identity more or less. Although they don't know much, they know that Donghwang Yuni is a rich man. Soon the three entered the room and took their seats. Donghwang Yuni looked at the two in front of him. I can more or less understand what the two of you want to ask, so please speak first, Senpa Sendo. Sendo pondered for a while and then said. I want to know what to do to awaken the so-called wildness, and the state of that zone. After listening to Sendo's words, Yuni did not answer, but turned to Shinichi Maki. Shinichi Maki was silent for a moment. When I had the wildness, I got it suddenly because of your oppression, and today the wildness seems to have suddenly awakened because of the hopes of my teammates for me. Yuni nodded. That's right, I said before that wildness requires an opportunity. Generally, it is easier to obtain wildness under extreme oppression, but it also requires some talent. If an ordinary person is oppressed no matter how much, it is useless. Having said that, Yuni took a sip of water and continued. Let's talk about zone. You should also know that if you don't have a certain talent, it is impossible to enter. Even if you use wildness to force yourself to be promoted to the state of the zone, it is the same. The fake zone and the real zone are completely different. It's different. I won't talk about the pseudo zone, I'll just explain what my zone is. Speaking of this, both Shinichi Maki and Sendo's eyes became serious at the same time, ready to listen to Donghwang Yuni's words seriously. The real zone is actually sinking slowly like falling into the water. The deeper it sinks, the stronger its strength will increase, until it reaches the bottom of the water. Both Sendo and Shinichi Maki were surprised at the same time. You mean zone can be stronger? Yuni nodded. Yes, when you first entered the zone, you just stayed on the surface. Of course, your strength is not as strong as the zone that sinks to the bottom of the water. This is why your pseudo zone is not as good as mine, Senior AMU. Yuni suddenly thought of something and continued. Oh. By the way, I want to tell you one more thing, the gate of the zone has at least 2 doors, and entering the zone is only the first door. When you sink to the deepest part of the water, you will find that there is a second door. If you open that door, you will be beyond the zone. The three of you kept talking. On the other side, a celebration feast started in the Shihoko dormitory. There were excited smiles on everyone's faces. It was the final of the national competition. What everyone in Shihoko could not have imagined before has come true today. Akaji Takenori and Kagure Kiminobu were even more in tears, and Ayako and Akaji Haruko were also happily watching everyone cry silently. Gong Liulai tilted her head aside and wondered why Yuni didn't come back. As if there was no one else in this world except Donghwang Yuni. Coach Anze was also very happy when he sat on the main seat and watched the giggling players, Manyo Zhao. Thinking that the player he was optimistic about died a long time ago because of his strictness, he couldn't help but search in his heart. His eyes were a little wet, but he wiped away the tears in time. Soon the sun went down and the clouds in the sky turned fiery red. On the other side, Donghuang Yuni, who walked out of the restaurant, also said their goodbyes and went home. Today, after Sendo and Shinichi Maki heard Donghuang Yuni's explanation, although they didn't fully understand it, they benefited a lot. Yuni naturally didn't mean to hide, he told them the truth because he admired Shinichi Maki and Sendo. Although the two are opponents, in the world of slam dunks, the two of them are one of the few people who have talent but will not look down on any opponent. Yuni himself belongs to this kind of person. No matter what kind of opponent he faces, he will try to block all the opponent's hopes as much as possible. He doesn't have to use all his strength, nor does he look down on his opponent, but it is unnecessary. In the end, it's up to them to decide how far Sendo and Shinichi Maki will be in the future. Soon Donghuang Yuni walked back to the dormitory. Chapter 86. The silent night sky was bright with stars. Yuni sat alone in the courtyard and looked at the sky. The moonlight shining on his handsome face was particularly attractive. Coach Anze walked behind Donghuang Yuni at some point, looked at Donghuang Yuni and said strangely, "Yuni, is there anything you are worried about?" Yuni had long felt that someone was coming from behind. "It's the coach. It's not a troublesome thing, it's just a little, Hoo. Coach Anze smiled and patted Yuni's shoulder, sitting next to Yuni and continued. "You think invincible is too lonely, right?" Yuni didn't answer, she fell silent to express her acquiescence. "If it were an ordinary player, I would dissuade him from being too proud, but I really have nothing to advise you. You are too good. You are the best I have never seen in decades. I can't believe it. There are still players like you in this world." Coach Anze looked at Yuni, found that he had no expression and continued. "I can understand your thoughts. When a person reaches the level of invincibility, he always feels a little boring. In that case, do you want to try to change the people around you?" "People around you? You mean?" Donghuang Yuni looked at Coach Anze with a vague understanding. "Yes. Make Shihoko an invincible team. Today's Shihoko is invincible with you, but what will Shihoko become when you're not there?" Yuni looked up at the stars in the sky and thought about what Coach Anze said. "Coach Anze, don't you want me to be a teaching assistant? You know, some of my abilities can't be achieved by training." Hoo. "Of course I know this, but some of your experience and insights are not comparable to mine. Akashi and Mitsui will graduate after this year, and I will be relieved to have you in Shihoko in the future. After Akashi resigns, it will be up to you. What do you think of being the captain of Shihoko?" Donghuang Yuni looked at the expectant little eyes under Coach Anze's lens instead of rejecting it, but pondered. "My coach. You know I don't like trouble, don't you worry that one day I suddenly can't hold on and give up the team." Coach Anze patted Yuni's back with a smile. "I'm not so sure about other things, but in basketball I'm 100% sure you won't give up. Although I don't know you very well, in basketball you definitely don't want to lose to anyone, even if I don't want my team to lose to others anymore. That's it." That's how Yuni came all the way back from the United States. "Coach Anze, you really know Yuni." Coach Anze and Yuni looked back and saw Gong Liulai in a blue dress with long silver hair suddenly appearing behind them. Yuni gave Gong Liulai a smile. "So it's Xiaoli." Gong Liulai came to the other side of Yuni, sat down, took Yuni's arm and said coquettishly. "Yuni, you can promise Coach Anze whether you are good or not. I also think you are the most suitable captain. Coach Anze is old and has a bad heart. You can't always let Coach Anze worry about everything." 35. Yuni looked at Gong Liulai's small appearance and said with a smile but not a smile. You seem to be a little off today. Gong Liulai was a little guilty, and she was worried about what Yuni would see. Yuni didn't care either, he completely believed in Gong Liulai. Since Xiaoli and the coach want me to be the captain so much, so be it. But Coach Anze, I have a request. Coach Anze was also very happy to hear that Yuni agreed, and was curious about what Yuni asked for. What do you think? Yuni paused and said. In the finals, I don't attack, can I just stay in my own basket? 39. Coach Anze fell into silence when he heard Yuni's words. Since Donghuang Yuni's strength is unmatched in attack, naturally he should also not be underestimated in defense. Thinking of this, Coach Anze nodded, not for anything else, but for his trust in Donghuang Yuni. Okay. Since you are so confident, you can arrange everything. After speaking, Coach Anze patted Yuni on the shoulder and got up and left. Looking at the departing Anze, Coach Gong Liulai said curiously. Yuni, why are you making this request? Yuni touched Gong Liulai's head. I want to see how far my defensive ability can go. If I can, I will let the opponent not get a point in the final. Gong Liulai didn't care whether Yuni was bragging or what, it was just right to support Yuni. Early the next morning, after the Shihoko crowd finished eating, Yuni gathered several starters and told them about the request they had made with Coach Anze last night. As for the captain, Yuni didn't say anything for the time being, because now is not the time. No matter how to change the captain, it would be better to wait until Akashi take Nori and Coach Anze tell everyone in person. After listening to Yuni's words, everyone was a little confused. You said you weren't involved in the attack. Sakuragi Hanamichi touched his chin and glanced around with malicious intent, wondering what he was thinking. Akashi just wrote and read Yuni for a while and didn't say anything. Hisashi Mitsui and Miyagi Ryota couldn't sit still. Hey! Don't be too arrogant, don't you just stay in your own basket if you don't participate in the attack? That is to say, who will score if you don't participate in the attack? Kaed Rukawa and Sakuragi Hanamichi rubbed their chins and tilted their heads, thinking about something. Donghuang Yuni spread his hands while looking at the expressions of several people. Okay, don't be so excited. Although I don't know who the opponent in the final is now, I guess the probability of Mingpeng Industry is relatively high. As for how many points you can get, I don't know, but what I can guarantee is that I won't let them score a goal. Everyone was shocked when the words came out. Seeing that everyone did not speak, Yuni continued. Why, don't you believe I can do it? Several people were silent, it wasn't that they didn't believe Yuni's words. To say that the most trustworthy person in the team is Donghuang Yuni, but to say that the opponent in the final does not lose a point, it is too far-fetched. Donghuang Yuni looked at the expressions of several people and understood their concerns. Please, what else do you have to worry about? Didn't you have 0 opponents before? Miyagi Ryota spoke suddenly. That's different. The opponent this time is the champion of the national competition, and he is much stronger than those cats and dogs. Yuni shook her head helplessly. To you, they are too strong, to me they are just cats and dogs. As soon as these words came out, 3 black lines appeared on everyone's heads. Akashi Take Nori clenched his fists angrily. Damn brat, too arrogant. Hisashi Mitsui pointed his middle finger at Donghuang Yuni. Who do you think you are? Both Sakuragi Hanamichi and Kaed Rukawa squinted at Donghuang Yuni with both hands in contempt. Miyagi Ryota took off his sneakers and was about to throw them in Donghuang Yuni's face. Donghuang Yuni showed his white teeth and waved his hand. Anyway, Coach Anze has agreed to this matter. I'm just here to tell you guys so that you can be prepared. As soon as the voice fell, Donghuang Yuni walked out of the door, and everyone in the back was gnashing their teeth. I wondered when did that guy become so nasty. Chapter 87. After Yuni walked out of the dormitory, he went shopping with Gong Liulai hand in hand. It's not the first time that the two of them hold hands and go shopping, so their movements are very natural, and they both enjoy this time very much. Gong Liulai was also used to Yuni walking aimlessly. It was the same in the past. As long as there was no definite goal, Yuni would always walk around with her. Yuni was listening to Gong Liulai chattering about the interesting things she had encountered, when suddenly a familiar voice came from the front. Batch. Yuni looked up and saw 3 people not far ahead. They were Shinichi Maki, Seijuro Jin, and Kiyota Nobunaga from Kanan High School. It's you. Haven't you gone back to Kanagawa? Kiyota Nobunaga was dissatisfied when he heard Yuni's words. Why go back? We are also going to compete for the 2nd and 3rd place in the semi-finals. Yuni scratched her head. Is that so? Both Shinichi Maki and Seijuro Jin showed embarrassed expressions. Shinichi Maki said at this time. Tomorrow is the final, the opponent's words. Oh, it should be Mingpeng Industry. Shinichi Maki nodded. Yes, Mingpeng Industry is very strong, although it shouldn't be said, but you have to be careful when the time comes. Ha! Mingpeng Industry is not my opponent, but you guys. Although you are much stronger than your peers, you can't be careless. Yuni was silent for a while and continued to ask. I don't know very well about Mingpeng Industry, can you tell me about it? The 3 of Shinichi Maki were a little surprised that Donghuang Yuni would say this. It stands to reason that someone like Donghuang Yuni should study the opponent thoroughly. How do they know that Donghuang Yuni is too lazy to investigate the opponent? His understanding of the team is from the animation in the previous life. Shinichi Maki didn't think much of it either. I have also investigated some of Mingpeng Industry, so let me tell you. Soon a group of 5 people came to a cold drink shop, which was proposed by Yuni, and of course Yuni invited guests. After several people were seated, Shinichi Maki continued to speak. Mingpeng Industry was also very strong in the first 2 years, but this year there is a newcomer called Morishige Kwan. It is said that he scored 50 points, 22 rebounds and 10 blocks in the first game of the national competition against Chongqing. Score. Yuni didn't feel anything when the words came out, but the others were shocked. Shinichi Maki looked at Yuni's expressionless expression and continued. The other members of Mingpeng Industry are also comparable to the existence of Sunohai. It is said that this year's Mingpeng Industry is the team most likely to overthrow the Seno dynasty, but you did it ahead of time. Yuni's mouth curled up. Sen Zhongquan. I have heard that his physical fitness is much stronger than that of people of the same age. But, having said that, Yuni showed her white teeth and continued. I won't attack in the final, and of course I won't let the opponent score easily. Shinichi Maki naturally believed Yuni's words, he knew Yuni's strength very well. Not to mention Donghuang Yuni, even now he is very confident in dealing with Mingpeng Industry. This is not arrogance, but the confidence that ordinary people don't have. However, Shinichi Maki really can't do it if he wants to make the opponent lose a point, but he doesn't know Donghuang Yuni, he can't see through this person at all. Shinichi Maki said seriously. I naturally believe in your strength, but in the confrontation between Mingpeng Industry and the previous opponent, Sen Zhongquan will severely damage the opponent, so you better be careful. Yuni's eyes gradually became deeper. That's it. Forget about them, let's talk about something else. 99. Yuni could see that Shinichi Maki was really telling him, and he accepted his advice. Yuni didn't care either. He was someone with equipment and could protect himself in all directions. Even if there is no equipment, it is not a matter of minutes to play with the opponent with one's own talent and skills. The 2 of you chatted with me one by one, and soon it was time for lunch. Yuni spoke at this time. It's all ordered, let's go eat together. What would you like to eat? Kiyota Nobunaga immediately became excited when he heard Yuni's words. Really? I want salmon sushi. Ah Shen was a little embarrassed and pulled back Kiyota Nobunaga. I am sorry. Yuni smiled indifferently. Don't worry. I treat you to me, you seniors, AMU, have accepted, why are you still screwing up? Shinichi Maki was a little embarrassed, but he shook his head helplessly when he heard Yuni say this. Soon the crowd decided to go to a seafood restaurant near here, which has seafood, sushi, and many other delicacies. Before the 5 of them went out, they saw the 5 college students on the opposite side standing in front of everyone with a ruffian look. Yo! This little girl is not bad. Brother, you still have silver hair, you are brother and sister with that kid. Genetic mutant monster, ha 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 ha. Listening to the ridicule of the people on the opposite side, Yuni didn't show any expression, but when he mentioned Gong Liulai, a cold light flashed in Yuni's eyes. Yuni doesn't care what others say about him, but Gong Liulai belongs to one of his inverse scales. If it was a friend who said a few words when joking, Yuni wouldn't care, but the first few people were not included. You. Shinichi Maki was about to say something when Yuni cut him off. Let me come. Yuni stared coldly at the 5 people across from him, and the 5 people who looked at them felt uncomfortable. Stinky boy, do you want to fight? Yuni glanced at the basketball in the hands of the 5 people across from the corners of his mouth. Trash. You choose whether you want to play basketball or fight. The 5 ruffian college students were stunned by what Yuni said. Oh. Seeing how tall you are, it looks like he can play basketball too. Ha ha ha. I really don't know what to do, our eldest brother is a basketball player known as the star of tomorrow, just because you want to compare with our eldest brother. Yuni said coldly. Why don't you dare? Or you're just trash talking big, even a high school student like me would cringe. Ask for flowers 0. The 5 ruffian college students looked at Donghuang Yuni angrily, and then saw Gong Liulai, who was holding Yuni's hand, with a sinister smile. Okay. What if you lose and give your girl to our big brother? Hearing this, Gong Liulai immediately became angry, and just as she was about to say something, she found that Yuni squeezed her hand hard to signal her to be relieved. Yuni said colder than before. I won't take other people's bets, what if I lose my eyes and gouge them out for you? When Yuni said this, the alien aura spread out from his body, making the surrounding air a bit colder. The other 3 and Shinichi Maki felt a shudder. The 5 ruffian college students swallowed and spit at the same time. You, don't mess around. 99. Forget it, we still have something to do, let's go first. Yuni smiled coldly. 10 minutes later, 5 half-dead college students were lying on the ground in a field. They were covered in scars. Some were covering their legs, some were covering their noses, and some were covering their stomachs, but none of them could really get up. 0. Yuni and his party of 5 walked out of the field without looking at the field and walked towards the seafood restaurant. When leaving, Kiyota Nobunaga was very excited to talk to Shinichi Maki and Seijuro about the scene just now. Although Kiyota Nobunaga is arrogant, but it is the first time to fight, not to mention the normal way of fighting in basketball today. He never thought that basketball could be played like this, and seeing Donghuang Yuni's freestyle play just now makes his blood boil. Soon a group of 5 people came to the seafood restaurant. Donghuang Yuni said proudly. I'm in a good mood today, don't be polite and eat whatever you want. Kiyota Nobunaga immediately took Seijuro to choose the food after hearing Donghuang Yuni's words. Shinichi Maki also shook his head helplessly. Yuni took Gong Liulai's hand and said. Senior AMU, you're welcome, this is what I prepared in advance for your practice. 35. Shinichi Maki was taken aback and looked at Donghuang Yuni for a while. Ha ha ha. Good. I accepted this gift. After speaking, Shinichi Maki also left to choose his own food. Several people quickly selected various foods, and then gathered at a relatively large table to wait for the arrival of the food. Donghuang Yuni said to Shinichi Maki while waiting. Tomorrow's champion must be Shohoku, anyone with a discerning eye should be able to see that. The 3 of Shinichi Maki also nodded, they did not deny what Donghuang Yuni said. Yuni spoke again at this time. I don't like ordinary victories, so tomorrow I will impress Mingpeng industry. The three of Shinichi Maki were a little puzzled by Donghuang Yuni's thoughts. Yuni said with a smile. Actually, you should go to see our game tomorrow. You will know when the time comes. In this way, a few people chatted and laughed and ate delicious food until the afternoon before they dispersed for 10. Chapter 88. In the evening Shihoko everyone did not rest after eating, and everyone gathered to talk about tomorrow's finals. Gorilla, tomorrow's opponent is that wide guy. 35. Sakuragi, could you be quieter? Big idiot. It was really noisy. Yuni just sat aside, silently watching a few people playing tricks on the opposite side. Soon the scene became quiet after a long time. Akashi Take Nori said after stabilizing the commotion, seeing Donghuang Yuni in a daze. Yuni, did you really decide not to attack tomorrow's game? As soon as these words came out, others also turned to look at Donghuang Yuni. Yuni nodded without hesitation. Seeing that Yuni is so determined, Akashi Take Nori doesn't say anything more, who makes Yuni the strongest. What can I do if I don't want to, hey? The captain is helpless. Sakuragi Hanamichi didn't care much, and said that he was still self-centered. Ha ha ha. Fang has updated the gorilla. With my genius, I will definitely defeat that wide Mei 10. Hisashi Mitsui couldn't listen anymore, and rubbed his brows. What's so wide? It's Mori Shige-kwan, idiot. Yuni also sighed when he saw that Akashi Take Nori was still a little worried. I said, don't you just stay at home. Don't worry. Although it's the final, don't you want to win the championship with your own strength? 5. As soon as these words came out, everyone bowed their heads in silence, only to realize that they had relied on Donghuang Yuni too much before. Over time, the consciousness will make oneself think about what to do without the other party. Seeing that everyone found out about their own problems, Yuni also smiled. Okay, I'll leave it to the four of you tomorrow. As long as you can score a goal, the championship will be ours. All you have to do is to attack as much as you like. After saying that, Yuni went back to his room to rest. After Yuni left, everyone gradually calmed down. At this moment, Akashi Take Nori clenched his fists and found that Donghuang Yuni was more suitable to be the captain of this team than himself. Then Akashi Take Nori released his fist and showed a smile. The eyes of the other four also gradually firmed up, and the fighting spirit was boiling. The next morning, all college basketball clubs and basketball fans got up early in the morning to prepare to watch today's finals. And reporters from major basketball newspapers also came to the Hiroshima Gymnasium in advance to start the layout. Today, there is an emperor like Shihoko Academy duel, who also has absolute dominance at the basket. Of course, people with bad eyes would think so. Some people with eyesight are different, they still think that Donghuang Yuni is more likely to win. Although Sen Zhongquan is strong, compared to Donghuang Yuni, I don't know how to compare, it's just a piece of scum, and it can be wiped out at the click of a finger. Soon the gym was full. Aida Yayoi, who came to the sidelines early, was also very surprised. She knew that there would be a lot of spectators in the final, but she really did not expect that there would be so many. Full house, oh no! It's not full house anymore, it's full except for the venue. At this time, Donghuang Yuni and others in the Shihoko lounge had already changed their clothes and were discussing countermeasures in a circle. Akashi Take Nori drew with pen and paper and kept talking. First we need to. Then Kaed Rukawa. Besides, Mitsui, you have to pay attention to the other parties. Donghuang Yuni sat next to him and didn't listen to any countermeasures. His task today was simply to stay under his own basket and repel all incoming enemies. On the other side, Mingpeng Industry is different. In the Mingpeng Industrial Lounge, the coach of Mingpeng Industry is talking to the players. Listen, our opponents today are different than ever. They are very strong, not weaker than Sunahai at all, even stronger than Sunahai. The coach turned to look at a tall, muscular, inch-headed man sitting in the corner. The man was tall and had a contemptuous smile on his face. This person is Mori Chungquan from Mingpeng Industry, 199 centimeters tall and 100 kilograms in weight. A Quan. Do you have confidence in the opponent's number 99? He is not comparable to those opponents you have met before. Sen Zhongquan still said with a contemptuous evil smile on his face. Ah! Is that so? It's good to just destroy it at that time. The coach was very helpless when he heard this. He was very optimistic about Sen Zhongquan, but Sen Zhongquan's character always gave him a headache. That's good, except for number 99, no one else can be underestimated. Number 11 Kaed Rukawa is Shihoko's second ace, number 14 Hisashi Mitsui is also a star player in his junior high school, and the red-haired 10 it's also a little too threatening. Cough. The coach coughed twice and continued. The rest of Akaji Take Nori and Miyagi Ryota, needless to say, you should all be familiar with it. The major colleges and universities in the auditorium in the stadium are also talking about the game. In one corner of the auditorium, a group of Kanan High School, Ryanan High School, and Shoyo High School stood together and discussed. Although Fujima Kenji lost the game, he will not give up basketball for this. After all, he will continue to play basketball after he is promoted to college. What's more, he is also very interested in Donghwang Yuni, and he also heard about wildness and zone from Sendo and Shinichi Maki. It's more interesting to him. Although his body is not as good as Maki's, he doesn't think his talent will be inferior to Shinichi Maki. So he also has great confidence to develop wildness as well. As for the zone, he still has self-knowledge, even Shinichi Maki can't enter, so his words are probably not enough. Amu, Sendo, what do you think of this game? Sendo asked suspiciously. Do you mean who will win Shihoku or Mingpeng Industry, or who will win Mori and Donghwang Yuni? Have it all. Shinichi Maki interrupted at this time. Fujima, it seems that you still don't know Donghwang Yuni very well. Now I can defeat Mingpeng Industry with just a few fingers, even if they call the monster Mori Shige Quan. The winner must be Shihoku, and Donghwang Yuni must be the strongest. Fujima Kenji heard Shinichi Maki's words and did not refute anything. He knew Shinichi Maki. Since Shinichi Maki said so, there must be something he doesn't know. That's one of the reasons why he came to watch the game today. Then Sendo seemed to remember something. Oh. By the way, you didn't watch the previous games, but you should have heard of some. Fujima Kenji wondered. Hey? You mean Donghwang Yuni? Sendo nodded and said seriously. Donghwang Yuni's strength is more than what you have seen before, it is unfathomable enough to express his strength. Seeing Sendo's serious look, Fujima Kenji became more and more curious. He did hear the rumors about Donghwang Yuni before, but he really couldn't believe that one person could do that. But so many people are also discussing, and he has also read the newspapers and periodicals released by major newspapers. Shinichi Maki interrupted at this time. I'll find out after the game starts, but that guy said he won't attack in today's 1.0 day game. Sendo is a little bit different. Ah? Don't attack? What do you mean? Shinichi Maki didn't speak, just gave a thoughtful smile. Fujima Kenji knows Shinichi Maki fairly well, and he is thoughtful when he sees Shinichi Maki's expression. Not attacking? You don't mean he's going to stay in his basket all the time? 35. Sendo also looked at Shinichi Maki in disbelief after hearing Fujima Kenji's explanation. Shinichi Maki also sighed when he looked at the two of them. I said that the two of you must have forgotten the time when Shihoku Zero sealed Takahata. Fujima Kenji and Sendo's pupil shrank. Could that guy want to? Shinichi Maki nodded. He said before that he doesn't want to win too ordinary. Everyone was silent, not saying a word for a long time. Soon the noise in the auditorium began to roar, and the three of them saw that the game was about to start soon, and the players of the two teams were about to come out. Chapter 89. In the Hiroshima Gymnasium, the sound of the broadcast suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. The finals of the national competition are about to begin. Now, we invite players from both sides to play. As soon as they heard two door openings, the audience saw that the doors of the passageway opened almost at the same time, and Shohoku and a group of people from Mingpeng Industry walked out of the passageway and appeared in front of everyone. At this time, the radio sounded again. First of all, we would like to introduce the players from both sides. First of all, Mingpeng Industry. Number 4, Captain, Point Guard, Nori Nakayama. Ah! It's the captain of Mingpeng. It is said that he is a famous point guard in high school. 35. Number 6, Shooting Guard, Dor Saburo. Soro. Saburo. Saburo. Wow! It's Daimon Saburo, he is comparable to Suna's Matsumoto Minoru. 35. Amazing! Number 7, Small Forward, Morishima's Division. Number 5, Power Forward, Maeda Longjaiu. Number 15, Center, Morishige Kwan. Ah, so tall. This guy is 2 meters tall. 35. It's Morishige Kwan, the devil of Mingpeng Industry. 66. Forest is heavy and wide, forest is heavy and wide, forest is heavy and wide. Morishijikan destroyed Shohoku. Kwan. Step on Shohoku. 25. Next up is Shohoku High School. Number 4, Captain, Center, Akashi Take Nori. It's Akashi Take Nori, so strong. Looks like a bit of a skill. Number 14, Shooting Guard, Hisashi Mitsui. What a handsome man, a shooting guard. That's the star player in Daxia. Number 11, Small Forward, Kaed Rukawa. Ah, ah, ah. It's Kaed Rukawa. Kaed Rukawa, I love you. Kaed Rukawa, I love you. Kaed Rukawa, I love you. He's Kaed Rukawa from Fukyu High School. Shohoku's super trump card has appeared. Number 10, Power Forward, Sakuragi Hanamichi. Hearing the name of Sakuragi Hanamichi, several people from Sakuragi's gang banged and screamed with drinks bottles with stones. Sakuragi! Come on! Sakuragi! Come on! It's the redhead. It was pretty good before. 35. After the introduction of Sakuragi Hanamichi, the broadcast paused and sounded again. The last is number 99, Donghwang Yuni. I don't know if the organizer did not mention Donghwang Yuni's location on purpose or not, but only said Donghwang Yuni's name and jersey number. But despite this, there was an overwhelming shout from the audience seat, which made people's ears go numb. Ah, ah, ah! It's Donghwang Yuni. It's a legend. The king of high school basketball. Emperor, Emperor, Emperor. Master Donghwang, it's Master Donghwang. I wonder how many points he can score today. I heard he can beat a team alone. What is this? He has a lot of tricks, he can shoot anywhere on the court. And his magic-like disappearance method, the next Mingpeng Industry will be over. Hearing the cheers on the field, all the college players present were shocked. Sendo smiled wryly. This is really exaggerated. Fujima Kenji also agreed. I can't believe that an unnamed first-year student who has just entered the school has become so famous in just one summer. Shinichi Maki also nodded and said. Although it was expected, but this kind of scene is really stressful. Everyone in Mingpeng Industry looked up to Donghwang Yuni when they heard the shouting from the audience. The coach frowned, feeling a little bad in his heart. He has never encountered such cheers, even in the NBA, few people have this level of cheers. Sen Zhongquan looked at Donghwang Yuni, his eyes were cold and stern, but his expression still had a contemptuous smile. It's really noisy. Annoying guy. The coach glanced at Donghwang Yuni and said immediately. Let's go. We should get ready to play. Miyaruri and Akaji Haruko were also shouting loudly at the railing on the second floor of the auditorium. Go on brother, go on Kaed Rukawa, go on Yuni, go on Shihoku. Yuni, come on. Yuni, come on. On the Shihoku bench. Donghwang Yuni and everyone are almost ready. Hisashi Mitsui and Miyagi Ryota once again had a quick discussion and finally decided to play half-time. After the crowd formed a circle to cheer, they walked onto the stage. Looking at the group of Mingpeng Industry and his party, Yuni has no emotions. Now, with his strength, even against the NBA's ace players, he can't let it go. Mori Shigehiro said to Akaji Takenori in front of him with a contemptuous smile. You guys are annoying. Especially the number 99, I really want to kill him. Sen Zhongquan squinted Donghwang Yuni, and was even more upset when he saw that Donghwang Yuni didn't pay attention to him at all. Akaji Takenori replied without showing weakness. You beat us first. Sen Zhongquan's smile became even more sinister. At this moment, the whistle for the start of the game resounded in everyone's ears. The game between Shihoku High School and Mingpeng Industry begins now. The whistle is dropped from his mouth, and the basketball is thrown upwards in his hand. Just as the basketball was at its peak, Akaji Takenori and Mori Shichikan jumped up to grab the basketball at the same time. Soon Mori Shichikan unceremoniously took the lead out of the basketball. The basketball flew very fast, and flew straight to Sakuragi Hanamichi's face. Sakuragi Hanamichi and Shihoku were startled and hurriedly dodged sideways. With a bang, the basketball fell out of bounds after hitting the ground. Sakuragi Hanamichi looked at Mori Shigekane angrily. You guy! Akaji Takenori and the others also looked at Mori Shigekara angrily. Sen Zhongquan said 510 indifferently with a contemptuous evil smile. Oh! I'm just fighting for the ball, it's too weak. Shihoku and the others all gritted their teeth when they saw Mori Shichikan's appearance. On the Shihoku bench, Miyagi Ryota also clenched my fist and cursed. This guy is intentional, it must be intentional. Ayako said with a frown at this time. Even if he did it on purpose, we can't do anything about it, because he was just grabbing the ball normally within the rules, and he didn't hurt anyone maliciously. We couldn't do anything about him. In the audience, Fujima Kenji, Sendo, and Shinichi Maki frowned slightly when they saw this scene. That guy must have done it on purpose just now. Fujima Kenji nodded. But even if he did it on purpose, Shihoku can't do anything about it. Shinichi Maki also nodded and said. Sen Zhongquan is such a player. He uses his physical fitness and speed and strength beyond the big one to crush his opponents, and even cause his opponents to end up injured. More importantly, all his actions are within the scope of the rules. In this way, starting from this shot by Mori Shigehiro, the final of the national competition, the competition between Shihoku High School and Mibo Industry officially kicked off. Yuni turned around and walked towards his own basket, and while turning around, Yuni spoke to the crowd. Okay, I'll leave the rest to you, don't let me down. Hearing Yuni's words, Akaji Takenori calmed down. Chapter 90. Since the basketball was thrown out of bounds by Mori Shichikan, it now belongs to Shihoku to serve. Sakuragi Hanamichi passed the ball to Hisashi Mitsui at the boundary line. Hisashi Mitsui immediately signaled to Akaji Takenori to help the pick and roll after receiving the pass from Sakuragi Hanamichi. Soon under the screen of Akaji Takenori, Hisashi Mitsui dribbled the ball to the three-point line of Mibo Industry. Hisashi Mitsui didn't hesitate to jump up and shoot. Just when the basketball was just shot, Mori Shichikan appeared in front of Hisashi Mitsui at an unknown time, and with a slap and a big hot pot, the basketball thrown by Hisashi Mitsui was slapped and flew out. Hisashi Mitsui's eyes widened and he fell from the air. He didn't expect Mori Shigekwan to be so fast, despite his size and agility. Taking a deep breath, he turned his head to see that the basketball fell into Kaerukawa's hands. Kaerukawa caught the ball and dribbled it from the three-point line down the sideline to the inside. Akashi Take Nori and Hisashi Mitsui blocked Mori at the same time to give Kaerukawa a chance. Seeing Kaerukawa going inside for a dunk, Mori Shigekari glanced contemptuously at Akashi Take Nori and Hisashi Mitsui who were defending him. Akashi Take Nori and Hisashi Mitsui took a step back at the collision. As soon as Mori Shijukan rushed forward, Akashi Take Nori and Hisashi Mitsui were immediately knocked to the ground. Mori Shijukan came to the basket and jumped up, reaching out to give Kaerukawa a big hot pot. Kaerukawa was also surprised when he saw this, and immediately stopped and passed the ball to Sakuragi Hanamichi who came from behind. Sakuragi Hanamichi got the ball and jumped straight for a slam dunk. Morishima gave Sakuragi Hanamichi a contemptuous look, then jumped up and slapped the basketball in Sakuragi Hanamichi's hand again. Pop! Bang! Sakuragi Hanamichi was abruptly knocked to the ground by Mori Shijukan. My ankle almost twisted. Sakuragi Hanamichi looked at Mori Shigekane in shock and anger. Damn guy, you completely angered me. Akashi Take Nori immediately grabbed Sakuragi Hanamichi when he saw the situation. Sakuragi, calm down. Sakuragi Hanamichi was appeased by the joint consolation of Akashi Take Nori and Hisashi Mitsui. Yuni stood motionless under his basket, looking blankly at what was happening in front of him. The colleges and the audience in the auditorium couldn't see why Donghwang Yuni didn't attack. The scene suddenly became a little noisy. Isn't that number 99 afraid? What are you doing in your own basket all the time? Shut up, Master Donghwang is invincible. Hearing the ridicule of everyone on the field, Gong Liulai standing on the second floor pouted a little dissatisfied. And Sendo, Fujima Kenji, and Shinichi Maki smiled playfully when they heard what these people said. How can ordinary people who don't understand anything understand Donghwang Yuni's thoughts? Donghwang Yuni wants to do things that no one can ever do. On the field. After Sakuragi Hanamichi was covered, the ball fell to Nori Nakayama, a point guard from Mibo Industries. Dianli Zhongshan showed his white teeth after receiving the ball. Well done Akwan. Nori Nakayama glanced at the Shohoku crowd with disdain, then dribbled the ball towards Shohoku's basket. Soon Nori Nakayama dribbled the ball past halftime, and just after halftime, Nori Nakayama was caught up by Kaerukawa in the back. Kaerukawa tried to block in front of Nori Nakayama, but Nori Nakayama turned the ball with a smile and passed the ball to his own defender Daimon Saburo. The defender was naturally Hisashi Mitsui. Daimon Saburo received the ball, changed hands, and made a fake to trick Hisashi Mitsui. Then he jumped up behind Hisashi Mitsui and was ready to shoot. Before Daimon Saburo threw the ball out of his ear, a voice came. Want to shoot a three-pointer? I don't know when Donghwang Yuni appeared in front of Daimon Saburo, and a big hand firmly patted the basketball in Daimon Saburo's hand. Slap! With a bang, a big hot pot brought a beautiful big hot pot to Daimon Saburo. The scene was quiet, and then there was shouting. Donghwang is arrogant. Sure enough, it's still my Mr. Donghwang. Nice Yuni. Gong Liulai also proudly raised her small breasts when she saw this, like a rooster that won a battle. Look! That's my man. Fujima Kenji's pupils shrank when he saw this. He didn't see how Donghwang Yuni appeared there, just like he appeared in front of Daimon Saburo in an instant. Sendo and Shinichi Maki were also a little confused, and the two of them didn't notice Donghwang Yuni's movements just now. Not to mention Sendo, even with the current Shinichi Maki, I can't see it clearly. Everyone in Mingpeng Industry was even more confused, not knowing what happened just now. But the basketball was still alive. Kaerukawa was about to step forward to grab the ball when he was blocked by Nakayama Nori, who had been prepared. Ryoji Morishima took the lead in receiving the ball. Okay, let's continue. As soon as the voice fell, Morishima's division rushed directly into Shohoku's inside line. Just as he was about to take off, the ball in his hand disappeared. When Morishima regained his senses, he realized that the basketball had appeared in Donghwang Yuni's hands at some point. Yuni looked at Akashi Takenori with the ball in both hands. "I'm not going to score in this game, so you guys go for it and get on it." After saying that, Yuni passed the ball to Sakuragi Hanamichi. Sakuragi Hanamichi did not move after receiving the ball, as did several others from Shohoku. They all looked at Donghwang Yuni blankly. They seemed to understand what Donghwang Yuni meant, but they couldn't believe what Donghwang Yuni wanted to do. Yuni saw that they were still in a daze and spoke again. "What? Is there any problem?" After Donghwang Yuni asked this question, Sakuragi Hanamichi was relieved. Sakuragi Hanamichi smiled excitedly. "Looks like it's interesting." Kaed Rukawa remained silent, but his eyes became a little crazy and sharp. Hisashi Mitsui tilted his neck. "If that's the case, then come." 99. The corners of Akashi Takenori's mouth were also slightly raised, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. "Humph! Always come up with something inexplicable. Come on." After long-term contact, the Shohoku people and Donghwang Yuni developed some tacit understanding. Judging from the two results of Yuni's shot just now, an idea emerged in their hearts at the same time, that is, Yuni will not let any of the Mingpeng industry players throw a basketball into Shohoku's basket in this game. That is to say, the purpose of Donghwang Yuni in this game is to completely eliminate Mingpeng industry. Their trust in Donghwang Yuni has long been lost, Li does, and since Donghwang Yuni has made a decision as a teammate, they will naturally go all out to score. This is also a contest with Donghwang Yuni in disguise. They have long wanted to compete with Donghwang Yuni. Although they thought so, they never had any confidence to challenge Donghwang Yuni. But today Donghwang Yuni gave them this chance. "You are welcome." They are responsible for scoring. Donghwang Yuni is responsible for not letting the opponent score. Although the final result cannot prove anything, it is a rare chance to fight against Donghwang Yuni, and they will not miss this opportunity. So Mingpeng industry and the audience outside the venue saw that the atmosphere of Shohoku was inexplicably strange. At the moment, Akashi Takenori, Kaed Rukawa, Sakuragi Hanamichi, Hisashi Mitsui, and Miyagi Ryota on the bench also exuded a fighting spirit against Donghwang Yuni. This strange scene made everyone outside the venue a little confused. Donghwang Yuni also felt the fighting spirit emanating from them, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Chapter 91. The aura emanating from Shohoku's fierce fighting spirit can even be felt by viewers in the distance. Wow! Shohoku's fighting spirit is so strong. 35. Don't they attach so much importance to the Mingpeng industry? Probably not. Shohoku never had such a strong will to fight against Seno. Do you think it's strange? I always feel that Shohoku's fighting spirit is not against the famous Friends industry. There was a wave in the auditorium, and the three of Shinichi Maki in the corner of the auditorium also frowned at the Shohoku people off the field. That's weird. Sendo scratched his head and said. Do you feel something is not right? It's true, I also feel a little strange. Shohoku's fighting spirit is strong, but I always feel that Shohoku is not fighting with Mingpeng industry. Shinichi Maki's eyes lit up when he heard Fujima Kenji's words, and he seemed to understand Shohoku's current situation. I really want to know, Shohoku, they are in a civil war now. Both of them were a little confused when they heard Shinichi Maki's words. Ah? Civil war? What's the meaning? It means that Shohoku and the others are accepting the post from Donghwang Yuni. You should have noticed that Donghwang Yuni defended just now. I felt a little strange just now that even if the defense grabbed the ball, it would pass out immediately. However, Donghwang Yuni held the ball and said those words to Akashi and the others. This is the battle post. It is impossible for Shohoku to compete with each other in the game. Presumably, the others at 510 Shohoku are also very clear that they are not Donghwang Yuni's opponent. So Donghuang Yuni gave up offense and chose defense. Fujima Kenji and Sendo seem to understand, some understand what Shinichi Maki said and some don't. Shinichi Maki continued seeing the expressions of the two. That is, Donghuang Yuni chooses to defend and the other four choose to attack. Donghuang Yuni's side defends more balls, or Shihoku's other four score more points. After listening to Shinichi Maki's explanation, the two suddenly realized that they looked at Donghuang Yuni off the court with burning eyes, and they admired Donghuang Yuni more and more. He is like an endless treasure, and he is extremely smart and can see through people's hearts and use them to arrange countermeasures. Such people are more than enough to be called emperors. On the court, Sakuragi Hanamichi strode the basketball for speed, and he wanted to slam the dunk hard. He wanted to win, and even more wanted to win against Donghuang Yuni, so he excitedly jumped to the three-point line of Mingpeng Industry, and he remembered the shooting star dunk by Donghuang Yuni before. What is that idiot doing? Akashi Takenori knew it was going to be bad seeing the way Sakuragi Hanamichi looked. As expected, Sakuragi Hanamichi jumped in the air and held the ball with one hand, looking like he was about to dunk, but the tall figure that appeared gave him cold water. The figure standing in front of Sakuragi Hanamichi is Mori Shigekane. In fact, Mori Shigekane is nothing if he doesn't block Sakuragi Hanamichi. The reason is that Sakuragi Hanamichi can't dunk from there, he doesn't have the jumping power of Donghuang Yuni. However, Mori Shigekane is a person who likes to drive the enemy into the abyss, so he shot. Clap. A sound. A slap slapped the basketball with Sakuragi Hanamichi to the ground. Bang. With a bang, Sakuragi Hanamichi sat on the ground for a long time without getting up. With bloodshot eyes, Sakuragi Hanamichi gritted his teeth and stared at Mori Shigekane in front of him. Damn guy, if it wasn't for the game I would have killed you. What are you still doing sitting there? Just make a substitution if you don't want to play. Hearing this, Sakuragi Hanamichi became even more angry. Damn Kaed Rukawa, you fox, what did you say? Kaed Rukawa didn't even look at Sakuragi Hanamichi, just ignored it. Sakuragi Hanamichi clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Seeing this, Akashi Takenori couldn't bear it any longer and gave Sakuragi Hanamichi a gorilla punch to subdue Sakuragi Hanamichi. Give me peace. Since the ball just now touched Sakuragi Hanamichi's hand, it went out of bounds, so the right to serve is on Mibo Kojyo's side. Ryu Umeda passed the ball to Nori Nakayama and went to defend in front of Sakuragi Hanamichi. Nori Nakayama dribbled the ball quickly to Shihoku's half. Hisashi Mitsui was very close to Nori Nakayama, but he didn't act rashly. Now Shihoku is 4v5, and if they act rashly, the opponent will definitely choose to pass the ball. Nori Nakayama glanced at Hisashi Mitsui defiantly, and saw that the opponent's movement in his hand suddenly changed to speed up the dribble movement. Nori Nakayama quickly came to Shihoku's three-point line and made a shot. Hisashi Mitsui couldn't help but shot directly to block. However, the basketball was not intercepted, and Nori Nakayama threw it straight up, and the basketball flew over the palm of Hisashi Mitsui. Kfei. Hisashi Mitsui was shocked, it was a pass. Then Hisashi Mitsui felt a gust of wind blowing from behind, and then a figure covered his field of vision. It was Mori Shijiko who jumped up to catch the ball and dunk. Go on. Crush them, Akwan. Mori Chung jumped up wide and high, caught the basketball with both hands, and when he was about to dunk the basketball into the basket, he suddenly found a light in his hand. Bang! Sound. Mori's broad hands were on the basket and looked at the ground below. There is no sound of basketball entering the net, no sound of basketball falling. He was very surprised that the basketball had disappeared, when the voice of his own captain came from behind. Behind Akwan. Mori Shige's loose hands landed and immediately looked back. He saw Donghuang Yuni who appeared behind him at some point with his back to him, holding the basketball that disappeared from his hand. How is it possible? When was it snatched by him? Sen Zhongquan looked at Donghuang Yuni with sharper eyes, and as soon as he stepped on, he rushed towards Donghuang Yuni, trying to steal the basketball in his hand. But just when his palm was about to touch the basketball, Donghuang Yuni disappeared from his eyes. At this time, Donghuang Yuni used his sight to induce directly from the front of Mori Shichikan to his back, and the ball in Yuni's hand had already been passed to Akashi Tekanori's hand. Everyone in the Mingpeng industry was shocked. Zhongshan Dianli shouted, "Hurry up and stop them, return to defense. Quickly return to defense." After receiving the ball, Akashi Tekanori rushed towards the Meppen Industries half without hesitation. Before half-time, Akashi Tekanori passed the ball to Kaed Rukawa who was running ahead. Kaed Rukawa received the ball and came to the three-point line of Mingpeng Industry and did not stop, but rushed directly to the inside line, jumped up with 1 step, 2 steps and 3 steps, and then put the basketball in his hand firmly into the basket. Brush. 2-0. The two sides scored for the first time in nearly 4 minutes of the game. Shinichi Maki sighed as he watched all this happen. Looks like Shohoku still wins. Sendo didn't speak, but Fujima Kenji, who was beside him, looked at Shinichi Maki. "You're so confident in Shohoku?" Shinichi Maki said with a sympathetic smile. "I don't have confidence in Shohoku, I have confidence in him. You haven't seen Fujima's current strength, but what I can tell you is that the current me can completely abuse the previous me." Fujima Kenji's pupil shrank, not daring to speak. "Wild." Sendo interjected at this time. "Not only Yo. Amu can also use the wildness to improve himself and enter the zone for a short time, you must have heard of the zone too." Fujima Kenji was in a defensive cardiac arrest and had some difficulty breathing. "So you also?" Shinichi Maki shook his head with a wry smile. "You think too much, it's not a real zone, you should have seen the final state of Shohoku during the county competition. That kind of zone that is called not a real zone is a pseudo zone." Taking a deep breath, Fujima Kenji finally understood why Shinichi Maki believed that Donghuang Yuni would win the game. He understood that there was some kind of tacit understanding between the strong and the strong, and maybe people with wildness and zone may also have the same opinion. Kind of tacit understanding. Chapter 92. In the Hiroshima Gymnasium, the scoreboard's 2-0 was particularly noticeable. It was the only goal in nearly 5 minutes and Mingpeng Industry called a timeout. At the end of the game, the faces of the first few people from Mingpeng Industry were not very good looking. Mori Shichekwan's contemptuous eyes also became slightly distorted. On the Shohoku bench, the faces of the starters were very calm, but it could be seen that the expressions of the other 4 except Donghuang Yuni were a little dissatisfied. It took only about 5 minutes to score a goal, which was too far from their goal, only because Donghuang Yuni fulfilled his promise and did not allow the opponent to score a point. The responses of the major universities in the audience were surprisingly consistent. They knew how strong Mingpeng Industry was, and some schools even played against Mingpeng Industry. This is also where they can't believe that the Mingpeng Industry, who once crushed the opponent, was crushed to such a degree by Shohoku that they didn't score a point in nearly 5 minutes. It's unbelievable. Mingpeng Industries' attacks were almost all blocked by Donghuang Yuni alone, which also shows how terrifying that Donghuang Yuni is from the side. An impeccable defense. Exclamations erupted from the Shohoku bench. "Is that one of your tricks too?" 35. Yuni shook her head and replied. "This is not a skill, it should be said to be a talent. In short, you can score as much as you like. Under normal circumstances, I will not let the opponent score easily in the 3-point area." Hearing Yuni's words, everyone looked at him numbly, and this was the first time that Yuni was shocked. The entire 3-point area is Donghuang Yuni's defensive range, you can't believe this kind of thing. But this kind of thing happened like this. The whistle sounded, and soon the players from both sides played again. At the beginning of the game, Mingpeng Industry took the ball to forcibly break through like a chicken blood. Shohoku. Everyone came to the Shohoku half. Soon Morishima dribbled the ball to the three-point line to prepare for a three-point shot, but just as Donghwang Yuni flashed in front of him, the hand that was about to wave immediately stopped, took the ball back and forcibly passed it to the door Saburo on the other side. This move shocked everyone, including everyone in Shohoku. Missed. Could it be that Donghwang Yuni is going to lose the ball? While everyone was thinking so, Damon Saburo had already caught the ball in his hand and jumped up to shoot. As soon as the basketball was shot, everyone heard a pop, and Damon Saburo saw that the basketball he had thrown was shot back by Donghwang Yuni mercilessly. Wind. When? Isn't he still in the air over there? How could he be here? Damon Saburo showed a stunned expression. It's not just him, the teacher Morishima on the other side is also stunned. He didn't understand how the person who was still in front of him suddenly appeared in front of Damon Saburo. Although he was forced to pass the ball just now, he had some fake moves to deceive Donghwang Yuni. No matter how fast his moves were, it shouldn't be like this. How would he know that Donghwang Yuni is not just beyond the speed of ordinary people, but his judgment, reflexes, vision, etc. are no longer at the level of ordinary people? This shot of Donghwang Yuni made the hearts of everyone in Mingpeng Industry sink. The basketball hit the ground and was caught by Hisashi Mitsui, who came over. Soon Shohoku started a quick counterattack. Hisashi Mitsui quickly dribbled the ball to the three-point line in the half-court of Mingpeng Industrial. Hisashi Mitsui jumped up with both feet, and then his body slowly leaned back and then shot. Fallback jumper. Brush. Basketball into the net. 5-0. Shohoku scored another goal. Mori Konkwan's expression became a little grim. He wanted to defeat Shohoku, and he wanted to abolish the entire group one by one. Mori Shigekwan looked at his captain and signaled his captain to pass the ball. Nakayama Dianli glanced at Mori Chongquan and passed the ball to Mori Chongquan. After receiving the ball, Mori Shigekwan slightly bent his body and dribbled the ball forward. After seeing Mori Shigekori dribbling the ball past half-time, Akaji Takenori blocked it forward. Mori Shigekari looked at Akaji Takenori with contempt, and Akaji Takenori almost fell backwards. Mori Shigekane walked forward step by step against Akaji Takenori, and suddenly Mori Shigekon's speed became straight and Akaji Takenori was knocked out in a conventional way. Akaji Takenori fell to the ground hard. The referee did not call a foul, because Mori Shigekan made a normal breakthrough just now, and the fall caused by Akaji Takenori's blocking error during the breakthrough. Akaji Takenori was lying on the ground and slowly got up, and was extremely horrified. He knew very well his own body that he was knocked down by Sen Chongquan so domineeringly. One can imagine how strong Sen Chongquan's physical fitness and strength are. Mori Chongquan came to Shohoku inside and jumped up with both hands holding the ball to teach Donghwang Yuni a lesson. He had to press Donghwang Yuni directly from the air to the ground. The moment Yuni watched Sen Zhongquan jump up in front of his eyes, he started to move. Donghwang Yuni also jumped to the right, then stretched out his hand to retract the basketball in Sen Zhongquan's hands, and easily grabbed the basketball back from Sen Zhongquan's hands. He knew very well what Sen Zhongquan was going to do. Naturally, he wouldn't just slam into it stupidly. Of course, even if he slammed into it, he wasn't afraid. It's too boring. For flowers. 0. After Yuni grabbed the basketball, he threw the ball in the air in the direction of Mingpeng Industrial's basket. Kaed Rukawa was the fastest, and when he saw Donghwang Yuni's move, he rushed out immediately. Kaed Rukawa quickly came to the basket of Mingpeng Industry. Kaed Rukawa immediately jumped up to catch the flying basketball, then turned 90 degrees and made a dunk, dunking the basketball into the basket. 7-0. Nakayama Nori frowned and commanded tactics to avoid Shohoku's fast break, which once again happened with his own basket unguarded. Soon Mingpeng Industry served again, and Dianli Zhongshan was very cautious this time. He carefully dribbled the ball to Shohoku's half, and this time he was going to catch Shihoko off guard. Nori Nakayama has no one to guard him now, and he came to Shihoko's 3-point line calmly. 0. Just then he changed hands to dribble, and then came to the inside to jump up to make a shot. Donghwang Yuni's speed was very fast, and he blocked his shooting line in an instant. As if he had expected it, Nori Nakayama's shooting posture changed from shooting to passing, and passed the ball to Damon Saburo from beyond the 3-point line. The corners of Zhongshan Dianli's mouth twitched up. This time I'll see how you can prevent it from being so far away. Yuni is also quite helpless when he sees such a confident Nakayama. Nori, does this guy think I'm so capable? At this time, Yuni's body center of gravity moved down, and fell to the ground from the air as quickly as a heavy weight. Then, when the vamp touched the ground, it twisted, and a sound of sneakers rubbing against the ground sounded, and Yuni appeared in front of Damon Saburo like a teleportation. Damon Saburo, who was about to shoot, widened his eyes. Is this guy a monster? Why is he still chasing after him? I clearly noticed his position just now. Damon Saburo gritted his teeth and threw the basketball out of his hand, but only heard a pop, and the basketball was shot directly by Donghwang Yuni. Exactly the same as before, the basketball quickly swept across the face of Saburo's face with a lingering wind mercilessly. When Damon Saburo landed, he was still unable to recover from the shock just now. Others from Mingpeng Industry were also staring at Donghwang Yuni, gnashing their teeth and wishing to tear him to pieces. Especially for Sen Zhongquan, his eyes were filled with anger, and when he looked carefully, his body was still shaking slightly, like a wild beast. Yuni was indifferent to this, and calmly glanced at the group of famous friends in the industry. If you want to score, there is no way, I am absolute. As soon as he finished speaking, Donghwang Yuni's 3-colored eyes flashed with a red halo, which was the Emperor Eye Plus. Chapter 93. Seeing the change in Donghwang Yuni's eyes, everyone felt that there was a change in Donghwang Yuni's body, as if he looked down at all beings like an emperor reigning over the world. There was an invisible pressure in Mingpeng Industry, they felt that they were incomparably small under Donghwang Yuni's eyes. The same is true for Sen Chongquan, he felt that Donghwang Yuni was like an insurmountable mountain, and he couldn't breathe. Sen Zhongquan gritted his teeth, trying to get rid of this bad feeling. He wanted to knock down the person on the opposite side until he was thrown into hell. It was also the first time for the Shihoko people to see Emperor Ai, and their hearts were stunned. They have never seen Donghwang Yuni like this before, and they feel that the current Donghwang Yuni is like a different person, becoming a little strange and difficult to get close to. Gong Liulai, who was on the second floor in the auditorium, was stunned when she saw the current Donghwang Yuni. She had heard Yuni say such a pair of eyes, but she had never seen it before. So this is Emperor Ai. But I don't like it very much, I feel that Yuni has become so indifferent. Akaji Haruko next to him asked suspiciously. What happened to Xyli? Do you know what happened to Yuni now? Gong Liulai nodded and explained. I heard Yuni mention it before, he said that he has a pair of eyes that can see through the future and can decipher all skills and movements. Akaji Haruko opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief. Really? Why didn't he know he had such a pair of eyes before? Gong Liulai puffed out her cheeks and said in dissatisfaction. The guy said there was no need to use it before, and when he used it, it was very light, so it couldn't be seen from the outside. Saying so, in fact, Gong Liulai acted coquettishly for a long time, and Donghwang Yuni didn't let him see it, because Yuni didn't want Gong Liulai to see his indifferent side. On the other side, Shinichi Maki, Fujima Kenji, and Sendo also opened their eyes wide and their hearts were extremely shocked. Unexpectedly, that guy Donghwang Yuni still has a whole card. If Yuni had not hit them too deadly before, they would have been knocked down by lightning. Shinichi Maki sighed. I didn't expect him to keep a hand. Although I don't know what happened to Donghwang Yuni, I can feel that he should be stronger now than before. Sendo said with a frown. His eyes have never been seen before. Mu is right. Now Donghuang Yuni feels very dangerous to me. Fujima Kenji didn't speak, just stared at Donghuang Yuni off the field. On the field, Yuni's emperor eye scanned everything on the field. That indifferent and confident look tells that no one can defy it. After Yuni stretched out his hand, he hooked a finger to the famous friends, indicating that they should shoot. Come on! Let the horse come over. The Mingpeng Industry Group gritted their teeth, and Morishima Rashi picked up the basketball that had just been shot out of bounds by Donghuang Yuni and prepared to serve. Morishima Rashi quickly passed the ball to Daidori Saburo. Damon Saburo frowned slightly, and did not shoot immediately. He became a little restrained from the beginning. Mori Shigequan shouted loudly. Gate pass! Damon Saburo heard Mori Shigequan's words and immediately passed the ball out. Mori Shigekane roared after receiving the ball and rushed into Shihoku's basket. After reaching the basket, Sen Chongquan jumped up directly. At this time, Sen Zhongquan slammed into the basket like an ancient beast. Yuni looked blankly at Sen Chongquan and immediately jumped up, showing his 2.5-meter jumping power to the fullest. Everyone saw that Yuni reached out and hugged the basketball in Mori's hands in the air and then turned 360 degrees, using the power of the turn to snatch the ball from Mori's hands again. Yuni held the ball and fell from the air, bang bang bang. Yuni slapped the ball without moving, squinted at Nakayama Dianli from Mingpeng Industry, and passed the ball to Nakayama Dianli with a corner of his mouth. Everyone on and off the court stayed for a while. They didn't understand what Donghuang Yuni wanted to do and why he passed the ball to the opponent. Yuni didn't explain, just stretched out his finger again and hooked his finger to everyone in Mingpeng Industry. Continue. Dianli Zhongshan was also a little confused after receiving the ball, how much he looked down on them. The angered Zhongshan Dianli gritted his teeth and jumped up to shoot directly. He wanted to teach the arrogant guy Donghuang Yuni a lesson. But just when he was about to shoot, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Donghuang Yuni. Nori Nakayama was forced to pass the ball to Morishima's division, and Morishima's division immediately rushed inside to prepare for a 3-step layup after receiving the ball. But just as Morishima's teacher took the second step, he felt a pressure coming from the rear, and he screamed badly. Rashi Morishima immediately stopped the layup without hesitation, and passed the ball directly to Saburo's hands at the 3-point line. Damon Saburo sneered after receiving the ball. Let's see how you can stop my shot this time. The door Saburo, who just jumped up and shot, heard a demon's voice in his ears. Who do you think I am? Everything is in vain under my emperor eye. Pop! Yuni threw the basketball racket out of Damon Saburo's hand again. The audience was silent, and everyone's eyes moved to number 99, the man who was like a devil. What a terrible man! He's so good defensively. Please, this is out of the scope of defense. He actually defended the attack of all the owners of Mingpeng Industry by himself. This is too exaggerated. Ayako spoke with stars shining in his eyes. Is this what Yuni calls impeccable defense? It's really amazing. Kagure Kiminobu also clenched his fists excitedly. That said, I never thought defense could be so pleasing to the eye. At this time, the most complicated mood of 1.0 is probably the three of Shinichi Maki, Sendo, and Fujima Kenji. This is too exaggerated. Did he have such strong defensive ability before? Shinichi Maki frowned and said slowly. Maybe he has been hiding his defensive abilities before, or maybe it has something to do with his eyes. Hearing the uncertain words from Shinichi Maki's mouth, Fujima Kenji and Sendo also pondered. Whether it is Donghuang Yuni's hidden strength or because of those eyes, it is enough to prove that Donghuang Yuni is invincible, both offensive and defensive. This is terrible. Is there really such a person in the world? Everyone in Mingpeng Industry also stared blankly at Donghuang Yuni's figure. That figure was like a god. The whistle sounded, and Mingpeng Industry called a pause again. Chapter 94. On the bench of Shohoku, Donghuang Yuni and others were surrounded by people asking questions as soon as they got off the field. Yuni, what were you just now? I really want to know, why do you seem to have suddenly become a different person? Your eyes are getting weird. Yuni took a sip of the sports drink and looked at the crowd. That. I call him Emperor Eye, you should have some understanding before. This is the eye that can see through the future actions of opponents or teammates and nullify all skills. The sound of gasping for air rang out at the same time. You said before that you could see each other's future and it turned out to be true. I couldn't believe it. Emperor Eye, Wait a minute, so you've been preserving your strength before. I don't know who said this, but everyone closed their mouths and fell silent. They don't know what to say anymore. Every time. Whenever everyone thinks that Donghuang Yuni has used his full strength, he will slap his face hard in front of everyone. Everyone looked at the red circles in Donghuang Yuni's eyes. Although he felt that the current Donghuang Yuni made people a little cold and not easy to get close to, the conversation was still the same as before. When Donghuang Yuni chose to awaken Emperor Eye, he was also worried that he would have a second personality or something. But fortunately, the products produced by the system must be high-quality products, and there is nothing to worry about, but it just makes outsiders feel uncomfortable. The 100-second timeout passed quickly, and Shohoku and the players from both sides of Mingpeng Industry stood on the court again. As soon as Shohoku came on stage, everyone felt the changes in Mingpeng Industry. Donghuang Yuni narrowed his eyes and glanced at the 5 people opposite, and finally set his eyes on Sen Zhongquan. Yuni felt a somewhat similar feeling to himself, just like when he fought against Shinichi Maki, but much weaker. Bang bang bang! After halftime, Nori Nakayama dribbled the ball with the help of Ryu Umeda and Saburo Daimon, and easily passed the ball to Morishima on the edge of the 3-point line. Immediately after receiving the ball, Morishima swayed Kaed Rukawa with a fake move, and then came to Hisashi Mitsui. He changed direction once, twice, and 3 times. Soon Hisashi Mitsui was also beaten by Morishima. After breaking through Hisashi Mitsui, Morishima did not choose to shoot. He knew that his shot would be blocked by Donghuang Yuni, so he chose to pass the ball. The basketball was flying in Mori's direction, and Sakuragi Hanamichi and Akaji Take Nori chased after the basketball, intending to grab the basketball before Mori. But the idea is beautiful and the reality is cruel. Mori Shigekura suddenly seems to have evolved, and Akaji Take Nori and Sakuragi Hanamichi are knocked out by a heavy pressure and force. The two were surprised at the same time. Why did this guy suddenly become stronger? It was obviously a foul just now, but why didn't the coach blow it? Yuni narrowed his eyes and looked at Sen Zhongquan. He always felt that Sen Zhongquan had some changes after the suspension. It's like, Ice Room, yes, that's right, it's like Ice Room Tatsuya. At first glance, it gives the impression that it is comparable to the Age of Miracles, but in fact, the top level is only the level of the top 5 generals. Compared to this, the rest of Shohoku might have a hard time fighting against the current Mori Shigekwan. Just thinking about it, Sen Zhongquan grabbed the ball and dribbled it straight to Donghuang Yuni. Mori Shijiko dribbled the ball back, and defending his Akaji Take Nori was unable to do anything. Soon Sen Zhongquan entered the penalty area, and Sen Zhongquan shouted and jumped up. I'm talking about big guys, only this level can't score goals. Yuni appeared in Mori Conquan's world like a silver lightning, slap. Bang. Yuni gave Sen Chongquan a perfect hot pot mercilessly, and Sen Chongquan, who fell to the ground, took 2 steps back, his expression finally showing a look of horror. Before Yuni faced him, he always took the ball out of his hands. But this time he was defeated by Yuni from the front, only then did he realize how terrible Donghuang Yuni was. Sen Zhongquan lowered his head and looked at his hands. His strength was stronger than himself? What a joke! Abaj! Mori Chongquan stood there and shouted, like a roaring beast. The voice fell, and Sen Zhongquan stared at Donghuang Yuni in front of him and didn't say anything rubbish. It's useless, now I am absolute, and you are only at this level. No matter how you can't reach that limit, it's a matter of talent. After the basketball was shot by Donghuang Yuni, it did not fall into Shihoku's hands, but Maida Longjaihu took the lead in receiving the ball. Maida Longjaihu took a jump shot, and Donghuang Yuni, who was still in front of Mori Shijikan, disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Maida Longjaihu. With a snap, the basketball in Maida Longjaihu's hand was shot and flew out. This guy is really a monster, damn it. The basketball flew out. Yuni didn't care who the ball would end up in, all he had to do was to keep racking the opponent's ball out. Minutes and seconds passed, and everyone in Mingpeng Industry kept frantically attacking Shihoku's basket. As a result, he was ruthlessly stopped by Donghuang Yuni again and again. Bang! Maida Longjaihu was capped by a big hot pot. Slap! Morishima's pass was broken. Mori Conquan's dunk was captured. Again and again bang! Bang! 510's voice kept resounding in the audience's ears. The audience had already been shocked by Donghuang Yuni's defensive ability. The sound of gasping for breath also spread throughout the venue from the audience at the same time. On the other hand, although Shihoku had some difficulty in attacking, the score was slowly pulled away. 7-0. 10-0. 12-0. Shihoku made it 16-0 at the end of the first quarter. The noise instantly resounded throughout the audience. I can't believe that the first section of Mingpeng Industry will be 0 seal. That Sen Zhongquan was actually suppressed. Donghuang Yuni is really a monster, so scary. I've never seen such an embarrassed Sen Zhongquan. 39. Mingpeng Industrial Bench. Gasps kept coming from the mouths of several starters, and no one spoke. The coach also fell into silence when he looked at the few people. What should I do? Multiplayer defense. Can it be prevented? The coach's eyes turned to Sen Zhongquan, a player he was quite optimistic about. He thought that Sen Zhongquan would be the most valuable player in this conference, but he was completely overtaken by the opponent's Donghuang Yuni. With his years of vision, he can naturally see that Sen Zhongquan will never be Donghuang Yuni's opponent no matter what. Chapter 95. Shihoku bench on the other side. Everyone was smiling and there was a sense of excitement that a championship was about to be won, and that anticipation was so exciting for a team that had never had any chance to make it to the national competition before. Akashi Tekinori's feeling is also very wonderful, and he may be the most eager to win the national championship on the team. But he also felt that this kind of victory was a little too easy to get now, and it seemed that there was less tension and excitement. Hisashi Mitsui sat silently by the side, but if you look closely, you can see that Hisashi Mitsui's eyes are filled with tears. Sakuragi Hanamichi noticed the difference in Hisashi Mitsui and immediately came to Hisashi Mitsui's side and said smugly, "Little San, you're actually crying." Hisashi Mitsui quickly retorted by wiping his eyes. "A-hole, don't talk nonsense, I just lost my eyes." "The devil believes what you say." Yuni gave Hisashi Mitsui a helpless look. "Mitsui-senpai, we haven't won yet." 35. There shouldn't be any chance of us losing. Losing? You're joking too much. I never know what a loss is. In my dictionary, there is only victory. Hisashi Mitsui also showed a relieved smile upon hearing Yuni's words. That's right, it's not normal for a monster like Donghuang Yuni to lose. Soon the whistle for the start of the second competition sounded, and the two sides once again stood on the ring. During the suspension time, the coach of Mingpeng Industry still did not formulate any strategy for the players. He knew very well that the current Mingpeng Industry, no matter what kind of strategy it made, was useless. The only thing that can be done is to let Mingpeng Industry rest more, and call a timeout when the players' mentality is unstable so that their players can calm down. The coach of Mingpeng Industry has already given up on this game. The reason is very simple, even if he has some strategies, he can't use it immediately. It takes the players to practice for a long time to be effective, so he gave up this year's national competition. The purpose is very simple, he is to wait until the next national competition to take revenge on Shihoko and Donghuang Yuni. Donghuang Yuni didn't know the idea of Mingpeng Industrial Coach, and even if he knew, Donghuang Yuni would not agree. Just kidding, as long as the talent does not reach the level of miracles, any countermeasures are useless. And Donghuang Yuni has more than one miracle level talent, that is to say, unless 5 miracle level players deal with Donghuang Yuni at the same time, it is possible to defeat him, otherwise what is waiting is to be ruthlessly crushed by Donghuang Yuni. Donghuang Yuni knows very well that no one of his age can compete with him in the slam dunk world. He is not clear about the level in the NBA, but he firmly believes that even the star players of the NBA are not necessarily opponents in the black and blue world. This is the gap between the two world levels. The slam dunk world is obviously inferior to the black and blue world, which makes Donghuang Yuni fundamentally extinguish the dream of being a genius in the slam dunk world. Don't blame Donghuang Yuni for being too cruel, he didn't want to, but he was so lucky. In the audience, Seno yawned. The rest of the game did not show that it was good looking, and Mingpeng Industry should be lost. Shinichi Maki also nodded in approval. Yes, the gap is too big. Fujima Kenji asked curiously with his hands in his pockets. AMU, who is your next opponent? It's a competition with Hakata Business University. That's it. 35. After the start of the second quarter on the field, Mingpeng Industry was still frantically attacking Shihoko, and their only goal was to score a goal. They used all kinds of means, constantly trying and failing at the same time. Once, twice, 3 times. Yuni is like a big mountain blocking Shihoko's basket, as if to say that no one can throw a basketball into Shihoko's basket as long as he is there. At 9 minutes and 21 seconds, Mingpeng Industrial's attack failed. At 8 minutes and 43 seconds, Mingpeng Industrial's attack failed again. At 6 minutes and 12 seconds, Shihoko found an opportunity to score another shot after the defeat. At 3 minutes and 36 seconds, Sen Zhongquan was once again covered with a big hot pot by Donghuang Yuni. At 2:06, Rashi Morishima, Chongquan Mori, and Nori Nakayama cooperated to pass the fast break and were blocked by Donghuang Yuni one by one. At 1 minute and 02 seconds, Mori Shijikan went crazy and knocked Sakuragi down and was called a foul. With 11 seconds left in the second quarter, Shihoko got another chance. Hisashi Mitsui finally hit the 3-pointer at the buzzer. By the end of the second game, the score had come, 24-0, and Shihoko had a 24-point lead over Mingpeng Industry. 2 quarters and 20 minutes Donghuang Yuni did not allow the opponent to score a point, which also made everyone understand Donghuang Yuni's invincible dominance in defense. There were no more cheers for Mingpeng Industry in the audience, and almost all the audience wanted to know if the man wearing the number 99 jersey could completely clean up his opponent. They are looking forward to the next development. This is the first time ever in the history of the National Championship Finals to be kept clean. Once there is a clean sheet, it will be a big event that shakes the entire high school basketball world. 10 minutes passed quickly in the voice of the crowd. At the beginning of the second half, Mingpo Industries clearly began to cooperate, and when they came to Shihoko's 3-point line again, Mori Shigehiro and Madaraihu took the ball and jumped together, trying to force Donghuang Yuni's head with their strength. Dunk! Shihoko, everyone's pupil shrank. What a mean tactic! Are they trying to hurt Yuni? 35. Damn friends! Yuni looked at the opposite's actions without any hesitation. It's naive to want to force a dunk with the power of multiple people. Who is Yuni? He is a man with a whole set of armor and blessings. I don't care about the two of them. As soon as the words fell, Yuni stared at the two in front of him with cold eyes. The footsteps flew up instantly, and then Yuni turned on the 100% blessing effect of the equipment. Everyone only saw Yuni slapped with a big hand in the face of the opponent's two dunks together, bang bang bang. The sound of 3 smashes resounded throughout the audience. When everyone came back to their senses, they only saw that Mori Shigekwan and Maida Longjaiu had already fallen to the ground and looked at Donghwang Yuni in horror. They couldn't believe how someone who clearly saw that he was not tall and burly could have such a powerful power. Donghwang Yuni used Emperor I to look down at the two on the ground. 2 people are not enough, too weak. Mori Chungkwan and Maida Longjaiu didn't care about Donghwang Yuni's ridicule. Their hearts are now extremely complicated, with horror, panic, and unwillingness. Especially for Sen Zhongquan, he has always crushed others with absolute strength, and every time he crushed his opponent to the point of being completely skinless, he would have a feeling of incomparable pleasure in his heart. But today, when he faced the monster in front of him, the contempt for any opponent in his heart began to shake, and he couldn't understand why such people existed in this world. This kind of person who will be jealous of the gods should be struck to death by lightning. Why would he appear in front of him, and be tortured by Lida's opponent to this extent? Yuni naturally didn't care about Mori's idea, and Akashi Takenori quickly rushed towards the basket of Mingpeng Industry when the basketball was shot. Soon after a pass from Akashi Takenori, Sakuragi Hanamichi scored with ease. 26-0. Mingpeng Industries' momentum has long been dissipated by Yuni's cap just now. What followed was Shihoku's crazy offense, and the score gradually climbed in Shihoku's offense. 28-0. 30-0. 33-0. 35-0. 48-0. The whistle sounded again, and the whistle at the end of the third quarter also represented the complete collapse of the famous industry. Shinichi Maki said while looking at the score on the electronic scoreboard. No chance. Sendo smiled helplessly. It should be said that there is no chance in the beginning. The two looked at each other and laughed. Fujima Kenji on the side looked at Donghwang Yuni off the court. Is this your strength? Or is it just a part of your strength? Chapter 96. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the hearts of the famous industrial players have been messed up, and it can be seen from the eyes of the players that they have no fighting spirit now. Everyone was like the walking dead, and mistakes started to crop up. It seems that Mingpeng Industry is losing. The champion is Shihoku without a doubt. Please, from the very beginning, the champion was destined to be Shihoku. I just didn't expect that Mingpeng Industry would be sealed by Shihoku. That number 99 is really scary. Are we going to play against this monster for the next 3 years? Just thinking about it makes me lose my fighting spirit. Everyone was talking about it, saying everything, but the only thing that was unanimous was that Mingpeng Industry had already lost the game. As everyone said, Mingpeng Industry didn't block a few times at all in the fourth quarter, and the ball was stolen by Shihoku's Akashi Takenori before halftime. The time of the game also came to an end quickly. When the final whistle sounded, the score was finally fixed at 78-0. In the finals of the national competition, Shihoku High School played against Mingpeng Industry, and Shihoku High School won the final victory. And this is not an ordinary victory, but a complete zero seal against the opponent. For the first and possibly the last time in the history of high school basketball in RB National, there is a record of a clean sheet against an opponent. And just as the game whistle blew, Akashi Takenori, Hisashi Mitsui, and everyone on the Shihoku bench excitedly ran the ball 510 times. Especially Akashi Takenori, Kagure Kiminobu, Hisashi Mitsui, Miyagi Ryota, and several second-year substitutes. The older generation players were even more in tears. Everyone's excited shouts continued for a long time. If it wasn't for the coach blowing the two sides to salute, everyone might still be in the joy of victory. When the two sides lined up to salute, the 5 players of Mingpeng Industry all lowered their heads and said nothing, which was different from the arrogant and contemptuous look at the beginning of the game. After the ceremony, everyone in Shihoku returned to the lounge together to pack up and go back. As soon as everyone entered the lounge, they found that the Shihoko crowd made another excited cry, and the excited crowd coach and Ayako did not stop them. This moment has been waiting too long for them, especially for the third graders. This year is their last year, and they will go to university next year. So this time the national championship has an unparalleled special meaning to them. Yuni didn't feel much ups and downs while sitting on the side. After winning the championship, Yuni was naturally very happy, but he felt that this victory was too easy. He now has some understanding of the thoughts of the guys in the age of miracles, but after all, he is a traveler, and it is one thing to understand their thoughts, and he will not do such stupid actions as they do. Yuni's thoughts gradually settled in his mind, and he glanced at the state of the system. Before, I chose talent synthesis after awakening 5 kinds of talents because of KFP, and now the synthesis progress is only 47%. Yuni can still accept this kind of speed, which is much better than the 1/5 level of awakening in a year when the system appeared. At this rate, it will take about 2 or 3 days to complete the synthesis. Just then the door to the lounge opened. Miyaruri and Akaji Haruko ran in panting. Congratulations, 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 congratulations everyone. Congratulations to everyone for winning the national championship. It's you too. Ayako has always had a carefree temperament. Seeing the 2 girls so tired, he hurried over and pulled them over to signal them to sit down and talk. As soon as Gong Liulai came in, she scanned the room, and when her eyes fell on Donghwang Yuni, she found that he was in a daze. She was used to it, Donghwang Yuni would be in a daze every time she entered the system, and she was not surprised. Yuni smiled at Gong Liulai after feeling Gong Liulai's gaze. Today is the day when Shihoko won the championship, how can we not celebrate? After speaking, Yuni picked up the phone, dialed a number and said a few words. Grandpa Ghost Valley, It's me. I won the championship. We still have an award ceremony later, so we can't leave it for now. I want to hold a celebration party here in Hiroshima first. Okay, please. After hanging up the phone, Yuni looked up and continued to face the crowd. Everyone can go back to the dormitory and clean up briefly, and then we all go to celebrate together. Everyone looked at Donghwang Yuni enviously, they knew very well how rich Donghwang Yuni's family was. Yuni. Where are we going to celebrate? My family happens to have a club property in Hiroshima. The place is big enough, and it's not too far from our dormitory, so we'll go there. Sakuragi Hanamichi was immediately excited when he heard that there was a celebration. Celebration party. It's still Xiao Huang, you are the best. Humph. A hopeless guy. Kaed Rukawa said disdainfully. What did you say, you stinky fox? Sakuragi Hanamichi stared angrily at Kaed Rukawa, but was quickly interrupted by good man Kagure Kiminobu. There is a celebration party, let's go back and take a bath first. Everyone packed up and walked out of the gym together. 15 minutes later, in the Shihoko dormitory. As soon as everyone entered the room, they threw their backpacks in front of their beds and went to prepare their own affairs. Yuni was the first person to take a shower, lying on the reclining chair in front of the dormitory by herself, swaying leisurely. Yuni closed her eyes and enjoyed the warmth of the sun and the sound of the birds around her, and she looked very comfortable. Suddenly the sunlight in front of him was blocked by darkness. Yuni slowly opened his eyes. Little Lee, are you ready? Yet. But Akaji-senpai and the others haven't come out yet. Let's not talk about this for now. Yuni, you look like an old man. Yuni frowned. Old man? I call it enjoying life. Would you like to lie down and try it? It's very comfortable. Gong Liulai blushed slightly when she heard Yuni's words, turned her head and said arrogantly. Humph. I don't want it. Yo, who bullied our little Liulai? 99. Ayako did not know when she had come to the back of the two. Ayako was different from the tight clothes she liked to wear in the past. She wore a looser style. A pink t-shirt, white cropped trousers, and a pair of sunglasses. I didn't know where to find it. The only thing that didn't change was that she still wore a peaked cap. Gongruri came to Ayako immediately after seeing Ayako. "Sister Ayako, you look so pretty." Ayako slapped Miyako on the head with his fist. "Why, don't I look good in what I usually wear?" Gong Liuli covered her head and said a little aggrieved. "How come? It's just that Sister Ayako used to wear those kind of tight clothes, but today she suddenly changed her style and felt completely new." "Hi, 9. Just as the two of you were chatting with each other, Aida Yayoi greeted the three of them from a distance. Soon Aida Yayoi came to the front of the three. "Congratulations on winning the national championship this year." Yuni looked at the big sister like Aida Yayoi in front of her. She really looked pretty. "It turns out that the reporter's sister is here." "Why, is this also here for an interview?" Aida Yayoi gave Yuni a blank look. "You guessed it right, you are the champions this year, of course I'm coming for an exclusive interview." Yuni motioned to Aida Yayoi to sit down and rest first. "They are still taking a shower. We will go to the celebration party later. If the reporter's sister doesn't recommend it, you can join us. It's not too late to eat and visit." "Is that so? That's not good." Ayako came to Aida Yayoi carelessly and said. "No problem, that guy Yuni likes to be hilarious. Besides, Yuni is a very rich man." Aida Yayoi gave Donghuang Yuni a surprised look. She is a reporter for a basketball newspaper and has some understanding of the players' personal circumstances, but she really doesn't know what Yuni's family affairs are like. Soon Chihoku and the others finished their preparations and came to the door of the dormitory. Yuni glanced at the crowd, saw that almost all of them had arrived, and said, "Okay, now that everyone is ready, I'll start off." 5. Under the scorching sun, a group of people walked to the club talking and laughing. Chapter 97. In RB country, a group of young people came to a certain club in Hiroshima. Everyone had expressions of excitement on their faces, and this group was the group of Shihoku High School who had just won the national championship this year. When Donghuang Yuni walked to the club, all the staff bowed respectfully at the same time. "Master Yuni welcomes you." Yuni actually doesn't like these etiquette, but as the only heir of Donghuang's family, she still has to guarantee Donghuang's face in front of outsiders. Yuni waved his hand and said, "Don't be too polite, I told Gigu Butler before, just take us directly wherever we are." At this time, a well-dressed middle-aged man immediately came over and said respectfully, "Master Yuni, Mr. Gigu has already ordered, please come with me." The staff took Shihoku and his party to a mahogany walkway. When the staff walked to a door, they slowly opened the door with both hands. The sun shines in instantly, and what catches everyone's eyes is a green meadow, surrounded by a first-class stream, and all kinds of flowers and trees are planted around the grassland. At first glance, it is like being in nature. All kinds of equipment and ingredients have already been placed in the center of the grass. Miyazaki, Ayako, Akaji Haruko, and the two good sisters of Akaji Haruko flashed their eyes and started dancing involuntarily. Aida Yayoi also opened her mouth wide, and the beauty really surprised her. She had some guesses when the staff called young master Donghuang Yuni just now, and when she thought of her surname, she had some idea of Donghuang Yuni's identity. Yuni said to everyone with a smile, "Okay everyone, feel free and have fun." As soon as the voice fell, everyone started to get busy. As for how to make Donghuang Yuni, this time, I didn't mean to do it myself, but asked the chefs of the two clubs to help. Aida Yayoi also did not forget her work. She came to interview the Shihoku players today, and soon she started her own work. The last few substitutes from Akaji Take Nori to Donghuang Yuni were not spared either. Aida Yayoi asked after taking a sip of the drink that Gong Liuli handed over. There are so many surprises in the national competition this time, no one would have thought that Shihoko would win the championship. Sakuragi Hanamichi took a bite of the yakiniku and said indifferently. Isn't this normal? We are very strong, and it's nothing to win the championship. That's right, but that's not the problem. Several people in Shihoko did not understand what Aida Yayoi meant. The problem is that in the game between the finals and Mingpeng Industry, it is not that there has been a clean sheet from previous games, but the chance is very small. But it is almost impossible for a team that can enter the national competition to have a clean sheet. The situation of the opponent, not to mention the clean sheet in the finals. After hearing Aida Yaoi's words, everyone in Shihoko fell into deep thought. Aida Yaoi continued. I'm afraid you have been listed as rivals by all schools now. I think in the future Shihoko's life may not be as leisurely as before, and trouble will follow. Akashi Takenori didn't say anything, he is no longer qualified to intervene in the future development of Shihoko basketball team. From the moment he won the championship, Akashi Takenori has stepped down from his responsibilities in the Shihoko basketball club. Not only him, but also Kagure Kiminobu and Hisashi Mitsui, who are already in the 3rd grade, and the only thing they can do is give their juniors some advice. Yuni didn't pay too much attention to Aida Yaoi's words, he knew very well that he had already thought about the consequences when he chose Lingfeng Mingpeng Industry. Of course, these are nothing to Donghwang Yuni. Now the only thing that interests Donghwang Yuni in basketball is the result of the combination of the 5 talents. The moment he chose the combination of talents, he had a clear feeling that when the 5 talents were successfully combined, he would get I can't imagine something truly insane. I don't know what this kind of thing is, it could be talent, skill, or something else. Thinking of this, the corners of Donghwang Yuni's mouth twitched involuntarily, and I was really looking forward to it more and more. The atmosphere of the celebration party became more and more cheerful, and everyone was filled with happy smiles. Yuni likes to see other people happy. He is very lonely in this world by himself. Whenever he sees the smile from the heart of others, he will feel warm and at ease. The setting sun gradually fell in the west, the sky gradually turned into a fiery red color, and the celebration gradually came to an end. After the celebration, everyone didn't drink alcohol because they were students, so everyone's spirits were still very good. Everyone left the club and went back to Shihoko's collective dormitory. At this time, Coach Anze gathered everyone together. Yuni already understood what Coach Anze meant when he looked at Akashi Takenori, who was standing next to Coach Anze. Okay, this time I called everyone here because there is one thing I need to inform everyone, Akashi. Akashi Takenori nodded and took a step forward. I have discussed with Coach Anze that I will no longer be the captain of the Shihoko basketball club from today onwards. Ask for flowers. Oh. As soon as these words came out, some of the team members who didn't remember it were stunned and looked at Akashi Takenori in disbelief. The Akashi main line also saw their doubts and continued. Don't get me wrong, it's inevitable. I'm in the 3rd grade now, and this year's game is also my last time representing Shihoko, and the next Shihoko can only rely on you. When it comes to this, everyone wants to understand, yes. Captain Akashi is already in the 3rd grade, not only Captain Akashi, but also Mitsui-senpai and Kagure-senpai. Everyone showed a look of reluctance, but a helpless look. Akashi Takenori's expression at this moment is also very complicated, and the face that has been resolute all the year round softens for the first time. It's not just me, Mitsui and Kagure are the same. I have discussed with the coach, and Yuni will be the captain of the basketball team in the future. I believe he will lead Shihoko to go further. Point 0. Yuni is the captain of the Shihoko basketball club, everyone is without exception, even the 2nd-year Miyagi Ryota and his party did not refute, they are very aware of Donghwang Yuni's ability, and they may have long regarded Donghwang Yuni as the backbone of the team in their hearts. Yuni yawned and said. I said coach, it might be a little too early. Even if you give up, you have to wait until the awards are given. Otherwise, it would be a pity that Captain Akashi, Mitsui-senpai, and Kagure-senpai finally won the national championship without touching the trophy. What? Coach Anze was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Yuni is right, Akashi, we're a little too impatient. Akashi Tekanori's cheeks twitched, and he didn't know how to continue. He also agrees with Donghwang Yuni's words in his heart. Apart from the champion of the national competition, he is also very excited to stand on the stage of the first prize. Seeing that Akashi Takenori didn't speak for a long time, Yuni also stretched. Then trouble Captain Akashi to continue working hard for a few days, and then talk about the replacement of the captain after the awards are over. Not to mention that changing the captain is a trivial matter, and suddenly there are 2 less generals in the team. It's a headache. As soon as Yuni's voice fell, everyone fell silent, and many substitutes clenched their fists secretly. They all dreamed of playing as a starter, but they knew their own strengths best, and the gap between them and Hisashi Mitsui and Akashi Takenori was too great. Under Yuni's emperor eye, you can naturally see the changes in everyone's expressions. He said this to observe everyone's dedication to victory and their own potential. Soon Yuni took his eyes back, and after a few more chats, everyone went back to rest for 10. Chapter 98. 2 days later, in the Hiroshima Stadium, various teams wearing colorful uniforms lined up in a row waiting for the organizers' award ceremony. After the end of a burst of BGM music, the organizers began their speeches for the awards. First of all, I am honored to be able to participate in this competition. After a series of commentary, it was finally time to announce the ranking. First place, Shohoku High School. Second place, Mingpeng Industry. Third place, Keinan High School. Hearing this, Yuni raised her brows. Sure enough, Keinan won the third place. If it weren't for the different divisions, I'm afraid the second place would be Keinan's. It's a pity that Shinichi Maki is already in the 3rd grade, otherwise he will be competing with Keinan for the national championship next year. Since Shinichi Maki is gone, next year Keinan may not even be able to win Ryanen. I'll see how far Sendo can grow, I'm really looking forward to it. Thinking of this, the corners of Yuni's mouth twitched slightly. Under the spotlight, Shohoku's May 10th people climbed to the highest podium, and Akashi Takenori held the trophy handed over by the organizer. Yuni doesn't know what kind of mood Akashi Takenori is in now, but from his tearful expression, he must be so happy. What a candid person! The eyes of all the high school players off the field were not on Akashi Takenori who was holding the medal, they all set their eyes on Donghwang Yuni in unison. From now on, they have only one rival, and there is only one mountain in front of them, and that is Donghwang Yuni of Shohoku. If you pass him, you can get the championship, and if you beat him, you can become the strongest in high school. I don't know how many people clenched their fists at this moment, of course Yuni doesn't care what they think. Soon the award ceremony was over, and after another 10 minutes, the organizers finally finished the rest of the closing remarks. At this time, all the colleges and universities breathed out a sigh of relief and dispersed. We are the champions, we are the strongest, ha 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 ha. Asterisk. Sakuragi, it's just an awards ceremony today, so be excited when you just won the competition. Sakuragi Hanamichi didn't care what other people were saying. It's not the same, it's not the same. Today I can stand on the heads of all the high school students in the country, it's a great feeling, ha 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 ha. Everyone held their foreheads with contempt. All in all, whether it's a victory or an award, it's a happy thing. After hearing Donghwang Yuni's words, the others stopped caring about Sakuragi Hanamichi's self-entertainment. 2 days later, Shohoku High School Basketball Club. In the presence of all the players and Coach Anze, Akashi Takenori officially resigned as the Shohoku basketball team captain. Donghwang Yuni also officially became the captain of the Shohoku basketball team as everyone guessed before. At the same time, it also represents Akashi Takenori, Kagure Kiminobu, Hisashi Mitsui. 3 people completely say goodbye to the Shohoku basketball team. The arena is surprisingly quiet, and everyone is very reluctant. Akashi Takenori, Kagure Kiminobu, and Hisashi Mitsui were also silent, and it was obvious that they were quite reluctant to part with it. There were tears in the eyes of the older generation of players. Ahem. Although I don't want to disturb the current atmosphere, this is something I can't do. It's the same when we are in the 3rd grade. It's the same as the law of the jungle. Weak beasts will be eliminated by strong beasts, and the older generation of rulers will leave silently. As soon as these words appeared on the scene, there was another silence. This time, the silence was not for the loss of the seniors who were about to leave, but was shocked by what Donghwang Yuni said just now. Sure enough, Akashi Takenori, Kagure Kiminobu, and Hisashi Mitsui looked at Donghwang Yuni with dark faces, their teeth rattling. Yuni scratched her head. Haha, just kidding. Don't mind haha. If it wasn't for Coach Anzei's side, I'm afraid the 3 seniors in the 3rd year would have shot someone. Damn 1st grade kid, who do you think you are? What a stinky guy, it's really not cute. I really want to beat him up, damn. Ho 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 ho. Coach Anzei is also very relieved to see that the heavy atmosphere on the court has eased a lot, although he does not agree with Yuni's way very much. Okay, there are no training tasks for the next few days. The final exam is about to expire, everyone should rest for a while. I wish you a good score in the test. After speaking, Coach Anzei turned around and left the basketball hall. Ayako clapped his hands at this time and motioned everyone to look here. Okay, everyone should pay attention. If you don't pass the final exam, the school may cancel your qualifications. 99. What? Forward. No way. It's very stressful. Sakuragi Hanamichi and Kaed Rukawa both showed a little guilty conscience. Yuni was rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Exams were nothing to Yuni. He owns the Emperor Eye, so the things in the textbook are trivial to him, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he never forgets it now. Ayako also noticed the anomalies of Sakuragi Hanamichi and Kaed Rukawa and immediately became serious. Isn't there any problem with the 2 of you? Sakuragi Hanamichi said nervously. Then, that, Ayako. There seems to be something wrong. Ayako seems to have a feeling, but she still wants to make sure and asks in a sullen mood. Explain the problem. Sakuragi Hanamichi lowered his head and said cowardly. I never passed the exam before. As soon as these words came out, the audience fell into a moment of silence. Ayako shook his head on his forehead and looked at Kaed Rukawa. Kaed Rukawa, then you too. Kaed Rukawa scratched his head and didn't speak, just nodded tacitly. My god! Ayako covered her face, she should have expected such a thing to happen. Fix the bad and make up for the bad, if you fail the exam, don't even think about playing basketball. 35. After Ayako finished shouting, he was panting, his body floated up and down, and the 2 beautiful white rabbits on his chest were shaking. Miyagi Ryota on the side looked dull and drooling, and his soul was about to fly out of the sky. Seeing this, Yuni said helplessly. Okay, leave the grades of these 2 guys to me. Hey! As a captain, you also need to consider the academic performance of the team members. Captain Akashi is not so tired. When Ayako watched Yuni complain, he covered his mouth and snickered, ran to Yuni's side and patted Yuni's shoulder. Then the 2 of them will be handed over to you, our captain. Ah! It's not too difficult, just teach them the subject as the name of the basketball trick. Ayako was stunned when he said this, and suddenly seemed to think of something unbelievable. He stared at Yuni with wide eyes and said. You mean to change the basketball moves into questions and teach them both? Will this? Don't worry. It's just before the exam. After the 1.0 exam, it's useless, isn't it? Ayako was speechless and shook his head. Forget it, since you said it's fine, why should I worry about that? At this time Yuni called everyone together. Okay, since there's nothing else to do, I'll just say a few words. I want to hold a farewell party for the 3 retired seniors. Well, the location, let's be at the manor, 5. Hearing Yuni's words, everyone became excited. They still remembered the banquet held at Yuni's house last time, which made everyone miss it to this day. There was a burst of cheers in the arena. Yuni smiled when he saw everyone was happy. He liked to see other people's happy smiles the most, which made his heart very warm. Okay, it's up to you to inform the seniors about them, Ayako. After saying that, Yuni left the basketball arena, because he saw Gong Liuli's little head surreptitiously peeping at everything in the arena. Chapter 99. Today is the day when Shihoko High School exam results are released, and it is also the day when Shihoko basketball team members hold a farewell party for the 3rd-year seniors. Early this morning, the Shihoko students, who were buzzing, gathered at the bulletin board in the square. The result sheet for the final exam is hanging on the bulletin board. First is the grade sheet for the 3rd grade, and so on, then the 2nd grade, and finally the 1st grade. Please let it go. Excuse me, thank you. Everyone looked back and found that it was everyone from the Shihoko basketball club, and suddenly there were noisy discussions around. Wow! It's from the basketball club. Ah, it's Mr. Dong Hwang. Lord Dong Hwang, look here. Kaed Rukawa. Before the Shihoko basketball team came to the list, Sakuragi Hanamichi immediately posted it to try to find his place. Kaed Rukawa also glanced up and down to find his name. At this time, Miyagi Ryota said excitedly. Haha, I passed. Everyone looked at the place where Miyagi Ryota pointed, and saw Miyagi Ryota's name. 2nd year class, Miyagi Ryota, ranked 132, Mathematics C, Hyuxia C, Foreign Language C. The crowd pouted and said disdainfully. 25. It's nothing, it's just a passing grade. What's there to show off? Soon Sakuragi Hanamichi also laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha. I just passed the test today, how come you're not scared? Everyone turned to look at where Sakuragi Hanamichi pointed. 7 classes a year, Sakuragi Hanamichi, ranked 211, Mathematics C, Hyuxia C, Foreign Language D. What, I just passed the test, and I don't seem to have passed the foreign language yet. Sakuragi Hanamichi doesn't care, anyway, the total score has passed the pass line. Then Kaed Rukawa also saw his own name. Class 10 a year, Kaed Rukawa, ranked 198th, C in Mathematics, C in Hyuxia, C in Foreign Language. Similar to Miyagi Ryota's grades, it may be that there are more students in the 1st grade than the 2nd grade, so the ranking is slightly lower. Soon the 1st year Satoru Seiseoka exclaimed suddenly. My god! It's the captain's grades, Math S, Hyuxia S, Foreign Language S. It's too unfair. He looks handsome, plays basketball so well, and studies so well. The rest of the basketball team were stunned and immediately looked at the list. Year 7, Dong Hwang Yuni, 1st place, Mathematics S, Hyuxia S, Foreign Language S. All subjects are all S, too perverted. Everyone in the basketball team was silent, they had been completely hit. Even if you play basketball well, why is it that even your academic performance is so good, you can't let people live? Oh! You have come. Looking back, Akaji Takenori, Hisashi Mitsui, Kagure Kiminobu did not know when they had come behind the crowd. Senior Akaji. It's the seniors. Since Akaji Takenori has retired from the basketball club, the name of everyone has naturally changed from captain to senior or senior. Kagure Kiminobu saw Akaji Takenori's ranking at a glance. Although Akaji Takenori looks like a big man and not smart, his academic performance is actually very good. Akaji is still so enviable. Hisashi Mitsui also said sourly. Who knows, when he looks so clumsy, his grades are so abnormal. After reading the list, everyone also formed a group to leave, and everyone had to go back to prepare for a party at Donghwang Yuni's house in the afternoon. Time flies, everyone has not eaten at noon and is waiting for the banquet in the afternoon. Soon everyone gathered at the gate of Shohoku School, and Donghwang Yuni had already called the driver. After a while, a bus stopped at the school gate of Shohoku High School. Everyone got in the car and started to go to the manor of Donghwang Yuni's family. It's the same as last time, but the theme this time is to say goodbye to the third-year seniors. When everyone stepped into the gate of the manor again, everyone was still unable to restrain the shock in their hearts. The lives of the rich and the poor were unimaginable. It was the same place as last time, and the same people as last time. Everyone started their work. Processing ingredients, chatting, helping, everyone is very busy. The banquet was very lively and very smooth, and finally, with the blessings of everyone, the three seniors were bid farewell. This also means that the three seniors have completely bid farewell to the Shohoku Basketball Club and Shohoku High School. The next day, since it was holiday time, Donghwang Yuni decided to go to the United States to complete the engagement that had not been completed before Gong Liulai. This is also Donghwang Yuni's promise to Gong Liulai before. Although Gong Liulai did not mention it, Donghwang Yuni will not forget it. At the party the day before, Yuni informed everyone about his plan, so everyone didn't feel too emotional after hearing the news that Donghwang Yuni was going to the United States. Soon the days passed, and half a year passed in a flash, and Shohoku's first grade was also promoted to second grade. Yuni has not returned to RB for half a year, and the Shohoku school has no opinion. Let alone Donghwang Yuni's academic performance, the school does not dare to have any dissatisfaction with Yuni based on Donghwang Yuni's family affairs. In addition, Donghwang's family donated a lot of money to the school, not to mention that Yuni did not drop out of school, so the school gave Yuni the greatest freedom. Sakuragi Hanamichi, who was in the 7th class of the second year of Shohoku High School, stared out the window with one hand and his head in boredom, wondering what he was thinking. Sakuragi Hanamichi. A sweet cry awakened Sakuragi Hanamichi's contemplation. Sakuragi Hanamichi immediately turned into a licking dog and turned to look with a smirk. Haruko, here you are. Sakuragi Hanamichi, the basketball club training has started, why didn't you go to practice? Sakuragi Hanamichi sighed. Hey! It's nothing, it just feels like something is missing. In the past 6 months, the Shohoku Basketball Club can be said to be at the cusp of the storm. After Shohoku won the championship in the previous national competition, the basketball clubs of other colleges and universities vowed to defeat Shohoku as the ultimate goal. Usually, there are many teams requesting to play practice matches with Shohoku, but Akashi Takenori and Hisashi Mitsui both went to school, Donghwang Yuni is still not here, and all practice matches were abused by opponents. This caused everyone in the basketball club to be very unhappy. Although Kaed Rukawa was the ace, he was defeated by 1 punch and 4 hands. Akashi Haruko said comfortingly. Don't worry, I heard that Yuni is coming back. Hearing this, Sakuragi Hanamichi was instantly refreshed. Really? When? Well, it should be soon. Listening to Ayako, it's just 2 days. Sakuragi Hanamichi immediately got up and went to the basketball hall with Akashi Haruko without a word. Meanwhile, at Tokyo International Airport, a private jet landed on the airport's runway. The cabin door opened, and a young man with silver hair slowly walked out of the cabin door, followed by a beautiful girl 510 with long silver hair. The two of them looked like brothers and sisters. Glow. Finally back, don't know how they are now. The silver-haired beautiful girl said with a smile. What else can I do, I must have been bullied badly. Hey? Why did Yuni say that? Yuni pouted. There must be a lot of schools looking for Shihoko to play practice games. Especially Ryanan and Kanan, it should be difficult for them to play without me. Gong Liulai pointed her chin and tilted her head thinking. It's a good thing. It's so pitiful. 95. Yuni touched Gong Liulai's head. Okay, stop thinking about it, let's go back first. Otherwise, Grandpa Gigu should be in a hurry. Oh. As soon as the two left the airport, they saw their driver respectfully standing in front of the car waiting for them. Young master, young madam, welcome you back, Gigu butler has been waiting at home for a long time. I've already said that there's no need for this, so let's go back soon. After speaking, Yuni and Gong Liulai got into the car hand in hand. When they were in the United States, the news of Donghuang Yuni and Gong Liulai's engagement had already spread throughout the Donghuang family, and people were naturally well informed. Gong Liulai also officially became the first lady of Donghuang Yuni. Although she was engaged, anyone with a little discernment knew that the relationship between the two would definitely become a husband and wife. After the engagement, Donghuang Yuni decided to take Gong Liulai to play around the world, which caused the two to not return to RB for half a year. Gong Liulai's parents naturally became Donghuang Yuni's husband and mother-in-law. Donghuang Yuni's father also arranged 2 good management positions for Gong Liulai's parents. Of course, the previous positions were naturally resigned. Chapter 100. 3 days later, Yuni and Gong Liulai were not in a hurry to go to school. They had been abroad for too long and had to reverse the jet lag first. MMM. I see, you should also pay more attention to your body, okay, don't worry. Yuni was also in a very good mood when she heard Gong Liulai calling Yuni early in the morning. Yuni had never felt this way in her previous life, slowly approaching Gong Liulai and wrapping her arms around Gong Liulai's waist. Gong Liulai's pretty face was slightly red, but she did not resist. This is not the first time for Gong Liulai, not to mention that she is now Yuni's fiancé, so naturally she will not feel unnatural as at the beginning. Yuni whispered close to Gong Liulai's ear. Is it my father-in-law or my mother-in-law? Gong Liulai's face turned even redder from Yuni's voice just now. At this moment Yuni heard the voice on the phone. Is it Yuni? Yuni immediately got serious, reached out and picked up the phone in Gong Liulai's hand and started chatting with his mother-in-law. Is your mother-in-law living well there? Little Li's father and I are very good here, but it's different from RB's life, and I feel a little not used to it. That's it. It's okay, just get used to it. If your father-in-law and mother-in-law want to come back, you can come back anytime. Yeah. I'll go back with Xiali's father after we're done, and Xiali will ask you to take care of her. Mother-in-law, don't worry. He is one of the most important people in my life, and I won't let her suffer any grievances. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Mother-in-law, go ahead and talk to Xiali. 39. After speaking, Yuni handed the phone to Gong Liulai. Gong Liulai pursed her lips and showed a dissatisfied look, but the tenderness and happiness in her eyes betrayed her heart. After Gong Liulai finished the phone call, the two came to the restaurant together, and breakfast was already prepared on the table. After the two finished their meal, they asked the driver to take them to Shihoko High School. Shihoko High School Basketball Club. Bang 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 bang. The sound resounded throughout the arena. At this time, a match between the upper and lower classes is being held in the arena. This year's Shihoko basketball team also added several newcomers, but in the process of the game, it can be seen that the newcomers are too weak. Kaed Rukawa, Sakuragi Hanamichi, and Miyagi Ryota all did not play, and the first-year rookie was beaten by only the second- and third-year substitutes. Ayako on the side also frowned and muttered. The strength of the first-year freshman this time is too poor. It's not good to continue like this. Sakuragi Hanamichi said disdainfully. That is to say, you can't compare with us. 35. Ayako didn't refute it. It was true, Sakuragi Hanamichi was much stronger than this freshman even when he didn't understand basketball at first. It's not a matter of skill, it's talent. At this moment, the gate of the arena was opened, and a familiar voice came in. Long time no see you guys. Everyone looked up and saw a young man with silver hair and a beautiful girl with long silver hair walking into the arena. Yuni. Everyone was stunned at first, and then all became excited. It's the captain. Captain is back. The first-year freshmen turned their heads blankly when they heard the words of their seniors. After they joined the basketball club, they heard about Donghwang Yuni's deeds. It is said that Donghwang Yuni led the little-known Shohoku basketball team to win the national championship. In the finals, he defended the 5 players of Mingpeng Industry by himself, and finally kept a clean sheet. He was called by everyone the king of high school basketball. Is that Donghwang Yuni? Looks like it's not what I imagined. This is the captain of the Shohoku basketball club. Ayako was also very excited to see Yuni coming back. With Yuni, she has the backbone and will not be as tired as before. UBD, you still know how to come back. If you don't come back, Shohoku will be disbanded. How can it be so exaggerated? Isn't it that I haven't come back for a few months? Hearing this, Ayako immediately became unhappy. What do you mean by not coming back for a few months? Do you know how we spent these months? Seeing Ayako's aggrieved appearance, Ruri immediately took Ayako's hand and comforted her. Okay, don't get excited, Sister Ayako. Aren't we back? With a cold snort, Ayako turned his head away from Donghwang Yuni. Sakuragi Hanamichi came to Yuni's side carelessly and patted Yuni's shoulder. Little Emperor, did you bring us any gifts? Yuni glanced at him. Are you excited because it's a gift? Sakuragi Hanamichi didn't feel embarrassed, and continued with a smile. I've helped you support the basketball club for so long, so I have to give you some benefits. The benefits are naturally there, not just for you, but for everyone. Sakuragi Hanamichi immediately became excited. What is what? Yuni saw that Sakuragi Hanamichi's saliva was almost drooling and pushed him away angrily. Then let's gather first. I'll give you all your goodies one by one. Sakuragi Hanamichi heard the beginning of Pitian Padayan and lined up with everyone. Donghwang Yuni glanced around the crowd, and his eyes stayed on the freshman for a while. Looks like we've added a few new recruits. Well, next I will formulate corresponding training methods according to your physical fitness and characteristics. This is a gift for you. As soon as Yuni finished speaking, everyone felt a little lost. They thought they really had a great gift. Well, this is indeed a great gift. Kaed Rukawa has no dissatisfaction, on the contrary, he is full of expectations. He is very clear about Donghwang Yuni's strength, and he naturally does not think that the training given by Donghwang Yuni will be ordinary training. Just like the skills Donghwang Yuni taught him, each is a powerful skill. The corners of Yuni's mouth twitched up, and red halos appeared in her purple-red-blue, Li-Da's, eyes. We'll talk about this later. First of all, let me take a look at your growth in the past 6 months. 39. All of a sudden, everyone felt their bodies cold as if they were being stared at by something terrifying. Invincible and invincible in the world, as if everything is under the control of the man in front of him. The first-year freshmen felt their scalps numb and trembling all over. This is the captain of Shohoku. The momentum is so strong. I didn't even have the courage to look him in the face. This is the man called the Emperor. It was only at this time that the new first-year freshman realized what a terrible man Donghwang Yuni was. The old man in the basketball department was also shocked. They had felt the power of Emperor I before. But it was outside the field, and this time, the direct confrontation really shocked everyone. From now on, Donghwang Yuni is the unshakable pillar of the Shohoku basketball team, and this is the future captain of the Shohoku basketball team. Chapter 101. 5 minutes later, under the arrangement of Donghwang Yuni, everyone in the basketball team was ready to play and restarted the practice game. This practice session was slightly adjusted, and Kaed Rukawa was assigned to the freshman group. Miyagi Ryota and Sakuragi Hanamichi lead Yasuda Yasuharu, Shiozaka Tetsushi, and Satoru Kakuta, who are now in the 3rd grade. With a whistle from Ayako, the practice game officially started. Since this practice match Yuni mainly wanted to see everyone's strength in order to better determine the starting roster, so Yuni did not play, just watched from the sidelines with Ayako. Yuni used Emperor I to watch everyone on the field move. On the field, Kaed Rukawa dribbled the ball past Yasuda Yasuharu and came to Miyagi Ryota, then turned around and broke through again. Soon Kaed Rukawa made an inside jumper, and Sakuragi Hanamichi immediately jumped up and blocked the situation. Kaed Rukawa waved the ball into the wind. Kaed Rukawa, watch me make you a big hot pot. As soon as he finished speaking, Sakuragi Hanamichi's eyes widened. He was surprised to find that he had indeed blocked Kaed Rukawa's shot, but the basketball passed through his palm as if it had become illusory. This is brush. Basketball into the net. 2-0. The first-year freshmen were dumbfounded. The dunk just broke their cognition of basketball. It was unbelievable that the basketball went through the palm of a person. This is Shohoku's ace Kaed Rukawa. Amazing. The gap between us and him is really too big. Off the field, Donghwang Yuni watched Kaed Rukawa's series of moves. In the past 6 months, Kaed Rukawa's strength has grown a lot, and Yang Yan Shilan can be used at will. Ayako also said with appreciation. Of course, he has been practicing hard for the past 6 months, and his goal is to beat you. Yasuda Yasuharu serves and passes the ball to Shiozaka Tetsushi. Shiozaka Tetsushi dribbled over half-time, was blocked by a freshman, and was easily passed by Shiozaka Tetsushi. Kaed Rukawa stopped in front of Shiozaka Tetsushi just before the 3-point line. Shiozaka Tetsushi tried to break through several times but was forced to pass the ball to Sakuragi Hanamichi on the right. Sakuragi Hanamichi was just unconvinced by Kaed Rukawa's head-throwing shot. After receiving the ball, he rushed inside and jumped from the free throw line to make a powerful dunk. As a result, Kaed Rukawa, who was driven over, reached out and broke the ball. At the last moment, Sakuragi Hanamichi swiped his palm to forcefully change the course of the basketball. Kaed Rukawa was also hit by Sakuragi Hanamichi's swing, which caused him to miss the basketball, and finally the basketball flew out. Miyagi Ryota quickly came to the landing point of the basketball and took the lead in catching the basketball. Miyagi Ryota dribbled to the inside with a fantasy footstep, followed by a roundabout pass to Shiozaka Tetsushi on the outside. Shiozaka Tetsushi took a jump shot immediately after receiving the ball. Brush. Basketball into the net. 2-3. I didn't expect Miyagi to use fantastic footwork and round-robin passes to such an extent so quickly. It's not perfect, but it's good enough. Yuni then looked at Shiozaka Tetsushi again. Although Shiozaka's three-pointer is not as good as Hisashi Mitsui's, but from the shot just now, it can be seen that he is quite confident when he shoots. Ayako is somewhat smug. Of course, the training content you gave me before you left was always telling them. It's not a big problem, the problem is that our inside line is really weak. Although Kakuta can play the role of inside line, but if compared with other schools, he is not enough. Hearing Yuni's words, Ayako was also silent, and she also had a headache. Since Akashi Tekinori's graduation, the Shohoku basketball team has become the weakest team in all high schools. Although Kakuta is 180 centimeters, his strength is still not comparable to the center of other schools. Although Donghwang Yuni can make up for it, it is not enough. 15 minutes later, with the final 5 minutes remaining, the score was 37 points for the first-year students represented by Kaed Rukawa and 28 points for the seniors led by Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi Ryota. Donghwang Yuni has generally understood the strength of their respective players, turned around and sat on the bench on the sidelines. Ayako looked at Donghwang Yuni curiously. Why, don't you continue to observe? There's no need for that, I already have a general understanding of their strength and future development direction. Oh? So what do you think now? Opinion. What you said really left me speechless, what can I say? This year's first-year freshmen are too weak, even if I forcibly improve their strength, they can't compare with other school substitutes. After a pause, Yuni spoke again. But they are not completely useless, and then it depends on their own efforts. Ayako suddenly shuddered for some reason. 5 minutes later, the game was over, 43-32, and the first-year students led by Kaed Rukawa won. Yuni was not surprised when he saw the result of the competition. Kaed Rukawa was the only one in the first-year freshman group, and the others had little effect. Ayako whistled again. Everyone gather. Yuni stood in front of everyone and began to comment on the pros and cons of everyone. Kaed Rukawa, your skills have improved a lot in the past 6 months, but your stamina still needs to be improved, and Mitsui is gone in the future. I'll find time to teach you. Hearing that Kaed Rukawa's eyes shrank, he knows the 3-point shooting skills, and it can be said that it is no exaggeration to crush most of the players in the same position. Kaed Rukawa nodded in agreement. Next is Miyagi, your skills in all aspects are very well used, as long as you steadily improve your proficiency. Oh! By the way, and your speed should be improved, then in future competitions will be much easier. Yuni watched Sakuragi Hanamichi for a long time without saying anything. Improved greatly. Then, there is no then. A big tic-tac-toe appeared on Sakuragi Hanamichi's head in an instant. Little Emperor, what do you mean? Damn! Yuni waved his hand indifferently. It means great progress. Yuni turned his head and looked at the 3 seniors in the 3rd grade. They were basically sitting on the bench last year, and Yuni naturally won't let them sit on the bench again this year. After all, they are already in the 3rd grade, and it would be too ruthless to let them sit on the bench. Although Emperor I made him seem a little difficult to get close to, but after all, he is not Akashi Seijuro, and he does not have such a cold heart. On the contrary, he is very enthusiastic. Kakuta-senpai, the center position is up to you from now on. This also means that Satoru Kakuta will be one of the team's starters in the future. Satoru Kakuta is very happy and vowed to keep up with everyone's footsteps. Yuni continued to speak. I will try my best to let you play in future games. I will only play in an emergency, so you are not a fixed starter. Anyone can become a starter. Ayako asked in surprise. Is that really okay? Yuni smiled and said unconcernedly. Don't worry, no problem, wouldn't it be great to let everyone familiarize yourself with the rhythm of the game? Ayako couldn't help seeing that Yuni said so. Forget it, you are the captain, what you say is what you say. As for Yasuda-senpai and Shiozaka-senpai, you will generally be sent to the field in future games. That's the Second Army. Second Army? Everyone was puzzled. Yuni continued. Yes, in the future our basketball part will be the First Army and the Second Army. The First Army is our most powerful combat force, and the Second Army is our Shohoku's apparent combat power. This also means to confuse the opponent, although I think doing this will really confuse the opponent, but at least it can interfere with the opponent's rhythm. Next, Yuni looked at a few of last year's first year, that is, this year's second-year substitutes. The 3 of you are the same. You are also members of the Second Army. You are also one of the starting pioneers in future games. The 3 substitute eyes looked at Donghwang Yuni with joy. Really? Great, we can finally play. Yuni responded with a smile. Don't be too happy, if you are abused badly by your opponent, I will replace you at any time. Okay, we'll try our best, Captain. Finally, Yuni looked at several first-year freshmen this year. As for you, Your strength still needs to be improved, because your current strength is not enough to play the official game. But I will also find an opportunity to replace you on the field to experience the rhythm of the official game. Several first-year freshmen did not have any complaints. After the game just now, they were very clear about their strength, and they were really far from their seniors. Okay, let's continue training. Ayako, you continue to supervise. Kaed Rukawa, Sakuragi, Miyagi, 3 of you. After saying that, Yuni turned around and walked out of the arena. The 3 of them looked at each other and followed Donghwang Yuni out of the arena. Chapter 102. Outside the arena, Yuni led the 3 to the corner of the square and sat down cross-legged. He turned his head to indicate that the 3 of them also sat down and said, I called you out because there are some things I can only say to you. The 3 of them didn't understand what Yuni meant, but they didn't rush to ask, they just waited for Donghwang Yuni's message. Yuni smiled and continued. Although I don't want to say that, but you can see the gap between others and us. If it's just a little bit worse, it's fine, but the gap between them and us is too huge. Even if I forcefully improve their strength, there will be no difference. How much help? The establishment of the Second Army is also a helpless move. As soon as Yuni said this, Sakuragi Hanamichi, Miyagi Ryota, and Kaed Rukawa all fell silent. How could they not be clear about Yuni's words? It's true that their strength is far from the strength of the rest of the team. Even forcibly cooperating with them will slow down his rhythm, and in the end, it may also drag him down and let his strength drop. Yuni glanced at the 3 of them. So the Second Army will be the starting team in the future. This is also to prevent the seniors from leaving regrets. There is only so much I can do. After all, as the captain, I can't make fun of the future of the team. So in order to avoid the future the Second Army was abused so badly by the opponent, I need to improve your strength to prevent us from losing. Now Sakuragi Hanamichi, Miyagi Ryota, and Kaed Rukawa all understand, is Donghwang Yuni going to desert himself alone? What kind of eyesight Yuni is, he can see at a glance what these 3 guys are thinking. Don't think too much, I just want to teach you a few more skills. The training is the same as the one customized for you before. If you want to strengthen the training, you can adjust it yourself. After saying that, Yuni stood up and stretched. The time is set this weekend. When the time comes, I will teach you at my house. After saying that, Yuni turned around and walked back to the basketball hall. Miyagi Ryota scratched his head and stood up as well. It's really troublesome, it's still not possible without Akashi. Sakuragi Hanamichi said slyly. Xiaogong, are you a little nervous? What nonsense are you talking about? Idiot! Xiaogong is obviously under pressure. Now there are only 4 of us who can play in the team. As a point guard, are you under a lot of pressure? Miyagi Ryota was at a loss for words. Sakuragi Hanamichi made him feel very uncomfortable, so he turned his head and left with a snort. Only Sakuragi Hanamichi laughing at the back. Kaed Rukawa didn't bother to stay with this megalomaniac, and turned around and walked back to the basketball hall. Time passed, and today, 4 days later, is the day Yuni made an appointment with Sakuragi Hanamichi, Kaed Rukawa, and Miyagi Ryota. In order to avoid disturbing Yuni and Gong Liulai to rest early in the morning, Yuni deliberately set the time at noon. Soon Yuni asked the driver to pick up the 3 back to the manor. As soon as the 3 were led into the living room by the maids, they saw Donghwang Yuni and Gong Liulai. Gong Liulai immediately waved when she saw the 3 of them coming. Hey! You are finally here, Yuni has been waiting for you for a long time. 35. Yuni also stood up when he saw the 3 arrived. You guys are finally here. If it's any later, I'll be starving to death. Lunch is ready, let's eat first. Let's talk about teaching football after dinner. Hearing the meal Sakuragi Hanamichi can be said to be a spiritual booster, he can always remember the craftsmanship of Donghwang Yuni's chef. Yuni saw that several people's saliva was about to flow out, and there was no ink, so he brought the three of them to the restaurant for dinner. The three saw that only Donghuang Yuni was sitting down and Miyagi Ryota asked curiously. Hey? Xyli won't eat. Yuni shook her head. She just ate some, and she made an appointment with Haruko to go shopping today, so it should be off by now. 55. Hearing that, Miyagi Ryota didn't ask any more questions, and ate a table of delicious food. Half an hour later, Yuni brought the three to his basketball court. Yuni said to the crowd after walking to the court. You are already familiar with what I taught you before. What I want to teach you next is how to release your wildness. Hearing this, the eyes of the three of them lit up. Sakuragi Hanamichi said excitedly. Wildness? Can I have wildness too? Yuni nodded. Everyone has wildness, and people are also a type of animals. Animals will have wildness. It's just that humans have lived in a safe environment for too long, so they have covered its existence. Just find a way to activate it. As soon as the voice fell, Yuni exuded a bloodthirsty and brutal aura. Now Yuni's wildness has reached 99%, and the momentum is stronger and more solid than half a year ago. The three felt the power and took a step back at the same time. They were feeling Donghuang Yuni's wildness as if they were really facing an ancient beast, even more terrifying than the ancient beast. That is natural, Yuni's wildness belongs to aliens, and aliens are a kind of aliens in the universe. When lurking, there is not even any clues to be found, but when launching an attack, the ferocity and bloodthirsty at all costs are unmatched by all beasts. The wildness is released as soon as it is released, Yuni continued. The most direct way to activate the wildness is to face a desperate situation, no matter what kind of desperate situation it is, as long as you feel the danger, your subconscious will trigger the wildness that was originally hidden. This is the most direct and fastest method. As for other, I'm sure you won't choose the method. Yuni continued to look at the thoughtful expressions of the three in front of her. Don't worry too much about this first, I will tell you the method, and then you can try it out, and I will cooperate with you as much as possible. Next, I will teach you some skills first. Yuni's thoughts sank into his mind. System, check my properties. Basic properties. Name, Donghuang Yuni. S*X, male. Ask for flowers O. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 82 kilograms. 100, plus 100%. 100, plus 100%. 100, plus 100%. Jump height, 2.5 meters, plus 100%. 100, plus 100%. 100, plus 100%. Talent skill, God of Miracles, inactive. Possess ball skills, butterfly step through flower, gutter, meteor slam dunk, Yanjian shooting blue, 3 points from heaven, earth and void, magic passing, right to play backwards, disappearing dribble, phantom shot, fantasy footsteps, unprepared pass, unprepared shot. Self-created ball skills, passing shot, smashing shot, wire hook shot, elbow shot, swing pass, zero return, elbow pass, elbow shot spinning shot, sniper shot, clone fake. 0. Possessed fields, extinguishing the 5 senses, still, instantaneous. Wild species, alien. Wild progress, 99%. Wild introduction, a space life form from aliens, with the characteristics of intelligence, violence, agility, outbreak, oppression, tenacious vitality, and so on. Zone, in the second stage, the 100% limit can be exceeded. Can be turned on at will. Achievement points, 124,810. In the past 6 months, Yuni has won a lot of points and exchanged some of his favorite skills. At the beginning, after combining the 5 talents, he got a talent of God of Miracles. Yuni tried to awaken this talent with the talent awakening potion. But the system replied, "This talent is too powerful, it takes 10 bottles of awakening potions of heaven-defying talent to synthesize a god-level awakening potions of heaven-defying talent. An awakening god of miracles requires 5 bottles of god-level awakening potions of heaven-defying talents to awaken." Look, this is what people say. Well, systems are not people. Yuni hasn't figured out the specific function of this talent yet, but Yuni feels that this talent is terrible, so terrible that he can't even imagine it. Because he can continue to use the 5 previous talents, and after the successful synthesis, he has 3 fields. Destroy the 5 senses, use the sound of ball skills and basketball touching the ground to affect the opponent within 1 meter, and finally make the opponent in a state of disappearing 5 senses. With wild use, it can reach 1.5 meters, and it can reach 2 meters in the state of zone. Stationary, in 2 seconds, the flow of still time makes it in a state of time still, and the user can move freely during the still time. With wild use, it can reach 2.5 seconds, and it can reach 3 seconds in the state of zone. Instantaneous, use the cell activity dozens of times to increase the explosive power of a moment, making oneself extremely terrifying in a moment, which looks like a momentary teleportation to outsiders, and the effect of using it in conjunction with stationary is multiplied. Cooperating with wild use can be used 2 times in a row, and can be increased to 3 times in zone state. 10. Chapter 103. Yuni looked at her own attributes and felt very happy. Naturally, the field can't be taught to them, and even if they were taught, they couldn't learn it, so Yuni turned to his own skills column. Create your own skills and your current skills. Unprepared shooting and unprepared passing can be taught to Miyagi Ryota, which can further improve his ball control. Right to come out later it can be taught to Sakuragi Hanamichi. With Sakuragi Hanamika's current jumping power and air holding ability, it should be easy to learn. As for other skills, it is estimated that it is difficult to learn with Sakuragi Hanamika's head. As for Kaed Rukawa, 3 points of heaven, earth, and void. This has been decided before. Clone fake, disappearing dribble, phantom shooting can try to teach him first. Thinking that she needs to teach so many skills to each other, Yuni feels a headache imagining. Yuni picked up the basketball and walked to the court. First of all, Miyagi Ryota, you come to defend me. Kaed Rukawa and Sakuragi cooperate with my passing. After speaking, the 3 of them took their place. Yuni spoke to Miyagi Ryota. May 10th, Miyagi, what I'm going to teach you this time is unprepared shooting and unprepared passing. Literally, it means passing the ball to a teammate or making a shot for the opponent without any preparation. No response time. Yuni patted the basketball and started to break through. Miyagi Ryota stared at Donghwang Yuni's movements, not daring to relax. Yuni slapped the ball, bang bang bang. Then no more, the sound of the basketball hitting the ground disappeared, and the basketball in Yuni's hand disappeared. Miyagi Ryota didn't react at all, looked left and right, and found that the basketball had fallen into Kaed Rukawa's hands at some point. When? I didn't see any sign of him passing the ball at all. Is this an unprepared pass? Kaed Rukawa and Sakuragi Hanamichi were also confused. Kaed Rukawa didn't know when the ball was in his hands when he received it. Yuni motioned for Kaed Rukawa to pass back and asked. How is it, do you understand? Miyagi Ryota recovered from the shock and said with a black line on his head. Who can understand this? Yuni is not surprised. If Miyagi Ryota can be understood at once, he is a god. Yuni spent a lot of effort when he first understood this skill. Then I'll be slower this time, you should take a closer look. Yuni continued to dribble, tricking Miyagi Ryota with a fake dribble as before. The action was not fast, Miyagi Ryota quickly caught up, but the basketball in Yuni's hand was long gone. Basketball has long been in the hands of Sakuragi Hanamichi. Miyagi Ryota frowned and thought about the scene just now. Yuni looked at Miyagi Ryota and asked. How? Do I need to do it again? Miyagi Ryota nodded. Yuni did not get impatient and continued to demonstrate to Miyagi Ryota. Soon 30 minutes passed, and Miyagi Ryota was panting slightly. I seem to have figured out something. Yuni gave a small smile. Then let's switch to Sakuragi Hanamichi. I thought about it carefully, and I'm afraid I won't be able to learn the skills that are too complicated for you, so I decided to give you the right to come out later, so that you can when it comes to rebounding and dunking, there is one more option. Right to come out later. Sakuragi Hanamichi also knew that he was by the side when Donghwang Yuni gave this trick to the gorilla before. Yuni then showed Sakuragi Hanamichi a few more times and then let Sakuragi Hanamichi figure it out on his own. In the end Yuni set his sights on Kaed Rukawa. Kaed Rukawa, I taught you more than the two of them, so you should practice these skills in addition to team practice in the future. It's up to you to understand how much you can understand. Kaed Rukawa looked at Donghwang Yuni seriously. Don't worry. I'm not that vulnerable. Yuni nodded. This time I taught you not only the sky, earth, and void 3 points, but also clone fake, disappearing dribble and phantom shooting, which are all suitable for you at critical times. Yuni held the basketball to signal Kaed Rukawa to defend. Next, I will demonstrate the 3 points of heaven, earth, and void. The first is the shot of the sky. The shot of the sky is also called the shot that avoids the opponent's block. In short, it is a fallback jumper. Not difficult. After speaking, Yuni jumped with the ball in both hands and leaned back. Seeing this, Kaed Rukawa immediately took off and stretched out his hand to block, but Yuni had a lot of back space and was very fast. The ball flew directly over Kaed Rukawa's head and fell into the basket. Then it's a shot against the opponent head-on, which is also a shot that makes the opponent foul. Yuni said while patting the basketball. First use fake moves to fool the opponent, then take off to touch the opponent. As soon as the voice fell, Yuni held the ball with both hands again to make a shot, and raised his back foot to look like Yuni was taking off. When Kaed Rukawa jumped up, he realized that he had been cheated, and then Yuni jumped up and directly hit Kaed Rukawa's body and threw the ball. After the two landed, Yuni looked at Kaed Rukawa. How is it, do you understand? Kaed Rukawa nodded. Next is the last shot, called the void. It is a shot that prevents the opponent from jumping. The principle is that by squatting deeper before the shot, the opponent feels a momentary stiffness when he takes off, making the opponent unable to jump. After speaking, Yuni demonstrated again. Kaed Rukawa's pupils shrank, and just now he felt like he couldn't move at all. Is this the void? Interesting. Kaed Rukawa's mood gradually became high. After 30 minutes, Yuni saw that Kaed Rukawa had almost comprehended the 3 points of heaven, earth, and void and was ready to start the next lesson. Yuni picked up the basketball again and said to Kaed Rukawa. The trick I'll teach you below is called clone fake, it's a waste of physical strength, so you understand. Kaed Rukawa didn't speak, he understood what Donghwang Yuni meant, and his physical strength was indeed hurt. Yuni didn't talk nonsense either, just dribbled the ball and started to demonstrate. I saw that Yuni's dribbling speed suddenly began to change, and he instantly turned into 3 Donghwang Yuni by constantly changing hands, fast movement, and fake action. In Kaed Rukawa's eyes, Donghwang Yuni suddenly turned into 3 figures and skipped in 3 directions. Kaed Rukawa was horrified and looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. Can this be done by human beings? Yuni stopped and continued. The more avatars consume, the greater the physical strength, which means that there is no upper limit for avatars. As long as you have enough speed and physical strength, you can create more avatars. After speaking, Yuni made another change, dribbling and changing hands faster than before. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 5 of Donghwang Yuni's clones, 2 of which were breaking towards Kaed Rukawa's sides, 1 was in a shooting position, and the other 2 were passing the ball. Kaed Rukawa was completely stunned, not only Kaed Rukawa, Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi Ryota on the side also opened their mouths to see what happened on the field. Sakuragi Hanamichi rubbed his eyes. Is he a ninja? Can a normal person really make a clone? Miyagi Ryota gave Sakuragi Hanamichi an angry look. Idiot, how could such a thing happen because of afterimages? It looks like a clone to outsiders, but it's just afterimages. But you're right, he's not a normal person. On the field, Kaed Rukawa calmed down and took a deep breath. Yuni threw the ball to Kaed Rukawa and turned to defense. Bring it on. Kaed Rukawa didn't hesitate, patted the basketball and imagined a series of movements of Donghwang Yuni just now. Then Kaed Rukawa started shifting, and the basketball suddenly flew out just as he was about to break through. Kaed Rukawa looked back for a while. Yuni sighed. When you change gears, your whole body is also affected, and naturally the previous hand speed and ball control will also weaken, so you have to find a way to solve this. 1 failure, 2 1.0 failures, 3 failures, Kaed Rukawa kept trying for the next time, and the failures did not make him give up. An hour and a half later, Kaed Rukawa was finally able to use 2 clones with his final effort. Kaed Rukawa was gasping for breath, his legs trembling almost unsteady. Yuni shrugged. Let's rest for a while. The 2 clones are estimated to be your current limit, and then you have to rely on yourself to increase the number of clones. The 4 rested for a while and entered the practice state again. Yuni did not let Kaed Rukawa continue to practice the clone fake, but taught him 2 other techniques. The next step is disappearing dribble and phantom shooting. You have seen these 2 before, and I have also explained the principle. Both skills rely on visual induction as the basis. If it is a long time, it's impossible to maintain, but it can be done with your talent in an instant. Yuni spent the next afternoon as a hands-off shopkeeper, leisurely observing everyone's mistakes and pointing them out for them to correct. In the evening, Yuni left the 3 people behind after dinner and asked the driver to take them back. Chapter 104. The next day, Yuni and Gong Liulai in the manor packed up after breakfast and went to Shihoko High School. Yuni and Gong Liulai were noticed by everyone around as soon as they got off the car and entered the school gate. Both of them have silver hair, one is dignified and fresh and handsome, the other is beautiful and youthful, and people who don't know them think they are brothers and sisters. There was a constant screaming sound all around. When Gong Liulai saw the nympho faces of the girls around, she immediately took Yuni's arm to show her sovereignty. Sakuragi Hanamichi was also very envious when he saw this scene, thinking that his Haruko hadn't held his little hand until now, and he felt sad. Miyagi Ryota also saw this scene on the other side, and imagined what it would be like to walk down the street hand in hand with his Ayako one day. Soon the morning class was over, and everyone in the basketball team changed their clothes in the basketball room. Then Ayako came in and clapped his hands and said loudly, "Attention, collection!" Ayako continued after the crowd gathered. "The coach informed us that we will have a practice match with Ryanan in 2 days, followed by a practice match with Kanan, 2 days in a row." Everyone was silent when they heard it. The previous practice games were overshadowed by other schools. Although they had Rukawa 25 Kaed, Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi Ryota, they still lost to each other. The main reason is that the substitutes of other schools are much stronger than Chihoku's, and Chihoku's current insider is really weak and pitiful. It can be said that there is basically no. Yuni didn't show any expression and glanced around the crowd. "Okay, isn't it just a practice match? Why are you so silent? I also heard that you were abused so badly before. It's normal. If you win, I'd be surprised." "Little Emperor, what do you mean by that? Do you look down on us?" Sakuragi Hanamichi protested in dissatisfaction. Miyagi Ryota also stared at Donghwang Yuni angrily. Yuni scratched her head and continued. I don't mean that, I mean to say that the overall strength of Shihoko is too different from that of other schools. Even with the 3 main players from last year, there is still a lot of difference, especially our inside line, which is simply weak and explosive. As soon as these words came out, everyone was silent. The height gap was there, and there was no one available to Shohoku, which was Shohoku's current situation. However, even though Yuni said this, he was not worried at all. With his current strength, both offensive and defensive will crush the opponent. But he didn't want to be so tired, so he decided to play as little as possible in the future if he didn't have to. Okay, since the practice matches are on Saturday, Sunday, and 2 days, everyone hurry up and train. Don't worry too much. How do you think our champions came from before? At this time, everyone realized that Donghwang Yuni was worried about something. That pervert was someone who could overwhelm a team by himself. The first-year freshmen are very worried. They have only heard of Donghwang Yuni, but they have never met him, so they seem a little worried. Yuni could see the worries of the first graders, and he didn't say much. After Ayako finished speaking, Yuni had nothing to say, and led everyone back to the basketball hall for specific training. Time passed quickly, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and soon it was Saturday. On this day, the basketball team gathered at the Shohoku basketball hall at the same time, and Coach Anze was naturally present. Yuni saw that everyone had arrived and there was no ink, so he led everyone on the bus to Ryanen High School. The bus was prepared by Yuni. He didn't want to go all the way to take the Shinkansen like last time. It took about 2 hours for Shohoku and his group to arrive at Ryanen High School. After getting off the bus, everyone saw 2 people standing at the school gate. Sendo and Aida Hikoichi. Yuni beckoned. Yo, long time no see. Sendo, and you are Aida Hikoichi? Sendo smiled. Yeah. Long time no see, I thought you wouldn't come back. Donghwang Yuni, you know me? Yuni laughed ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Your sister has interviewed me several times. 99. How about Sendo, can wildness be mastered? Sendo gave a confident smile. Thanks to you, I have realized something, although it's not as good as AMU. Yuni frowned. As expected of Sendo. I know it's not your opponent yet, I just want to see the gap between me and you now. Don't tell me you haven't made any progress in more than half a year. Oops. Although you say that, well. But I won't start. Besides, they have grown up, so I can play depending on your ability. Sendo's eyes narrowed and he turned to look at Kaed Rukawa, Sakuragi Hanamichi, and Miyagi Ryota. It's interesting, then let me see it. Saying that, Sendo and Aida Hikoichi took Shohoku and his party to Ryanen's basketball hall. As soon as they entered the door, all eyes on Ryanen came over, and Shohoku and his party suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. Shohoku's first-year freshmen are almost unstable, but Yuni doesn't feel anything, and this pressure is not the same for him. Ryanen's coach Takamoiki immediately walked up to Coach Anze to say hello respectfully. Coach Anze, it's really been a long time. I heard that your heart was not very good before, what's the matter now? Hoo. Coach Anze laughed. Thank you for your concern, it's all right now. Takamoiki looked up at Donghwang Yuni again, and now Donghwang Yuni feels like an ordinary person. But he doesn't think so. After seeing Donghwang Yuni's strength, his pressure is not a little bit. In the past 6 months, he has not stopped thinking about how to stop Donghwang Yuni, and in the end he still can't think of a way. He is confident that he can beat the current Kanon with the current Ryanen's strength, but Shohoku has no confidence at all. Yuni, it's been a long time, our Sendo is training with your goal every day. Yuni scratched her head. Coach Taka is serious, and with Sendo's talent, he will have no problem making it to the national championships this year. This is not something Yuni said casually. From the contact with Sendo just now, he could clearly feel the pressing aura emanating from Sendo. That's wild, not as strong as Shinichi Maki's but it's not far off. Shohoku and his party came to the lounge to prepare. The first-year freshman asked curiously. Ryan Sendo is going to target our captain. That said. I've heard of Sendo, he's a super ace in high school. Then how powerful is our captain? Ayako smiled proudly at this time. You first-year bastards, Yuni is the man known as the Emperor of High School, that is, the strongest in high school. Do you understand? The strongest. This. You'll understand when he's on the court. You probably won't believe it if you just say it with your mouth. He's not just the strongest. The first-year freshmen were all confused. Yuni spoke at this time. Okay, let's assign the starting players. All of a sudden the lounge was quiet. 510. Number 6, Yasuda Yasuharu, PG. Number 8, Shiozaka Tetsushi, shooting guard. Number 9, Satoru Kakuta, center. Number 12, Ishii Kentaro, power forward. Number 15, Satoru Seiseoka, SF. The following are the starting candidates. Kuwata Toki, you are responsible for replacing Ishii or Shiozaki. The first-year freshmen watch the game and learn from the experience. If the game requires you to play in the future. After Yuni finished speaking, he turned to look at Coach Anze to see if Coach Anze had anything else to say. Hoo. Yuni's arrangements are very good, I have nothing to say, it's a lot easier for me to have Yuni here. Soon the Shohoku crowd walked out of the lounge. Ryanan looked a little annoyed when everyone saw that all the players were former substitutes. What, we don't have a main force, do you underestimate us too much? That is to say. There must be a limit to arrogance. Sendo looked at Shohoku and his group with no emotion. Is that so? I'm afraid it's not that simple. 99. Koshino Hiroaki said. Sendo, what do you know? Sendo thought about it and shook his head. I don't know, there are some speculations, but it doesn't matter, as long as they play the main force. Hey, what's your answer? Soon the players on both sides stood their ground. Ryanan's list of appearances here. Number 7, Akira Sendo, small forward. Number 6, Koshino Hiroaki, PG. Number 11, Shugahei, center. Number 13, Fukuda Kichu, PF. Number 8, Yokusa Tomoyuki, shooting guard. After the players of both teams were ready, the referee blew the whistle for the practice match. Chapter 105. In the opening, Satoru Kakuta and Kenhei scramble for the ball. Ayako said worriedly. The difference in height is about 10 centimeters, decisively this year's shortcomings are obvious. Yuni said disapprovingly. There is no need to worry too much about the practice game, and this is just our second army, the main players have not yet played. Ayako rolled her eyes at Yuni, she didn't know what Yuni was thinking, she must use the second army team to reduce the opponent's physical strength first, and then let the main force of the first army play to end the game, probably that's what it meant. Clap. A sound. Shugera really hit the ball first. Shugera hooked the ball in Sendo's direction. Sendo's eyes were quick and his hands were quick to catch the basketball. Sendo didn't rush to attack, but slowly slapped the ball and walked forward. Let's score a goal first. As soon as the words fell, Sendo evaded the defense of Satoru Seiseoka with a change, without pressure. Sendo went straight to the three-point line for a jump shot. Shiozaka Tetsushi hurriedly ran to block, but the height difference still didn't touch the basketball, so he could only watch the basketball fall into his own basket. 2-0, Ryanan took the lead with a point. Ayako shook his head while holding his forehead. The gap is really too big. Not only is the height not comparable to the other party, but even the technical level is weak. The other party is more than one grade. Yuni drank the juice leisurely by the side. It doesn't matter, anyway, it's enough to consume the opponent's physical strength. And wouldn't it be good to let them adapt to the rhythm of the game more? Ayako didn't want to pay attention to this heartless person, and turned his head to ignore Yuni. Yuni saw that Ayako ignored her and smacked her lips. Such a ruthless woman. Ayako gritted his teeth secretly, thinking that if you weren't the captain now, I'd send you to Grandma's house with a folding fan. On the court, Shohoku served and Yasuda Yasuharu dribbled the ball nervously. Although he has played a lot of games with Akashi Takenori before, he still gets nervous now. Yasuda Yasuharu's eyes scanned the field, and Ryanan's men were all in the other half. Yasuda Yasuharu breathed a sigh of relief. Without passing, Yasuda Yasuharu felt the pressure immediately after half-court dribbling. Ryanan's Koshino Hiroaki immediately stopped in front of Yasuda Yasuharu, who almost dropped the ball with a sudden shake of his hand. Without hesitation, Yasuda Yasuharu turned the ball over to Ishii Kentaro. Immediately after receiving the ball, Ishii Kentaro wanted to dribble to the inside of the opponent, but unfortunately he was stopped by Fukuda Kicha before taking a few steps. While Ishii Kentaro was still thinking about driving or passing, the ball in his hand was suddenly broken. Ishii Kentaro was startled and turned around to see that it was Yukyusa Tomoyuki who broke the ball out of nowhere. Yukyusa Tomoyuki dribbled the ball quickly after stealing the ball and went beyond the three-point line to take a jump shot. Brush. Basketball into the net. 5-0. Shohoku served again and Yasuda Yasuharu passed the ball to Satoru Seiseoka. Satoru Seiseoka is also under great pressure as a former bench member. This opportunity to play was given by the captain, and he did not want Donghwang Yuni to be disappointed. Gritting his teeth, he dribbled the ball after half-court, and recalled the content of his usual training. However, his matchup was Seno, the recognized super ace in high school, and Seno broke the basketball in Satoru Seiseoka's hands without a quick shot. After that, the Ryanan team started a fast break. He rushed into Shohoku's inside line in one breath, jumped out and prepared to shoot. Satoru Kakuta jumped up and blocked, but unfortunately the height and jumping power were far behind Seno. Seno threw the ball without hesitation. Brush. 7-0. Ryanan had 7 points in less than 2 minutes of the opening minutes. The first-year freshman on the Shohoku bench felt desperate. They had heard that Ryanan was strong, but after seeing it with their own eyes, they realized that it was stronger than they thought. Kaed Rukawa of the First Army sat on the bench with no expressions, but Sakuragi Hanamichi said impatiently. "Little Emperor, if it goes on like this, we will lose, or let us play now." The appearance of the old god Yuni was there, as if he was not behind. "Don't worry, I give them 20 points. You don't think you can't even make up the 20 points difference?" 39. These words make everyone feel speechless, and they can't chase after 20 minutes. Is this what people say? Sure enough, monsters have the idea of monsters, and ordinary people like us simply can't keep up with the rhythm. Yuni turned to look at Coach Anze. "Coach, what do you think?" Hoo. Coach Anze is as steady as ever. Just follow Yuni's arrangement." After speaking, Coach Anze took a sip of tea and continued to watch the game on the field. Everyone saw that Coach Anze said so. Naturally, there was no explanation to say, and they could only continue to watch the game obediently. On the field, Yasuda Yasuharu dribbled the ball and observed the situation on the field. Unlike last time, this time he passed the ball to Shiozaka Tetsushi before Koshino Hiroaki came to defend. Shiozaka Tetsushi was already at the three-point line when he passed the ball, and he took the ball and made a jumper. Bang! Brush! Basketball into the net. 7-3. There was obviously luck in the ball, but it was a good goal. If you can't score a single point, it will be a blow to the team's momentum. Shiozaka Tetsushi himself may not have thought that he would enter, and everyone in Shohoku suddenly cheered up. Sendo's eyes became a little serious when he received the pass from his teammate, and just now, whether it was certainty or luck, he was very unhappy. It was clear that Shohoku's main force had not yet played, so he dropped points. You guys are quite capable. Don't try to score easily next time. Seno dribbled the ball quickly to Shihoko's three-point line, and Shiozaka Tetsushi immediately blocked it. Seno squatted with the ball in both hands and was about to take a jump shot. Shiozaka Tetsushi immediately took off and reached out to intercept. But after Shiozaka Tetsushi jumped up, he realized that Seno was still on the ground and didn't jump at all. Seeing the opportunity, Seno jumped up and hit Shiozaka Tetsushi and shot. Brush. The whistle blew. Shihoku number 8 defensive foul. The goal is counted as a free throw. There was a burst of cheers from the Ryanen bench. As expected of Mr. Seno. Wow! I got 4 points all at once. It's amazing. Yuni smacked her lips while watching Seno on the field. This guy should be playing. Without our main force present, he probably has no motivation to play. 55. Ayako asked curiously. Hey? Did you say Seno? Yeah. He looks unmotivated now, even when he steals the ball, he looks so lazy. This also shows that our Shihoku's bench strength is really weak and pitiful, and it's really a headache. Ayako sneered with a smile. Ouch. Our captains also have headaches. Don't you give them a special training? Yuni saw that there was no Ayako's words on the field. He knew that no amount of special training would be useless. It was not a matter of effort, but a difference in physique. In short, I will talk about the future. For the time being, I haven't thought of any good way to improve their strength. The special training content I gave them is based on their body and habits, and I have no way to do the rest. Who's to say what's wrong with this thing? 99. Ayako rolled her eyes at Yuni, obviously just decided to ignore this BD, and every time he spoke, he was mad at him. Chapter 106. The game continues. It was still Yasuda Yasuharu dribbling the ball, with a drop of cold sweat on his head looking at the Ryanen crowd ahead. The momentum that Shihoku had brought up with a three-pointer earlier was ruthlessly extinguished by Seno. Damn, is it really too weak? Yasuda Yasuharu thought so while dribbling the ball. Suddenly Yasuda Yasuharu heard a shout. Yasuda Yasuharu broke the ball before he could react. Koshino Hiroaki snatched the ball in a daze from Yasuda Yasuharu, and Koshino Hiroaki turned the ball over to Yukyusa Tomoyuki who was at the three-point line. Take the jump shot. Brush. Basketball is easy into the net. 3-10. Yukyusa Tomoyuki looked at Shihoku and said provocatively. That's 10 points. Shihoku gritted his teeth and was helpless as everyone watched. Damn, I'm already very careful, how could this happen? Yukyusa Tomoyuki said angrily. Shiozaka Tetsushi walked up to Yukyusa Tomoyuki and patted him on the shoulder. Don't care, we just need to be ourselves, don't forget that we still have the main force. Yukyusa Tomoyuki also nodded when he heard that, but he was still a little unwilling. Shihoku served, and Yukyusa Tomoyuki served himself this time, passing the ball to Satoru Seiseoka. After receiving the ball, Satoru Seiseoka dribbled the ball very carefully after halftime for fear that someone would suddenly break the ball in his hand. Sure enough, just as he was approaching the three-point line, a figure flashed in the corner of 510's eyes. It's Ryanen's player. Without thinking much, Satoru Seiseoka stopped immediately and passed the ball to Ishii Kentaro. After receiving the ball, Ishii Kentaro finally broke into Ryanen's inside line with his milk strength. Because of his lack of height and jumping ability, slam dunk is just an extravagant hope for him. So Ishii Kentaro was going to make a 3-step layup, 1 step and 2 steps, and before the third step was taken, Fukuda Kicho slapped the racket out. Fukuda Kicho looked at Ishii Kentaro contemptuously. How much you look down on us, Ryanen, to only let people like you play. 35. Ishii Kentaro was shocked and angry, his height was not comparable, his strength was not comparable, and his strength was a lot worse, so how could he fight? Not very good, their momentum is getting lower and lower. Ayako watched as the automatic pen on the field kept pressing. Yuni watched all this still without any turbulence. This is something they have to go through. The seniors are fortunate, after all, they have participated in official competitions with senior Akashi before. It's just that these lower grades have not experienced beatings. If they are not allowed to hone themselves, how can they be used as substitutes in the future? 5. Ayako was also silent when he heard Yuni's words. Coach Anze, the old god, said in the presence. Yuni is right, players who have experienced training may not necessarily have strength, but strong players must have experienced all kinds of training. Ayako sighed. That's right. That's how Captain Akashi came here back then. On the field, Shihoko, everyone gasped, not tired. It was just over 2 minutes after the opening, and the physical exertion was not much, but it was caused by nervousness and low momentum. Satoru Kakuta passed the ball to Satoru Seiseoka, who received the ball and passed it directly to Shiozaka Tetsushi. Shiozaka Tetsushi immediately dribbled to the three-point line, but was immediately blocked by Koshino Hiroaki, who had been manning him. Shiozaka Tetsushi didn't dare to shoot, and he couldn't break through, and finally forced the ball to Satoru Seiseoka with no way out. That's when Seno saw the opportunity and shot the basketball directly in the middle. Oops! Satoru Seiseoka immediately wanted to stop in front of Seno, but Seno's speed was not comparable to him, and he passed Satoru Seiseoka in an instant. Seno dribbled the ball all the way to Shihoko's basket, took off from the inside and slammed the ball into the basket with one hand. Bang! 3-12. The next 2 minutes were basically garbage time, and Shihoko's second army was powerless, and their attack was blocked and their defense was broken. Shihoko's rim was nearly burst under Ryanan's indiscriminate bombing. 3-14. 3-16. 3-19. In the end, Fukuda Kicho pulled the score to 3-21 with a dunk. At this point a whistle sounded, and Shihoko finally called a timeout. Seno looked in Shihoko's direction and muttered. Finally can't stand it. Shihoko bench. Sorry. Several people from the Second Army began to apologize again and again as soon as they got off the field. Yuni glanced at the scoreboard, only 4 minutes and 34 seconds had passed. Yuni didn't blame them, which was basically what he expected. What's there to apologize for? I know Ryanan's strength very well, and the current situation is also within my expectations. Seno is much stronger than before, it would be strange if you can score easily. I arranged you to the starting point was originally to hone your character, you have earned it without losing your fighting spirit. Ayako is also constantly comforting by the side. That is to say, it's already very good to play with such a big difference in strength and still maintain a mentality. It will improve if you get to know more about it in the future. Hearing the words of Ayako and Donghwang Yuni, the group of the Second Army was also relieved. They had lost so many points and thought they would be taught a lesson. Yuni turned to look at the 3 men of the First Army who were sitting on the bench impatiently. Wait. Let's play next. 99. Hearing Yuni's words, Kaed Rukawa, Sakuragi Hanamichi, and Miyagi Ryota stood up immediately. They have long been impatient, especially Sakuragi Hanamichi. As soon as I stood up, I started chattering. The flowers I've been waiting for are all gone, it's long overdue, let's watch my genius Sakuragi Hanamichi knock them down one by one. Kaed Rukawa was silent, but his eyes were really sharp. Miyagi Ryota probably didn't want to be in the company of Sakuragi Hanamichi, and stayed away from Sakuragi Hanamichi for fear of being infected. Is there still one person missing? Ayako suddenly reminded at this time. Yuni's mouth curled up. It's already been chosen. Yuni's eyes swept across the body registered by Kuwata. Kuwata, it's okay for you to take the shooting guard position. Kuwata Toki was startled, and immediately said. Yes, no. No problem. Kuwata Toki is also very excited, and it is his dream to be able to fight with the main players. In previous games, when he saw Donghuang Yuni leading the team to show his great power, his hands were shaking with excitement. How could he not be excited when he finally got a chance this time? Without further ado, he took off his coat and immediately walked onto the field behind the first army. At this time, the first-year freshman spoke up. "Kuwata, is he really okay?" Ayako said confidently with a smile. "Don't worry, it's okay, even if Kuwata Toki is a newcomer, it's okay because he's there." The first-year students were a little confused. "He? Do you mean the captain?" 39. Ayako said triumphantly. "Do you know why our captain is called the strongest in high school?" The first-year students were silent, and a pair of questioning eyes stared straight at Ayako's answer. "That's because Yuni is not only the strongest in high school, but his jumping ability, insight, strength, speed, skills, ball sense, etc. all far exceed the level of high school students. To be precise, he can match or surpass the professional level. Level is not certain." The first graders opened their mouths wide at the words, and they didn't seem to be joking when they looked at Ayako. They couldn't believe that their captain could be so strong. Ayako continued speaking at this time. "Your captain, he can beat 5 opponents by one person. Not only that, but also defense. In the final of last year's national competition, he alone blocked all the opponent's attacks, causing the opponent to a tragic situation with 0 seals. The freshmen of the next year have all stopped talking, and they feel like they are listening to heaven. They can't imagine that kind of picture, they don't even dare to think about 0 seal opponents, let alone 0 seal opponents with the power of one person." Ayako looked at them still in disbelief and shook his head. "Okay, that's all in the past, let's watch the game now." Chapter 107. Ryanen Bench. Coach Takamoiki didn't have any excitement to see his team leading by 18 points, and he knew that the opponent was not the main force. As long as that guy is at this point, he can be chased back in an instant. In this practice match, he had no intention of winning the opponent, but just to test Sendo's current limit strength and current Ryanen's overall level. Takamoiki spoke as Ryanen and his party were ready to play. "They seem to have replaced the main force, don't be careless, use all your strength to go all out." Walking onto the court, Sendo smiled as he watched Shihoku's lineup of key players. "Looks like you don't care about the score difference." Yuni looked at Sendo and smiled back. "Of course, the scores you know are nothing to me. I'm just curious about your current strength. I'm still looking forward to meeting you in the national competition. See you." Sendo frowned. "You are direct. But yes, you are indeed qualified to say such a thing with your strength. As for my current strength, you will see." As soon as the voice fell, Sendo's eyes gradually became sharp, and the momentum of his body changed instantly, and a surging and wild aura radiated out of the audience. Sakuragi Hanamichi, Kaed Rukawa, and Miyagi Ryota didn't feel anything at all, but Kuwata Toki in the back trembled and felt like he was about to suffocate. Yuni said helplessly. "Hey! Being a captain is really troublesome." Yuni also exudes a kind of momentum, not wild, but the original momentum. The momentum did not spread to the audience, but slowly wrapped Kuwata Toki. Kuwata Toki suddenly felt his body relax, gasping for breath, and cold sweat on his forehead involuntarily. "Is this the wildness that the captain said? You can't even move your footsteps just by standing in front of the opponent." Kuwata Toki muttered to himself in shock. Only now did he know that the captain and their strength were long beyond what he could have imagined. Sendo was surprised when he saw that Yuni had neutralized his wildness with just his aura, but he quickly adjusted his mind. He took a deep breath and waited for Shihoku's attack. Yuni signaled Kuwata Toki to pass the ball. Kuwata Toki passed the ball directly to Yuni without hesitation. Yuni slapped the ball and walked forward slowly with a smile on the corner of her mouth. Bang bang bang! 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. It's half time. Yuni was still dribbling the ball leisurely. Although Donghwang Yuni didn't exude a compelling aura, everyone in Ryanan didn't dare to be careless, and everyone stared at Donghwang Yuni's movements. With a bang, Yuni waved the ball to Kaed Rukawa. Kaed Rukawa caught the ball quickly and quickly broke through Seno, who was blocking him, but then Kaed Rukawa found a figure flashing out of the corner of his eye. It's Seno. Very fast, much faster than before. Kaed Rukawa thought to himself, but the movements of his hands did not stop. The frequency of dribbling suddenly began to change, and the speed became faster and faster, and then a crotch turned around and came to the three-point line. Seno was still in hot pursuit and stopped in front of Kaed Rukawa. Kaed Rukawa took a jump shot without a pause, and Seno also jumped up and reached out to block it. But when the basketball touched the palm of his hand, Seno's eyes suddenly widened, and the basketball went straight through his palm. Brush! Basketball into the net. 6-21. After landing, Seno frowned and looked at Kaed Rukawa in front of him. This trick is... Kaed Rukawa looked at Seno blankly. Yang Yan Shilan, his move. I will defeat you. That's right. He taught you. I'm really envious. But I won't be defeated so easily by you. Seno's eyes became more serious, and he realized that Kaed Rukawa was different from before. Much stronger than before, and also learned Donghwang Yuni's moves, which made it even more difficult. Koshino Hiroaki passed the ball, Seno received the ball and dribbled over half-court, and Kaed Rukawa stopped Seno in an instant. Seno stopped slapping the ball and stared at Kaed Rukawa, then Seno moved his eyes to the left but his body shifted to the right. Kaed Rukawa saw Seno's fake move, and immediately moved to the left to stop Seno again. The corners of Seno's mouth twitched, and his right hand tossed the basketball back to Fukuda Kichu on the left. What? Kaed Rukawa's pupil shrank, still being deceived by Seno. After receiving the ball, Fukuda Kichu looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi in front of him and said defiantly. You are Sakuragi Hanamichi, I was not there in the previous game, so you won. Sakuragi Hanamichi blinked, then replied angrily. What? Arrogant boy, who do you think you are? Humph. Fukuda Kichu dribbled the ball past Sakuragi Hanamichi's side for a moment when Sakuragi Hanamichi was annoyed. Sakuragi Hanamichi was startled and immediately chased after Fukuda Kichu. When Fukuda Kichu was about to drive the ball to the basket, Sakuragi Hanamichi finally stopped in front of Fukuda Kichu again. As soon as Fukuda Kichu stopped, he immediately changed his posture and passed the ball to Shugera, who was also inside. Shugera didn't move after catching the ball, and a hand appeared below the basketball. Pop! The basketball was shot out and flew into the air. Shugera looked back and found that he did not know when Miyagi Ryota appeared next to him, making the action of slapping the ball out. 4 flowers 0. This is Shohoku's number 7, Miyagi Ryota. The basketball reached the highest point where it could fly and fell downwards, attracting attention like an orange shooting star. Shugera, Sakuragi Hanamichi and Fukuda Kichu immediately grabbed their positions and were ready to jump up and grab the ball. But at this moment, a figure leaped out and reached out to grab the basketball that was still in the air. What? Everyone was stunned and looked at the man at the same time. I saw that Yuni was already flying in the air at some point, holding the basketball he just grabbed in his hand. Fukuda Kichu and Shugera looked at Donghwang Yuni in the air stupidly. Why does this guy jump so high? I heard Seno say it before, but it was still shocking to see it live. I can't believe that someone can jump so high. On the Ryanan bench outside the field, Coach Tien Gang frowned. This kind of jumping power is simply unheard of, and it is too unreasonable. 0. The Ryanan substitute next to him also opened his mouth. Although I have seen it in previous national competitions, I am very surprised every time I see it. That is to say, this is not a human being. How can he jump so high? Aida Hikoichi watched everything off the field excitedly with a notebook. As expected of the strongest in high school, the jumping ability is really not covered. On the contrary, Shihoku's bench was relatively calm, and everyone other than the first-year freshman was already numb. The first-year freshmen were stunned, their eyes almost popping out. One of the freshmen pointed to the field and said in disbelief. This is the strength of the captain. This bouncing power is too exaggerated. 35. Ayako pressed his hands. What's this? Yuni hasn't used his full strength yet. It's just his normal jump. The first-year students were shocked again, and this time they understood what Ayako had said earlier. High school is the strongest. Why is high school the strongest? On the field. After Yuni got the ball in the air, he glanced at both positions on the field and waved the ball directly to Miyagi Ryota. Miyagi Ryota got Yuni's eyes and ran to Ryanan's direction early. Bang! Miyagi Ryota rushed into Ryanan's basket immediately after receiving the ball and made a two-step layup. The basketball was firmly put into the basket. 8-21. Seno wiped the sweat from his forehead and exhaled. Miyagi Ryota slowly returned to his own half and clapped his hands to express his pleasure. Then everyone stood up again and waited for Ryanan's counterattack. Chapter 108. Bang bang bang. Koshino Hiroaki dribbled the ball and looked at Donghwang Yuni in the other half of the field in front of him, and his heart gradually began to become irritable. Koshino. Seno saw Koshino Hiroaki's strangeness, and called out for him to pass the ball first. Koshino Hiroaki exhaled and passed the ball to Seno. Seno stretched out his index finger and shouted loudly. Don't rush, play steadily, and score a goal steadily first. Seno dribbled forward slowly, feeling his teammates' mentality slowly calmed down. Seno waved the ball to Yukusa Tomoyuki. Yuni looked at all this and admired it very much. As expected of Seno, he was able to help his teammates to stabilize their mentality so quickly. Yukusa Tomoyuki dribbled the ball and quickly passed the half. Kuwata Toki was not an opponent at all and was easily passed by Yukusa Tomoyuki in an instant. But when he saw Donghwang Yuni in front of him, he immediately became vigilant. He didn't dare to shoot in front of Donghwang Yuni, and he would definitely be blocked without thinking. The ball changed hands to Koshino Hiroaki on the other side. 5-27. Takamoiki, who was on the sidelines of this scene, frowned. Sure enough, Donghwang Yuni put a lot of pressure on them, and he didn't even have the courage to fight head-to-head. Koshino Hiroaki slapped the ball against Miyagi Ryota. Suddenly, Miyagi Ryota's footsteps changed, and he shot instantly. Koshino Hiroaki was surprised, his speed was faster than in the national competition. Koshino Hiroaki hurriedly stopped, but he was still a step behind. Miyagi Ryota's fingertips had touched the basketball and flew out of bounds. With a cut, Miyagi Ryota was obviously dissatisfied with the steal just now. Koshino Hiroaki picked up the dropped basketball and waved it to Shugera. As soon as Shugera, who received the ball, was about to move, Sakuragi Hanamichi quickly blocked in front of Shuga's plane. Seeing this scene, Fukuda Kicho immediately came to intervene between the two to help Shugera perform the pick and roll. Turning his head to look at Sakuragi Hanamichi, he said with some dissatisfaction. Do you think you can get rid of me easily? Don't be too naive. Sakuragi Hanamichi looked at Fukuda Kicho in front of him and really wanted to punch the guy hard. Damn guy! Shugera dribbled the ball directly to Shihoku's three-point line, and he knew his shooting level didn't give much thought to throwing the basketball directly to Seno, who was also at the three-point line. Seno jumped up and shot immediately after receiving the ball. As soon as the basketball flew out of Seno's hand, he heard a pop, and a big hand stably slapped the basketball out. Seno looked at Donghwang Yuni in front of him. Sure enough, it's not easy to score with you. 39. Yuni looked at Seno with a slight smile. Do you need me to put some water in to let you guys advance a few balls? Seno gave Donghwang Yuni a blank look. No, and I don't think the previous 21 points were not given to us by you. Oh. I see, but you're right or wrong. After all, the team members have changed a little bit, so let them get acquainted with the atmosphere of the game. Seno didn't care either, he knew that Donghwang Yuni had become Shohoku's basketball team captain, so it was his duty to do so for the players. After the basketball was shot by Donghwang Yuni, it was first grabbed by Fukuda Kichu. Sakuragi Hanamichi stared at Fukuda Kichu. Damn, come on! Watch me break your ball! Fukuda Kichu was expressionless, slapped the ball once or twice, and then lowered his body forward to make a breakthrough. Sakuragi Hanamichi immediately shifted his center of gravity and shot to block his way. But Fukuda Kichu recovered the ball with both hands and passed it to Koshino Hiroaki. Sakuragi Hanamichi jumped with anger. After receiving the ball, Koshino Hiroaki was not ready to break through Miyagi Ryota in front of him. He jumped up and threw the ball. Miyagi Ryota jumped up and stretched out his hand to block it. But the height difference is too big, not enough. The basketball flew straight towards Shohoku's basket, and Fukuda Kichu and Sakuragi Hanamichi immediately came to the basket to fight for rebounds. At this moment, Seno's figure appeared in everyone's field of vision. Just as Seno was about to touch the basketball, Kaed Rukawa also appeared in Seno's field of vision. Seno was taken aback. When did you come? Kaed Rukawa caught the ball and waved it to Donghwang Yuni. Donghwang Yuni took off from the spot after receiving a pass from Kaed Rukawa and made a shooting stance. When Ryanan saw Donghwang Yuni's action, his heart swelled, and he secretly screamed badly. Yuni jumped up and swung his palm hard, and the basketball flew into the sky above the arena like an orange meteor, and then fell quickly after reaching the top. The basketball went straight to Ryanan's basket in all eyes. Hollow into the net. 11-21. Shohoku cut the score to 10 in just over 2 minutes, and Ryanan has not scored since Shohoku's main force. Ryanan on the bench. Ayako was also a little surprised. Although it was expected that the score could catch up, it was a little surprising that Ryanan didn't score a point. Hoo. Coach Anzai said with a smile while watching the game on the field. This is to ensure that he doesn't lose. Although Yuni usually doesn't seem to care, he is not a person who likes to lose. When he recovers the score, it should be time for him to stop. After all, this is just a game. Practice game. 7. It turns out to be like this. I didn't expect that guy Yuni to have such a side. Except for a few substitutes from the Second Army, the rest of the first-year people were already stunned. It was clear that he was beaten so hard by Ryanan before, but as soon as Shohoku's main force came on the field, he recovered the score. Sure enough, the main force's strength was different. The whistle blew, and Ryanan asked for a timeout. Everyone in the First Army returned to the bench, and on the surface, everyone was very calm. Ayako smiled and looked at Donghwang Yuni. Looking at how you look, you don't have any effort at all. Yuni took a sip of a sports drink. Yo! Ayako, your eyesight is getting better and better, you deserve praise. Donghwang Yuni gave Donghwang Yuni a blank look, and Ayako continued. Humph. I'm still talking about you, but then again, compared to Ryanan's practice match last time, it seems to be a lot easier to attack. Sakuragi Hanamichi immediately said proudly. Of course. It's been a long time since I've been training today, and it's not what it used to be. On the other side, Ryanan is on the bench. Coach Takamoiki stood in front of the crowd. We need to block Shohoku's points, Donghwang Yuni is fine. The focus is on Kaed Rukawa, as long as you block Kaed Rukawa, Shohoku's points will be greatly reduced. As for Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi Ryota, try to control them on the outside. Koshino Hiroaki, Fukuda Kichu, can you do it? Both Fukuda Kichu and Koshino Hiroaki nodded vigorously. The two naturally lacked confidence in defending Kaed Rukawa and Donghwang Yuni, but they were confident in keeping Miyagi Ryota and Sakuragi Hanamichi from beyond the arc. Takamoiki nodded and looked at 1.0 again to Sendo. Sendo, Kaed Rukawa will leave it to you. Sendo was a little surprised by the coach's arrangement. Coach, is it really good to do this? Shugaping is no different to Donghwang Yuni. The coach turned to look at the Shohoku bench. Don't worry. It's just a practice match, Shohoku won't allow Donghwang Yuni to mess around. That's what he has to endure as Shohoku's captain. Sendo seemed to understand what the coach meant and nodded slightly. At the same time, Sendo was a little disappointed. He thought he would have a good fight with Donghwang Yuni. Soon the 100-second timeout was over, and the pair stepped onto the court again. With 2 minutes and 21 seconds left in the second quarter, Yuni looked at it in his heart, and it would be difficult to tie the score within 2 minutes if he didn't make a move. That kind of thing doesn't matter, in short, the result of the game is that we win. Chapter 109. As soon as the Ryanan team came on the court after the timeout, the Shohoku team felt the difference. Especially Miyagi Ryota and Sakuragi Hanamichi felt the most real feeling, and felt a little irritable in their hearts. Sure enough, the following things confirmed the two conjectures. As soon as Ryanan served, Fukuda Kichwa and Koshino Hiroaki blocked Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi Ryota. Miyagi Ryota looked at Koshino Hiroaki in front of him. I see, is this your strategy? Koshino Hiroaki scoffed. Why, are you afraid of this? Humph. Bug carving tricks. On the other side, Sendo dribbled the ball to observe the situation on the court, and Kaed Rukawa stared at Sendo's movements outside the half. Kaed Rukawa stopped in front of Sendo immediately after halftime, and Sendo slapped the ball and his mood gradually became quiet. Slowly, Sendo's aura grew stronger and stronger. Kaed Rukawa frowned at the change in Sendo, and did not dare to look away from Sendo. When Sendo's momentum reached its peak and finally moved, Sendo in Kaed Rukawa's eyes seemed to disappear suddenly. Kaed Rukawa's heart sank when he heard the sound of a basketball landing behind him. Kaed Rukawa looked back quickly and found that Sendo had arrived behind him at some point. The speed was so fast, Kaed Rukawa was a little shocked, and it felt like Sendo had disappeared just now. 25 Kaed Rukawa turned and chased Sendo, quickly following in Sendo's footsteps. Seeing Sendo's action didn't stop and rushing to the three-point line, he immediately jumped up and shot, and Kaed Rukawa also jumped up and shot to block. Sendo didn't panic when he saw a hand appearing in his field of vision. The corner of his mouth was raised and the hand that shot the ball was pulled back. When he saw Kaed Rukawa's hand completely in his field of vision, Sendo finally shot. I saw Sendo's elbow making a close contact with Kaed Rukawa's palm, and then Sendo threw the basketball out of his hand. When the whistle sounded, Shohoku number 11 committed a defensive foul and received a free throw. Then the sound of basketball entering the net sounded. 11-24. From the free throw line Sendo took the free throws into the net with ease. 11-24. Kaed Rukawa clenched his fists tightly as he watched the basketball fall from the hoop, and took a deep breath for a while. Shohoku served, Kuwata Toki passed the ball to Donghwang Yuni. Yuni patted the basketball and said with a smile. It's pretty good. 35. Then Jin eyes glanced, and the basketball in his hand passed to Kaed Rukawa. Go. Let them see how strong you are now. Kaed Rukawa didn't speak after receiving the basketball, just stared sharply at the situation ahead. Bang bang bang. Kaed Rukawa dribbled the ball quickly across the half, and Sendo quickly blocked Kaed Rukawa. Kaed Rukawa took a step, and then the movement of his hands changed, and the speed of the shot gradually became faster. Hearing the sound of the basketball hitting the ground, Sendo's brows furrowed tightly. Soon Kaed Rukawa's movements suddenly accelerated, and with a swipe, a figure made a move to the right in front of Sendo. Seeing this, Sendo shifted his center of gravity and tried to stop him, but just as Sendo made his move, a breeze blew on his right, followed by the sound of a basketball hitting the ground. Sendo turned his head in horror and saw that Kaed Rukawa was already 2 steps away from him. Sendo forcibly stabilized the center of gravity and immediately chased up, and when he intercepted again in front of Kaed Rukawa was ready to shoot. Sendo jumped hard to block all shots. Kaed Rukawa's eyes didn't blink, the wrist pushed the brush, and the basketball disappeared in front of Sendo as if it didn't exist. Then I heard a swipe and the basketball entered the net. 12-25. Sendo's eyes widened, he knew the move just now, Dongwang Yuni had used it in the national competition, he never thought that Kaed Rukawa would also do it. Sendo wiped a sweat and looked at Kaed Rukawa. I can't believe that you have learned a lot. 35. Even though he said that, Sendo felt troubled in his heart. Judging from Kaed Rukawa's performance just now, it was obvious that he was not doing his best. Bang bang bang! Ryanan dribbled the ball, Koshino Hiroaki dribbled the ball directly across the half to Miyagi Ryota and waved the ball to Yukyusa Tomoyuki. This was the biggest matchup between Ryanan and Shohoku, and Yukyusa Tomoyuki easily broke through Kuwata Toki's defense. Yukyusa Tomoyuki dribbled the ball directly to the inside and made a shot. Bang! Brush! Basketball into the net. 12-27. Kuwata Toki blamed himself, Yuni walked over to him and patted him. There is no time to blame yourself now, if you want to save face, try to beat the opponent, and go serve. Kuwata Toki's body trembled, and the anguish in his heart gradually dissipated. Thank you, Captain. After saying that, Kuwata Toki ran back to the baseline to serve. Dongwang Yuni caught the ball again and quickly dribbled past half-court. Shugaping tried to block, Dongwang Yuni passed the ball to Miyagi Ryota without looking at the opponent. Miyagi Ryota slapped the ball and looked at Koshino Hiroaki ahead. It's a little bit worse for you to stop me. As soon as the voice fell, Miyagi Ryota's dream footsteps started, the basketball kept changing hands, and Koshino Hiroaki was dazzled. Miyagi Ryota suddenly accelerated to break through Koshino Hiroaki. Although Koshino Hiroaki's eyes were blurred, he still reacted with the experience of many competitions. Miyagi Ryota saw Koshino Hiroaki's action to slap the ball hard to the ground. The basketball suddenly flew towards Dongwang Yuni as if it had changed its angle. Yuni swept his eyes to Sakuragi Hanamichi after receiving the ball, and then passed the ball to Sakuragi Hanamichi. Seeing this, almost everyone can understand that Yuni is testing the strength gap between Shohoku and Ryanan. Coach Tien Gang on the sidelines also looked at Dongwang Yuni with admiration, why not Ryanan's player? What a pity! Sakuragi Hanamichi dribbled the ball back and forth 4 times to try to break through Fukuda Kichu, but was successfully blocked by Fukuda Kichu. Damn, why can't I break through? Sakuragi Hanamichi was a little anxious. Miyagi Ryota, who was in the distance, looked at the situation here and muttered to himself. What is that idiot doing? Kaed Rukawa also glanced sideways at Sakuragi Hanamichi, a big idiot. Sakuragi Hanamichi put the ball behind him and then started back to try to push Fukuda Kichu away. However, Fukuda Kichu stared at Sakuragi Hanamichi with his feet apart. Dongwang Yuni couldn't take it anymore. Hey! Sakuragi, pass the ball back. Hearing Yuni's words 527, Sakuragi Hanamichi was a little unwilling to pass the ball back to Dongwang Yuni's hands. But soon Yuni passed the ball to Kaed Rukawa. As soon as they received the ball, Kaed Rukawa and Sendo's eyes became sharp, staring at each other. Kaed Rukawa shifted to speed up the dribble, then broke to the right only to be blocked by Sendo. Kaed Rukawa stepped back, changed hands and broke to the left. Sendo once again blocked Kaed Rukawa. Kaed Rukawa was unmoved, but Kaed Rukawa's dribbling speed gradually became faster. Sendo narrowed his eyes. Are you coming? Suddenly Kaed Rukawa moved, and Kaed Rukawa suddenly split into 2 clones, one to the left and one to the right, and the other to make a passing gesture. Sendo's pupils shrank as he stared at the three Kaed-Rukawa figures in front of him. Then Sendo heard the sound of the basketball hitting the ground behind him. What? Sendo hurriedly looked back. Kaed-Rukawa had taken off and was ready to slam the ball with one hand. Sendo didn't catch up because it was too late. Bang! The sound of a basketball slamming into the hoop resounded throughout the court. 14-27. Sendo stared sharply at Kaed-Rukawa. I didn't expect you to hide this trick, it's really surprising. Kaed-Rukawa walked past Sendo with a blank face. You're not the only one growing up. Sendo smiled involuntarily after hearing Kaed-Rukawa's words. That's it. It's really amazing. But what everyone didn't notice was that Sendo's eyes gradually became sharper, and his aura became more intense. Chapter 110. Sendo walked slowly back to Ryanan's half and gestured for Koshin no Hiroaki to pass the ball. Koshin no Hiroaki was also surprised when he felt the strangeness of Sendo, and he felt a depressing aura from Sendo. Without a word, the ball was passed into Sendo's hands. Sendo dribbled the ball step by step through the half-court. Kaed-Rukawa frowned at Sendo who came to him. He felt Sendo's change. Looks like something's different. Sendo didn't speak and slapped the ball, and suddenly Sendo turned into a vicious shark that was going to devour Kaed-Rukawa completely. The speed suddenly increased several times and instantly broke Kaed-Rukawa's defense. Kaed-Rukawa was stunned. Sendo's actions just now made him unresponsive. Kaed-Rukawa only responded when Sendo was 3 steps away from Kaed-Rukawa. When Kaed-Rukawa looked back, Sendo had the basketball in the basket. Bang! 14-29. Kaed-Rukawa couldn't calm down as he watched Sendo. The one just now was wild? Sure enough, it was wild. Kaed-Rukawa remembered what Donghwang Yuni said last week about wildness and clenched his fists tightly, looked up at Yuni. His eyes were like sharp spears and a hint of longing. Yuni knew what he wanted to do when he saw Kaed-Rukawa's eyes. This was also an opportunity, so Yuni didn't hesitate to pass the basketball to Kaed-Rukawa directly. After receiving the ball, Kaed-Rukawa rushed directly in front of Sendo, staring at Sendo in front of him with sharp eyes. Bang bang bang, the sound of the basketball hitting the ground was like waves of war drums resounding in everyone's heart. Kaed-Rukawa kept changing hands, turning his hips to break through, changing hands and dribbling the ball from behind. Sendo stopped in front of Kaed-Rukawa like a shark smelling blood. Kaed-Rukawa tried every means but failed to break through Sendo's defense. Kaed-Rukawa took a deep breath and his ball speed gradually increased. In Sendo's eyes, a figure of Kaed-Rukawa suddenly appeared on the left, followed by the right, and finally another on the left. Sendo didn't hesitate to shift his center of gravity to the left, but Sendo felt a cool wind blowing from the right and knew he was being lied to. But Sendo didn't panic. After forcibly stabilizing his center of gravity, Sendo chased back instantly and quickly caught up with Kaed-Rukawa. Kaed-Rukawa saw Sendo appearing in front of him again and dribbled the ball suddenly and immediately stepped back. That trick of yours is really tricky, but it's not enough for my wildness. Enough. As soon as Sendo's voice fell, he shot, and Kaed-Rukawa's ball that couldn't dodge was touched by Sendo's fingertips. The basketball flew out and Kaed-Rukawa tried to turn around to chase the ball, but Sendo was faster and got the ball before Kaed-Rukawa. After getting the ball, Sendo sprinted to Shihoku's basket with unbelievable speed. Now running to the three-point line without a single stop, he jumped up and leaned back, and the basketball in his hand seemed to be thrown. Brush. 14-32. Everyone outside was stunned. Wow! Just now Sendo-senpai's shot was so beautiful. It seems to be done in one go, and there is no pause at all. Takamoiki nodded appreciatively, too. That shot was the best shot he's seen since his encounter with Sendo. Aida Hikoichi, who was holding a notebook, was even more excited. Senior Sendo is so handsome. The shot just now was really amazing. On the other hand, the first-year students on the Shohoku bench looked worried. Seniors, is this really okay? Yes, yes. It feels a little bad. Satoru Seiseoka said confidently after hearing this from the freshmen of the junior generation. You still don't know them, let alone Captain Dong Hwang. So don't worry, the captain will solve all problems. The freshmen of the first year are all blinded all of a sudden, where is the self-confidence of fascination? Even if the captain is strong, he can't be confident for no reason. Ayako also noticed the faces of the first-year freshmen and covered his mouth with a smile. You don't know the captain too well, let alone 18 points behind now. Even if you are 50 points behind the opponent, the captain will easily recover the score. What else can the first-year people say? They can only watch the game honestly. On the field, Yuni passed the ball to Kaed-rukawa again. Kaed-rukawa still found Sendo to confront, and the two continued to confront each other. Kaed-rukawa didn't break Sendo's defense once in several rounds due to Sendo's wildness. On the contrary, Sendo repeatedly intercepted the ball to counterattack. The score ratio was gradually pulled apart by Sendo under the competition of the two. 14-34. 14-37. 14-39. 14-42. At this time, Kaed-rukawa's sweat was dripping down, and his chest kept heaving up and down. Kaed-rukawa dribbled the ball again and came in front of Sendo. The sharpness in his eyes had long since retreated, leaving only a dim light shining in his pupils. Sendo was stunned, feeling that the sharpness on Kaed-rukawa's body had faded a lot. Did he have no physical strength? Before Sendo could figure it out, Kaed-rukawa on the opposite side started to act. Kaed-rukawa took a deep breath, then stepped back and the basketball changed hands from his crotch. Suddenly, Kaed-rukawa's body suddenly burst out with a gloomy and cold breath. Sendo's pupil shrank, and he realized that the Kaed-rukawa in front of him was like a lone wolf under the moon, staring at him with dark eyes, as if he was about to tear himself apart. Kaed-rukawa broke through to the back of Sendo instantly. Sendo's speed was not slow, and immediately caught up with the block. But Kaed-rukawa suddenly disappeared from Sendo's field of vision, followed by the sound of basketballs slamming into the hoop. Bang! 16-42. The whistle blew and the first quarter ended. Sendo turned to look at Kaed-rukawa's back as both teams went off the court. This is bad. Ryanan's bench, Ryanan's starters just got off the field, Coach Takamoiki encouraged. Well done, we took the lead in the first quarter, we just need to keep the score after the second quarter starts. Sendo replied with a few sips of the sports drink. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Let's not say that Donghwang Yuni didn't make any moves at all in the first quarter, and Miyagi Ryota and Sakuragi Hanamichi didn't make any efforts either, as if they were negotiated. Koshino Hiroaki also interjected at this time. Sendo is right, no matter how hard we, Li Liaozhao, defend, the opponent is Shohoku's main force after all. There will be some pressure, but I didn't feel the pressure at all just now. Takamoiki also fell silent after hearing Koshino Hiroaki's words, and turned to look at Fukuda Kichu. Fukuda Kichu noticed the coach's gaze and nodded. Takamoiki became a little silent at this time. Is there any trap in Shohoku? Or? Shaking his head, Takamoiki no longer thinks about those who have or not, he has never looked through Donghwang Yuni. In short, the second quarter is mainly to maintain the score, of course, the score is also necessary. But Sendo felt a little uneasy in his heart, the feeling just now he would never admit wrong, it was wild. Looking up at Donghwang Yuni, who was on the Shohoku bench, you deliberately asked Kaed-rukawa to fight me one-on-one. Do you want me to force him to inspire wildness? The more he thinks about it, the more he gets frustrated. Donghwang Yuni is obviously using a conspiracy, but he still has to continue. What a terrible guy. Chapter 111. On the Shohoku bench, Yuni leisurely drank the sports drink in his hand. Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi Ryota also drank the same way, only Kaed Rukawa kept his head down and gasping for breath. Clap! 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 The sound of 3 folding fans beating his head sounded, and Ayako said angrily. You guys can't be serious. Especially you Yuni, you are the captain of our team. Yuni touched the head that was beaten just now and said. Isn't that great? Miyagi and Sakuragi both kept a quarter of their stamina, and Kaed Rukawa got something of their own. Ayako was a little confused. What's the meaning? Yuni gestured to Ayako to feel relieved and turned to look at Kaed Rukawa. How is it, can you hold on? Your physical strength seems to have lost a lot. Kaed Rukawa replied panting without looking up. Hold on, keep passing the ball to me. I've found it, so it's time to figure out a way to stabilize it in the next quarter. Everyone listened in a fog and didn't understand what they were talking about. Yuni smiled. That's good, but I don't have much time for you. Although it's a practice match, I still don't want to lose. Kaed Rukawa shuddered. I see. Hoo. Coach Anzai said to Donghwang Yuni with a smile. What a reassuring team leader. Yuni, I didn't see you wrong, you are the best player I have ever seen. Yuni was taken aback and looked at Coach Anzai. I said Coach, this is not a very normal thing. After all, I promised you to make the team the strongest in high school, and I am also a member of the team. 95. Hoo. Then please. Coach Anzai smiled, he understood what Donghwang Yuni meant. Yuni wanted to tell himself that with himself, Shohoku would be the strongest team, and without him, Shohoku's current lineup would be a bit weak. Coach Anzai also knew very well that with the exception of Kaed Rukawa, Sakuragi Hanamichi, and Miyagi Ryota, the strength of the other players was too weak, and it was not something that could be caught up only by hard work. Soon the whistle sounded in the second quarter, and players from both sides entered the field. As soon as he played, Sendo felt that Kaed Rukawa's breath was far less than his own, but it was stronger than before. Sendo's face immediately turned serious. He was a past person, so he knew that Kaed Rukawa's wildness would become stronger and stronger, until it finally broke out. Ryanin serves, Sendo holds the ball. Sendo and Kaed Rukawa started to confront each other at the center line, and soon Sendo moved. Sendo's aura completely exudes and steadily suppresses Kaed Rukawa's wildness. Although Kaed Rukawa is suppressed, the wildness is still there, so he is not to be outdone, and still stands in front of Sendo. The two faced each other without flinching. You shot to intercept, and I turned sideways to dodge. You turn around to break through and I catch up. The two were very lively back and forth, and everyone outside the venue saw their blood boil. The first-year students of Shohoku and Ryanin had their eyes almost popping out. They had never spoken of such a fierce confrontation. Ayako also opened his mouth in surprise. He was not surprised by the fierce confrontation between the two, but by Kaed Rukawa's sudden outburst. What's going on? Kaed Rukawa was obviously suppressed by Sendo in the last episode. Why is it suddenly stronger now? Coach Anzai explained that Ayako was so puzzled and smiled. It was inevitable, it was a wild collision. Wildness. Ayako seemed to have thought of something. Coach, you say it's wild? Coach Anzai nodded. That's right, Yuni taught them before, so how to get wild should also be taught. Ayako suddenly realized that now she finally understands the conversation between Donghwang Yuni and Kaed Rukawa before. Find it and stabilize him, that's what it means. On the field, the confrontation between the two continued. Sendo dribbled the ball slowly to the three-point line under the defense of Kaed Rukawa. Sendo faked to break through Kaed Rukawa and then jumped up for a shot. Kaed Rukawa then jumped to block, but unfortunately the basketball flew over Kaed Rukawa's hand. Brush. Basketball into the net. 16-45. Soon Shohoku served, Yuni passed the ball to Kaed Rukawa. Kaed Rukawa also rushed into Ryanin's half with great speed, and Seno immediately came up to block. As before, Kaed Rukawa dribbled to Ryanan's three-point line with Seno's defense. Kaed Rukawa tricks Seno with a fake and then jumps up and shoots. Brush. 19-45. As time passed by, the two were still fighting each other. 19-47. 21-47. 21-49. 24-49. 30-55. The battle between the two is like a shark who is like a fish in water, and a hungry wolf who encounters the smell of fresh meat, which makes people dread when they see it. Kaed Rukawa is also growing up in the confrontation between the two, and the wildness is gradually improving. Soon after Kaed Rukawa's wildness reached a critical point, with a puff, the wild breath gushed out like a flood that had opened the gate and spread out to the audience. Everyone outside the venue felt that in addition to Seno's wild atmosphere, there was another chilling atmosphere. Dakamoiki from the Ryanan bench slammed up from her seat. How could this happen? Is it really Shihoku's idea? Now it's really not good. Coach Anze, who was on the Shihoku bench, laughed loudly. Yuni's mouth twitched when she saw this scene. Since the wildness has been fully activated, let's start chasing points. Sakuragi. Miyagi. Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi Ryota moved immediately knowingly. Sakuragi Hanamichi flicked Fukuda Kicha to Ryanan's basket quickly, and Miyagi Ryota did the same for Koshino Hiroaki. Kaed Rukawa waved the ball out of the corner of his eye and passed the ball to Miyagi Ryota. Koshino Hiroaki recovered from his daze and chased Miyagi Ryota. Miyagi Ryota dribbled the ball quickly and turned around behind Koshino Hiroaki, but the basketball was long gone. Everyone was stunned, wondering how the ball in Miyagi Ryota's hand disappeared. Just then, there was a loud bang. Everyone looked, and saw that Sakuragi Hanamichi had poured the basketball firmly into Ryanan's basket. 32-55. Koshino Hiroaki is still stunned and doesn't understand what happened just now. What did you just do? Miyagi Ryota showed white teeth. It's just a little trick. After that, Miyagi Ryota turned around and returned to his half. Looking at Miyagi Ryota's back, Koshino Hiroaki suddenly felt a pressure, and from Miyagi Ryota's actions just now, it could be seen that he had been retaining his strength until now. Fukuda Kichu on the other side feels the same way, but Fukuda Kichu is a man with a lot of self-esteem and he doesn't allow this to happen. Is wildness a wolf? Seno looked at Kaed Rukawa, the blood in his body was constantly boiling. It seems that Donghuang Yuni put it together. But this is also good, just to test my limit. Seno doesn't care about winning or losing this game, he knows that it is difficult to have Donghuang Yuni trying to win. Even though Shihoku is now leading by a huge margin, his only purpose is to test his limits and surpass himself to become stronger. Chapter 112. There were 3 minutes and 17 seconds left in the second quarter. Ryanan's serve, Seno patted the basketball, and the wildness of his body became stronger and stronger. Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi Ryota are better, have experienced Donghuang Yuni's wildness many times before so they can stand it. But Kuwata Toki was trembling and unsteady. Yuni did not help him with his own momentum. The reason is very simple. Sooner or later, the young eagle will spread its wings and fly by itself, and Yuni cannot always protect him. Basketball is also a cruel sport, where the able go to the weak. If Kuwata Toki didn't make it through, it would only prove that he was not qualified to stand on the field of competition, and the reality was so cruel. Seno dribbled the ball quickly across the half, and the movements in Seno's hands switched back and forth. He didn't stop when he met Kaed Rukawa, he changed hands and turned around under his crotch, another breakthrough. Kaed Rukawa reached out to stop it but failed. Unexpectedly, this guy's speed can still be improved. Did he still retain his strength before? Seno faced Kuwata Toki when he rushed inside, and Kuwata Toki was already stupid. Looking at Seno in front of him was like being stared at by a vicious shark in the deep sea. Unable to bear the pressure any longer, both feet fell to the ground. Bang! Seno slammed the basketball into the hoop hard. 32-57. Yuni didn't pay any attention to Seno, but focused on Kuwata Toki. At this time, Kuwata Toki was shivering in the corner like a frightened cat. Kuwata, are you okay? Kuwata Toki still sat on the ground in a daze, as if he hadn't heard Yuni's words. Kuwata. Yuni saw that Kuwata Toki was dead, and without any hesitation, signaled to the referee to suspend the substitution. The whistle blew and Shihoku made a substitution. Yuni looked towards the bench. Shiozaka-senpai, come and replace Kuwata. Soon Shiozaka Sr. replaced Kuwata on the field. The game continued, and it was now Shihoku's serve. Yuni did not catch the ball and signaled Shiozaka to pass the ball at will. Shiozaka Tetsushi passed the ball to Miyagi Ryota. The corners of Miyagi Ryota's mouth were raised and he looked at Koshino Hiroaki in front of him. After changing hands, Miyagi Ryota dribbled the ball directly to Koshino Hiroaki. Just when Miyagi Ryota was about to collide with Koshino Hiroaki, it suddenly stopped, and the basketball in Miyagi Ryota's hands was long gone. Bang! The basketball sounded, and Koshino Hiroaki looked over and saw that the basketball fell into Shiozaka Tetsushi's hands at some point. Yukusa Tomoyuki only then reacted and wanted to block forward, but Shiozaka Tetsushi moved faster. The basketball in Shiozaka Tetsushi's hands has been shot. Bang! Brush! 35-57. Yukusa Tomoyuki looked at Shiozaka Tetsushi a little surprised, not expecting that the members who used to sit on the bench often had such good shooting skills. Ryanen served again, and Koshino Hiroaki dribbled to Miyagi Ryota. Although I don't know what means you used, but I'm not easy to bully. After speaking, Koshino Hiroaki accelerated the dribble and changed hands to try to break through Miyagi Ryota's defense. Miyagi Ryota stared sharply at Koshino Hiroaki's movements, and at the moment when Koshino Hiroaki broke through, Miyagi Ryota shot. With a snap, Miyagi Ryota broke the basketball from Koshino Hiroaki's hand as soon as he raised his hand. Miyagi Ryota then dribbled the ball into Ryanen's half. Seeing Shugera coming to stop Miyagi Ryota, he didn't panic. Shugera's strength was too different from that of the rest of Ryanen, and Miyagi Ryota easily broke through. Going to the basket, Miyagi Ryota was still on the break, but the basketball in his hand disappeared. Everyone was a little confused, but couldn't understand why the basketball in Miyagi Ryota's hands suddenly disappeared. But the sound of bang! Swipe! Caught everyone's attention. The basketball fell from Ryanen's basket, bounced a few times on the ground, and rolled to Shugera's feet. 37-57. Not only Kaed Rukawa, but also Miyagi Ryota has become stronger, so is it possible that Sakuragi Hanamichi also has some hidden cards? Everyone in Ryanen frowned at the scene just now, thinking in their hearts. Pa pa pa, the sound of slaps reaching everyone's ears. Okay. Don't worry about it, we'll do our best. It was Sendo's voice. Ryanen looked up and saw Sendo's easygoing smile. But in that smile hides endless fighting intent. Going all out. Let's go. A shout resounded throughout Ryanen's half. Miyagi Ryota also admired the changes in the Ryanen crowd. Oh, they are really hard to deal with. Soon the game continued, with 1 minute and 22 seconds remaining. Although Ryanen was in a low mood from Sendo's words, he fought back and forth with Seno under Kaed Rukawa's wild outburst. 37-59. 39-59. 39-62. 42-62. Just as the two sides were playing hotly, on the other side, Sakuragi Hanamichi was extremely impatient in his heart. Damn, just watching them show off makes me so angry. It can't go on like this, keep calm, calm down. Sakuragi Hanamichi took a deep breath, his chest rose and fell, and his whole body gradually relaxed. Fukuda Kichu in front of him was stunned, and he felt that Sakuragi Hanamichi suddenly became a little different. Based on what he knows about Sakuragi Hanamichi should be an outgoing, self-confident character who likes to babble. But at this time, Sakuragi Hanamichi was too quiet. At this point Sakuragi Hanamichi finally spoke up. Fukuda Kicho was taken aback by Sakuragi Hanamichi's shout. In the blink of an eye Yuni got the ball into the hands of Sakuragi Hanamichi. Fukuda Kicho was immediately alert. As soon as Sakuragi Hanamichi received the ball, he passed it to Miyagi Ryota. This move surprised Fukuda Kicho, not only him, but the rest of Ryonin. He shouted so loudly just now, and immediately passed the ball after receiving the ball. Everyone couldn't understand Sakuragi Hanamichi's routine. Immediately after the pass, Sakuragi Hanamichi swept away Fukuda Kicho and rushed to Shihoku's basket. T7. Fukuda Kicho didn't know what Sakuragi Hanamichi was going to do, but he vaguely felt that something was wrong. However, Sakuragi Hanamichi's speed was too fast, Fukuda Kicho was chasing after him, and he couldn't catch up. It was another shout when Sakuragi Hanamichi reached the 3-point line. 4 flowers 0. Miyagi Ryota immediately moved after hearing Sakuragi Hanamichi's call, and the dream footsteps started. Miyagi Ryota dazzled Koshino Hiroaki with his dreamlike moves. Koshino Hiroaki gritted his teeth and stared at Miyagi Ryota's movements. Miyagi Ryota changed hands behind the back, dribbled under the crotch, turned, and then changed hands again. Damn! Koshino Hiroaki burst into his forehead with anger and cursed to himself. But when Koshino Hiroaki arrived in front of Miyagi Ryota again, he found that the basketball in Miyagi Ryota's hand had long since disappeared. Koshino, behind. Koshino Hiroaki looked back and his eyes widened. Why is the ball in that place and when did it pass? After receiving the ball, Sakuragi Hanamichi jumped from the inside without saying a word, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, and Sakuragi Hanamichi put the ball firmly into the basket. 44-62. After landing, Sakuragi Hanamichi turned his head to look at Fukuda Kicho who had just arrived. Yo, you are here, I didn't see you just now. As soon as these words came out, Fukuda Kicho trembled, not scared but angry, but he couldn't say anything. Damn stuff! Miyagi Ryota reminded Sakuragi Hanamichi at this time. Sakuragi, it's time to get back on defense. Watching Sakuragi Hanamichi's back to defend Fukuda Kicho, I clenched my fists. Seno came to Fukuda Kicho's side and said. Okay Fukuda, return the ball and show him some color. After that, Seno received the pass and rushed up. Seno quickly passed the half. In front of Kaed Rukawa, Seno did not choose to break through and passed the ball to Fukuda Kicho on the right. Fukuda Kicho didn't hesitate after receiving the ball, and Fukuda Kicho rushed inside with the help of Shugera to pick and roll. Undaunted by Fukuda Kicho's attack, Sakuragi Hanamichi immediately blocked Fukuda Kicho's way. Fukuda Kicho patted the basketball and looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi in front of him. Suddenly, Fukuda Kicho accelerated and wanted to break through to the basket, but Sakuragi Hanamichi's defense was not what it used to be, and Fukuda Kicho couldn't break through for a while. Fukuda Kicho was a little impatient, and as soon as he stepped back, he stretched out his hand to shoot. Sakuragi Hanamichi didn't react for a while because Fukuda Kicho's step-back shot was too unexpected. However, with his own intuition, Sakuragi Hanamichi jumped up, and the basketball in Fukuda Kicho's hands had already been shot. With a slight click, Sakuragi Hanamichi's fingers touched the edge of the basketball. Fukuda Kicho was startled and screamed. Immediately after landing, Sakuragi Hanamichi and Fukuda Kicho ran to the basket to grab the rebound. When the basketball hit the basket, Sakuragi Hanamichi and Fukuda Kicho jumped up at the same time, but Fukuda Kicho was far from the same. With a snap, Sakuragi Hanamichi grabbed the basketball with ease. But at this moment, a figure appeared behind Sakuragi Hanamichi, it was Seno. Sakuragi Hanamichi was startled at first, then calmed down. Seeing that Sendo's palm was about to touch the basketball, Sakuragi Hanamichi grabbed his palm hard, squinted his eyes and pinpointed the target and passed the basketball to Miyagi Ryota. At the same time, the whistle of the second quarter was also blown by the referee. Chapter 113. After the game was suspended, the players on both sides were very quiet, and they did not discuss relative strategies as before. Until the start of the third quarter. As soon as he played, Yuni spoke to the crowd. You all know your current strength, so let's start chasing points. 5. Everyone in Ryanan immediately became serious when they heard Donghwang Yuni's words. Dakamoiki off the field frowned. Is it finally going to start? How dare you let the score open such a big gap before chasing points? Shihoko's serve, Shiozaka Tetsushi did not hesitate to pass the ball to Donghwang Yuni. Yuni said after receiving the ball. Then let's tie the score first. After saying that Yuni was like a streamer passing by, Ryanan hardly saw Donghwang Yuni's movements except Sendo. Such a speed, so fast. Even with his current eyes, Sendo can only vaguely see Donghwang Yuni's figure. He thought he had gotten a little closer to Donghwang Yuni, but when he saw Donghwang Yuni's speed, he still surprised himself. 27. This is still Donghwang Yuni not using wildness and zone, can't believe how scary it would be if he entered the zone. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke down on Sendo's forehead. Yuni passed Ryanan's crowd like a bolt of lightning, and although Sendo could see Donghwang Yuni's movements, his body couldn't keep up. Helplessly, he could only watch Donghwang Yuni dunk the ball into the basket. Bang! 46-62. Yuni's hand that grabbed the basket released, and then landed. Don't let your guard down. Use all your strength. 55. The expressions of everyone in Ryanan were very ugly, and the Ryanan bench outside the field became unusually quiet. Just now Donghwang Yuni's speed completely shocked them. Is this the strongest strength in high school? This is too exaggerated. How can a normal person have that kind of speed? I can't believe that my eyes can't catch up. Not to mention the first-year freshmen on Shihoko's side. At this point, their chins were already on the ground, and their eyes were bulging out as if they were ischemia. Ryanan served, Sendo dribbled the ball carefully watching Yuni's movements. At the Shihoko three-point line, Sendo stopped and looked at the situation on the court. With a wave of Sendo's hand, he sent the ball to Yukusa Tomoyuki. But at this moment, only to hear a snap, Sendo secretly screamed bad. Yuni suddenly appeared in the middle of the two and intercepted the ball. I said don't be careless, how do you think I stopped me when I was in the zero seal of Mingpeng industry? After saying that, Yuni dribbled the ball forward quickly. Yuni reached the three-point line where he was in a dilemma and instantly made a shooting posture. Sendo hurriedly ran after him and stretched out his hand to block it, but Yuni was only halfway through shooting. When Sendo's outstretched hand was more than a meter away from Yuni, the basketball suddenly flew towards Miyagi Ryota as if it had changed its angle. What? Can you pass the ball that way? Sendo was once again shocked by Yuni's skill. Miyagi Ryota caught the ball firmly, then changed the dribble, and Koshino Hiroaki broke through to the inside. Seeing Sakuragi Hanamichi also inside, Miyagi Ryota made a pass. When everyone thought Miyagi Ryota was going to pass the ball, the basketball suddenly flew towards the hoop. Then everyone heard the sound of brushing the net. 48-62. The corners of Miyagi Ryota's mouth twitched, and he raised his hand to make a fist. The people at Ryanan were also very surprised. They saw that Miyagi Ryota was not ready to shoot just now. No matter from any angle, he had to pass the ball. Sendo wiped a sweat seeing this scene. Damn, Shihoko has become so much stronger. Soon in the following games, Ryanan felt the desperation of the name Friends industry during the national competition. Yuni, as the center, always passes the ball to his teammates with clever timing and skill, but when defending, he is like a high wall that breaks through the sky and makes it impossible to pass. In the end, the score was gradually narrowed by Shohoku. 50-62. 53-62. 57-62. 62-62. Within 5 minutes of the third game, Shohoku tied the score, while Ryanen was scoreless. Yuni watched Seno gasp for breath. Hey! What are you still keeping? Your strength should be more than that. Seno was stunned when he heard Donghwang Yuni's words, and then smiled. Sure enough, I can't escape your eyes. I already know my own strength in general. But I still want to try my own limit. Since you said so, then I'm welcome. As soon as the words fell, the wildness on Seno suddenly became violent, and then the wildness slowly retracted, and finally surrounded the surface of the body. Yuni was also a little surprised when he saw it. He didn't expect Seno to be able to do this. Wild and introverted Yuni can easily do it, but Seno is not the age of miracles. This shows that Seno's talent and potential are huge. Yuni's mouth twitched. It was amazing. Then Yuni's eyes moved to Kaed-rukawa. It seems that our ace still has to hurry up and improve himself. After being wild and restrained, Seno has improved a lot in terms of ball control, explosiveness, and speed. Kaed-rukawa was also shocked to see Seno's sudden improvement. He had just activated the wildness, and he never thought that Seno could control the wildness to such a degree. Seno was quick to break through Kaed-rukawa's defense and headed inside. Seno was ready to slam the team with a slam dunk. Sure enough, under Seno's wild restraint, Seno forcibly dunked the basketball from the heads of Sakuragi Hanamichi and Shiozaka Tetsushi. 62-64. Shiozaka Tetsushi was knocked to the ground, and Sakuragi Hanamichi almost fell. Damn broomhead! Yuni looked at all this without any expression, and it seemed that he still had to give Sakuragi Hanamichi a special training when he went back. Signaling Shiozaka Tetsushi to pass the ball, he turned his head to look at Seno after receiving the ball. I've also added a lot of good things in the past 6 months. Let you see it first, and it will be treated as a greeting. Seno raised his brows, and there was a cautious light in his eyes. Although Seno has improved a lot, it is still too far behind for Donghwang Yuni. Yuni stood under his own basket and patted the basketball without any movement. Boom! 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 Swipe! 64-64. The audience was silent, and no one knew what was going on. Whether it is the players on the field or the spectators and coaches off the field, they are all confused. Yuni turned the basketball and looked back at the Ryanen crowd. How about this trick, does it catch your eyes? Seno looked at Donghwang Yuni dumbfounded. You, what did you just do? Why? Seno didn't know how to ask any more questions. Yuni smiled. It's nothing, it's just one of my fields, I call him momentary. Seno doesn't understand at all, let alone him, everyone in the hall is confused. Yuni spread her hands. To put it simply, it's just teleportation. After hearing Yuni's words, everyone remembered that Donghwang Yuni really seemed to be teleporting just now. It's like people suddenly disappearing in one place and then appearing in another place, and then swish swish, a few times before reaching the basket and scoring. It's incredible, is he a god? Coach Tien 1.0 Gang Moiki has hundreds of MMP sentences at this time. He can understand the power of Donghwang Yuni, but what the hell is this teleportation? Even if he saw such a sci-fi scene with his own eyes, he couldn't believe it. Not to mention Dakamoiki, Coach Anze on the Shohoku bench probably thought so too. Seno lowered his head and pondered what Donghwang Yuni said. Teleportation, field, instantaneous. Seno was numb at the moment, and there was a feeling in his heart that he wanted to give up, but he was instantly suppressed by him. Looking at Donghwang Yuni with the flame of fighting spirit in his eyes again. Sure enough, Donghwang Yuni is Donghwang Yuni, and only you are the king of high school basketball. Yuni smiled slightly. Then let me see how far you can get in the remaining 2 minutes. The surging fighting spirit emanated from Seno once again. Seno has already decided that even if he loses, he will lose on the way to charge. Improve yourself completely, as long as you don't give up and believe that you will reach the level of Donghuang Yuni now. Chapter 114. The game continued to get back on track, with Koshino Hiroaki putting the ball in Sendo's hands. Seno has raised his strength to the extreme, and it can be said that Seno now has no one in Shohoku who can stop him except Donghuang Yuni. Sure enough, Seno dribbled the ball in front of Kaed Rukawa and easily got rid of Kaed Rukawa with 2 fake moves. Kaed Rukawa tries to catch up with Seno, but his moves are still inferior to Seno, and he can only watch Seno rush into Shohoku's inside. Seno felt a sense of oppression as soon as he stepped into the 3-point line with a quick dribble. It was not because he felt a strong aura from Donghuang Yuni, but the invisible sense of oppression that Donghuang Yuni himself gave Seno. The red halo in Yuni's pupils shone. Yuni stretched out his palm and hooked it lightly, easily hooking the basketball in Seno's hand into his own. Seno gritted his teeth and stopped in front of Donghuang Yuni. Yuni patted the basketball one by one, looking at the fairy 25 in front of him. Then let's go. After speaking, the movements of Yuni's hands began to change, and the free-handed way of catching the ball was instantly displayed in front of everyone's eyes. Yuni's crotch changed hands and turned to put the racket in Seno's face, and Seno unconsciously reached out to catch the ball. But at this moment Yuni's hand slapped the ball, the basketball passed through Seno's crotch. Yuni also came behind Seno to catch the basketball at the same time. Seno turned around quickly and chased after Donghuang Yuni again. Donghuang Yuni's movements suddenly stopped and Seno didn't stop the car because he was too fast and passed by Donghuang Yuni. Yuni turned and dribbled the ball and flashed past Seno to the 3-point line. Seno, who came later, gritted his teeth and tried to stop Donghuang Yuni from shooting, but when Donghuang Yuni just reached the 3-point line, he passed the ball before he could make the shot. Seno's eyes widened. Pass? 39. The basketball pass was so sudden that even Shohoku's players didn't react. But it was too easy for Yuni with Emperor I to take the initiative to pass the ball to his teammates. With a snap, Miyagi Ryota stared blankly at the basketball in his hand, and suddenly came back to his senses without hesitation. Miyagi Ryota dribbled the ball quickly to Ryanan's inside line and took a jump shot. Brush. 66-64. Ryanan served again, and Koshino Hiroaki hesitated to pass the ball as he watched Seno gasping for breath. Koshino Hiroaki was about to pass the ball to Yukyusa Tomoyuki when he was interrupted by Seno. Koshino, pass. Looking at Seno's determined eyes, Koshino Hiroaki still passed the ball. Seno catches the ball and glances ahead. Taking a deep breath, Seno charged forward with an indomitable aura. To outsiders, Seno at this moment is like a general in battle armor, facing an army of millions single-handedly. Everyone outside the field was worried, especially Aida Hikoichi, whose snot came out, and looked at Seno on the field with tears. Senior Seno, come on! Come on! Come on! The shouts resounded throughout the audience. Seno went up to the wind and faced Donghuang Yuni with the battle song brought by his teammates. Yuni's mouth twitched, watching Seno get closer and closer, still indifferent. Seno easily broke through Kaed Rukawa's defense with a few feints as before. And then it was Donghuang Yuni's defense, Seno wandering off the 3-point line. Seno found the right time to pass the ball to Yukyusa Tomoyuki, then Seno gave Yukyusa Tomoyuki a look and immediately rushed inside and jumped up. Yukyusa Tomoyuki understood and threw the ball to Shohoku's basket without stopping. Seno, who was jumping in the air, was about to reach out to catch the basketball from Yukyusa Tomoyuki, but at this moment a big hand took the lead in intercepting the middle of the two. Yuni grabbed the ball from the air and landed on the ground, then Yuni seemed to suddenly disappear in place. Swipe. Yuni disappeared from the crowd and appeared next to Yukyusa Tomoyuki. Before Yukyusa Tomoyuki could react, Yuni's figure disappeared again and appeared in front of Koshino Hiroaki. Koshino Hiroaki's eyes flashed, Yuni's figure disappeared from everyone's sight again, and when it reappeared, it was already at Ryanan's 3-point line. Instead of shooting, Yuni passed the ball to Sakuragi Hanamichi. Sakuragi Hanamichi didn't know whether it was known for a long time or a tacit understanding that has been cultivated for a long time. Sakuragi Hanamichi came to Ryanan's half early. Sakuragi Hanamichi took the ball and jumped up, 1 step, 2 steps, and jumped from the free throw line. Holding the ball with one hand, Sakuragi Hanamichi threw the basketball out in midair, and the basketball touched the inside of the basket and slid to the ground. Bang! Bang! 2 loud bangs announced that Shihoku's score had risen again. 68-64. Off the court, Coach Tomoyuki folded his hands on his shoulders and kept shaking his right foot up and down. Unexpectedly, Shihoku's main force has improved so quickly in the past 6 months, and there is no way to compare it with before. Seno is holding the ball here. At this time Seno's physical strength has almost reached its limit. Seno's speed didn't slow down, clenching his teeth and breaking through Shihoku's defenses one after another. Yuni sighed, and her footsteps began to move. As if a flash of lightning flashed past Seno, Yuni held the ball in both hands and raised it aimed at Ryanan's basket. Your limit is here. Yuni's arm swung hard, and the basketball was like an orange-yellow alien comet hitting Ryanan's basket. The whistle for the end of the third quarter sounded at 527. Brush. Hollow into the net. 71-64. The basketball fell from the net, and the thumping sound of the basketball also represented that the General Seno was slaughtered by Donghwang Yuni. Seno was slumped on the ground with his feet weak at the moment, and was supported by his teammates when he came off the court. Miyagi Ryota looked at Ryanan and the crowd, and this is the end. Sakuragi Hanamichi exclaimed as heartlessly excited as ever. Of course, Komiya, can you pass the ball to me more in the fourth quarter? Kaed Rukawa chimed in. Then pass the ball to me. Sakuragi Hanamichi was immediately upset. What stinky fox did you say, being abused so badly by Seno, what's the use of passing the ball to you? Kaed Rukawa looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi coldly. Who did you say was abused? Miyagi Ryota was not surprised by this, and Ayako shook his head while holding his forehead. At this time, Yuni walked in front of the two, Emperor I stared at the two, and the aura of the superior surrounded them. You win the ball yourself, you can't become a strong player just by relying on other people's passing. Both Kaed Rukawa and Sakuragi Hanamichi were silent, they had no temper with Donghwang Yuni, they couldn't fight, and the background couldn't match. The two turned their heads away from each other at the same time, and each snorted and returned to their seats to start drinking sports drinks. Chapter 115. After 15 minutes, the fourth quarter ended with a score of 94-71. Shihoku defeated Ryanan by a crushing force in this practice match against Ryanan. Coach Tomoyuki is not surprised by this, after all, there is that guy Donghwang Yuni there. But in the fourth quarter, Donghwang Yuni didn't play, and he was a little surprised that the score could pull such a big score. Coach Tomoyuki glanced at Shihoku when he shook hands with Coach Anzai to say goodbye, and looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi, Kaed Rukawa, and Miyagi Ryota. Tomoyuki frowned as she watched Shihoku leave the crowd. Shihoku is getting stronger. Hey? Coach, isn't this something I've known for a long time? Aida Hikoichi next to him asked suspiciously. I'm not saying that, Kaed Rukawa, Sakuragi Hanamichi, Miyagi Ryota, the three of them have improved a lot compared to half a year ago. Half a year ago, without Donghwang Yuni, our Ryanan's overall strength was still able to suppress Shihoku, but now. Aida Hikoichi understood immediately. Yet, Donghwang Yuni didn't even play in the fourth quarter, Shihoku has become a strong team. Sendo stood by and didn't speak, and looked at Chihoko's group as they left, his eyes full of fighting spirit. 2 days later, in the classroom of Class 7 of the second year, Yuni sat in her seat and checked the test paper in her hand, then got up and walked to the invigilator's side. "Teacher, this is my answer sheet, I have already done it." Hearing Donghuang Yuni's words, the whole class was silent, and there were whispering voices in the class. "No way, it's only been 15 minutes since Donghuang Yuni turned in the papers. Wow! Donghuang Jun looks so handsome and studies so well, I really want to be his girlfriend." 35. That guy, I am so envious of him. Sakuragi Hanamichi looked at Donghuang Yuni's figure walking out of the classroom door with envy and hatred. Mito Yahei sneered at this time. "Sakuragi Hanamichi, don't compare yourself to others, you won't be able to compare to them in another 100 years. Yuni walked out of the teaching building slowly, the cool autumn wind swept across Yuni's face, and the sunlight cast a long shadow on Yuni's body. Since most of the people are taking exams, there are basically no people in the playground. Yuni walked on the empty playground, remembering her past life after a long time. In his previous life, his name was not Donghuang Yuni, but Li Yunyi. Different from those evil transmigrators, he was not an orphan in his previous life. When he was a child, he had parents who loved him, as well as grandparents he respected. It's just that life gradually changed. The relationship between grandparents and grandparents was very bad, and the two elders often quarreled and eventually separated. After the separation, my grandfather developed diabetes and died a few years later. The grandmother is a self-improvement person. She doesn't like the help of her children. She cultivated a piece of land on the mountain by herself, and she farms and raises poultry every day. When I grew up, my parents left me forever in an accident. At that time, I was still in junior high school, and I didn't know how I would stand on the school playground in the future. No cries of pain, no fear of parents leaving. At that time, my head was blank, and I just stood silently in the middle of the playground in a daze. It's exactly the same as what he looks like now, but the purpose of coming here is different." Just then, a sweet voice came from behind Yuni. "Yuni, what are you doing here?" Yuni looked back with a gentle smile. Gong Liulai jumped up and came to Yuni with a shawl and silver hair. "Xiao Li, why are you here, aren't you taking the exam?" "Because I saw you alone here in a daze during the exam, so I'll hand in the papers ahead of time." Gong Liulai proudly raised her exaggerated and tight chest. Yuni looked at the lover in front of her tenderly, reached out and touched Gong Liulai's head. "I think you should have answered it long ago, so you can see me outside the window when you are in a daze." Hearing Yuni immediately saw through herself, Gong Liulai puffed her cheeks and said dissatisfied. "Why do you guess so accurately every time?" Yuni took Gong Liulai's Baiyu's hand and said while walking. "Because I know you. So I don't even have to guess what you're going to do." Just when the two were ambiguous, a music sound startled Gong Liulai. Then Gong Liulai heard this music and seemed to be very familiar with it. She looked down and saw that it was Yuni's phone ringtone. Yuni took out her phone from her trouser pocket and pressed the answer button. "Mom, is something wrong?" "My little baby." Yuni's face was embarrassed and she said helplessly. "Mom, let's talk about it." "Okay. Really, it's becoming less and less cute." 66-99. What would you like to eat today? Isn't it prepared by chefs every day? Yuni is a little strange. The daily meals at home are specially customized by special nutritionists and chefs. Why should I ask myself today? Oops. Hurry up and speak up. Yuni is also helpless. She is very satisfied with her cheap mother Yuni. Well, then eat, cough. Wait a moment. Yuni turned to look at Gong Liulai. "Xiao Li, what do you want to eat today?" "Me? Well. Then eat seafood." Gong Liuli remembered that Yuni seemed to prefer seafood, so she blurted out. Yuni looked at Gong Liuli and knew that this girl said this for herself. Then let my mother help me think about it. Or it can be made into a variety of styles. A little more variety? Sounds good too, Mom got it. Then Yuni heard a beep beep on the phone. What happened to my mother today? It's so strange. Little Li, is Mom any different today? Gong Liuli was stunned for a moment, thought about it, and then shook her head. Li Liao Zhao, it's the same as before. I didn't notice any difference, what's the matter? Yuni shook her head. Oh. It's nothing. She called me just now to ask me what I want to eat today. She seldom asks me that. That's right. Gong Liuli naturally didn't know much about Yuni's mother's past, so she didn't ask any more questions. But after a while, Gong Liuli received a text message, and when she saw the message above, Gong Liuli immediately stopped. Yuni looked at Gong Liuli curiously. Ah. I'm sorry, Yuni, I have something to do, so I say goodbye. 39 Gong Liuli left in a hurry after saying that. Yuni looked at Gong Liuli who was leaving with a bewildered expression. What happened today? Her mother was like this, and Gong Liuli was also patrolling like this. Scratched his head, forget about those who are there or not. Anyway, nothing to do now, let's go to the basketball hall and play casually. Thinking of this, Yuni walked towards the Shohoku basketball hall. Chapter 116. Time passed quickly, and the school bell quickly dissipated the depressing atmosphere brought by the exams. Yuni received a call from home, saying that there was something at home and he needed to go back as soon as possible, so Yuni did not go to the basketball gym to practice today. Strange to say, after Gong Liuli left in the morning, she never saw that girl again. I didn't answer or send text messages on the phone, but replied, but the content of the reply made Yuni's head full of question marks. Yuni, I left beforehand. You don't have to wait for me after school, just go home and see you again. Yuni couldn't figure it out, and when she walked out of the Shohoku gate, she saw the driver waiting early not far from the school gate. Before Yuni got into the car, she found that the driver's expression was a little weird today, as if it was a little bit different than usual. In short, it was very strange. Yuni got into the car without thinking too much. In the car Yuni looked at the hurried scenery outside the window like a fragment of a past life, birth, death, rebirth, and finally say goodbye to the past life completely. Yuni sighed, this is life. Although my life is a little different from others, it is still a part of life after all. Besides, I am a new student now, so all the past, including the parents of the previous life, have to say goodbye now. It should be said that since the death of his parents in the previous life, he has said goodbye to that world. The driver saw his young master sighing a little strangely in the rear-view mirror, worried that the young master had something to worry about, and secretly sent a text message to his wife. On the other side, Nanami was instructing people to set up the restaurant with great fanfare. After receiving the text message from the driver, Nanami's expression suddenly froze. Nanami was silent for a while, not knowing what she was thinking. Gong Liuli on the side saw Nanami's strangeness, and walked to the side and said softly, "Mother-in-law, what's wrong?" Nanami came back to her senses and said to Gong Ruri with a smile, "Xiao Li. It's nothing, I just received a message from the driver that Yuni seems to have something on his mind." "What's on your mind?" "It shouldn't be. I saw him at school today and it's normal." Gong Liuli also pondered. "Oh. By the way, during the exam this morning, I saw Yuni who handed in the papers very early and walked to the playground alone in a daze." Nanami fell into deep thought when she heard Gong Ruri's words. Gong Liuli didn't want Nanami to worry, he knew how much Yuni cared about his parents and family. "Mother-in-law, don't worry. Anything will be easily solved by Yuni, I think he must be tired because of the team." Nanami smiled and nodded when she heard Gong Ruri's words. Yet. You're right, Yuni is no longer a child, I really hope Yuni never grows up. Gong Liuli immediately comforted when she saw Nanami's bitter smile. No way. Yuni will always be a small child in her mother-in-law's heart. Yuni quickly returned to the manor in the car. As soon as Yuni got out of the car, he noticed that the atmosphere in the manor was a little different from usual. The butler of Gigo came to Yuni and said kindly, Master Yuni, you are finally back, come with me. Yuni thought that Gigo butler had something urgent, and immediately followed behind Gigo butler. The butler of Gigo took Yuni all the way to the living room. As soon as Yuni entered the door, she saw that the living room was covered with all kinds of decorations and colorful balloons. And in the center of the living room is a 16-story cake. Yuni was stunned, not sure what the hell was going on. He felt as if he had returned to the wrong home, could it be that he could not pass through again? Blinking his eyes, he looked at the Gigo butler in front of him, and then glanced at the servants standing around him. They are all familiar faces before, so I should not have crossed. So what's going on, who's happy at home? At this time, Nanami and Gong Ruri walked over with a gift box. Baby Yuni, today is your birthday. Happy birthday to you. Yuni, happy birthday. Gong Liuli was also excited to congratulate Yuni. It was only then that Yuni understood what was going on. It turned out that today was her birthday. It's so fast, she has been in this world for 16 years in the blink of an eye. Yuni. Yuni. When he came back to his senses, Yuni saw Gong Liuli's sweet smile and looked at him with a hint of worry. Yuni smiled back, then took Gong Liuli's hand, walked to Nanami's side and took Nanami's hand. Yuni took her children's hand and came to the cake table. Yuni let Nanami sit on the chair next to her. Yuni stood in front of Nanami and bowed respectfully to Nanami. I'm sorry, Mom, I forgot it's my birthday. So I'm not prepared, please forgive me. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Nanami stared blankly at Yuni's series of actions, not knowing what it meant. Naturally, Yuni would not embarrass her own mother, and continued. Today is my birthday, and it's also the day when my mother gave birth to me in pain. My son's birthday is a painful day for my mother, so it's you who should be blessed the most today. Nanami looked at her son's sincere face and sincere words, and the warmth in her heart kept flowing throughout her body. A kind of tears called happiness fell from the corners of Nanami's eyes and could not be stopped. Yuni straightened up and turned to look at the living room. Everyone bowed deeply. And everyone, thank you very much for everything you have done for me. I hope everyone can be happy together today, don't be restrained, and forget the rules and etiquette. Hearing the words of their young master, all the servants were a little overwhelmed. The Gigu butler naturally understood Yuni's thoughts, so he also helped. Master Yuni actually said that everyone will forget about the rules and etiquette today, let's celebrate Master and Mrs. Yuni together. Soon Yuni sat next to Nanami. Yuni did not sit in the main seat, but let his mother sit in the main seat. Yuni took the birthday crown to receive the gifts from everyone, and Yuni also cut the cake for everyone by himself. Laughter and laughter resounded throughout the manor, and Yuni did not forget a servant. He will not do that kind of chilling thing, he will try his best to take care of the feelings of everyone in the family, including the hearts of the servants. Because Yuni knows very well that it is these servants who get along the most with her mother when she is not around, so Yuni will do her best to be kind to these servants, so that the servants Yuni will try their best to take good care of their mother. The Donghuang manor was surprisingly lively tonight, and Yuni also received many gifts. Yuni also secretly wrote down wishes for each servant. Until tomorrow, Yuni will ask someone to help fulfill a small wish for each servant, which will be regarded as Yuni's return gift. Yuni knew that some of these servants had a difficult time in their families. Although the salary in Donghuang's family was not bad, most of the time the servants stayed in the manor and rarely took care of the family. As the night gradually deepened, a sturdy tree stood alone on the grass in the corner of the manor. A swing was hung from the sturdy branches of the tree, and the swing was swayed by the breeze. On the grass next to the swing, Gong Liulai's head rested on Yuni's lap, and Yuni just looked down at her lover in this world. Yuni, I'm so sorry, because I was in a hurry today, so the gift was prepared in a hurry, I don't know if you like it or not. Yuni smiled and pinched Gong Liulai's little face lightly. What do you like or not? You are my favorite. As for gifts, you are not important. Gong Liulai blushed immediately upon hearing this, but it was not real because it was night. Yuni, if you want, or else, you'll take me out tonight. Yuni interrupted Gong Liulai before he finished speaking. Silly girl, how old are you now? No, I said that it can't be done until the body is fully grown, otherwise the damage to the body will be too great. Gong Liulai couldn't do anything either. She was ready to devote herself when she was in the United States, but Yuni always said that she was too young. At first she thought Yuni was making excuses, but once Yuni took her to the hospital to ask the doctor, the harem, Liulai, and never mentioned it again. Gong Liulai's face turned red all day that time, she never expected that Yuni would take herself directly to ask the doctor. Yuni was worried that Gong Liulai would misunderstand and spoke again. I don't want you to be hurt because of my relationship, and I will blame myself for the rest of my life. So when we are fully grown, I will take the initiative to take you down as a little goblin. Hearing Yuni's teasing words, Gong Liulai was shy but did not refuse. This is a matter of time and night, Gong Liulai will naturally not say anything, as long as Yuni wants, Gong Liulai can offer the best everything. Chapter 117. Day after day, time is like flowing water, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. On this day, Shohoku High School Basketball Club. All the basketball team members gathered here. Ayako stood in front of everyone with a piece of paper and said to everyone. The schedule for this year's county competition has come out. Pop. After speaking, Ayako unfolded the game table and pasted it on the wall of the basketball department. This year is different from last year. All the college teams this year have absorbed new blood. At the same time, some of the leaders of the previous strong teams have also left the team, which has led to the shuffling of the strength of the major college teams. Not yet known, the only teams we know of now are Ryanan High School and Kanan High School. I won't say more about Ryanan High School. You have also seen their strength in the previous scrims. Next is the king of Kanagawa Kanan affiliated middle school. Having said that, Sakuragi Hanamichi interjected. Ayako, Kanan should not be the king by now. Ahem. Ayako motioned to Sakuragi Hanamichi to be quiet. Even if we beat Kanan last year, Kanan is still one of the strong teams in Kanagawa, so, we can't be careless. Miyagi Ryota interjected at this time. Kanan is now gone, Shinichi Maki is gone, only Soichiro-jin and Kiyota Nobunaga are left. I don't know how their new members and last year's substitutes are going. Ayako confessed. Don't worry about this, I have investigated, Kanan's overall strength is not as good as Ryanan High School. Yuni spoke at this time. No matter who the opponent is, I will send you two to start every game. As for how far you can play, it's up to you, so let's continue to practice. Improve you as much as possible before the competition starts. Strength. Saturday, today is the day of celebration for all college basketball teams. Because today is the beginning of the National RB National High School Basketball League, all high school basketball clubs are marching towards the hall of national competition with expectation and determination. And Shohoku's first battle was against Kakuno High School. In the hall of the Kanagawa Prefectural Competition Subdivision area, Shohoku and his party are preparing for the game in the lounge. Sakuragi Hanamichi twittered non-stop. Xiao Huang, is it really okay to send them on the court? Isn't it very straightforward to send me directly to defeat the opponent? 35. Yuni changed his jersey and sat on the bench with his eyes closed, without opening his eyes and speaking. Is it interesting for you to go up and teach those who are not as strong as you? Sakuragi Hanamichi was speechless in one sentence. What could he say? He, who considers himself a genius, will naturally not admit to bullying the weak. It is too cheap, and Sakuragi Hanamichi will never allow such a thing to happen. And Sakuragi Hanamichi is a somewhat arrogant and conceited person, so he also has some sense of boredom for the weak. Kaed Rukawa sat on the side without speaking. Miyagi Ryota agrees. Yuni is right. What's the point of fighting weak people? It's enough for us to go to the second army. If the second army can't work, we won't be too late. Sakuragi Hanamichi is like a deflated ball. It always feels so boring to sit down there. Ayako slapped a folding fan on Sakuragi Hanamika's head. You guy, the game has just started. There are still more opponents after that. What are you anxious about? Sakuragi Hanamichi was right for a second, and then said nothing more. Ayako now looked at Coach Anze. Coach Anze, do you have anything to say? Coach Anze shook his head. I don't have anything to say, just do your best, I'm very at ease with you. At this moment, Yasuda Yasuharu spoke suddenly. I wonder how Akaji-senpai and Mitsui-senpai are doing now, are they also participating in the competition? As soon as these words came out, the whole audience became quiet. They were high school students, so they didn't know much about university life. Then everyone looked at Coach Anze. Ho 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 ho. The college and high school competitions are held at the same time, so if they come to Akaji, they should also participate. Ayako said proudly with a smile. Coach Anze is right, Haruko and Zairi went to see the game at Akaji-senpai today. Sakuragi Hanamichi was a little sad. Why? The gorilla is no longer in our school. What's the use of watching his games? With a snap, Ayako gave Sakuragi Hanamichi another folded fan and said angrily. You impersonal BD, I really can't stand you. Haruko said that with Yuni in Chihoku it's impossible to lose, so she was worried about her brother and went to see it. So that's how it is. He 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 he. Sakuragi Hanamichi scratched his head embarrassedly. Humph. Ayako turned his head too lazy to look at Sakuragi Hanamichi. Just then Yuni stood up and said. It's almost time, let's go. And now there are quite a lot of spectators sitting in the hall, and the noisy voices in the auditorium are all discussing this Chihoku vs Kono no match. Today is Chihoku's first battle. I don't know if Chihoku's number 99 will play. Probably not. Kakuno's strength is too different. Ah, why hasn't my emperor come out yet? No one likes Kakuno for the simple reason that Chihoku has Donghwang Yuni, and any team with him would be overshadowed. While everyone was discussing the game, the door of the passage finally opened. It was at this moment that the noise of the audience was silent, and then the cheers that shook the world resounded throughout the audience. Ah! Lord Donghwang! 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 Chihoku is coming out. Wait for a long time. Emperor, Emperor, Emperor. On the other side, everyone in Jiai, who had just walked out of the gate of the passage, was dripping with beads of sweat on their foreheads. The overwhelming shouts brought great pressure to the Jiai people, and everyone's hearts were very heavy. Kakuno's coach also frowned tightly, and even his heart felt a little nervous when he heard the cheers from the audience. On the contrary, everyone on Chihoku's side showed confidence and walked to their bench with their heads held high. Listening to the cheers of the audience, the momentum of the Chihoku people also changed. The first-year Chihoku freshmen also participated in the high school league for the first time, and they all opened their mouths in surprise when they heard the cheers on the field. I didn't expect Chihoku to be so popular, especially our captain cheered the most. This is the popularity of our captain. I can't believe that the captain has so many supporters. Ayako said triumphantly. You guys are too ignorant, so where are you going? After the national competition, you will find that Yuni's popularity is more than that. Now these are trivial things. Soon under the order of the referee, both sides started the game and the game officially started. Ah! That number 99 didn't play. I still came to see him on purpose. Of course, how can you deal with these small characters with the strength of Lord Donghuang? Other teams who specially came to watch the game also came to the hall, and they were not surprised to see that the main players of Donghuang Yuni and Shihoko did not play. The whistle sounded, and the referee said, "The match between Shihoko High School and Kakuno High School starts now." The referee threw the basketball high in the air, and the orange sphere was like the orange sun shining on the prelude of this high school league. Chapter 118. Right from the start of the game, Shihoko slammed Kakuno. 3 minutes into the game, Shihoko led Kakuno by 8 points. Yuni was also satisfied with the performance of the Second Army on the bench. With the current combat power of the Second Army, it can be said that it is considered to be middle and upper class in Kanagawa. This is also the result of Yuni's training for everyone in the past 6 months, and the results are not bad. Sakuragi Hana and others sitting on the bench were also a little surprised. I didn't expect them to be good. Why don't I see it usually? Hearing Sakuragi Hanamika's words, Miyagi Ryota squinted Sakuragi Hanamichi, thinking, that's because we are two strong idiots. At the end of the first quarter, Shihoko went 37-16. Yuni spoke as soon as he got off the stage. You've done a good job, and then continue to maintain this rhythm. After training, your physical strength is much more than the opponent's, and your strength has also increased a lot. Just continue to fight as usual. Yes. May 27th. The audience in the auditorium and the teams of major colleges and universities were also a little surprised. I can't believe that Shihoko's substitutes are so strong. It's a world of difference from before. That's right. Shihoko's main force hasn't even played yet. 35. Shihoko is getting scarier. MJU4 NDA2 NTA0 MJI1 MZQ1 NZCAJM equals. Soon the whistle sounded in the second quarter, the next time passed slowly, and the scores of the two sides were also beating slowly. Next, under Yuni's arrangement, the Shihoko's Second Army completely began to press Jiaoye to fight. The second quarter ended, 61-25. The third quarter ended, 82-37. The final whistle rang out, and Shihoko won 102-49. After the two sides saluted, they each left. Watching the backs of Shihoko everyone leave, all the colleges felt a kind of pressure. I can't believe that Shihoko has grown to such an extent. Yet, it's unbelievable that the strength of the substitutes alone can reach this level. Ryanan and Kanan, who were sitting in the corner of the auditorium, were also stunned. Although their bench strength is not very strong, but to be able to improve to this level, I really admire him for doing this kind of thing. Kanan's Kiyota Nobunaga asked after hearing the words of Ryanan Koshino Hiroaki. Ah? Did you mean Donghuang Yuni? Yes, I can't think of anyone other than him who can do such a thing. Kiyota Nobunaga sighed. You're right, only that pervert can do it. In the Shihoko lounge. It's so boring. I'm falling asleep, Sakuragi Hanamichi said dully. This is only the first match, and there are no strong opponents at all before meeting Ryanan and Kanan, Miyagi Ryota replied. Yuni changed her clothes and said. Okay, let's go back first. Our main time is training before the national competition. In the next time, the Shihoko people participated in one game after another in addition to training. In every game Yuni let the Second Army play as the starter, and every game the Second Army ended in victory. The second game, Shihoko against Itai, 184-57. The third game, Shihoko vs Yoshimoto, 197-52. The fourth game, Shihoko against Odakari, 103-71. The fifth game, Shihoko vs Zhang Chuangong, 111-82. In the Shihoko basketball hall, Everyone in the Shohoku basketball club is training. Yuni took the entry form and looked at the name of one of the colleges and universities on the form. The corners of her mouth turned up involuntarily. Shoyo High School. Ha! It's a pity, Shoyo, who has undergone a major change, may not even be able to compete with a second-tier team. 2 days later, the words Shohoku 54 points and Shoyo 36 points were displayed on a large electronic screen in a gymnasium in Kanagawa Prefecture. Halfway through the third game, Ayako murmured on Shohoku's bench with his automatic pen. I didn't expect Shoyo's strength this year to be so weak. Miyagi Ryota said flatteringly. That's right, the main players of Shoyo last year have already entered the university, and the current Shoyo is no different from a lamb. Sakuragi Hanamichi stuck his chin in boredom. Hey! Really, every team is so weak, I was looking forward to meeting Shoyo. Ayako joked when he saw Sakuragi Hanamichi's appearance. Why, who is our great genius who is also troubled? The bench was relaxed and happy, while the Shoyos on the field were bitter. The difference in strength is too great, and it is not Shohoku's opponent at all. The whistle of the game rang again, and Shohoku won again, 89-66. Shohoku walked out of the gymnasium door with ease. Sakuragi Hanamichi, Miyagi Ryota, Kaed Rukawa looked a little bit stuck. Ayako pouted when he saw the three of them being lazy. Okay, don't be too frustrated, you will have a chance to play in the next game. The three looked at Ayako suspiciously. Ayako continued with a smile. Our next game is Kanan-affiliated high school, how about you, are you full of fighting spirit? The eyes of the three people in Kanan High School suddenly lit up when they heard it. Kanan! It's really good. Finally got a chance to play. Ayako said proudly. Haha. Then prepare for the match with Kanan in 2 days. I heard that Kanan's strength has improved a lot this year. Miyagi Ryota said disdainfully. Improved a lot? I don't think it's as good as when Shinichi Maki was there. With a snap, Ayako hit Miyagi Ryota's head with a folded fan. As much as you talk, although Shinichi Maki is gone, Kiyota Nobunaga and Seijuro are still here. Don't be careless. Miyagi Ryota nodded flatteringly with a pig-like look on his face. Yes. Ayako is right. Donghwang Yunyi's face was expressionless when he heard their conversation, and his goal was naturally the champion of the national competition. A group of people chatted with each other one by one, while the atmosphere on the other side was serious and cautious. In the basketball club of the high school affiliated to Kanan University, the expressions of the players were all very serious. Coach Riki Takato sits on the bench outside the boundary line and oversees the players on the field, and his heart is a little tight right now. If Shinichi Maki is still there, he can still feel a little more at ease, and now Kanan is not as strong as before. Kiyota Nobunaga said to Seijuro while training. Senior God, the day after tomorrow is our match with Shohoku, do you think we will win? Seijuro looked a little serious on the side. Honestly, I don't think we can win. Hearing Seijuro words, Kiyota Nobunaga was a little silent. Seeing his appearance, Shenzone 1.0 Ichiro smiled at him. But it doesn't matter, as long as we do our best tomorrow. Don't forget that we have 3 places in Kanagawa this year. Even if we lose to Shohoku, we still have a chance. Kiyota Nobunaga's eyes lit up and nodded. Senior Ashen is right. Kanan is the king's team. Even if we lose to that pervert, we still have great hope of advancing. Coach Riki Takato looked on the field, lost in thought. If nothing else, the first place this year is undoubtedly Shohoku. With Sendo and Ryanen, we still have some chance of defeating Ryanen, but the chances are slim. As for other teams, there is no strength to compete with us at all, which means that Kanan will definitely have a place to advance to the national competition this year. On this day all Kanagawa High School basketball clubs have noticed the progress of the game, and the battle between Shohoku and Kanan is about to begin. This will definitely attract everyone's attention, because many people are very interested in the battle between the former king and the current emperor. Chapter 119. 2 days later, in a gymnasium in Kanagawa Prefecture. The match between the former King Kanon High School and the current King Shohoku High School is about to take place here. An hour before the game started, the stadium was full of spectators of all kinds. The basketball clubs of major colleges and universities came to the gymnasium early to take their seats, and this game was very attractive to them. Kanon Affiliated High School was once known as the strongest team in Kanagawa. It has won the top spot for 17 consecutive years, and its fame and fans will naturally be abundant. Last year's new star, the dark horse Shohoku High School, was a blockbuster. It defeated Seno High, which is known as the strongest high school, and won the national championship in one fell swoop. Everyone doesn't think Kanon High School is the opponent of Shohoku High School because of Shohoku's number 99, Donghwang Yuni. Donghwang Yuni is like a big mountain pressing in the hearts of all the contestants. The Ryanan High School group also came to the gym early. Koshino Hiroaki asked. This game, Kanon should lose. No one in Ryanan refuted, and they all agreed that Kanon would not be Shohoku's opponent. Now according to the strength of the team, this year's Ryanan is definitely stronger than Kanon. Ryanan is not Shohoku's opponent, let alone Kanon. Aida Hikoichi also chimed in on the side. Koshino senpai is right, I don't think Kanon will win either. Sendo replied with a smile. I don't know what Kanon can do, I'm really looking forward to. Yokusa Tomoyuki chimed in. It's ironic to say it. The once strongest king is now facing his opponent like a formidable enemy. Koshino Hiroaki nodded in agreement. This also shows that the era of Kanon's dominance is over, and now it is the world of Shohoku, although it is not reconciled. At the entrance of the gymnasium on the other side, 2 sweet and lovely girls walked in. Haruko, aren't we too early? How come? Today's game is a lot of attention. You can see that the audience is almost full now. As soon as the two came in, they were dumbfounded when they saw the crowded audience. Gong Liulai was stunned. There are so many people. At this moment, the Sakuragi's gang group waved to Akaji Haruko and Gong Ruri. Hey! Haruko, Xiao Liulai, this way. The two saw that Sakuragi's gang and his party also beckoned to him, and then walked over immediately. Mito Yohei, I'm so sorry to ask you to help occupy a seat again. Nozomi Takamiya said heartlessly. He. It's nothing, come and sit here. Nozomi Takamiya pointed to the seat next to him, and suddenly Ohusu Yuji hit his head hard. Don't talk nonsense Takamiya, don't mind the two of you. He usually looks like this. Akaji Haruko and Miyagiri smiled and waved their hands. Ha! It's okay. Mito Yohei stood up at this time and gave up his seat. You two sit in the front. Just the 3 of us in the back. Gong Liulai and Akaji Haruko are not polite, they get along very well with Sakuragi's gang, and they are used to making jokes or something. Okay, then the 2 of us are welcome. The quarrel of the few people here soon became a peace. Time passed minute by minute, and the moment the doors of the 2 passages opened, the scene immediately broke out with earth-shattering cheers. Kanon fans shouted at the same time as Shohoku fans. Come out! Kanon! 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 The king! The king! The king! Shohoku! 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 Donghwang! 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 Emperor! 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 Miyaruri, Akaji Haruko and others were also infected by the atmosphere of the audience's shouting. Shohoku has more and more supporters. Yet, Shohoku has gained a lot of fans since the last national competition. Akaji Haruko echoed. At this time, Mito Yohei was also proud. Also Sakuragi Hanamichi has gained a lot of fans. Ohusu Yuji said seriously at this time. I think Yuni has the most fans. Everyone agrees with this, and Kaed Rukawa is the most popular in Shohoku's team except Donghwang Yuni. Soon the players from both sides walked out of the channel gate and appeared in everyone's sight. Everyone from Kanan and everyone from Shohoku went to their respective benches and started preparing for the game. Coach Riki Takato from the Kanan bench spoke loudly to the crowd. "Today is our revenge battle, use all your strength to defeat Shohoku." Kiyota Nobunaga slandered in his heart. Obviously he was still very nervous yesterday, so there is no need to exaggerate to help the players regain their momentum. He didn't think he could beat that pervert with all his might, and the rest of Shohoku got stronger too. On the other side, Shohoku people are preparing for the inspection and warm up before playing in an orderly manner. Sakuragi Hanamichi said at this time. "Little Emperor, do you have to let the second army start when you are stumped today?" Yuni nodded. "Yes, it was decided before. Before the national competition, we must familiarize them with the rhythm of the game, so that our chances of winning will be better. Please, you are too careful. With you, doesn't it mean that the championship is ours? Don't be rude, I just want to make the team better. My goal is that you can win the national championship even when I'm not around." After hearing Yuni's words, everyone in Shohoku felt that 527 was a little weird. National champions, we? Although Kaed Rukawa, Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi Ryota are not a weak team with the current strength, but I always feel Alexander for the champion team. Yuni glanced at the crowd once and understood what they meant. It's too early to think so much. You've both grown stronger. But it's still a little difficult to play against strong teams like Seno, like Kaed Rukawa. Whether you'll be able to beat Sawakita Ag this year will only be known if you play against it. Kaed Rukawa's pupils shrank and replied with a serious expression. "I will win." Yuni smiled. "Then wish you success." The referee blew the whistle to start the game. Both Shohoku and Kanan stepped onto the field and took their place. Kiyota Nobunaga looked at the group of Shohoku's second army. "That guy Yuni is so reassuring to let you guys start, doesn't he look down on us too much? Satoru Kakuta is usually a more introverted person, and talking is not his forte. Anyway, we can win." Kiyota Nobunaga almost choked to death on a word from Satoru Kakuta. "UBD, Then don't blame us for being rude." The referee's whistle sounded again. The match between Shohoku High School and Kanan High School starts now. As soon as the voice fell, the referee threw the ball into the air of both sides. Chapter 120. Kanan attaches the starting lineup of the middle school. Seijuro Jin, number 6, shooting guard. Kiyota Nobunaga, number 10, small forward. Kosuch, number 8, power forward. Yuichi Godei, number 15, point guard. Kashima Dollar, number 6, center. Shohoku High School starting lineup. Yasuda Yasuharu, number 6, point guard. Shiozaka Tetsushi, number 8, shooting guard. Satoru Kakuta, number 9, center. Ishii Kentaro, number 12, power forward. Satoru Seiseoka, number 13, small forward. The two sides were fighting for the ball. Since the difference in height between Kanan's center and Shohoku's center was not large, they were evenly divided. The basketball flew out while the two sides were fighting, and Kiyota Nobunaga saw the opportunity and took the first action to grab the basketball in front of everyone. "Haha! I'm Kanan's super ace, you can't be my opponent if you're not even the main general." After that, Kiyota Nobunaga dribbled through Satoru Seiseoka's defense with ease. Kiyota Nobunaga dribbled the ball to Shohoku's three-point line and waved it to Seijuro Jin. "Good news, Kiyota." Seijuro Jin caught the ball and took a jump shot, but Shiozaka Tetsushi came to block it, but it was too late. Shiozaka Tetsushi turned his head and saw that the basketball fell straight into the basket in a semicircular arc. Brush. 0-3. On the Shohoku bench, Yuni watched the game on the field and knew the gap between the strength of the Second Army and Kanon only with this goal. Aside from Yuni, Ayako's eyesight is naturally not weak as the team's manager. The situation is not good. Although the strength of the Second Army has improved a lot after training, it is still far from Kanon. Although Sakuragi Hanamika's basketball skills have been improved a lot, in terms of eyesight, Sakuragi Hanamichi can be said to be half-hearted, so he interjected. It's only one goal and you say they can't do it. Sakuragi, the top players have extraordinary eyesight and can see the difference in strength between the two sides of the court at a glance. Is that so? How can I not see it? Sakuragi Hanamichi narrowed his eyes and looked at the players on the field hard. Then Sakuragi Hanamichi rubbed his eyes. I'm exhausted. I can't see anything. Come on. Ayako shook his head while resting his forehead. Sakuragi, eyesight is not meant to make you see with your eyes. Bang bang bang. Yasuda Yasuharu dribbled the ball and looked at Satoru Seiseoka. Okay. Yasuda Yasuharu passed the ball to Satoru Seiseoka with a shout. Although Satoru Seiseoka is a small forward, his skills are not very good. He was blocked by Kiyota Nobunaga just after half-court dribbling. Satoru Seiseoka tried several times without breaking through, and there was no good chance to pass the ball. Satoru Kakuta tried to come to the pick and roll, but was blocked by Momo Kashima. Just when Satoru Seiseoka was stunned, the basketball in his hand was broken by Kiyota Nobunaga. After stealing the ball, Kiyota Nobunaga dribbled the ball directly into Shihoku's inside line, and Kiyota Nobunaga jumped in 2 steps. Bang! Kiyota Nobunaga one-handed the ball into Shihoku's basket. 0-5. There were boos from the audience outside the stadium, and some freshmen from colleges and universities who had just entered high school and joined the team whispered. Is this the team that won last year's national championship? No way. This kind of strength is not even second-rate. $755. What do you know, this is just a substitute for Shihoku, the real main player hasn't played yet. 9. Let's let the main Shihoku play. Hearing the dissatisfied words uploaded from the audience, Yuni sitting on the bench had no mood swings. Sakuragi Hanamichi and others who were sitting on the side also glanced at Yuni. Little Emperor, I don't feel good. Sakuragi Hanamichi was a little worried. Yo! Sakuragi, didn't think you could see something. Miyagi Riot equipped. Xiaogong, don't you want to hurry up and teach them a lesson? Of course I want to, but there's nothing I can do if the captain doesn't speak. Hey! The two of them sighed together. On the court, Shiozaka Tetsushi carefully observed everything around him after receiving the ball, for fear that the basketball in his hand would be broken. Slowly crossing the center line to Kanon's half, seeing Seijuro approaching him, Shiozaka Tetsushi wanted to try to break through, but finally gave up. With a wave of his arm, he passed the basketball out. Ishii Kentaro found the right time to catch the ball and used a fake move to deceive Kashimamoto and come to Kanon inside. Ishii Kentaro didn't hesitate with a 3-step layup to put the basketball firmly into the hoop. 2-5. Damn! Kiyota Nobunaga was a little angry, but he also knew that the strength of the first-year freshman was not comparable to Shihoku's current second-year players. Senior Ashen. Kiyota Nobunaga reminded Seijuro, motioning him to take care of this year's new student. Seijuro nodded knowingly. In the following game, with the help of Kiyota Nobunaga and Seijuro, Kanon's freshman broke the basketball from Shihoku's hand again and again. After that, with the cooperation of the two, they attacked again and again, and Shihoku was unable to fight back. 2-7. 2-10. 2-13. 2-15. Soon the score was fixed at 2-26 more than a minute before the end of the first quarter. The audience outside the venue couldn't stand it any longer, and they cursed at Shihoku's second army. Yuni motioned to Ayako to call a timeout. The whistle blew and Shihoku paused. Yuni turned to look at Kaed Rukawa, Miyagi Ryota, and Sakuragi Hanamichi when everyone from the Second Army left the field. The three of you are ready to play. Ishii, Zozo, Yasuda, the three of you will end. Sakuragi Hanamichi tilted his neck and grinned. Watch this genius. Sakuragi Hanamichi beat them back to Grandma's house. Miyagi Ryota also stretched his arms and showed a confident smile. Really, I can't wait. Kaed Rukawa did not speak, but his eyes became sharp. Ayako wondered. Hey? Yuni, why don't you play? I don't need to play for the time being, the three of them should be able to solve it. So confident. The other party is King Kanan. Hehe. King Kanan, Shinichi Maki might need me to play, but Kanan's strength has dropped too much now. And the three of them have improved more than one level compared to last year. It takes at least Suna's strength to defeat the three of them. Is that so? Hearing Yuni's words, Ayako has no doubts, she has not seen Yuni make a mistake. Soon Kanan everyone noticed the abnormality of Shihoku's bench. Kiyota Nobunaga looked up. Is it finally time to change the main force to play? Soichiro-jin nodded. Yeah. It doesn't look like a good deal. Hey? Donghwang Yuni doesn't seem to want to play. Don't worry about Kiyota, since they only sent 3 main players, it shows that they have absolute confidence. You must know that our strength this year is too different from last year, Soichiro-jin said solemnly. I know, Senior Ashen. Soon the 102nd timeout ended, and both sides stepped onto the court. Chapter 121. Kiyota Nobunaga sneered after looking at Kaed Rukawa on the opposite side. Humph. Kaed Rukawa, you're finally on the court. Just today, let's let you know who is the strongest rookie. Kaed Rukawa looked at the idiot monkey in front of him and ignored him. Kiyota Nobunaga sees Kaed Rukawa ignoring him, and also feels self-indulgent. Humph. Still so arrogant. Bang bang bang. Miyagi Ryota dribble fingers the sky. Come on. Let's tie the score first. After speaking, Miyagi Ryota passed the ball to Sakuragi Hanamichi. Sakuragi Hanamichi smiled proudly after receiving the ball. Very good, then let me go ahead with a goal. Sakuragi Hanamichi's standard dribbling easily passed Kosuge, who tried to catch up to Sakuragi Hanamichi but found it difficult to catch up. Just because you can't stop me. Sakuragi Hanamichi dribbled the ball directly to Kanan's inside line. Sakuragi Hanamichi wanted to give Kanan a color with a shooting star dunk. But when Sakuragi Hanamichi got to the inside, he saw that there was another person in front of him. It was Kanan's center Kashimamoto. Humph! Don't try to stop me! Sakuragi Hanamichi shouted, took one step or two, then jumped high and held the ball with one hand, slamming the ball into the basket in front of Kashimamoto. 4-26. Dunks. Kanan looked at this scene in surprise. Soichiro-jin said solemnly. I can't believe that Sakuragi Hanamichi has grown so fast, it can't be underestimated. Damn red-haired monkey, it's so arrogant, Kiyota Nobunaga gritted his teeth and said angrily. After landing, Sakuragi Hanamichi looked at Kiyota Nobunaga triumphantly. Wild monkey, I heard what you said to Kaed Rukawa just now. I am the strongest rookie. Kiyota Nobunaga instantly had a big tic-tac-toe on his head and clenched his fists. Damn red monkey! Damn! 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 Soichiro-jin patted Kiyota Nobunaga's angered head and said. Kiyota, calm down, they've all grown up. They're strong this year, don't lose to them. Kiyota Nobunaga took a deep breath and replied after calming down. I know, Senior Ashen, I will not lose. After receiving a pass from Yuichi Godei, Kiyota Nobunaga looked at Kaed Rukawa in front of him with serious eyes. The angle of the dribble is constantly changing, and the frequency of changing hands is gradually increasing. Watch me break through you. As soon as Kiyota Nobunaga moved, he saw that Kaed Rukawa seemed to be two people. Kiyota Nobunaga froze for a moment before the ball was easily broken by Kaed Rukawa. When the sound of the basketball hitting the ground sounded again, it was already 1 meter behind Kiyota Nobunaga. This guy! Kiyota Nobunaga quickly shifted his focus and chased after Kaed Rukawa. Kaed Rukawa dribbled the ball quickly to Kanan's three-point line, and squatted down on his knees with his hands on the ball in a shooting position. Kaed Rukawa, you can't think about it. Kiyota Nobunaga quickly came to Kaed Rukawa and then squatted and jumped. Kaed Rukawa saw Kiyota Nobunaga jump up and jumped up, and then saw Kaed Rukawa's body slammed towards Kiyota Nobunaga, and finally the basketball in his hand was thrown forward. The whistle sounded, swipe. Basketball into the net. 7-26. Kanan number 10 defensive foul, the ball is counted, and a free throw is added. What? How could this be? I obviously didn't commit a foul. Kiyota Nobunaga looked at the referee in confusion. The referee signaled Kiyota Nobunaga to raise his hand. Kiyota Nobunaga was dissatisfied, but he still did not dare to contradict the referee, so he raised his hand to express his foul. Kaed Rukawa stood at the free throw line and slapped the basketball, bang bang bang. Whoosh. Swipe. Basketball is easy into the net. 8-26. Seeing that Kaed Rukawa scored 4 points, the audience immediately became noisy. Wow! I got 4 points at once. That three-pointer just now was a foul. That number 11 is Kaed Rukawa. It's not easy. Elsewhere in the audience, Seno frowned at Kaed Rukawa's shot. The shot just now was the same as in the previous practice game, it was a foul shot. Donghwang Yuni seems to have used a similar shot in last year's national competition, it's really difficult. Whoa, 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 whoa. The three of Sakuragi's gang kept BG with empty drink bottles. Kfei, didn't think Sakuragi Hanamichi would score the first goal, it's unbelievable. I thought Sakuragi Hanamichi was going to get 5 fouls like last year. He. That's it. Maybe Sakuragi Hanamichi will foul after a while. Hearing the words of the three of Sakuragi's gang, Akashi Haruko was helpless and said softly. Don't say that. Sakuragi Hanamichi is so good now. It won't be so easy to foul. Gong Liulai also said with a smile. That's it. They're much more reliable than they were half a year ago. 35. The game on the field continued, with Kiyota Nobunaga still on the dribble. Now Kiyota Nobunaga's forehead is dripping with cold sweat, Kaed Rukawa is putting a lot of pressure on Kiyota Nobunaga, and he has no confidence to break through Kaed Rukawa's defense. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds. Kiyota, it's almost time. Hearing this, Kiyota Nobunaga immediately waved the ball out, and seeing the basketball fell into the hands of Yuichi Ude, Kiyota Nobunaga breathed a sigh of relief. Riki Takuto frowned when he saw Kiyota Nobunaga's abnormality. Yuichi Gode took a few steps to dribble the ball and met Miyagi Ryuta's block. Yuichi Gode held the ball high with both hands to avoid Miyagi Ryuta's stealing. Yuichi Gode looked around, threw the ball from the sky, and passed it to Seijuro Jin. Just as Seijuro Jin held the ball and was about to take off, Shiozaka Tetsushi immediately posted it, which led to Seijuro Jin's idea of preparing to shoot. A fake tricked Shiozaka Tetsushi, and Seijuro Jin dribbled past Shiozaka Tetsushi's defense to the inside. Seijuro Jin took a jumper and Shiozaka Tetsushi screamed. But at this moment, a touch of red appeared in Seijuro Jin's field of vision. Sakuragi Hanamichi did not know when to block Seijuro Jin, and ruthlessly flew the basketball racket in Seijuro Jin's hand. What? Seijuro Jin's eyes widened, he just noticed the surrounding stations, there was no one at all. Ah! Sakuragi fell to the ground with a roar. Watching Sakuragi Hanamichi show off his prowess, Shohoku's supporters screamed in surprise. Nice job! 35. The red-haired number 10 jumps so high. He is Sakuragi Hanamichi. On the other side, Miyagi Ryota saw the ball go out and immediately grabbed the ball in front of everyone. Then quickly dribbled the ball across the center line to Kanan's half, and swept across the field with sharp eyes. Boom! Miyagi Ryota threw the ball back at Yuichi Ishio, then changed hands to catch the ball and turned around quickly to break through Yuichi Ishio. At the three-pointer, Miyagi Ryota slid the ball unprepared to the unguarded Shiozaka Tetsushi before he could stand still. Shiozaka Tetsushi got the ball and immediately shot. Brush! Basketball into the net. 11-26. The first quarter of the game also blew the end whistle at this moment. Chapter 122. Kanan's bench, the head coach is reprimanding Kanan and the crowd. What are you guys doing? You don't even use half of your strength in normal practice. Kyoto, what are you doing? Are you being held back by Kaed Rukawa? I know Kaed Rukawa has grown, but you haven't grown. No. I'm not going to lose to Kaed Rukawa, I'm going to beat him. Riki Takato continued. Suga and Kojima, the two of you will cover Ajin to score next. Shohoku is stronger than us in the inside, so we have to attack from the outside. And Kyoto, you have to hold Kaed Rukawa, not only that, you have to find chance to score, do you know? Kanan and everyone nodded in unison. Shohoku bench on the other side. Yuni looked at the few people who came down and said. Well done, Kanan's inside is not as strong as us. So next we can attack from inside, if we can find opportunities to score from outside. We have a lot of attack points, Sakuragi Hanamichi, Kaed Rukawa, Miyagi Ryota, you guys three are the most favorable scoring points. Yuni turned to look at Shiozaka Tetsushi and Satoru Kakuta. Kakuta, Shiozaki, the two of you will assist the three of them to score as much as possible next. I expect that they may put the attack point on the perimeter below, so as long as the two of you can suppress the opponent's number 6, number 15, down, the victory in one quarter is ours. Of course, if you have the chance, you can score your own. Sakuragi Hanamichi is somewhat smug. I feel it's easy to play. We'll get back half the score in just over a point. Miyagi Ryota glanced at Sakuragi Hanamichi. Sakuragi, don't be careless, Kanan hasn't shown his full strength yet. Before we were just luck, we suppressed them temporarily, Kanan is not that weak. Yuni nodded. Miyagi is right, Kanan's strength is more than that, so we can't be careless until the victory is ours. The whistle blew, and the second quarter of the game began. Players from both sides stepped onto the field again, and the atmosphere seemed even more dignified than in the first quarter, as if a little movement could spark a spark. Seijuro patted the basketball and gestured to Moto Kashima, and Moto Kashima understood that just when Seijuro crossed the center line, Moto Kashima blocked Shiozaka Tetsushi in front of him. Pick and roll? Shiozaka Tetsushi feels like something bad is about to happen. Sure enough, Seijuro quickly passed Shiozaka Tetsushi to the three-point line and took a jump shot without hesitation. Brush. 11-29. The captain is right, they really want to score on the outside, Shiozaka Tetsushi thought with some admiration. Shohoku serves, Miyagi Ryota dribbles the ball, watching the situation on the field. Since you're going to attack from the outside, we're welcome. Miyagi Ryota dribbled the ball quickly through half court, and soon the ball flew into Kaed Rukawa's hands when changing hands. Udayuichi didn't react a little bit, but it was still a step too late for the Protoss to stop him. After Kaed Rukawa received the ball, Kyoto Nobunaga watched Kaed Rukawa's action with wide eyes. Kaed Rukawa dribbles the ball, bang bang. The dribbling speed gradually increases. Then Kyoto Nobunaga found that Kaed Rukawa suddenly turned into three, one on the left and one on the left, and the middle one was still shooting. Kyoto Nobunaga was stunned for a moment, not knowing which one to guard against, so he could only stand there blankly at a loss. Kaed Rukawa dribbled the ball to the three-point line and jumped for a shot without hesitation. Brush. 14-29. Kiyota Nobunaga was still stunned at the moment, and his teammates called him several times, but he didn't respond. Seijuro walked to his side and shook it, which made him react from his stupor. Kiyota, what are you doing in a daze? Senior Ashen, Okay, needless to say, just try your best. Seijuro saw it clearly just now, and honestly he doesn't think Kiyota Nobunaga can beat the current Kaed Rukawa. Now Kaed Rukawa has been completely reborn. Although Kiyota Nobunaga has grown a lot during this time, it is still far from Kaed Rukawa. Kiyota Nobunaga was indeed hit a bit, and he was still a little unable to calm down at this time. He couldn't see through Kaed Rukawa's moves just now, and he couldn't defend at all, which meant that he was completely suppressed by Kaed Rukawa. Flowers 0. Take a deep breath. Damn. I won't admit defeat. Seijuro was also relieved to see Kiyota Nobunaga recover. Immediately after a change of serve, Kiyota Nobunaga passed the ball to Seijuro before it crossed the halfway line. Enuichi Godei and Moto Kashima continued to pick and roll for Seijuro. Since the two sides, the score has been constantly rising under the mutual bombardment of the two sides. 16-29. 21-34. 27-40. 33-45. Towards the end of the second quarter, Kaed Rukawa scored 4 points on a field goal. The final score ended the second quarter 37-45. Ryanan in the audience watched the result of the game off the field, and Aida Hikoichi couldn't help saying, "Shohoku is gradually catching up with the score." Koshino Hiroaki nodded. "Yeah. Shohoku's overall strength has really grown a lot stronger." Sendo looked at Kaed Rukawa who was on the Shohoku bench and said, "If Kanon doesn't have a countermeasure, they're doomed. Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi Ryota I don't know, but Kaed Rukawa isn't doing his best yet." Just as everyone was talking about the situation of the game one by one, the whistle sounded in the third quarter. Yuni looked at the crowd and said slowly, "Ishii, Okaki, Kuwata, and Yasuda, you'll be ready to warm up later. You'll follow me in the fourth quarter." As soon as these words came out, the four of them immediately became excited. "Are you playing with the captain? That is really good." Today. Seeing how excited the four of them were, Yuni didn't interrupt them, and after they stabilized a little, Yuni continued. "When the time comes, I will pass the ball to you as much as possible, you just need to go all out to score." Hearing Yuni's words, Ayako also expressed helplessness. There is no way who can make Yuni a pervert. "Okay, since you are going to play in the fourth quarter, you should go to warm up now. Don't hold back your captain at that time." Chapter 123. Kiyota Nobunaga and Seijuro attacked violently after the third quarter. As long as one of them receives the ball, there will be two other teammates to assist in the attack. Due to the difference in personal strength, Kanon only needs to block the three steals of Kaed Rukawa, Sakuragi Hanamichi, and Miyagi Ryota at the right time. Kiyota Nobunaga rushed into the Shohoku half with the help of two teammates immediately after receiving the ball, and when blocked by Shohoku, Kiyota Nobunaga passed the ball to Seijuro without hesitation. After receiving the ball, Seijuro was also assisted by the opponent and easily threw the ball into the basket. Once, twice, 3 times. 3 points, 6 points, 9 points, 12 points. The effect was the same as everyone in Kanon thought, using Shohoku's weak point to carry out a crushing attack, and Shohoku's other two substitutes couldn't stop it at all. This also led to Kanon scoring with 3-pointers for most of the third quarter, and although Shohoku was also scoring non-stop, it was still mostly 2-pointers. 2 points, 4 points, 7 points, 10 points. Until the end of the third quarter, Shohoku's score was opened by Kanon by 527. Yuni looked at the score on the electronic scoreboard. 59-72. Ayako spoke at this time. Even if they are strong enough, they are calculated by others. Their brains are really simple. That's right. They haven't used all their strength yet. Really? They've been beaten like this and haven't used all their strength, what are they thinking? Yuni replied with a smile. They probably have their own ideas. All in all, wouldn't it be great to be able to play evenly with Kanon without using all your strength? Ayako frowned. Equally divided? How dare you say it? Yuni stood up and stretched, looking at Kaed Rukawa, Miyagi Ryota, and Sakuragi Hanamichi. Although your strength has increased a lot, you still play with the mentality of despising your opponent. If you pay attention to each other in the third quarter, the score will easily be tied. As punishment, you can sit here in the fourth quarter. After speaking, Yuni turned around and said to several players who had finished warming up. Okay, it's time for us to play. When Donghwang Yuni got up and walked onto the stage, the entire audience exclaimed in surprise. Wow! Mr. Donghwang is going to play, I'm looking forward to it. Kanon is over. Donghwang! 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 Emperor! 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 The terrifying shouts spread through the audience like waves. The teams of major colleges and universities were shocked. It's amazing how popular it is. That is to say, I really envy him. Better not run into him at this year's nationals. The freshmen of major colleges and universities are also shocked when they see that their seniors are so afraid of one person. They just entered high school and haven't seen Donghwang Yuni's strength. Most of them have heard of it, so they don't have much feeling. Is he the best player in high school? It doesn't look like much. It's just a little more handsome, with silver hair, fine skin, and tender meat. Clap! 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 All kinds of popping sounds resounded in the major high school teams. Hearing the newcomers of their own team say this, the older generation stretched out their fists and gave them a punch. You give me quiet, I really don't know what to say. 99. He's the scariest guy in high school. Said that the off-court game officially started. The moment the whistle sounded in the fourth quarter, the audience suddenly became quiet. What followed was overwhelming invisible pressure on Kanon. Everyone in Kanon felt that it was not imposing, not wild, but an invisible pressure. The pressure naturally came from Donghwang Yuni, but this was not deliberately released by Yuni, but the pressure he brought to the other party. Kanon's foreheads shed a large amount of cold sweat. Kiyota Nobunaga swallowed and looked at Donghwang Yuni in the other half. Why, he just stood there and I had such pressure. Seijuro was also very moved. Has AMU really played ball face-to-face with this monster before? I can't believe it. Seijuro squinted and found that except for Kiyota Nobunaga, the rest of the team members looked dignified and could barely move. Taking a deep breath, Seijuro gritted his teeth and said, Okay, don't be afraid. We just use all our strength and play steadily, and now we are still ahead. Everyone felt a little better after hearing Seijuro words, but they still couldn't relax. Yuni also smiled when she looked at Kanon's face. I said you are kings. Use your full strength. Bang bang bang. Yuni slapped the ball and walked slowly across the midfield line. The sound of the basketball hitting the ground made everyone in Kanon's heart twitch. I saw that the basketball in Yuni's hand suddenly turned and passed to Kuwata Toki at the three-point line at a tricky angle. Kuwata registered and Seijuro on the opposite side were stunned for a moment, then jumped up and shot after reacting. After the basketball was shot, it was still touched by Seijuro fingers, the curvature of the basketball changed, and the basketball hit the basket with a bang and bounced out. Ishii Kentaro jumped from the basket and reached out to grab the ball, but due to the height difference, Kashima Yuan took the lead to grab the ball. Damn! Ishii Kentaro watched helplessly as the opponent grabbed the ball and passed it out, but he couldn't do anything about it. Kiyota Nobunaga exhaled after receiving the ball and looked at Yasuda Yasuharu in front of him. Just because you can't stop me. After saying that, Kiyota Nobunaga turned and passed Yasuda Yasuharu, but as soon as Kiyota Nobunaga broke through Yasuda Yasuharu, he felt that his hand was empty. Kiyota Nobunaga was surprised, the ball must have been broken after the end. Sure enough, when Kiyota Nobunaga turned his head to look, he saw Dong Huang Yunyi's figure appeared behind him at some point. But the basketball was not in Yunyi's hands. Everyone heard a swipe, and the basketball fell from Kanan's basket into the net. 62-72. Everyone was a little confused, they didn't know why the basketball fell through Kanan's basket. They clearly saw that Yuni had just passed the ball to Shihoku's number 15, and then the basketball missed and was grabbed by Kanan's Moto Kashima and passed to Kiyota Nobunaga. As a result, when Kiyota Nobunaga broke through, the basketball suddenly appeared in Kanan's basket, and the goal was scored. The venue suddenly became noisy, and everyone was confused. What just happened? How did Shihoku score? Isn't that guy Kanan just dribbling and breaking through? The scene that happened was not surprising in the eyes of the older generation of college players, but it was unbelievable for the newcomers. In a corner of the auditorium, Ryanan's Aida Hikoichi opened her eyes wide and said, "What just happened? How did the basketball get into Kanan's basket?" Sendo frowned slightly. It was him. Dong Huang Yuni just passed the ball to number 15 from beyond the three-point line at the moment of stealing the ball. It was the number 15 who made the shot. Is that so? Since Sendo said yes, then yes, maybe it was too fast to see clearly. Listening to them, Sendo was silent, which is not something that can be done quickly. Sendo closed his eyes and tested himself in his mind if the pass would be successful in that situation. Unable to do that, Sendo sighed. Hey! Sure enough, it still doesn't work. On the field, Yuni 1.0 made a full-court man-marking gesture. Marking? What are you kidding? Kiyota Nobunaga saw Shihoku's actions and couldn't understand what Shihoku was doing. Kiyota Nobunaga easily broke through Satoru Seiseoka's defense. Kiyota Nobunaga scanned the field trying to find Dong Huang Yuni's shadow. Kiyota Nobunaga did not find Dong Huang Yuni's figure and suddenly became vigilant. "Kiyota, be careful!" At this moment, a shout from Seijuro-jin entered Kiyota Nobunaga's ears. Kiyota Nobunaga was shocked and immediately stopped, and then Kiyota Nobunaga saw a hand shadow appear in the corner of his eye. Kiyota Nobunaga gritted his teeth to adjust his focus and turned around to avoid the hand's steal, but when he turned halfway around, he was horrified to find that the basketball in his hand was gone again. Kiyota Nobunaga looked down, and sure enough, there was nothing in his hand as before. At this moment, there was another sound of basketball hitting the board, followed by the sound of basketball entering the net. Kiyota Nobunaga looked back and saw only the scene where the basketball had just fallen from his own basket. 64-72. Chapter 124. Damn, when Kiyota Nobunaga didn't even know when the ball was broken, let alone when the basketball was made. Seijuro-jin didn't find out when the ball was scored, so he couldn't comment. Seijuro-jin looked at his own bench and saw that his coach was also frowning and didn't mean to pause, so he understood that the coach probably had nothing to do right now. Kanan got the ball. Yuichi Godei slapped the ball and looked at Yasuda Yasuharu in front of him, trying to break through Yasuda Yasuharu's defense. However, he found that breaking through Yasuda Yasuharu was not as difficult as he thought, but rather simple. After breaking through Yasuda Yasuharu, Yuichi Godei was about to dribble over half-court, but at this moment he heard a pop, and the basketball in his hand was shot and flew out at some point. When Yuichi immediately turned his head to look, and saw the basketball flying straight towards the 25 Kuwata registration. Seijuro-jin has always had his sights on the basketball, so he noticed it quickly, and with a single movement he got in front of Kuwata Toki and caught the basketball. Then Seijuro-jin immediately broke through Kuwata Toki and crossed the half, then came to Shihoku's three-point line and immediately jumped to shoot. But just as his hand was about to throw the basketball in his hand was hooked away from the back by another hand. Oops! Seijuro-jin knew that Dong Huang Yuni did everything, but he couldn't do anything. Yuni grabbed the ball and passed it to Kentaro immediately. After receiving the ball, Kentaro rushed to Kanan's inside line for a 3-step layup and put the basketball firmly into Kanan's basket. 66-72. Yuni squinted at the score, then made another gesture. After seeing Yuni's instructions, everyone in Shihoko returned to their own half from full court marking. Seeing this, Kanan and others frowned, not understanding the meaning of what Shihoko did. Bang bang bang! Kiyota Nobunaga looked at the Shihoko crowd in the opposite half and didn't dare to be careless. When Kiyota Nobunaga passed half-time, he always felt something was wrong. Seeing that Satoru Seiseoka stepped forward to block, Kiyota Nobunaga didn't care. A fake move easily broke through Satoru Seiseoka's defense. When he came to the 3-point line, Kiyota Nobunaga gave Donghwang Yuni a special look, and Yuni also gave him a sideways look, which made Kiyota Nobunaga's heart rise to his throat. Kiyota Nobunaga did not dare to rush into the inside line, only dared to wander around the outside line. Then he looked at Seijuro-jin, shouted and passed the ball. Senior Ashen. Seijuro-jin saw the ball coming over and naturally took the ball, but Donghwang Yuni intercepted the ball at a very fast speed just after the ball flew halfway. Damn, this pervert! Kiyota Nobunaga's heart is now very frantic. Seijuro-jin was also quite speechless and clueless, and was so aggrieved. Yuni did not choose to pass the ball in this steal, but directly held the ball with both hands, squatted down with his knees, and took a jump shot. This series of actions was so fluid that no one could react. Even Kiyota Nobunaga and Seijuro-jin were stunned by what they wanted to stop. Yuni threw the ball hard, and the 3-pointer appeared in front of everyone again. The basketball was like an orange shooting star out of the sky, penetrating Kanan's basket without emotion. Brush! Hollow into the net. 69-72. The 3-point shot has been seen in major colleges and most audiences in last year's national competition, but it is like a dream for freshmen who have just entered the first year of high school. This is all 3 points. I heard it from the seniors before, but I couldn't think of it. My God! Is this something a human can do? So strong, is this the man who is called the strongest in high school? Is the emperor in high school this kind of strength? Different from the surprise of freshmen in major colleges and universities, the audience was ignited by the ball just now. Ah! Donghwang! 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 Master Donghwang, I love you! Emperor, Emperor, Emperor! Soon Kanan everyone went back to their own half to prepare to serve again, and Yuichi Uday passed the ball to Xiao Shuga without taking 2 steps. Now the hearts of everyone in Kanan are very broken, the attack can't get in, and the defense is always broken, and their pressure can be imagined. Kosuge passed the ball to Kiyota Nobunaga just after half-time. Kiyota Nobunaga gritted his teeth, trying to give Shihoko a quick break. Moto Kashima quickly threw off the defense and rushed inside Shihoko, and Kiyota Nobunaga saw the opportunity and passed the ball to Moto Kashima. Kashima Yuan catches the ball and jumps with one hand holding the ball to prepare for a slam dunk. At this moment, a voice enters Kashima Yuan's ears. You're thinking too much. Yuni had already appeared at the back right of Kashima Yuan. Before Kashima Yuan could react, Yuni reached out and grabbed the ball from Kashima Yuan's hand. After grabbing the ball, Yuni landed on both feet, and 527 Yuni immediately jumped without any hesitation and threw the basketball out of his hands. Search! Brush! Another sound of basketball wiping the net, the basketball fell into Kanan's basket accurately. Hollow into the net. 72-72. Damn! Kiyota Nobunaga was unwilling to punch me, but he didn't know what to do. Seijuro-jin glanced at his teammates and found that Kasuga, Yuichi Godei, and Moto Kashima were not very motivated to fight at this time. It can't go on like this, Seijuro-jin thought for a while, then turned his head to look at the referee and made a pause gesture. The whistle blew and Kanan requested a timeout. There were bursts of cheers from the audience at this time. It's a tie so soon. As expected of Mr. Dong Huang. Shihoko is getting stronger. With him, I'm afraid that the first place in the national competition this year is Shihoko. The reaction of the major college teams seemed a little lonely. Dong Huang Yuni was really too strong, even if he led 4 weak players, he could crush his opponents, so how could they play? They know Kanan's strength, Kanan is the top 4 teams in the national competition, and they are beaten like this, let alone other teams. Chapter 125. Kanan on the bench. Everyone was already sitting on the bench, gasping for breath. Coach Riki Takato looked helpless at his players and looked at Seijuro Jin. God, what are your plans? Seijuro Jin took a few sips of a sports drink and said. Coach, I know we are not Shihoko's opponents. But I don't want to lose so badly, the team's momentum is too low now. Riki Takato nodded. You're right, just now your fighting spirit has been wiped out, so you need to regain your composure. It's not just you, but me too. Originally I thought that even if we gave up this game, we would still have a chance to advance, but you should also don't want me to do it. The crowd fell into silence. Coach Riki Takato continued. No matter what the result is, you just need to go all out and release yourselves completely. It doesn't matter if you win or lose, our dignity as kings, even if we lose, we will lose on the way to the charge. Cheer up and let Shihoko see our determination, let Dong Huang Yuni see our true strength. 99. Seeing his players gradually regain their fighting spirit, Coach Riki Takato was also relieved in his heart. Shihoko bench. Yuni drank a few sips of sports drinks and turned to look at the state of the Second Army. It's only been over 2 minutes since the game and they were already sweating, Yuni thought for a while and said. Your rhythm is still too slow now, go faster. Pay more attention to the position of the basketball, maybe I will pass the basketball to you at some time. They dare not go against Dong Huang Yuni's words, not to mention that Dong Huang Yuni is the current team captain. Just relying on the training methods given to them, they can quickly improve their strength in a short period of time, which is why they admire Dong Huang Yuni from the bottom of their hearts. The timeout ended soon, and the two sides continued to take to the court. Yuni also smiled when he saw the Kanan people recovering their fighting spirit, it seemed that they wanted to fight to the death. Then just use you to hone the members of the Second Army. Soon Kanan came in with the ball and Kiyota Nobunaga dribbled past Satoru Seiseoka and then Kuwata Toki. As soon as he rushed inside Shihoko, he felt a mountain-like pressure rushing towards his face. Kiyota Nobunaga gritted his teeth and threw his arms back, passing the basketball to Seijuro Jin from beyond the 3-point line. Yuni glanced at it with disapproval, and didn't mean to stop it, she had to put a little pressure on the Second Army. Seijuro Jin didn't hesitate to catch the ball and then take a jump shot. Brush. Basketball into the net. 72-75. Seeing himself throwing in, Seijuro Jin was not happy, but looked at Dong Huang Yuni strangely. I don't understand why Dong Huang Yuni didn't stop him just now, obviously with Dong Huang Yuni's strength, he could easily stop him. I don't understand, I shook my head and didn't think about it. The serve changed, Yasuda Yasuharu passed the ball to Dong Huang Yuni. Yuni dribbled the ball slowly after catching the ball, and everyone in Kanan instantly became more vigilant. Yuni smiled, changed hands instantly and smashed the basketball on the ground. Everyone in Kanan was a little confused, because there was no one in the direction the basketball flew out. However, Kiyota Nobunaga and Seijuro Jin shouted as if they had thought of something. 5 generations, hurry up and grab the ball. Udayuichi didn't know why, but he still ran to grab the ball. But just when the basketball touched the ground, the basketball seemed to come alive and changed its course instantly. Everyone saw the basketball suddenly fly 90 degrees to the other side. In the end, the basketball flew straight into Kuwata Toki's hands. Although Kuwata Toki had seen Dong Huang Yuni use this move before, he still felt incredible to catch the ball from this move himself. Kuwata Toki immediately jumped out and shot after receiving the ball, which may be the reason for the low hit rate. The ball did not hit the basket and bounced out. Satoru Kakuta tried to rebound, but the ball flew off the court with Kanon Kashima. Kuwata Toki was a little dejected. Yuni spoke at this time. "Don't be stunned, continue, pay attention to defense." Kuwata registered only, then came back to his senses and ran back to his own half. Soon the Kanon crowd began to attack again, this time it was Yuichi Wude dribbling. Yuichi Gode doesn't have the skills of Kiyota Nobunaga, so be very careful when dribbling. Just after half-time, Yasuda Yasuharu wanted to step up to grab the ball, but Yugo Sugathia was ready to pass the ball out early in the morning. Satoru Kakuta saw the ball flying towards Moto Kashima without delaying, and immediately sped up and stretched out his hand to block. Finally, with Satoru Kakuta's efforts, his fingers still touched the ball. But the basketball did not grab it but flew out. Seijuro Jin, an experienced player who saw early on that the ball could be broken, was ready to grab the ball before it went out of bounds. Seijuro Jin immediately dribbled to the three-point line and Kuwata Toki tried to stop Seijuro Jin's footsteps. Seijuro Jin looked very calm in the face of Kuwata Toki, and deceived Kuwata to register and came to the inside. Seijuro Jin paused when he saw Yuni's wicked smile preparing to shoot, and finally passed the ball back to Yuichi Wude. Yuichi Wude also didn't expect Seijuro Jin to pass the ball, so he threw the ball under the reminder of Kiyota Nobunaga. With a bang, the basketball fell into the hoop after 2 laps. 72-77. Good job Wude. Kanon congratulated Yuichi Wude around him. Yuni showed no expression and motioned for Yasuda Yasuharu to pass the ball. The sound of bang 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 woke up the Kanon people who were celebrating, and saw the Kanon people who immediately returned to the defense. Yuni also started to move. Yuni was actually very dissatisfied with the performance of the Second Army, but he didn't say anything, who made himself the captain of the team now. He can't be as ruthless as Red Seijuro. If he does, Coach Anze and Ayako and others will be very sad. Really distressed. Which trick should I use? Yuni slapped the ball and stood motionless, thinking about all his skills in his head. Seconds passed by, and just as the referee was about to blow the whistle, Yunwen suddenly disappeared from the spot. Everyone didn't respond at first, and when they did, they were all stunned. What about people? Why are they gone? In the blink of an eye, the Kung Fu people are gone. The scene that suddenly appeared was not only Kanon and everyone, but even the audience in the auditorium and the team members of the major colleges and universities also appeared unbelievable. Disappear out of thin air? How is it possible? This is not something that people can do at all. After that, Yuni suddenly appeared in Kanon's half, and everyone only saw the figure for a moment and then disappeared. The only thing that could be heard was the thump of the basketball hitting the ground. What's going on? Kiyota Nobunaga's eyes widened, cold sweat dripping down, his heart was already stormy. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him at all. He knew that Donghwang Yuni was strong, but no matter how strong he was, he shouldn't be so unreasonable. Seijuro Jin also began to be restless. People can disappear in an instant like teleportation, who can believe this TMD? Yuni is like a ghost, whoosh. 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 Bang. 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 All they saw was that Yuni swerved from his baseline a few times on the court to Kanon's half. Finally Yuni stopped and passed the ball to Kuwata Toki. Continue. Kuwata Toki looked back at the basketball in his hands and threw the ball with a confused look. Brush. Basketball into the net. 75-77. This time he finally made the shot, and Kuwata Toki was very happy and relieved. He would be embarrassed to stay on the court if he couldn't make the shot again. At this time, the venue was quiet, and all the audience were silenced. They were really frightened by Donghwang Yuni's performance just now. After a moment of silence, the arena gradually became noisy, and slowly it began to turn into shouts. My god! Did I just get dazzled? Master Dong Huang is teleporting. Is he a god? How could this be something a human could do? Li Liao Zhao, the exclamations spread throughout the stadium, and everyone in Canaan has not recovered yet. What a joke, how can I fight like this? Dong Huang Yuni is a pervert, and the trick just now can't be prevented at all. I don't even know where people will appear. Kyoto Nobunaga gave a wry smile, and now he feels a little bit like giving up the game. Not only him, Seijuro also thinks the same way. He originally thought that improving the fighting spirit of his teammates could save the face of King Canaan, but now it seems a bit ridiculous. Yuni saw their thoughts and reminded aloud. You guys don't want to give up. If Shinichi Maki is here, he won't be like you, let me see with all your strength. Hearing Yuni's words, Kyoto Nobunaga and Seijuro took a deep breath. Okay, since you said so, then we're welcome. Seijuro and Kyoto Nobunaga looked like they were going to die. They also figured out that if you lose, you will lose. As long as your heart doesn't lose to the opponent, it's fine. Kanagawa has 3 places this year, and Canaan has a good chance of advancing. Thinking of this, the eyes of the two of them gradually became firm. Yuni also praised her heart when she saw the transformation of the two. As expected of the former king, the change in mentality is really fast. Chapter 126. Dong Huang Yuni has no intention of underestimating his opponent. His purpose is very clear: to improve the strength of the Second Army before the national competition. But from today's game, Yuni was very disappointed. He knew that several people in the Second Army should not be able to train anything, but it was a bit unforgivable that they couldn't even do the most basic steals and blocks. Although she thought so, Yuni did not show any dissatisfaction. This is all solvable for Yuni, and now Yuni can feel the mood of Akashi Takenori. But having said that, Akashi Takenori was able to endure for 2 years, and his heart is really strong enough, which is really amazing. With that in mind, Canaan's side has already started a counterattack. Yuni also didn't mean to release water, although he wanted to exercise the Second Army, but now his mind has changed. He is going to end the game early, and we will talk about the training of the Second Army later. Yuni immediately disappeared from the spot and appeared beside Xiao Shuga, who was dribbling the ball. Yuni just reached out and hooked the ball and easily stole the ball. Without any pause, Yuni dribbled the ball to Canaan inside. Yuni slapped the ball across Canaan's inside line, slammed the ball to the ground, and then Yuni walked slowly towards Shihoku's half without looking back. The basketball bounced off the ground and fell straight into Canaan's basket. Bang! Brush! Basketball into the net. 77-77. This operation made the audience exclaim for a while. Within the time of receiving 527, Canaan cut the ball off by Yuni before halftime, and then either passed it to his teammates or shot himself. Yuni steals instantly, then passes the ball. Satoru Seiseoka catches the ball for a 3-step layup. Brush. 79-77. Kyoto Nobunaga's pass was interrupted by Yuni, who then waved to Satoru Kakuta. Satoru Kakuta dunks with one hand. Bang! 81-77. Seijuro dribbled the ball and was successfully blocked by Yuni, followed by an elbow pass, and the ball bounced from Yuichi Uede's elbow into Ishii Kentaro's hands. Ishii Kentaro also took a shot, and the basketball bounced into the basket after hitting the board. Bang! Brush! 83-77. Soon the score was gradually pulled away by Shihoku. Everyone in Canaan has already begun to gasp for breath. Compared with the physical consumption, their mental consumption is even greater. On the Canaan bench, coach Riki Takato was already sitting on the bench and closed his eyes. This may be the worst game he has ever faced as a coach. Dong Huang Yuni is really scary. On the contrary, Shihoku and Shihoku supporters have reached a climax at this time. The overwhelming shouting has never stopped, and everyone, was ignited by Donghwang Yuni's amazing skills and techniques. A series of emotions such as shock, excitement, amazement, astonishment, worship, etc. impacted their hearts. This is Donghwang Yuni, this is the strongest in high school, this is the man called the Emperor of High School. The boys were so excited that they regarded Donghwang Yuni as their idol, and the girls all wished to rectify Donghwang Yuni on the spot. Yuni looked up at the electronic scoreboard on the field. There were still 3 minutes left. In that case, let's leave a last gift to Kanon. Yuni's movements accelerated instantly, as if a silver light flashed beside Kyoto Nobunaga, and even the basketball in Kyoto Nobunaga's hand disappeared. Yuni left a message when passing by Kyoto Nobunaga. I hope you will become stronger when it comes to the national competition. I will wait for you at the national competition. After the voice fell, Yuni also arrived at Kanon's basket. At this time Xiaosong tried to stop Donghwang Yuni from coming under the basket. Yuni dribbled the ball with one hand and threw the ball to the right, while he ran around Xiao Shuga to the left. Xiao Shan was a little confused and didn't know what to do. When the basketball suddenly bounced back after it landed, Xiao Shuga reacted and was ready to rush up to grab the ball. However, Yuni bypassed Xiao Shuga from the left and immediately jumped up to the right of Xiaosug to catch the basketball. In the air, Yuni had his back to the basket. When Yuni flew out of the three-point line, Yuni threw his right hand back at will, and the basketball flew into Kanon's basket as if it was attracted by a magnet. Brush. 86-77. Kasuga's eyes widened. This is Donghwang Yuni. It was only at this time that Xiao Jian understood the kind of fear that the seniors had when talking about Donghwang Yuni. This kind of person is really scary. Others, including the major colleges and universities outside the venue, also frequently heard the sound of gasping for breath. The next 2+ minutes were basically Shohoku ripping off Kanon. Yuni always finds an opportunity to grab the ball from a Kanon player, followed by a variety of skillful passes. After the magic pass and brush, Shohoku scores 88-77. After unprepared to pass the ball, bang! The basketball hits the iron, but Yuni jumps up to grab the ball and throws a wire hook. The basketball rolls slowly from the edge of the backboard to the middle and falls into the net. Brush. 91-77. After an elbow pass, Kuwata Toki made another three-pointer. Brush. 94-77. With 1:07 left in the game, Yuni made a full-court three-pointer in a much-anticipated situation. Brush. Hollow into the net. 97-77. Now the only thing Kanon can do is to delay time and make the score as small as possible. Yuni said to the Kanon crowd at this time. Thank you for your contribution this time. In order to repay you, I will show you my new skills. Kanon and the others looked at Donghwang Yuni in disbelief. Are there any new skills? They also let people not live. Even if there is a gap between people, should it be so big? I saw that Yuni suddenly disappeared from everyone's eyes, and when he reappeared, he was already holding the ball in both hands. Seijuro was startled and looked at the empty hand in his hand. The basketball had long since disappeared. Damn, I don't even feel it at all. Yuni's mouth curled up and slowly opened the mouth. Then I'll start. I saw that Yuni was holding the ball with one hand, and the rhythm of hitting the ball was getting faster and faster. Seno in the auditorium narrowed his eyes, because the move seemed familiar to him. It seemed like this when he played against Kaed Rukawa in the previous practice match. Yuni's action of hitting the ball suddenly stopped, and then everyone opened their mouths. 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 9, all 9 Donghwang Yuni's clone appeared on the court. Each clone has different movements, some break, some shoot, some pass, some turn. In all directions, front, back, left and right, everyone was stunned. Seno in the audience almost bit off his tongue. He thought that Kaedrukawa's ability to separate 3 figures at once was the limit. Unexpectedly, Donghuang Yuni came up with 9 things at once. He smiled bitterly in his heart. As expected, it was Donghuang Yuni, but it was different from others, too perverted. Looking at Yuni's move, everyone in Canaan was in no mood to stop them. They simply don't know how to block, and which figure to block. Everyone stood there dumbfounded, and then heard the sound of Canaan's basket making a bang. When everyone turned to look, they saw that Yuni had thrown the basketball into the hoop at some point. At this moment, the whistle of the end of the game rang throughout the stadium. 99-77. Shohoku High School vs Canaan High School, Shohoku High School wins. Chapter 127. Kanagawa Gymnasium Shohoku Lounge. Everyone in Shohoku is packing up their things and preparing to go back. Everyone has their own thoughts in today's game. Obviously, everyone didn't use their strengths in today's game. If it wasn't for Donghuang Yuni, he might have lost today. Yuni said to the crowd after changing her clothes. You should be clear about your own problems in today's game. When you go back, you can find a solution by yourself, and it is best to solve your own problems before the next game. Hearing Yuni's words, everyone fell silent. Indeed, their performance was too bad today, not just the people from the Second Army. Even the 3 of Kaedrukawa, Miyagi Ryota, and Sakuragi Hanamichi did not show their due strength at all. Although the strength of the 3 of them is much stronger than last year, everyone who gets along day and night can see the limit of their strength. Ayako interjected at this point. Why Yuni, they're doing pretty well today. You're still not satisfied? Yuni rolled her eyes at Ayako. What do you say? Now is the county competition. Although Canaan is a winning team, their level this year is obviously much lower than last year. The opponents in the national competition are stronger than they are now, if they are still like today. At that time, will be abused very badly. Having said that, Yuni suddenly squinted at Ayako, seeing Ayako's whole body shaking. What? Yuni frowned. Don't you mean you want me to shoot myself all the time? 35. Ayako didn't speak, but her eyes betrayed her. Obviously it was your right look. Thank you for thinking about it. If that's the case, what would the team do? I promised the coach that I would make the team the #1 team in the country. Yes. Our captain is right, it's all right. I know it. Ayako couldn't say Yuni, so he had to retreat. On the second day, in the basketball hall of Shohoku High School, Yuni supervised everyone's training, and when he went back to school yesterday, Yuni had a lesson with everyone in the basketball department. Everyone has found their own problems, so today's training content has added another one to correct their own problems. Shohoku hasn't played any games in recent days, and will only face the next team after the rankings come out a week later. If nothing else, the next game will be Ryanan High School, because Shoyo High School's strength has been greatly reduced due to the big change of blood today, and it will not be the opponent of Ryanan High School at all. So after that, as long as he wins Ryanan High School Shohoku, he will get a ticket to the national competition. Days passed, and soon Shohoku received the news of the final match opponent the day before the final match. Ayako said loudly while looking at the Shohoku members lined up in front of him. Our opponent for the next game has already come out. Everyone's expressions showed what they already knew. Ayako also smiled when he saw everyone's expressions. You guessed it right, Ryanan High School. Shoyo lost to Ryanan 46-113. Yuni spoke indifferently. You shouldn't use all your strength and Seno. Otherwise, the score won't be 113 points, and getting 200 won't be a problem. Ayako nodded in agreement. You're right, Seno only played half the game and Seno didn't play after that. The Second Army had seen Shoyo's previous strength, and said in disbelief. I didn't expect Shoyo to be so weak. Miyagi Ryota chimed in. Idiot, Ryanan is getting stronger and stronger. Miyagi is right, the current Ryanan is stronger when contacting us to play. Not only Sendo, but the other players are also different, so we must not be careless in the next game, Ayako said at the end. Don't forget to remind everyone. Everyone nodded at the same time. And the Ryanan High School basketball team on the other side. Bang bang bang. Everyone in the Ryanan basketball team was trying their best to adjust themselves, especially the starters. In the previous battle with Shohoku, everyone was suppressed and unable to resist, and they have made up their minds that even if they can't beat Donghwang Yuni by then, they will make Donghwang Yuni suffer a little. For Flowers 0. At this time, Sendo's eyes were full of fiery fighting intent, and he had improved a lot since his last fight with Shohoku. He desperately wants to fight Donghwang Yuni now, and Kaed Rukawa wants him to be stronger. I clenched my fists and the basketball in my hand was thrown out of my hands. Brush. Basketball into the net. The Kanan-affiliated middle school is relatively quiet, and for them, they have now got the promotion tickets. But there will be another battle to decide who is the second or third place in the county competition. However, everyone in Kanan has always believed that in the match between Shohoku and Ryanan, the winner must be Shohoku. Almost everyone agrees with this. Although Ryanan has Sendo, they still feel that Sendo cannot be Donghwang Yuni's opponent. Soon it was time for Shohoku High School to play Ryanan High School. It was around 1 p.m., and the Kanagawa Gymnasium was already full of people. Reporters from all sides came together, and major universities also flocked here. Everyone is here to witness the championship of this county competition. Although everyone already has a champion team in their hearts, they still want to appreciate the fierce collision between the two sides in this competition. The collision between Sendo and Donghwang Yuni is still very exciting. But what they don't know is that under Yuni's arrangement, this match will eventually lead to the collision between Kaed Rukawa and Sendo. And if nothing else, Kaed Rukawa will take it to the next level in this match, and the match against Sendo will be even more intense. In the Shohoku lounge, Yuni looked at Kaed Rukawa. Next, it depends on whether you can break through yourself. If you can't break through, you will be stuck in place for a long time in the future. After Yuni packed her things, she stood up and looked at everyone in the basketball team. Okay, let's get the tickets for the national competition today. After finishing speaking, Shohoku and his group followed Yuni and walked towards the end of the passage. Ryanan High School on the other side is the same, just as Shohoku is walking towards the end of the tunnel, they are also walking towards the end of the tunnel. Chapter 128. Yuni took Shohoku and his party to look at the entrance of the passage ahead, which was like a gate to the realm of the gods, and the light shining in from the outside seemed to guide mortals to the holy palace. Looking at this scene, Yuni fell into memory. Yuni, are we stumped that we don't have to go back to school? The school doesn't seem to have a holiday yet. Kaz. Yuni ate the snack in her hand and ignored Gong Liulai's nagging. This damn side effect, when will it be cured? Hey! Yuni! Gong Liulai shouted beside Yuni's ear, making Yuni's ear itchy. Click! Click! Ah! What's wrong, Xyli? Gong Liulai puffed out her cheeks, dissatisfied. Why are you in a daze? I ask you, it's not good to come to the United States without continuing to go to school. Will the school have any opinions? This is. You said this. Don't worry, Xyli, I have already told the school, and the school has agreed. After all, you and I have the best grades in our age group, and I also notified my family for May 27. School donated money. Gong Liulai's mouth twitched a few times. I think it was because of the donation that I agreed. Kazi. Kala. Yuni waved his hand and said indifferently. It doesn't matter, that's half a year. After we hold the engagement ceremony, we will go to other countries to play and then go back. Ah? It's going to take half a year? Are you going to travel? Is this really good? Although Gong Liyulai was very happy, she still said worriedly. Yuni bent down facing Gong Liyulai and looked straight at Gong Liyulai in front of her. Don't worry. What do you have to worry about when I'm with you, as long as you're happy? I'll take you to the hall guided by the holy light and make you the happiest woman in the world. Hearing Yuni's words, Gong Liyulai blushed and lowered her head shyly. I hate you, what are you talking about? In a manner somewhere in the United States, there is a surging flow of people here, and at a glance, all of them are tycoons and business tycoons from all walks of life. The open grass in the manor has been filled with all kinds of decorations, cakes, salutes, meals, seats, etc. The most eye-catching is the high platform in front of the seats. Oversized photo. It is Donghuang Yuni and Gong Liyulai in the photo, with Japanese and English written on the side of the photo, introducing the information of the engagement ceremony of the two in the photo. In a room of the manor, a middle-aged man with a handsome and imposing face stood in front of Donghuang Yuni and said, "Stinky boy, you really found me a good daughter-in-law. Kala. Kazi. Dad. Why don't you ask me if I'm doing well? I don't know if you're good or not, I've found a girlfriend without a word, and even if it's not good, it won't go anywhere," Donghuang Aja said triumphantly with a gleam of wisdom in his eyes. Yuni also expressed his helplessness, and had such a father. He is usually quite clever in business, how can he become a little out of tune when he is free? Stop talking about that, Dad, I want you to do me a favor. Donghuang Aja raised his brows and said playfully. Oh? You don't seem like someone who likes to ask for help, but I'm curious what you want me to do for you. Yuni gave Donghuang Aja an angry look, this old man didn't see me for too long and wanted to make fun of me. Speaking of business, I want Xiaoli's parents to work in our company. You also know that Xiaoli's parents work in Tokyo, they don't have much time to accompany Xiaoli, and the salary is not high. Stinky boy, you really have a girlfriend and forgot about your father. You started ordering your father so soon. Donghuang Aja pretended to be angry. Kaz. Stop pretending, I still don't know how careful you are. You want me to marry Xiaoli and go home. The day after seeing Xiaoli, let us get engaged as soon as possible. Cough cough. It's all right. I'm very satisfied with that girl Xiaoli. She is a good girl. She is as smart, gentle, and beautiful as your mother. Donghuang Aja couldn't bear it anymore. Yuni squinted at her cheap dad. Hey, I'm going to say yes or no to what I said. Applause sounded, and all the guests present glanced at the two newcomers who walked down from the high platform hand in hand. Gong Liyulai led the shy Gong Liyulai down the stairs step by step. For the two of them, the front was hope, happiness, responsibility, and the future of the two. Although Gong Liyulai was shy, she still looked at Donghuang Yuni and said seriously. Yuni, thank you. Taking a deep breath, Gong Liyulai continued. From now on, I only belong to you, I will love you with my whole life, you are the only love in my life. Yuni looked at Gong Liyulai tenderly and said with a smile. Xiaoli, you are also my favorite. I will protect you forever, and you are also my only love, Donghuang Yuni. Gong Liyulai couldn't hold back her tears, she could hear what Yuni meant. Yuni wanted to tell him that in the future he would not look for any more women, even if he was married, he would not look for a second room or something. This is the greatest happiness for Gong Liyulai. Gong Liyulai originally thought that such a big family would have to marry multiple wives to match. Unexpectedly, Donghuang Yuni gave her a promise at this time that she didn't even dare to think about. Seeing Gong Liyulai shed tears of happiness, Yuni slowly pulled Gong Liyulai into her arms. Gong Liyulai's parents were also very relieved to see this, as for Yuni's parents, their mouths could hardly close. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Yuni's mind. Ding! The host completed the achievement Bound Lover and got a bottle of side effect relief potion. Donghuang Yuni was stunned for a moment, and suddenly became elated. Oh God! Oh Earth! My spring is finally here, I don't have to stay stupid anymore, I can finally say goodbye to those snacks. Ha 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 ha! After the engagement ceremony, it is naturally a family dinner. Nanamai spoke at the dining table. Yuni. Now that Xylee is your fiancé, what are your plans? Yuni took a bite of the prawn and said. Well, I want to take Xylee to play around, and then go back to Daxia. Gong Li Yuli's father said at this time. Yuni, what about academics? Yuni smiled confidently. Don't worry, father-in-law, Xylee and I are both the strongest in the school. And I've almost mastered all the high school courses. Nanamai interjected at this time. Don't worry. I have paid attention to the grades of these two children. It can be said that the curriculum of high school is no longer sufficient for these two children. It would be good to let the two of them go out for a walk and experience more, so that they may learn more. How much? 5. Hearing Nanamai's words, Gong Ruri's father nodded in agreement. Before the meal, Donghuang Aja and Nanamai had already told Gong Li Yuli's parents what Yuni thought, and after some discussion, Gong Li Yuli's parents agreed to work in Donghuang's company. Seeing that there was basically nothing to do here, Yuni started preparing for the trip with Gong Li Yuli in 1.0. United States International Airport. Yuni's parents and Gong Li Yuli's parents accompany the two of them walking and nagging, saying that they should pay attention to this and that, and their ears are about to grow out of cocoons. Mom and Dad, father-in-law and mother-in-law, don't worry. Anything with me is a small matter. I will take good care of Xylee and myself. Gong Li Yuli said softly. Mom, Dad, father-in-law, mother-in-law, don't worry. I will take good care of Yuni, and I will watch him, not let him mess around. Hearing Gong Li Yuli's words, Yuni's mind was full of black lines. I said Xylee. What do you mean by messing around? I'm a good man. Gong Li Yuli lowered her head slightly and muttered. I'll keep an eye on you anyway. Seeing the appearance of the two children, the four elders were also extremely satisfied. 30 minutes later, Yuni took Gong Li Yuli's hand and walked towards the flight to travel around the world. Chapter 129. Yuni. Yuni. Captain, Captain. Yuni recovered from the memory. What's the matter? Ayako said angrily. What's the matter? It took you so long to answer after calling you, what are you doing in a daze? 5. Nothing, I was thinking about something just now. Hey! I really lost to you. How did you play basketball so well? Yuni rolled her eyes at Ayako. Playing basketball has nothing to do with that. Just as they said, everyone has walked out of the exit of the passage. Look, Shihoko is out. Master Donghuang is so handsome. Kaed Rukawa, I love you. It's the redhead. That number 7 looks great too. On the other side, the Ryanan group also walked out of the tunnel exit. 1. It's Seno. Come on. Seno. Ryanan is so strong today. 35. Of course, today's opponent is Shihoko. 35. Seno to Donghuang Yin well. Listening to the clamor from the audience, the players on both sides seemed unexpectedly calm. Yuni glanced at everyone and said. Today the team makes some adjustments, let me talk about today's starting roster 25. Number 11, Kaed Rukawa, SF. Number 10, Sakuragi Hanamichi, Power Forward. Number 7, Miyagi Ryota, Point Guard. Number 9, Satoru Kakuta, Center. Number 8, Shiozaka Tetsushi, Shooting Guard. That's it, Kaed Rukawa. Today your opponent is Seno. If you want to win against him, it depends on whether you can break through yourself. Kakuta, Shiozaki, the two of you, cooperate as much as possible with the three of them. Ryanan's bench on the other side. Coach Sendo and Ikamoiki were also taken aback when they watched Shihoko get up. It looks like Donghwang Yuni didn't show up. This is a chance, Sendo, as long as you beat Kaed Rukawa then the initiative is ours. Sendo looked at Donghwang Yuni of Shihoko, and then moved his gaze to Kaed Rukawa. I'm afraid it's not that easy. Ryanan High School Starter List. Number 7, Akira Sendo, small forward. Number 13, Fukuda Kichu, PF. Number 6, Koshino Hiroaki, PG. Number 11, Shugahei, center. Number 15, Aida Hikoichi, point guard. Yuni frowned when she saw that Ryanan arranged for Aida Hikoichi to appear. They actually sent Aida Hikoichi, which was really underestimated. But how many people can you block? The technical level is too different. What would you do, Sendo? Players from both sides came on the field and took their positions. The jump ball is naturally Sakuragi Hanamichi and Fukuda Kichu. The whistle sounded and the basketball took off, and the two jumped at the same time and reached out to grab the ball. Pop! The sound of a basketball touching his palm sounded, and Sakuragi Hanamichi took the lead and flew the basketball out. Kaed Rukawa seized the opportunity to grab the basketball first. Yuni, who was sitting on the Shihoko bench, was also slightly surprised to see this scene. I didn't expect that Sakuragi would pass basketball to Kaed Rukawa. Ayako also laughed. Looks like Sakuragi has grown a lot recently. Coach Anze, who was drinking tea by the side, also laughed loudly. Facing Kaed Rukawa, who was dribbling, Sendo didn't care, his eyes fixed on Kaed Rukawa. Kaed Rukawa quickly dribbled the ball into Ryanan's half-court. Kaed Rukawa came to Sendo to change hands and turned, and then 1, 2, 3 figures appeared around Sendo. A breakthrough, a pass, and a 1 meter behind Sendo. Sendo quickly glanced at the 3 figures, then shifted his center of gravity and immediately chased back. Soon Sendo caught up with the figure behind him. Kaed Rukawa felt the movement behind him without panic, and immediately came to the 3-point line and made a shooting posture. By the time Sendo caught up, Kaed Rukawa had already shot the ball. Sendo reached out and tried to block, but unfortunately the basketball disappeared from his eyes. Sendo turned his head to look in shock. I saw that the basket fell firmly into his own basket. Brush. 3-0. After seeing the result, Sendo looked back at Kaed Rukawa without any words, but the fire in his eyes was slowly burning. Shihoko immediately returned to their own half, while Sendo signaled for Koshino Hiroaki to pass the ball. Bang bang bang! Sendo started attacking immediately after receiving the ball. Sendo's speed was very fast, and immediately came to the Shihoko half. At this time, Sendo's dribbling speed was very fast, making everyone in Shihoko dazzled. Sendo came to Kaed Rukawa without hesitation at all, and turned from behind to break through Kaed Rukawa's defense. Then he jumped up and shot from beyond the arc. It was too late when Kaed Rukawa arrived. Brush. Basketball into the net. 3-3. Kaed Rukawa looked back at Sendo's back with the same fighting spirit in Kaed Rukawa's eyes. Kaed Rukawa looked at Satoru Kakuta who was about to pass the ball and gestured for Satoru Kakuta to pass the ball to him. Satoru Kakuta saw the firmness in Kaed Rukawa's eyes and did not hesitate to pass the ball directly to Kaed Rukawa. Kaed Rukawa dribbled to Ryanan's side immediately after receiving the ball. Don't be too arrogant boy. Koshino Hiroaki is ready to step up to help Sendo. But it was stopped by Sendo. Koshino, I'm fine here. Kaed Rukawa Sendo, who was rushing towards him quickly, began to exude a terrifying aura like a beast. Kaed Rukawa's pupil shrank, and there was also a wild aura around him. Sendo blocked in front of Kaed Rukawa. Kaed Rukawa was not afraid to change hands and turn around to break through. Sendo also shifted his focus and followed up quickly. The movements of the two people were fast, and the fierce sparks were soon wiped out when you attacked and defended. The audience in the auditorium and the team members of the major colleges and universities watched with enthusiasm. Kaed Rukawa increased his speed when he saw that he would not be able to attack for a while. Seeing that Kaed Rukawa accelerated Sendo, he immediately accelerated the defense. Kaed Rukawa narrowed his eyes and suddenly disappeared from Sendo's eyes. Sendo was stunned at first, then caught up with Kaed Rukawa on a wild instinct. Kaed Rukawa's eyes jumped, he didn't expect Sendo to crack his disappearing dribble. But this is not over yet, I saw Kaed Rukawa knee squat. Sendo saw that Kaed Rukawa was about to shoot and also squatted and prepared to block. Seeing Sendo squatting, Kaed Rukawa suddenly jumped up and made a shooting stance. Sendo wanted to jump up, but found that he couldn't jump up, and suddenly felt bad. Kaed Rukawa throws the basketball empty-handed. Brush. 6-3. The collision of this scene completely ignited the atmosphere of the scene. Wow, they are both so strong. Oh my god. I didn't expect the two of them to fight like this. Wonderful, really amazing. Coach Takamwiki frowned, he felt that this was not good, and Kaed Rukawa was slowly becoming comparable to Sendo. The corners of Sendo's mouth twitched slowly, and the fighting intent in his eyes became stronger. He had been waiting for such a confrontation for a long, long time. Chapter 130. Ryanan's serve, Sendo still stretches out his hand. Koshino Hiroaki also understood Sendo's mood right now, and passed the ball to Sendo without any hesitation. Sendo showed his white teeth after receiving the ball. Come on! Kaed Rukawa! The words fell. Sendo rushed into the Shihoko half like a streamer. Kaed Rukawa was startled, so fast that his eyes were completely closed. But Kaed Rukawa barely kept up. This time the offense and defense switch, and now it's the Sendo offense and the Kaed Rukawa defense. As before, the fierce confrontation between the two once again caused a commotion. Sendo glanced to the left, feinted Kaed Rukawa's defense and came to Shihoku's inside line and immediately jumped up with one hand to prepare for a dunk. Satoru Kakuta immediately jumped up and stretched out his hand to stop it, and Sendo saw the opportunity and pressed his body against it. The whistle blew and Shihoku number 9 fouled defensively. Then, with a bang, Sendo put the ball firmly into Shihoku's basket. 6-5. A ball is scored as a penalty. I'm sorry. Satoru Kakuta apologized to everyone. No more Kakuta. No one blames Satoru Kakuta, they are well aware that the strength gap between Satoru Kakuta and Sendo is too huge, and it will be strange if Satoru Kakuta can be put down. Brush. Penalty into the net. 6-6. The game started with a fierce attack by Kaed Rukawa and Sendo, no passing, just a duel between the two ace players. You come and go between the two sides, and the score is also increasing under the continuous scoring of both sides. 9-9. 15-15. 21-21. 25-25. The duel between the two completely blinded the audience's titanium alloy dog eyes, and everyone praised the performance of the two. The whistle sounded at the end of the first quarter, and when the players from both sides came off the court, no one had recovered from the bloody showdown. Sakuragi Hanamichi said with a crooked voice as soon as he got off the stage. Really, thanks to me passing the ball to him, it hurt so much myself. Quick! Miyagi Ryota has no dissatisfaction, he has more experience than Sakuragi Hanamichi, so it can be seen. Shut up Sakuragi, it's useless to pass the ball to us in that situation. Yuni ignored Sakuragi Hanamichi and looked at Kaed Rukawa instead. Well, Sendo hasn't used his full strength yet. Do you think you can break through yourself? Kaed Rukawa thought for a while. Sakuragi Hanamichi said disdainfully. Look, what kind of attitude does he have? Ayako couldn't take it anymore, and a folded fan slapped Sakuragi Hanamichi's head. Shut up! Kaed Rukawa looked up at Yuni. I want to try. Yuni nodded and said. It's good that you are enlightened, then let's see your strength. On the other hand, Sendo gulped down a sports drink. Takamwiki said looking at Sendo. Sendo, your physical strength. Sendo said with a relaxed expression. Don't worry coach, my physical strength has grown a lot, I believe Kaed Rukawa will definitely not have more physical strength than me. As for Donghuang Yuni. Hey! Having said that, Sendo did not go on, he had never seen the limit of Donghuang Yuni. That is an out-and-out monster. Thinking of this, Sendo felt heartbroken. Dakamoiki naturally knew Sendo's thoughts and comforted. Don't think too much, just try to be yourself. Sendo nodded. Soon the whistle for the start of the second quarter sounded. Sendo shouted. Let's go. The two sides stood on the playing field again. The wild aura on Sendo's body was stronger than in the first quarter, looking at Kaed Rukawa on the opposite side and said slowly. Come on. Let's start our second round. Kaed Rukawa stared sharply at Sendo across from him. Just to my liking. After the words fell, Kaed Rukawa's wild breath became stronger and stronger. The basketball players of the major colleges and universities in the auditorium all stared at the two people off the court in astonishment. What kind of concentration is this? It's all spread to the audience. Amazing momentum, like a wild beast. Are the two of them really high school students? So strong, too strong, just relying on momentum, I can't believe it. The auras of the two were comparable, and the eyes of the two were fixed on each other, not letting go of any small movements. Soon, Shohoku's side took the lead. Kaed Rukawa dashed into Ryanan's half without any hesitation after receiving the ball, and Sendo naturally wouldn't be timid to block forward immediately. The speed of the two was fast, Kaed Rukawa dribbled the ball from left to right and Sendo defended from left to right. Kaed Rukawa kept changing hands, turning and changing hands, seeing that the breakthrough could not be made. Kaed Rukawa used the clone fake again. 1, 2, 3 figures appeared in Sendo's eyes again. Sendo closed his eyes and listened carefully this time, bang. For a moment Sendo opened his eyes and chased after the sound that had just appeared. Kaed Rukawa was shocked, not expecting Sendo to crack this trick. When his footsteps stopped suddenly, Kaed Rukawa had no choice but to take off. Sendo seized the opportunity and jumped up to block Kaed Rukawa's shot. Kaed Rukawa watched Sendo standing in front of him without flinching, but swung the basketball out of his hand. Sendo watched in shock as the basketball passed through his palm. Brush. 27-25. The two landed, and Kaed Rukawa breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he just suddenly thought of Yang Yan's shooting, otherwise the basketball would definitely be blocked by Sendo. Sendo looked at Kaed Rukawa hotly. I thought I could cover you up. Li Zhao, Kaed Rukawa ignored Sendo's provocation, wiped a sweat and said. You can try it. Offensive and defensive conversion, bang bang. Sendo dribbled the ball, his wild aura getting stronger and stronger, faintly trying to overwhelm Kaed Rukawa. Feeling Sendo's aura, Kaed Rukawa frowned slightly. Sendo suddenly accelerated, and when he came to Kaed Rukawa, Sendo's movements suddenly stopped, and then he accelerated again. Kaed Rukawa was caught off guard, and was instantly pierced by Sendo's backhand. Damn! Kaed Rukawa turned and chased after him reluctantly. Sendo took the ball directly to the inside of Shohoku, glanced at the station of Shohoku personnel, and took off and patrolled directly. Kaed Rukawa and Satoru Kakuta flanked to intercept Sendo. Sendo's one-handed ball snapped back, turned 180 degrees in the air and dunked the ball back, slamming it into the rim directly on Satoru Kakuta's side. 27-27. Chapter 131. Kaed Rukawa took a deep breath, he felt that he had been gradually suppressed by Sendo. Kaed Rukawa gestures to Satoru Kakuta to pass the ball, bang bang bang. Kaed Rukawa dribbled the ball quickly to Ryanan's half, and his wildness swept the Ryanan crowd. But this is nothing to Sendo. Sendo stands in front of Kaed Rukawa without showing weakness. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 4 times without breaking through Sendo's defense. Kaed Rukawa was a little anxious, and time was running out. Kaed Rukawa gritted his teeth, trying to squeeze Sendo in. But Sendo's wild instincts didn't give Kaed Rukawa the chance at all. Suddenly Sendo moved, and just when Kaed Rukawa wanted to break through again, Sendo suddenly appeared diagonally below Kaed Rukawa with his palm stretched out. With a snap, the basketball in Kaed Rukawa's hands was successfully broken by Sendo. Kaed Rukawa gritted his teeth and tried to get the ball back, but Sendo was faster than him and got the ball first. After grabbing the ball, Sendo dribbled the ball quickly into Shihoku's half-court, jumped back immediately after crossing the 3-point line, and waited until he flew out of the 3-point line and Sendo finally shot. Brush. 27-30. There was a burst of exclamations in the audience. The balance was broken, Kaed Rukawa was stealing the ball. Sure enough, Sendo is better. 527 too intense. Shihoku is dangerous this time. Damn. Kaed Rukawa gasped slightly as he kept trying to break through. But he couldn't find a way all the time, which made him a little anxious. Yuni naturally saw what Kaed Rukawa was thinking at this time. This idiot is thinking about something and nothing. Ayako didn't know why, looked at Yuni in confusion, and then looked at Kaed Rukawa on the field. Miyagi Ryota walked over to Kaed Rukawa. Kaed Rukawa, would you like to pass the ball first and take a break? Kaed Rukawa glanced at Miyagi Ryota without saying a word. A big tic-tac-toe appeared on Miyagi Ryota's forehead. Stinky boy. Kaed Rukawa looked at Satoru Kakuta again, signaling him to pass the ball quickly. Satoru Kakuta had no choice but to pass the ball to Kaed Rukawa. Kaed Rukawa stormed Ryanan's half again, defending his still Sendo. As before, Kaed Rukawa tried several times without breaking Sendo's defense. As soon as Kaed Rukawa clenched his teeth, he immediately used a fake avatar, and 1, 2, and 3 figures appeared in 3 directions. 2 on the left and 1 on the right. Sendo closed his eyes and listened carefully to the sound of the basketball hitting the ground. Boom! Sendo's eyes snapped open. On the left. Sendo immediately turned around and chased to the left. With a snap, the basketball in Kaed Rukawa's hand was once again broken by Sendo. The basketball flew out and fell into the hands of Aida Hikoichi. Aida Hikoichi also stared blankly at the basketball in his hand, when Sendo had already rushed out. Seeing Sendo signaling to pass the ball, Aida Hikoichi threw the ball to Sendo without hesitation. After Sendo caught the ball, it was already outside Shihoku's 3-point line, and Kaed Rukawa was 2 meters away from Sendo. Naturally, Sendo would not miss this opportunity. Seeing that Shiozaka Tetsushi had already taken off to stop him, Sendo jumped up without hesitation and slammed into Shiozaka Tetsushi's body. The whistle sounded and the referee made a foul gesture. Just then Sendo throws the basketball in his hand. Brush. 27-33. Shihoku number 8 defensive foul, the ball is counted as a free throw. Kaed Rukawa clenched his fists, and he was very unwilling. Shiozaka Tetsushi also looked downcast. Brush. 27-34. Yuni murmured watching the changes on the field. It seems that Kaed Rukawa has been slowly suppressed by Sendo. Yet. It's not good now, Ayako said worriedly. It depends on whether Kaed Rukawa can break through himself. If he can't break through, he will lose today. Ayako looked at Yuni and said. Aren't you worried at all? You have such a big heart. 35. Yuni spread her hands. I've taught them everything I can, done what I should, and the rest is up to them. Kfpay. The second quarter of the game passed minute by minute. At 7:54, Ryanan scored another goal, 27-36. 7:02, 27-38. 6:27, 27-41. 5:13, 27-44. The auditorium had begun to be noisy at this time. What is that number 11 doing? He was fighting back and forth with the other party at first, how can he be hanged and beaten now? That's right. Didn't Ryanan's number 7 use his full strength before? That Kaed Rukawa is probably dying. The scolding came to Kaed Rukawa's ears, but Kaed Rukawa ignored it automatically. His chest is now heaving up and down violently, and he is immersed in his own heart. Calm down, calm down, calm down. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Kaed Rukawa slowly began to calm down his heart, his eyes gradually became less sharp but more and more calm. Finally, he took a deep breath and looked at Satoru Kakuta again. Satoru Kakuta had no choice but to pass the ball to Kaed Rukawa again. Kaed Rukawa patted the ball slowly, and Sendo on the opposite side always felt that the current Kaed Rukawa was a little different than before. Bang! 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 Kaed Rukawa slapped the ball a little bit, and Sendo came up to block when he crossed the halfway line. Looking at Kaed Rukawa's calm eyes, Sendo always had a bad premonition. Suddenly Kaed Rukawa moved, faster than before. Sendo was startled but couldn't catch up. Sendo immediately shifted his focus and chased after him. But just as Sendo moved, Kaed Rukawa's braking movement suddenly stopped and immediately retracted. What? A fake? Sendo's eyes widened at Kaed Rukawa, who had withdrawn. Kaed Rukawa stepped back and immediately broke to the other side of Sendo. Shugera saw that Sendo was pushed forward and blocked immediately, and Kaed Rukawa saw Shugera come over and immediately made a shooting posture. Sendo felt bad and was about to remind, but it was too late. I saw that Kaed Rukawa's body had hit Shugera's body. The whistle sounded, and the basketball in Kaed Rukawa's hands was thrown. Brush! Basketball into the net. 30-44. Ryanan number 11 defensive foul, the ball is counted as a free throw. At this time, Shihoko laughed and ran over to pet Kaed Rukawa's body to congratulate him. Okay Kaed Rukawa. Humph. I can do it even today. Brush. 31-44. Kaed Rukawa returned to his own half after a free throw. When Sendo looked at Kaed Rukawa who went back, he always had a bad feeling in his heart. He felt that Kaed Rukawa seemed to be breaking through himself. It's not that Sendo is cranky, it's just that he's been pushing the envelope like this before, so he thinks Kaed Rukawa should be pushing the limits as well. This is not good. The vigilant look in Sendo's eyes became even more solemn. Chapter 132. The transition from offense to defense. Just when Shugera was about to serve, Sendo gave the referee a pause gesture. The whistle blew, and Ryanan asked for a timeout. Ryanan's timeout doesn't matter much to the Shihoko crowd, although I don't know why Sendo called the timeout, but it's good to give Kaed Rukawa some time to rest. Just as Ryanan and the others returned to the bench, Coach Takamoiki asked. Sendo, is there something, dash? The first nodded and said. Well. Kaed Rukawa has started to push his limits, so I want to make a plan adjustment for Kaed Rukawa first. Takamoiki did not doubt what Sendo said, he believed Sendo very much. Kaed Rukawa's strength is not comparable to Sendo, but from the previous point of view, Kaed Rukawa is indeed gradually increasing his strength. So what do you think? Sendo thought for a while and continued. I want to use up Kaed Rukawa's stamina, but it's not enough for me alone. Speaking of this, Coach Takamoiki understands what Sendo means. Coach Takamoiki took a look at some of Ryanan's starters. Shugera, Fukuda, you two will help Sendo to put pressure on Kaed Rukawa, and if possible, let Kaed Rukawa run more on the court, understand? Fukuda Kicho and Shugera nodded at the same time. Shihoko bench on the other side. Kaed Rukawa sat on the bench after the game, gulps down his sports drink, sweat dripping down like raindrops. Ayako was also concerned when he saw this scene. Kaed Rukawa, how are you? Look how sweaty you are. 35. Kaed Rukawa, with the towel over his head, did not speak, but shook his head slightly. Yuni looked at Kaed Rukawa and knew that Kaed Rukawa estimated that after the second quarter, he was almost out of energy. But he doesn't care, even if Kaed Rukawa is gone. His main purpose is to make Kaed Rukawa surpass himself in this game. No one can help you before the end of the second quarter. It's up to you to grow up to where you are. Kaed Rukawa still didn't reply when he heard Yuni's words. He understood what Yuni meant, and he already felt a little bit that he was about to exceed his limit. He didn't want to give up this opportunity, even if he couldn't get up. Soon the 100-second timeout expired, the whistle sounded again, and players from both sides walked onto the court. Seno looked at Kaed Rukawa on the other side and said, "You seem to be dying. Your clone is really hard to deal with, but relatively speaking, it will consume a lot of physical strength. How many times can you use it?" Kaed Rukawa gave Seno a blank look. "Just try it and you'll know." Soon Ryanan's side started to attack, still Seno dribbling the ball. But this time, Shugahei and Fukuda Kicho paid attention to Kaed Rukawa's side intentionally or unintentionally. Seno dribbled the ball into the Shohoku half again, directly in front of Kaed Rukawa. Seno moved from right to left, then continued to fake Kaed Rukawa and turned around. Kaed Rukawa's focus shifted and he immediately caught up, and the two started an offensive and defensive battle again. This attack Seno deliberately lengthened the rhythm in order to drain Kaed Rukawa's stamina as much as possible. Seno saw that the time had entered the countdown and suddenly the speed changed, a back turned, and then changed hands to avoid Kaed Rukawa's steal. Then he took a jump shot directly from the side of Kaed Rukawa, and Kaed Rukawa didn't have time to block it. Brush. 31-46. Kaed Rukawa frowned, feeling that something wasn't quite right. Shohoku's side saw Toru Kakuta passed the ball to Kaed Rukawa. Kaed Rukawa didn't stop and rushed towards Ryanan's half. But it was not Seno who stopped in front of Kaed Rukawa at this moment, but Fukuda Kicho. Kaed Rukawa was naturally not afraid, and turned around and easily broke through Fukuda Kicho's defense. But then Kaed Rukawa was blocked by another person, Ryanan's center Shugera. Kaed Rukawa's eyes were sharp, but he still didn't stop, turning around and breaking through again. But the next thing waiting for him was Seno's defense. Seno saw Kaed Rukawa break through and immediately rushed forward to stop Kaed Rukawa. Damn! Kaed Rukawa understood Ryanan's plan to bring him down. But Kaed Rukawa is a tough guy. Even if he knew it was a trap, he would still jump in. Seno also saw Kaed Rukawa's character. B. Kaed Rukawa and Seno were both on offense and one on defense, shuttling non-stop from beyond the three-point line. Naturally, Kaed Rukawa would not admit defeat, and once again used the avatar again. 1, 2, 3, this time Seno didn't close his eyes and let Kaed Rukawa break through. Kaed Rukawa drives through Seno and immediately jumps for a shot. Brush. 34-46. Off the field, the Shohoku bench. For flowers. 0. Ayako exclaimed when he saw this. No, they are deliberately draining Kaed Rukawa's stamina. Yuni rolled her eyes at Ayako. I only know now, it seems that your eyesight needs more practice. Ayako asked blankly. So you've seen it already? Yuni spread her hands. Isn't that what it should be? Then why didn't you stop it? Ayako said angrily. Picking out his ears, Yuni continued. Blocking doesn't help, and isn't that nice? What? The easiest and most direct way for him to break through himself is to do it under enormous pressure. Ayako was speechless by Yuni. Yes, you are right. Damn, why do I feel so right every time what I say from your mouth? On the field, Kaed Rukawa threw the ball in and returned to his own half. Ryanan served, Seno dribbled to Kaed Rukawa as usual, and ran Kaed Rukawa from beyond the arc as before. It was almost time before Seno ditched Kaed Rukawa for a shot. 34-48. Kaed Rukawa was gasping for breath by this time, and sweat was dripping to the ground. Satoru Kakuta said with some concern. "Kaed Rukawa, are you okay?" Kaed Rukawa did not speak and reached for Satoru Kakuta to continue the pass to him. Satoru Kakuta had no choice but to pass the ball to Kaed Rukawa. In the next 3 minutes, Kaed Rukawa was gradually exhausted by Sendo's tactics. However, with Kaed Rukawa's constant offense, Shihoko got a lot of points. 37-48. 37-50. 41-54. 46-58. Just after Kaed Rukawa made another 3-pointer, he stumbled and slipped on the ground. 49-58. Seeing Kaed Rukawa slipping, Miyagi Ryota, Satoru Kakuta, and Shiozaka Tetsushi immediately gathered around to observe the situation. Satoru Kakuta helped Kaed Rukawa up, and everyone could see that Kaed Rukawa's legs were already shaking. "Is there no physical strength?" Miyagi Ryota said. At this point the whistle sounded, and Shihoko pleaded for a replacement. Hearing the substitution, Kaed Rukawa didn't say anything. He can't even walk now, he can only be helped back to the bench 10. Chapter 133. When Yuni saw Kaed Rukawa coming off, the corners of his mouth twitched. Kaed Rukawa hasn't completely outdone himself, but he's getting close. Although it was a bit worse than Yuni expected, it was still acceptable. Yuni stood up and took off his jacket and walked towards the field. Yuni said when passing by Kaed Rukawa. "You are too anxious. If you are not so anxious, you may not be able to succeed. The mentality still needs to be practiced." Kaed Rukawa was stunned when he heard Yuni's words, and began to recall his previous performances. "It seems to be the case, if I hadn't been so brave. If you can play steadily and maintain a stable state of mind, maybe you will really exceed your limits." Thinking of this, Kaed Rukawa clenched his fists and swore to himself that next time I would be successful. Yuni walked onto the court with a smile, and the expressions of Ryanan and the others became serious. Yuni looked at Sendo. "You're really ruthless, you're consuming a lifetime." Sendo also laughed. "I'm helping him out." May 27th. That's not wrong. Yuni didn't deny Sendo's words. Sendo was right, it really helped Kaed Rukawa. If it wasn't for Ryanan's intentional consumption of Kaed Rukawa's strength would not have improved so quickly. But Yuni doesn't think so completely. The help may be true, but it is also true that it consumes Kaed Rukawa's stamina. But this little trick doesn't work for me. Sendo didn't speak. He understood that even if the whole team went to defend Donghuang Yuni, it would be useless. Yuni shook her arm and said, "Come on. Let me see your full strength." Sendo's pupil shrank. Could he see it? Sendo did not use his full strength when he faced Kaed Rukawa just now, and he has reservations. Unexpectedly, Donghuang Yuni saw it at a glance, and while secretly frightened, he also admired Donghuang Yuni's eyesight. Sendo's eyes gradually became serious. "Then I'll be ugly." Saying that, Sendo caught the basketball and started to attack. Yuni looked at his teammates, his eyes on Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi Ryota. "Okay, now it's time for the two of you to move, the scores are still quite different." Sakuragi Hanamichi was genuinely excited. "I've been waiting impatiently for a long time, it should have been like this, let's watch this genius play." 39. Miyagi Ryota also showed a confident expression. As soon as Sendo stepped across the midline, he felt a strong sense of pressure. "With a sigh in my heart, I slowed down a little. But at this moment Yuni has appeared in front of Sendo." Sendo frowned slightly, but he wanted to try to break through Donghuang Yuni. So Sendo began a violent and frantic attack. Attack from left to right, then from right to left. Naturally, Yuni didn't give Sendo any chance, and defended him in front of Sendo. He would go wherever Sendo went. After several attempts, Sendo barely made a step forward. Cold sweat kept falling from Sendo's forehead. Such a tough guy, there is no chance at all. Seeing that time was running out, Seno gritted his teeth and finally chose to pass the ball. Seeing Koshino Hiroaki's position out of the corner of his eye, he immediately shot a pass. Useless Yuni glanced at Seno and knew what his next move was going to be. Yuni stretched out his hand very easily and broke the ball sent by Seno. Damn! Seno was not reconciled, but there was nothing he could do. Yuni grabbed the ball and swung around Seno to Ryanan's half. Ryanan's team struggled to get back to their baskets to get ready to defend. But Yuni was dribbling the ball, and the sound of the thumping basketball hitting the ground suddenly stopped abruptly. Everyone looked and found that Yuni, who was dribbling the ball, suddenly became empty. Begging gone. Aida Hikoichi said. But Seno noticed the orange object in Sakuragi Hanamichi's hand. In the hands of Sakuragi Hanamichi, Seno shouted. Everyone hurriedly looked towards Sakuragi Hanamichi, and sure enough, Sakuragi Hanamichi was already holding a basketball in both hands at some point in time. Sakuragi Hanamichi laughed and strode into Ryanan's paint, then jumped from the free throw line. Sakuragi Hanamichi flew the ball in the air with one hand, and then threw the ball hard. The basketball hit Ryanan's basket like a cannonball and slid down. Bang! Bang! Basketball into the net. 51-58. Meteor dunk, this is Sakuragi Hanamichi's first goal of the game. Sakuragi Hanamichi raised his fists and shouted as soon as he landed. Ah! I'm the genius Sakuragi Hanamichi. Miyagi Ryota, who looked at him next to him, was full of contempt. Satoru Kakuta and Shiozaka Tetsushi also laughed naively. With less than a minute left until the end of the game, Ryanan decided to be ready to wear the remaining time as Ryanan was in the lead now. Yuni naturally saw Ryanan's plan, and naturally he would not let Ryanan succeed. Giving a wink to Miyagi Ryota understood and immediately started to move. The Ryanan crowd were walking slowly forward, passing the ball to their teammates as they walked. But just as the basketball fell into the hands of Aida Hikoichi, Miyagi Ryota suddenly appeared beside him. I saw Miyagi Ryota's palm gently slapped from the bottom up, and the basketball in Aida Hikoichi's hand was slapped flying. Aida Hikoichi's eyes widened, he didn't understand how Miyagi Ryota appeared next to him, and subconsciously wanted to grab the ball. However, due to lack of experience, Miyagi Ryota managed to grab the ball first. Miyagi Ryota grabbed the ball without hesitation and dribbled to Ryanan's basket. Koshino Hiroaki lost his heart and was very angry, and immediately accelerated to pursue Miyagi Ryota. Miyagi Ryota felt someone from behind and the corners of his mouth twitched, and his footsteps gradually slowed down. When Koshino Hiroaki arrived, Miyagi Ryota threw the ball over the rim with an unprepared pass. At this moment, a red figure appeared in everyone's field of vision. Sakuragi Hanamichi jumped in the air, grabbed the basketball, and slammed it into the basket. Bang! 53-58. There were 16 seconds left in the second quarter. Yuni walked over to Miyagi Ryota and said, "Steal the ball as fast as you can and pass it to me." Miyagi Ryota froze for a moment, then smiled. "Give it to me." He understood what Donghwang Yuni meant, so he agreed without hesitation. Ryanan serves again, this time with full court marking by Shihoko to prevent Ryanan from using the time lag tactics again. Shugera passed the ball to Koshino Hiroaki. Miyagi Ryota saw the opportunity and immediately moved forward to block. Not to be outdone, Koshino Hiroaki rushed to fight. With Koshino Hiroaki and Miyagi Ryota fighting each other for the ball, the basketball was bounced off by the violent movements of both sides. Fukuda Kicho saw the basketball fly out and ran over to catch it. "You can't touch the ball." Sakuragi Hanamichi passed Fukuda Kicho with great speed and touched the basketball first. But Seno was already in action after seeing Koshino Hiroaki concede the ball. Just when Sakuragi Hanamichi got the ball, Seno's hand touched the basketball. Pop! The basketball was slapped out of Sakuragi Hanamika's hands by Sendo. 1.0 At this point, there are the last 6 seconds left until the end of the second quarter. Ah! Satoru Kakuta saw the ball being slapped by Sendo and ran over, shouting. Satoru Kakuta's footsteps stepped hard on the ground and the speed instantly increased, and his body instantly caught up with the basketball. He grabbed the basketball with one hand in the air, and then aimed at Donghwang Yuni's position and threw it hard. Whoosh! The basketball finally flew to Donghwang Yuni's hands. Sendo and Ryanan all groaned badly. 43. Yuni held the ball in both hands and made a shooting posture. 2. Yuni took off. 1. Whoosh! Yuni threw the basketball out of his hand. 0. The whistle for the end of the game sounded. Everyone looked at the basketball flying high in the sky, although everyone knew that the ball would be scored in 9 out of 10. But Ryanan's people still prayed that the ball would be okay, but it didn't work out. Yuni had 100% hit and 100% touch. It's weird if you don't. Brush. 56-58. Chapter 134. The Ryanan group walked back to the bench with a dejected look. Dakamoiki looked at the unsightly expressions of several people and said consolation. Don't worry about it, Donghwang Yuni is always a variable. His strength is unfathomable. It can be said that he is also a top-notch existence in today's NBA. When this remark came out, the audience was shocked. What, in the NBA is also a top existence? Aida Hikoichi looked at Coach Dakamoiki in disbelief. He's a high school student. Koshino Hiroaki asked in disbelief. Dakamoiki nodded seriously and said. You heard it right, this is the truth. Although Donghwang Yuni has never played against NBA players, I am sure that even in the NBA, there is no such powerful player as Donghwang Yuni. After Dakamoiki looked at Sendo, he knew that Sendo should understand his meaning more or less. Sendo nodded. 25. The coach is right, I have some feeling, I can feel his strength. It can be said that Donghwang Yuni is the strongest in the world today. He has never used his full strength from beginning to end. At this point, everyone stopped talking, they didn't know how strong Donghwang Yuni was, but every time they saw Donghwang Yuni make a move, there was a feeling that Donghwang Yuni was always keeping his hand. Aida Hikoichi slumped on the bench with some decadence. Then how can we win? Koshino Hiroaki was also a little overwhelmed when he looked at Aida Hikoichi. Dakamoiki said with a wry smile. Idiot, did I say let you win? With Donghwang Yuni, we can't win at all, not just our other teams. I'm afraid the first place in the next 2 years will no longer be those of the best basketball teams. The goal is the same for us. Our goal is to be the runner-up in the national competition. The purpose of playing against Shohoku is to strengthen your strength and accelerate your growth. I was a little surprised to hear Dakamoiki say this. I didn't expect Coach Dakamoiki to say this. But it doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with that. Donghwang Yuni's strength is already a variable, it can be said that all high school basketball clubs may do like Ryanan. In fact, Ryanan guessed right. After the organizer saw Donghwang Yuni's strength, although the rules of the competition were not changed, the competition was still based on the promotion rules. However, it can be seen that the organizers are also very concerned about this by giving Kanagawa Prefecture 3 qualifying places. It seems that the rules of the national competition are expected to change. Thinking of this, Ryanan everyone felt a little better. Seeing everyone's expressions were relieved, Dakamoiki also nodded. Okay, then let's arrange how to improve ourselves in this game. Shohoku bench. Shohoku. Everyone sat on the bench and drank sports drinks. Yuni asked suddenly. Coach Anze, do you know something you didn't tell us? As soon as Yuni opened his mouth, everyone looked at Coach Anze, not understanding why Yuni said that, or what information Coach Anze was hiding. Ho 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 ho. Coach Anze took a sip of tea and smacking his lips. You can guess it. Yuni gave Coach Anze a blank look. Please, the organizer made it so obvious. If I can't guess it, it's not normal. Hearing Yuni's words, Coach Anze nodded. You guessed it right, your strength is too unreasonable. Although there have been precedents where athletes were too strong and had to change the rules, but you appeared too suddenly, and the organizers were helpless to do so. Seeing Coach Anze let go, everyone in Shohoku seems to understand. Yuni continued to ask. Since the organizers have given Kanagawa 3 places to qualify, how will they arrange the national competition? Coach Anze was silent for a while and then spoke up. The rules of the national competition have basically not changed, but there have been some changes in the finals. If Shohoku loses, it will naturally be handled according to the usual rules. If Shohoku wins, then Shohoku will stand on the throne of the champion, compared to other colleges and universities can still compete for the title. Everyone in Shohoku was stunned when they heard Coach Anze's words. What the hell is the throne above the champion? I have never heard of it. Yuni thought for a while and said. It means that after entering the semi-finals, even if we beat the other 3 teams and won the championship does not belong to Shohoku, right? No, the champion still belongs to Shohoku, it's just that the organizer has prepared another champion. Yuni's mouth twitched, he understood. Oh, this is the throne of the king you said. I understand, a champion above a champion. Presumably this champion position will also become the challenge target of all colleges and universities. Coach Anze gave Donghwang Yuni an admiring look. Yes, if we win, the remaining 3 teams will be divided into the top 3, which is also the decision put forward by the main committee of the competition for balance. At this time, everyone finally understood, and their eyes turned to Donghwang Yuni. It's amazing that the main committee of the 527 competition was forced to change the rules for one person. This is the prerogative of the strong. Miyagi Ryota thoughtful. Indeed, Yuni's existence is too unfair for all schools. It is normal for the main committee of the competition to have such a decision. Sakuragi Hanamichi said with a look of admiration. I want to be like this too. Just you idiot, Kaed Rukawa interjected dismissively. What are you talking about, you stinky fox, you dare to be so arrogant even if you have no physical strength? Sakuragi Hanamichi made a move. With a snap, a paper fan slapped Sakuragi Hanamichi's head. Give me quiet. Yuni looked at the Shohoku crowd at this time. You have also heard what the coach said, we can't let outsiders see jokes in the next game. We have only one goal, that is, the championship, and then sit on the throne above the championship, so that everyone is on the throne. Look down at us. Fire rose in the eyes of everyone in Shohoku, and everyone had an additional responsibility at this time, that is, the responsibility to maintain the status of the king of Shohoku. They didn't even dare to think about it before, but now, looking back, they don't know when Shohoku has become a national super famous school. In addition to responsibility, Shohoku and the others added another pressure. Chapter 135. The whistle blew, and the third quarter began. However, when Yuni stepped onto the court, he found some changes in the Ryanan people on the other side, and the other players except Sendo looked relieved. Thinking of what Coach Anze said, Yuni suddenly understood what Ryanan was thinking. Sendo looked at Donghwang Yuni opposite with a complicated expression, but his fighting spirit was as high as ever. He won't give up the fight against Donghwang Yuni for some reason, and to some extent he is a genius above the average player. Therefore, he has this kind of arrogance, or people who activate wildness will have this kind of arrogance that looks like death. Soon Sendo began to attack like a moth to a flame. Is this going to fight to the death? Then I'll play with you. Yuni also smiled slightly when he saw Sendo rushing over. Yuni quickly stood in front of Sendo. Come on. Let me see your strength. Sendo's eyes gradually became sharper, and his dribbling speed became faster and faster. Yuni didn't steal the ball, but just kept defending Sendo's attack. The two went from left to right, and then from right to left. No matter how much Seno broke through, he couldn't get past Donghwang Yuni's defense. He used almost all methods, such as changing hands, turning around, changing hands under the crotch, and feinting, but there was no chance of a breakthrough. Seeing that the countdown was over, Seno gritted his teeth and forced a jump shot. Naturally, Yuni would not take this level of attention. After Seno jumped, Yuni also jumped. With a snap, Yuni easily threw the basketball racket out of Seno's hands. After landing, Yuni looked at Seno and said, "Come on. Go on." Hearing Yuni's words, Seno smiled involuntarily. "Just to my liking." After speaking, Seno dribbled the ball over again. This time Seno's movements were not as fast as before, but his eyes kept wandering. "Do you want to pass the ball this time?" Seno just had the idea of passing the ball when he saw Donghwang Yuni's action in front of him. His pupils shrank and immediately dismissed the idea of passing the ball. Seno was secretly shocked. He didn't expect Donghwang Yuni to be able to read people's hearts. No, he must have seen the tiny movements of my muscles just now. What kind of person is this? Terrible opponent. I thought so in my heart, but Seno's movements didn't stop. Still trying to break through, once, twice, 3 times. Clap. 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 Time passed by minute, and the basketball in Seno's hands was slapped out again and again by Donghwang Yuni. Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi Ryota couldn't stand it anymore. When the basketball was shot by Yuni again, Miyagi Ryota immediately grabbed the basketball. Miyagi Ryota was quick, and in the blink of an eye, he got to Ryanan's 3-point line. Without hesitation, Miyagi Ryota spoofed Aida Hikoichi's defense with a fake move. Miyagi Ryota turned and threw a shot unprepared. Brush. 58-58. Hey! Hey! Seno gasped, and it took a while to soothe his breath. Hikoichi, next you come to organize the attack. Attack. Ah, yes. Aida Hikoichi's expression suddenly became serious. Soon Shugera passed the ball to Aida Hikoichi under Seno's signal. Aida Hikoichi dribbles the ball and starts building the offense. Shugera, your task is to look after the number 9 on the opposite side. Koshino-senpai, Miyagi will be handed over to you to defend. Fukuda-senpai, you just need to interfere with Sakuragi Hanamichi. And Sendo-senpai, you should rest first. If you can do help with pick and rolls at critical times? Hearing Aida Hikoichi's arrangement, Seno was also satisfied and nodded. Don't worry. I can still do pick and rolls. After arranging everything, Aida Hikoichi stretched out a finger to signal the start of the attack. Soon Ryanan and everyone found their opponents, and Aida Hikoichi dribbled the ball across the center line. Seeing that Shohoku and the others were all guarded, Aida Hikoichi breathed a sigh of relief and rushed inside Shohoku. Just as Aida Hikoichi was about to shoot, she found a figure in the corner of her eye, and her shooting posture suddenly stopped. It was Seno who came, and he was ready to create a chance for Aida Hikoichi. When Aida Hikoichi made a shot, he immediately took the lead in front of Aida Hikoichi and blocked Donghwang Yuni's blocking route. When Aida Hikoichi saw Seno helping with the pick and roll, she thought of a good opportunity and immediately threw the basketball. Yuni's mouth twitched. "UBD, do you think this will get what you want?" Donghwang Yuni immediately jumped up and stretched out one hand. With a snap, Yinfeng slammed the basketball bat out. Aida Hikoichi opened her mouth wide. Was there any mistake? She could jump up and block the cap even if she was separated by a person. This kind of bouncing power is too perverted. I didn't feel anything from outside the court before, but today's parent-child experience is really not a good feeling. Seno patted Aida Hikoichi on the shoulder. Don't worry, he's so good. Aida Hikoichi was still very disappointed, but she was relieved when she heard Seno's words. Sendo is right, how can I be the strongest in high school with my strength? On the other side, as the ball flew out, Miyagi Ryota immediately threw off Koshino Hiroaki and chased the ball. Naturally, Koshino Hiroaki would not let Miyagi Ryota succeed, and he followed suit. However, Miyagi Ryota is slightly better in terms of speed. Miyagi Ryota jumped up immediately after receiving the ball, and when Koshino Hiroaki caught up, he saw that the basketball in Miyagi Ryota's hand had disappeared. By this time the basketball had fallen into the hands of Sakuragi Hanamichi. Sakuragi Hanamichi looked at Fukuda Kichu in front of him and said disdainfully, "Humph! If you have the ability, come and chase it." As soon as the words fell, Sakuragi Hanamichi immediately disappeared in front of Fukuda Kichu. Fukuda Kichu turned his head and gritted his teeth and immediately chased after him. "You don't look down on people." Fukuda Kichu followed closely behind Sakuragi Hanamichi, but even so he was one step behind Sakuragi Hanamichi. After Sakuragi Hanamichi dribbled the ball to the inside line, he took off and did not give Fukuda Kichu any chance to block. Bang! Basketball into the net. 60-58. Fukuda Kichu watched Sakuragi Hanamichi blow heavy air out of his nose, and was obviously not lightly angry. Sakuragi Hanamichi turned around and looked at Fukuda Kichu. "Ha ha ha ha. See it? There is still a gap between you and this genius, go back to practice for 10 years and challenge me again." Ha ha ha. Fukuda Kichu had fire in his eyes and fists with both hands. "Damn arrogant boy." Pop. Now receiving the serve again, the wild breath on his body has been brought to the extreme by Sendo. Even Ryanan's teammates find it difficult to get close to Sendo right now. Bang bang bang! Sendo rushed into Shihoku's half-court like a phantom. Yuni's eyes swept slightly and saw Sendo's figure. Yuni instantly disappeared in front of everyone, but at this moment Sendo felt the danger and passed the ball back to Aida Hikoichi without hesitation. Yuni was a little surprised, didn't expect Sendo to feel the change, it was a wild intuition. Li Li Zhao, ha! The corners of Yuni's mouth rose slightly. On the other side, Aida Hikoichi received the ball, and she didn't know what to do for a while, she slapped the ball and stood there stupidly. Hikoichi! A cry from Koshino Hiroaki woke Aida Hikoichi. Aida Hikoichi recovered and passed the ball to Koshino Hiroaki. Immediately after receiving the ball, Koshino Hiroaki dribbled into Shihoku's inside line and jumped with both hands to prepare for a shot. Miyagi Ryota had already seen through and immediately blocked his shot in front of Koshino Hiroaki, then Koshino Hiroaki changed his posture and threw the ball down. Passing the ball. Miyagi Ryota was horrified, not expecting to be deceived by the fake action. At this point Sendo has come to the side of Koshino Hiroaki. Sendo immediately took off with 2 steps after receiving the ball, holding the ball with one hand, ready to dunk the basketball into the hoop. But just as Sendo was about to put the ball in, he saw a hand appear in front of the basketball. With a snap, 2 different hands slapped the basketball. "Ah!" Sendo yelled. The shape of the basketball was squeezed and deformed slightly, and then the basketball couldn't stand the pressure and flew out from the middle of the 2 hands. Chapter 136. Bang 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 bang. After the basketball flew out, it hit the boundary and rolled out of bounds. Sendo fell to the ground and looked at Donghwang Yuni who was standing in front of him. "Is it still not enough?" Yuni smiled and looked at Sendo. "How is it, do you want to continue?" "Hey! Hey!" Sendo took a few breaths and spoke. "Of course, it's not enough to break through yourself." Yuni nodded. "It's not easy if you want to be like Shinichi Maki." Sendo lowered his head without speaking, turned and walked back to Ryanan's half. Sendo is very aware of his own strength, and even if he reaches the limit, he can't find the opportunity to fully awaken the wildness. After the start of the 3rd quarter, Ryanan was suppressed by Shihoku, and the score was gradually opened up by Shihoku. 62 to 58. 64 to 58. 66 to 58. The score was frozen at 68 to 58 with 6:14 remaining. A full 10 points difference, although Ryan and everyone has been relieved. But I still feel a little unhappy in my mind, and I always feel a little depressed. Aida Hikoichi wiped a sweat. Damn, I can't get in at all. Everyone's ball was blocked by silver 527. Koshino Hiroaki is also panting. Then we won't get a point, right? Sendo was silent and did not speak. After a while, Sendo's eyes gradually became firmer as if he had made up his mind. Pass the ball to me next. Hearing Sendo's words, Ryanan was very puzzled, but they had nothing to say when they saw the determination in Sendo's eyes. Soon Ryanan got the ball and Sendo got the ball again. Bang bang bang. Sendo dribbled the ball without rushing forward, but slowly walked to the center line. Sendo stopped suddenly, and everyone didn't understand what Sendo was going to do. Except for one person, Yuni looked at Sendo, always feeling as if he was going to do something. Sure enough, Sendo stood still, holding the ball in both hands and making a shooting posture. What? Miyagi Ryota was startled. He's not going to shoot from such a distance like Xiao Huang. Sakuragi Hanamichi said in surprise. Ayako outside the field also exclaimed. Does he really want to do that? That's not something anyone can do. Outside the stadium, both the audience in the auditorium and the players from other colleges and universities opened their mouths. Without any hesitation, Sendo jumped with both feet, held the ball in both hands, and swung his arms vigorously. The basketball flew high into the air like a cannonball, and then the basketball fell straight into Shihoku's basket like an orange meteor. Brush! Hollow into the net. 68 to 61. Wow! Sendo is amazing. He actually did it, it's too strong. You can actually use the stunt of Master Dong Huang. It's unbelievable. Everyone opened their mouths wide and looked at Sendo off the court with disbelief. Takamoiki also stared blankly at Sendo, he never knew when Xian learned this trick. Yuni looked at Sendo thoughtfully, with Sendo's talent at this time not enough to enter the zone. The wildness has not fully awakened either. There's only one possibility, either, or you've tried a full court three-pointer in practice before. Either he remains in a very human state right now, or both. Yuni's mouth curled up. It's really interesting, let's verify it anyway. Shihoku's right to serve, Satoru Kakuta passed the ball to Miyagi Ryota, just about to dribble when he heard Yuni's words. Miyagi, can you pass it to me first? Miyagi Ryota was taken aback for a moment, then passed the ball to Donghuang Yuni without hesitation. The captain has spoken, what can he do? You can't beat him, and his strength is not as good as the opponent's. Yuni caught the ball and looked at Sendo with a weird smile. Sendo frowned, not knowing what Donghuang Yuni was going to do, and stared at Donghuang Yuni, daring not to be careless. Yuni dribbled the ball step by step towards Ryanan's half. Aida Hikoichi gritted her teeth and couldn't help rushing up. Just when he came to Yuni, Yuni slapped the ball down. Boom! Aida Hikoichi fell to the ground as if she lost her balance. Yuni continued to slap the ball and walked slowly past the fallen Aida Hikoichi. Aida Hikoichi fell to the ground in a daze. He didn't understand why he fell down. It was not until this time that he really understood the horror of Donghuang Yuni, which was like the gap between a mortal and a god. Seeing Aida Hikoichi's appearance, Kenhei and Koshino Hiroaki were also a little angry and rushed forward to prepare an offer for Yuni. Yuni didn't even look at them, and slapped the ball twice on the ground at will. Bang bang! Shugera and Koshino Hiroaki fell to the ground like Aida Hikoichi before. Yuni continued to dribble the ball and walked slowly between them. Fukuda Kicho and Sendo jumped into action when Yuni dribbled the ball into Ryanan's three-point line. The three who had fallen before also stood up immediately and surrounded Donghuang Yuni. The 5 people sandwiched Yuni in the middle and approached Yuni. 5v1, everyone started to get excited. They are looking forward to what will happen next and how Donghwang Yuni will deal with the current situation. Seeing the siege of 5 people, Yuni didn't show any expression, but said 2 words slowly. Still. As soon as Yuni's voice fell, the movements of the 5 Ryanan stopped instantly. In a second, Yuni dribbled the ball through the gap of 5. 2 seconds later, Yuni was already standing at the basket and dropped the ball into Ryanan's basket. In the audience outside the stadium, everyone stared at this incredible scene. Everyone saw that Yuni was surrounded by the 5 Ryanan people, and all of them suddenly Shohoku paused and remained motionless. Yuni came out of the 5-man gap very casually with the ball and then shot. No one knew what happened. 70-61. The basketball fell from the net with a thud. Just like a reminder of the end of the time pause, the Ryanan 5 talents began to move. The 5 Ryanan looked at their bodies in disbelief, and then glanced at Donghwang Yuni with some fear. What did you just do? Yuni showed her white teeth and spoke to the Ryanan crowd. Introduction, I have one of 3 fields, the still field. Yuni didn't say much, he didn't want to reveal too many secrets. The realm itself does not belong to this world, so Yuni rarely uses the realm. Because the magic of the realm can't be explained at all, it's better to let others guess the mystery. Looking at the back of Donghwang Yuni walking back, everyone in Ryanan fell silent. Just now, the 5 of them thought that there was hope that they could stop Donghwang Yuni, but in the end this was the result. Seno sighed. He is like this, he is a magical person, we already know his strengths, don't we? Maybe he still has a lot of trump cards that are useless, we don't need to lose heart, don't forget our purpose. After hearing Seno's words, everyone forcibly calmed down their hearts that were about to collapse. Chapter 137. The game is still going on. Yuni's purpose is to see if Seno can still shoot the full-court 3-pointer. Although Seno only threw it in the midfield, Yuni has a hunch that if Seno persists, he will definitely succeed. Although not as perverted as Yuni, who can shoot from all corners of the court, and the shooting percentage may not be as high, but this is also a killer of Seno. Yuni's expression became slightly serious, because Seno might become the first player in the world to have a miracle level. Of course, except for Yuni himself, although Shinichi Maki has awakened wildness, having wildness does not mean that he has miracle level strength. This can be seen from Kuroko's basketball, the top 5 generals Nakahayama Kotaro. Thinking of this, Yuni is not shocked now, but has unprecedented excitement. That is the miracle level. Although the miracle level is not his opponent, it is better than being bored all the time. Yuni watched Seno's action mentally and expectantly. Seno dribbled the ball and slapped the ball with one hand to the midfield again. Seno took a deep breath, holding the ball with both hands and making a shot again. Kick your legs, take off and wave your hands to shoot. Whoosh! The basketball flew high out of Seno's hands. The basketball rose to the top and then dropped quickly. Yuni watched the trajectory of the basketball. Well, it's a little crooked. Sure enough, I heard a bang, and the basketball slammed into the basket. The basketball then spun and spun around the hoop, eventually falling into the hoop. Brush. 70TT64. When Yuni saw this scene, he understood, and sure enough, the hit rate was not 100%. And the shooting distance is also limited. Yuni couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. This proves that Seno is not a miracle level yet. Although he has a miracle level talent, he is not yet a miracle level strength. Clap clap clap. Applause suddenly came from the field. Everyone looked and saw that Yuni was standing there clapping for no apparent reason. It surprised me too much. I didn't expect you to be able to do this. But you are still far away. Maybe it will be more interesting in the future, but you are still too weak now. Yuni signals Satoru Kakuta to pass the ball. Slap, Yuni patted the ball and looked at Seno on the opposite side after receiving the ball. Fortunately, having you may not make me feel too bored in the future. I won this game bluntly. I hope you can become stronger in the future. I am waiting for you to fight me in the strongest state. Yuni jumped up immediately after saying that, and the basketball in his hand was thrown. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Donghwang Yuni's shot is faster, farther, and more confident than Seno's. The basketball was like a missile, aimed precisely at the center of Ryanan's rim. Whoosh! The basketball has reached the top. Whoosh! The basketball begins to fall. Brush! Hollow into the net. 73-64. Yuni went to the center line without any hesitation after making the shot. Then you should have no chance. Seno's heart sank, and he was seen through. Yuni guessed right, Seno's shooting distance from the midfield is already at the limit, and the shooting rate is not that high, and the preparation time for shooting is also very long. With a sigh, Seno could only helplessly glance at Donghwang Yuni. Yuni's presence in the midfield can be said to bring a nightmarish feeling to Ryanan. Each of Ryanan's possessions didn't cross the halfway line, and Yuni didn't take another shot since making a full-court three-pointer. Yuni just defends, steals, and passes. He always remembered that the real purpose of this game was to improve the strength of the players. Yuni would pass the ball mostly to Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi Ryota for every tackle. With Yuni's help, the duo started scoring like two lunatics. Yuni's passing can improve the feel and strength of his teammates, and with the constantly improving feel and strength, Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi Ryota started their own performances. Bang! Sakuragi Hanamichi scored a dunk. 75-64. Bang! Sakuragi Hanamichi scored a shooting dunk. 77-64. Bang! Sakuragi Hanamichi scores a dunk in front of Fukuda Kichu. 79-64. And Miyagi Ryota is not far behind. Brush! Irregular shooting. 81-64. Whoosh! Irregular pass, Shiozaka Tetsushi shoots. 84-64. Bang bang! Fantastic footsteps and irregular shots. Brush! 86-64. The whistle sounded and the third quarter ended. Ryanan everyone dragged their heavy bodies back to the bench slowly. Everyone in Ryanan was gasping for breath, and everyone consumed a lot of energy. Especially Seno. At this time Seno's physical strength is running out. It is estimated that the fourth quarter will not last until the end. On the other side, Shohoku and the others were a little tired, but everyone was very excited. Just now Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi Ryota had a blast. Sakuragi Hanamichi even started to brag as soon as he played. Ha ha ha! It's so cool, it's never been so cool before. Looking at this living treasure, Yuni and Shohoku didn't want to pay any attention to him, and drank their sports drinks on their own. Soon the whistle of the fourth quarter game rang through the audience. Everyone is not optimistic about Ryanan, and they don't think that Ryanan can do anything incredible. The reason is very simple, it is because of the incomparable existence of Shohoku, Donghwang Yuni. Sure enough, Shohoku launched a fierce attack at the beginning of the fourth quarter. For flowers 0. Yuni's various steals, and then all kinds of bizarre passes, make it hard to guard against. The rest of Shohoku felt that their touch and their own strength improved slightly after receiving the ball, and the most obvious ones were Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi Ryota. Of course, these two are also Yuni's main improvement goals. The sound of basketball entering the net continued to sound in Ryanan's direction, and many people in the audience couldn't stand it anymore and began to feel sad for Ryanan. Some basketball teams in major colleges and universities also feel chills behind their backs. If they are so abused by Shohoku, it will probably leave a shadow. Swipe. Bang. Whoosh. Pop. The sound of the basketball entering the net, the slamming of the catch, and the screeching of the basketball against the air when shooting are all hints that Shihoku's score is rising. 89 to 64. 95 to 64. 97 to 64. 107 to 64. Yuni stole the basketball from Sendo's hands when the game was on the countdown. Yuni bared her white teeth and looked at Sendo. The last ball, let me show you my last field. 39. Sendo's heart suddenly skipped a beat, the last field. Sendo stared at the monster in front of him, gritted his teeth secretly, come on. I won't be afraid no matter what. The corner of Yuni's mouth twitched, and the basketball in his hand began to move. I saw Yuni slap the ball on the ground with one hand, with a bang. With just one sound, Sendo realized that he seemed to have lost something. What's going on? Sendo felt every inch of his bones, muscles, and skin. He was sure that something was missing from his body, but he couldn't find the reason. And then again, bang! Sendo suddenly felt a flower in front of his eyes, his vision slowly darkened, and finally darkened. Bang! Another sound of basketball hitting the ground came. Sendo felt that his surroundings became unusually quiet, without any sound. Bang bang! 2 more beeps. All they saw was Yuni slapping the basketball in front of Sendo, and then Sendo just stood there like a fool. Yuni then patted the ball and walked past Sendo, standing at the 3-point line and looking at Miyagi Ryota and Sakuragi Hanamichi. Come on! Miyagi, you pass the ball to Sakuragi and give Ryanen the final blow. With that, Yuni threw the ball to Miyagi Ryota, who then threw the ball over Ryanen's basket with an unprepared pass. That's when Sakuragi Hanamichi grabbed the ball from the air like a trapeze and threw it hard towards the rim. Bang! Bang! Meteor dunk! 109 to 64. Then there is the sound of the basketball landing and the whistle at the end of the game. At the end of the game, Shihoku High School played against Ryanen High School, 109 to 64, and Shihoku High School 110. Chapter 138. The Shihoku vs Ryanen match made everyone feel a little Alexander. Donghwang Yuni aside, the strength shown by Sendo alone has made many teams jealous. Although Ryanen was crushed in this game, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Sendo's strength may not be suppressed by anyone other than Donghwang Yuni. Sure enough, the next day everyone's conjecture became a reality. Information about the game was told in the basketball press on the logout. Ryanen Sendo became the second player after the high school king, miraculously using Donghwang Yuni's full-court three-pointer. Although there are exaggerated elements in the press, although Sendo shot from half-court, but this is also true. Shihoku High School Basketball Hall, Shihoku, and everyone are working hard to train May 27. And Yuni was sitting in the lounge area, watching with a newspaper in hand. Sendo, what a fun guy. Ayako also said aside. That's it. I didn't expect Sendo to grow to such a degree. Yuni's mouth twitched. He's still a long way off. Hopefully he'll be stronger for the nationals. Ayako held his forehead. I really don't know what you think, it's very dangerous for us when our opponents become stronger. Yuni replied disapprovingly. Don't you think it's too boring if you don't have an opponent? Wouldn't it be nice to have an opponent that can make us improve? Hey! Yes, you are right. Ayako reluctantly admitted what Donghwang Yuni said, and she was used to it every time. Hi! A greeting suddenly sounded from the gate of the basketball hall. Everyone turned their heads and saw that it was Akashi Haruko and Gong Liulai who entered the basketball hall holding hands. Haruko. Sakuragi Hanamichi ran in front of Akashi Haruko with a pig-like look on his face. Akashi Haruko also smiled when he saw Sakuragi Hanamichi's appearance. Sakuragi Hanamichi, you are really getting better and better. Is that so? Sakuragi Hanamichi scratched his head, almost drooling. Yeah. It's only been a year since I started playing basketball, and I'm already so good. Sakuragi Hanamichi will definitely be even better in the future, Akaji Haruko affirmed. This time, Sakuragi Hanamichi couldn't find the north even more, and kept standing there laughing. Yuni turned her head and looked at Gong Liulai gently. Xiao Li, you are here. 35. Gong Ruri nodded and came to the rest area with Akaji Haruko. Well, you won the county competition, we are here to give you rewards. After speaking, Gong Ruri and Ayako took out a lot of snacks from their bags. Yuni was a little speechless after seeing it. Please, I am not the Donghuang Yuni who likes snacks. But since Gong Liulai gave her Yuni, she still had to accept it. Seeing something delicious, everyone stopped from training and started eating. Yuni didn't stop it either, and occasionally relax. Yuni said when he saw that everyone was eating and drinking. That's it for today's practice. Let's celebrate before the nationals. Everyone was excited when they heard Yuni's words. Yuni took everyone to celebrate not once or twice, and everyone had a great time every time. Soon everyone packed up their things and left. Yuni took Gong Liulai's hand and walked out of the gate of Shohoku campus. Yuni, I may not be able to accompany you to the national competition. Gong Liulai said a little disappointedly. Yuni looked at Gong Liulai's lost look and asked. Why do you say that? Because I have to go to class. So I don't have time to watch your game. Gong Liulai pouted. Yuni gently rubbed Gong Liulai's head. Don't worry. When the time comes, I will tell the school that you will be with Haruko. Gong Liulai suddenly became excited. Really? It's great, haha. Seeing Gong Liulai happy, Yuni was also very happy. Time passed, and soon the day of the opening ceremony of the national competition came. The location of this national competition is held in Tokyo. Tokyo is not very far from Kanagawa. Everyone in Shohoku naturally got on the bus that Yuni had prepared for a long time. After about 30 minutes, everyone finally arrived at a 5-star hotel in Tokyo. This is the Donghuang family's property and one of the best hotels in Tokyo, the Donghuang Hotel. Everyone excitedly walked into this magnificent hotel as soon as they got out of the car. Yuni walked to the front desk and showed the identity item representing the young master of the Donghuang family. The receptionist at the front desk lit up, and immediately respectfully led everyone to a presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel. This was arranged by Yuni long ago. The basketball team has a lot of people, and it is not easy to gather everyone apart. Therefore, Yuni directly arranged a presidential suite. There are many rooms here, and there is no problem for 2 people or more than 1 person in the living room. Everyone was stunned as soon as they entered the room. They had never seen what the presidential suite looked like. There are 3 master bedrooms and several secondary bedrooms, each with a bathroom, a leisure and entertainment hall, and a living room. It is safe, comfortable, and functional, with central air conditioning, closed circuit and satellite TV, and other entertainment and service facilities. Wow, as expected of the captain, really atmospheric, Sakuragi Hanamichi said enviously. Miyagi Ryota also nodded in agreement. Well, it's the first time I've seen such a luxurious room. Ayako and Akaji Haruko also stared at all this with 1.0 light in their eyes. It feels like a palace, it's so luxurious. Yet. This room is estimated to be a lot of money. Gong Ruri came to the side of the children and pulled the hands of Ayako and Akaji Haruko. Okay. This hotel is the property of Yuni's family, you don't have to worry about money, let's go and choose a room. 35. Hearing Gong Liulai's words, the children didn't even laugh and went straight to choose their own room. The most shocking thing was the freshman who joined the team. They never thought that their captain's family background was so exaggerated, and his studies were so good, and his basketball strength was so strong. They were deeply hit and felt that the world was full of malice towards them. Chapter 139. In the evening, Yuni asked the hotel to prepare various ingredients and some drinks. The presidential suite has an open-air balcony, which is huge, so Yuni decided to celebrate here. Let everyone remove the pressure brought by the long-term competition, and you can participate in the opening ceremony with a brand new mental outlook tomorrow. Laughter and laughter spread throughout the balcony, and the first-year freshmen were a little cautious at first. It was their first time at a rally like this, and suddenly they didn't know what to do. However, seeing the seniors in the second and third grades doing their own things unceremoniously. Coach Anze is not very healthy, so he can't eat and drink. Yuni specially prepared a meal for him. Anze's eyes gradually fell into memories when he looked at the children in front of him. Yuni noticed the strangeness of Coach Anze and didn't bother him. He knew that Coach Anze was strict before, which led to a talented player leaving the team to go to the United States, and then to die in an accident abroad. This is a lifetime of guilt and regret for Coach Anze. Yuni took a meal and sat beside Coach Anze. Neither of them spoke, and when Coach Anze recovered, he found that there was another person beside him. Yuni. I really appreciate you. 25 Yuni waved his hand and said. The coach is serious, and I'm just doing my duty as a captain. And I love seeing others smile from the bottom of their hearts. Coach Anze asked curiously. Oh, what's the story? Yuni nodded first, then shook her head and said. It's not even a story. I just feel warm when I see other people smiling from the bottom of my heart. Yuni naturally wouldn't tell Anze's trainer about his own traveler, even if he said it, he probably wouldn't believe it, so he had to say so. That's it. It seems that you are a person who knows how to forgive. If I could be like you before. Coach Anze showed a relieved smile, but there was a hint of remorse in his relieved eyes. Yuni had already sensed Coach Anze's emotions and spoke immediately. Coach, I know some things about you in the past. Those things can't be blamed on you, Coach, everyone has their own choices. Maybe it was doomed when he chose to go to the United States. Yuni paused and continued. I firmly believe that every choice anyone makes will become a factor that changes their destiny in the future. Just like a hungry wolf, if he chooses to hunt, he will have two fates, one is to hunt. Failure continues to endure hunger, while another hunts success and feasts. Coach Anze was lost in thought when he heard Yuni's words. Yuni showed a weird smile. Coach, there is another possibility. Coach Anze looked up at Yuni. Another possibility. Yuni nodded. Yes, that is the third and fourth fates. If the hungry wolf chooses to prey, it may really be full, but it may also be accidentally injured in the process of predation. Of course, if he does not choose to prey, it may also be encountering a dead or dying animal along the way and having a nice meal with no effort and no surprises. Coach Anze gave Yuni a deep look, and finally sighed deeply. Maybe it's exactly what you said. Coach Anze understood what Yuni meant, but the knot in his heart was not so easy to untangle. However, Yuni's words also made him feel a little better, for which he was very grateful to Yuni. Yuni laughed. Coach, the past is over. But it's not a good thing to be sullen all day long. I think it's good for you to look like you now. Hoo. Coach Anze showed a happy smile, he has not been so happy for a long time. Yuni put down the dinner plate in his hand, stretched out, took out a business card and handed it over. Coach Anze, your heart is not very good. If you have time, you can call this doctor. This doctor is a world-renowned cardiologist. I have already greeted him. Coach Anze took the business card and looked at Donghuang Yuni who was leaving with complicated eyes. Yuni came to the place where the crowd gathered. You are welcome to eat and drink what you want, just try to order as much as you can. Ah! Captain, you're finally here. Quick, we are playing the game, do you want to join the captain too? That's right. Xiao Huang, come quickly. Now I'm about to be bullied by them. The noise of giggling didn't end until 10 o'clock, everyone had a good time, and everyone had a smile on their faces when they slept. Soon the next morning, everyone was greeted by Ayako's shouts. Get up, hurry up, we're going to the opening ceremony. 35. Hearing Ayako's endless screams, everyone opened their eyes in a daze. Ayako, is it too early to get up now? Sakuragi Hanamichi said with some dissatisfaction. With a snap, Ayako unceremoniously gave Sakuragi Hanamichi a paper fan. What are you talking about? Get up quickly, we were last year's champions, of course we have to be there early. Coach Anze laughed a few times. Well, that's right, as last year's champions, you will definitely have a lot of reporters visiting beforehand, so it's better for us to go early. Ayako said with his head held high. Do you hear me? Get up and wash up quickly. Soon everyone reluctantly got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. After about half an hour, everyone had washed up and was almost ready. Yuni looked at the refreshed look of everyone and nodded. Okay, then let's go. Soon Yuni and his group walked from the hotel to the Tokyo Stadium. Yuni Tokyo Gymnasium is not far from the Donghwang Hotel, so everyone did not take the car. When Shihoku and his party arrived at the entrance of Tokyo Stadium, they found many reporters with various cameras and microphones standing at the entrance of Tokyo Stadium. Seeing Donghwang Yuni and his group, the reporters immediately ran over and started chatting. Mr. Donghwang Yuni, what do you think of this competition? May I ask what is your goal for this competition? Mr. Donghwang Yuni, I heard that you are engaged, is it true? Coach Anze, what are your chances of winning this competition? Is Shihoku confident of winning this year's competition? A series of questions resounded in the ears of everyone in Shihoku, and everyone was stunned. They had never seen such a battle before, and they suddenly had some tension in their hearts. What to do, how to answer, who should answer first? Yuni smiled slightly, took a step forward and said. There is still some practice, let me answer one by one. First of all, our goal in this competition is naturally the champion of the national competition. As long as I am there is no such thing as a chance of winning, and the champion will definitely belong to Shihoku. I did get engaged while in America, and she will be my only beloved wife. Yuni was silent for a while and then said. But I heard that the rules of this year's competition will be changed, I am not very clear about this. As for the rest of the questions, we will wait until the opening ceremony is over. We are in a hurry now, sorry everyone. Yuni gave Coach Anze a wink and motioned Coach Anze to help him deal with it. Coach Anze understands, ahem. Okay, just ask me if you have any questions. The team members have to prepare for the opening ceremony, so don't disturb them. The reporters were a little unhappy to hear Coach Anze say that, but they also understood that they couldn't hold on to people. Then Coach Anze was surrounded by reporters as the coach of the last championship team. Chapter 140. Seeing the situation of Coach Anze, for the first time, everyone in Shihoku felt how terrible the reporters were. Yuni also has a headache for these reporters. Although he can deal with it easily, he is really not suitable for noisy situations. Shihoku and the others were walking when they saw someone chasing after them. Hi, everyone from Shihoku. Aida Hikoichi waved from behind. Shihoku looked back and saw Ryanen and his party chasing after him. It's Ryanen's. Sakuragi Hanamichi said. What are they doing? Miyagi Ryota squinted at Ryanen and the crowd. Sendo walked to Donghwang Yuni with his hands in his pockets. You are too early. Yuni did not answer Sendo's words, but said. It seems that your goal this year is not just the runner-up. Sendo sighed and said with a wry smile. You guy, but you're right, the main committee of this year's competition has changed the rules, and we also have a chance to win the championship. Yuni nodded. It seems to be right, I always feel that the throne above this champion is not so interesting. Sendo gave Donghwang Yuni a blank look. It's cheap and good, that seat is above the championship. There are many teams that want to get that throne. 39. Although I find it boring, but I won't let it go easily. How much has your strength improved? Don't let me down when the time comes. Although I can't compare to you, I am confident that I can win this year's championship. Yuni frowned. It seems that you have improved a lot during this time, so I look forward to your performance. The two teams walked into the Tokyo Gymnasium while talking and chatting. The other high school teams saw that both Shihoko and Ryanan turned to look over. That's Shihoko and Ryanan. I heard that Ryanan's Sendo has become the second person under that monster. It's true or not, one Donghwang Yuni is enough for us, how come there is another one? Before the match between Ryanan and Shihoko, Sendo used Donghwang Yuni's full-court three-pointer. And last year's runner-up Kanan-affiliated middle school was also suppressed by Ryanan in the county competition. Hearing the players' words, the players from other colleges and universities were also silent. Soon the opening ceremony of the national competition has begun. Just like last year, the organizers babbled a lot of things that made people want to sleep. Rows of colorful teams stood in a row at the bottom of the field, and although everyone had expressions they couldn't listen to, they still stood firm. When the opening ceremony ended, all the teams breathed a sigh of relief. Yuni sighed deeply. Hey, let's go back first. Seeing Yuni's appearance, the team members were also quite impressed, and one by one they hurriedly followed Yuni to the outside of the museum. When passing Ryanan, a kind of person, Yuni said. When the time comes, we will see you in the game. Before that, you should not be eliminated carelessly, then we will go back first. Sendo replied with a confident smile. Don't worry, we will meet in the final. Yuni looked at Sendo's confident expression and nodded. It seems that you are quite confident. Then I can rest assured. After speaking, Yuni and his group and Sendo and his group left the Tokyo Stadium respectively. After returning to the hotel, Ayako took out the entry form for the national competition and showed it to everyone. Our first game was Lone High School, but we could easily win with our strength. The problem is the other team in our division. Saying that, Ayako's finger pointed to a place on the entry table, and everyone followed Ayako's finger to look. Iowa Academy, in this team there is a member called Iowa Star, that is Iowa Academy's number 4, Zuxing Dai. It is said that his strength can be compared to the strongest Sawakita Eiji in the former high school. The first-year freshman exclaimed. The strongest in high school? Isn't the strongest in high school our captain? Miyagi Ryota smacked his lips and said. Idiot, it was said that he was the strongest in high school in the past, and now the strongest in high school is naturally Yuni. Ayako continued. Although Zuxingda was defeated by Mori Shichikan of Mingpeng Industry last year, but after a year of growth, his strength will definitely improve, so we can't be careless. Seeing Ayako's appearance, Yuni was also helpless. Don't worry about that, with Kaed Rukawa's current strength, he can easily be suppressed. But in order to avoid accidents, I will also play, so don't worry. 35. Ayako held his forehead, he had nothing to do with Donghwang Yuni. Yuni turned to look at Kaed Rukawa, Sakuragi Hanamichi, Miyagi Ryota. The national competition this time mainly depends on the three of you. How many points you can get is up to you. I'll just defend from the back. After saying that, Yuni showed her white teeth and smiled and turned away. Looking at the back of Yuni's departure, everyone had a confused expression on their faces. What is the situation? Doesn't it mean to arrange tactics? What is this? Okay, that's it. Everyone knows Yuni's defense, it seems that Ihi Academy is going to despair, Ayako said with some dissatisfaction. Miyagi Ryota looks at the entry form. In this case, the score is left to us. As long as we can score a goal, we will win. The first-year students were still confused, and even more when they heard Miyagi Ryota's words. Li Lizao, what do you mean by scoring a goal and winning, are you kidding? This is too much of a joke. Although the captain is very strong, he can't be so casual. Seeing the appearance of the freshman, the players of the older generation all burst into laughter. You guys don't know our captain too well. The captain alone can make the opponent get no points. That is to say, in last year's final, the captain alone defended all the attacks of the opponent's 5 people, and completely zeroed the opponent. The freshmen opened their mouths in stunned silence. How is this possible? This is too exaggerated, but they can't help but believe the seniors' words with such certainty. Soon the sunset and the moon rise, and the moon sets and the sun rises. It's finally time for Shihoku's first game at the national championships. Shihoku and his party left the hotel after breakfast and headed to the venue of the game. Chapter 141. When Shihoku and his party came to the venue, everyone noticed. Look, it's Shihoku High School. They are so imposing. It seems that Shihoku has also changed the starter. I don't know if they will be weaker this year. Just kidding, how could Donghwang Yuni still be weaker? Anyway, I'm here to see Donghwang Yuni today. A whisper of discussions began to sound in the square outside the venue. Yuni brought a group to the lounge to start preparations before playing. Soon it was time for the game, and Yuni led the team out of the tunnel. The moment he came out, the earth-shattering shouts began to sound. Ah, it's Shihoku, they came out. Master Donghwang, I love you. Donghwang. 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 Shihoku, Shihoku, Shihoku. Emperor, Emperor, Emperor. The overwhelming shouts resounded throughout the audience, and Shihoku and the others greeted the cheers and walked slowly to their bench. Yuni glanced at everyone and said, the next starting players, the Second Army, Yasuda, Shiozaki, Kakuta, Ishii, you come with me first. Soon the game began, and the two sides started the offensive and defensive battle under the whistle of the referee. The Second Army did not have the height advantage, so the opponent was the first to get the ball during the scrimmage. Yuni didn't care, just turned around and walked back to his basket. 527 Soon lone high school players dribble to Shihoku's three-point line. The corners of Yuni's mouth twitched, still too weak. I'm sorry. Yuni passed the player from Luoan High School in a flash, and even disappeared with the basketball in the player's hand. Yuni grabbed the ball and passed it to Yasuda Yasuharu. Several people from the Second Army cooperated and dribbled the ball to the basket of Luoan High School. Brush. Basketball into the net. 2-0. Yuni looked at the performance of the Second Army and nodded. It seems that the strength of the Second Army can also have the strength of the first battle in the national competition. Yuni stood leisurely under his own basket, and the game time was passing minute by minute. 8-12, 5-0. 7-47, 7-0. 3-56, 26-0. 1-44, 31-0. The first quarter ended, 35-0. A full 35-point difference ended the first quarter, and everyone was stunned by the difference. This is worthy of last year's champion, Shihoku High School. Donghwang Yuni is so strong, he didn't let Luoan get a point. Master Donghwang, it's great. Oh my god. This is not Shihoku's strongest lineup, except for Donghwang Yuni, who are all substitutes. Yuni glanced at the Shihoku crowd. The first quarter was very good. Next, Satoru Seiseoka and Kuwata Toki, the two of you are ready to warm up. Then the third quarter starts to prepare to play, and you can discuss who will play. The whistle blew, and the second quarter began. The second quarter was similar to the first quarter, and Shihoku continued to refresh the score with a crushing trend. By the end of the second quarter, the score between the two sides had come to 67-0. Many people are not surprised to see such a score. From last year's finals Shihoku 0 Seal Mingpeng Industry can see the strength of Shihoku. Satoru Seiseoka and Kuwata Toki replaced Ishii Kentaro and Satoru Kakuta before the start of the third quarter. The game is still dominated by Shohoku, and Yuni to be precise. Yuni clearly felt that Luoan and the others on the opposite side had no intention of fighting, and shook his head helplessly. The whistle sounded at the end of the third quarter and the score was 84-0. Then came the whistle at the end of the fourth quarter, and the final score was fixed at 114-0. Shohoku High School played Lone High School, 114-0. Shohoku High School wins. After both parties saluted, they went back to the lounge to pack their things and go back. But the news of the game quickly spread to the ears of all basketball teams. It's a zero-seal opponent again. It's really merciless. Does this give all the teams a slap in the face? 114-0? How is this possible? That monster really dares to do that. Sendo shook his head helplessly when he heard the news. That guy must be bored. There is a reason why Sendo thinks this way. Since he activated his wildness, he feels that his strength is getting stronger and stronger. And gradually he also felt the boring feeling of not having an opponent. If it wasn't for Donghwang Yuni to motivate him in front, I guess he would lose interest in basketball. Kfei. When Shohoku and his party returned to the hotel, the first-year students reacted from their dreams. I'm not dreaming. 114-0. Can anyone really do it? Ayako rolled his eyes at him. Have you seen it without saying it? Yeah. I saw it, but I still can't believe it. That is to say, I can't believe this is the truth when I see it with my own eyes. The captain is really a monster, we can't understand. Yasuda Yasuharu interjected at this time. You don't have to be surprised, the captain is an extraordinary existence. And if today's game is replaced by the first team, I might be able to get 200 points. This time, the first-year freshmen didn't think it was impossible. They knew very well the strength gap between the First Army and the Second Army. Even the Second Army can beat their opponents like this, and if it is replaced by the First Army, there is nothing to doubt. Ayako clapped his hands and said. Our opponent in the second game is Hai Laowen, and their strength is not much different from Luoan, so. Ayako was interrupted by Yuni before he could finish speaking. So let's eat. Ayako turned black and looked at Donghwang Yuni with dissatisfaction. Eat, and you'll know what to eat. What if the boat capsizes in the gutter? Yuni waved his hand. What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you see today's Luoan and the others have no fighting spirit since the second quarter? This kind of game is a waste of time. If I hadn't wanted to give the other teams a clean sheet if there was some pressure, I would have left the game long ago. Hearing Yuni's words, everyone in Shohoku fell silent. They really don't have the excitement after the victory today as they used to. Is it really like what Yuni said? Sakuragi Hanamichi spoke at this time. Xiao Huang is right, it's more interesting to be evenly matched. Today's game even felt very boring to me, and I didn't want to play at all. Hearing what Sakuragi Hanamichi said, everyone became even more silent. Who is Sakuragi Hanamichi? That's the treasure of Shohoku basketball team. He used to stick to the coach at every turn and would have to play the game. Even Sakuragi Hanamichi said that to show that the truth is really like what Yuni said. Ayako sighed and said helplessly. Forget it, since you all think so, it means that your opponent is really weak. Yuni didn't want to let Ayako down, and said with a smile. Okay, that's true, but Ayako, you have to help us pay more attention to the opponent's information. In any case, it is necessary to study the opponent. Ayako also smiled and nodded. I know, you problem students, it's true. After speaking, Ayako slapped Miyagi Ryuta's back with a slap. Come with me and do me a favor. Miyagi Ryuta's eyes lit up, and he followed Ayako. Yuni's eyes flashed a golden light, groping her chin, thinking. Ayako's attitude towards Miyagi Ryuta has changed recently. Could it be? Yuni glanced at Gong Liulai, who was chatting with Akaji Haruko, and looked at the direction Ayako was leaving. Forget it, go with the flow. If Ayako has that heart, then it's time to push it. Chapter 142. 2 days later. Shohoku High School's match against Uehara will be played this afternoon. Yuni and Gong Liulai went shopping early this morning, while Shohoku stayed in the hotel doing nothing. Coach Anzai sat on the rocking chair on the balcony leisurely drinking tea. Ayako looked at the Shohoku crowd, then turned to look at Coach Anzai, and finally sighed. Why? Why worry, I'm the only one. Akaji Haruko snickered while covering his mouth when he saw Ayako's appearance. Ayako, why don't we go out for a walk too? East Kyohei rarely comes, so I want to see it too. Hearing Akaji Haruko's words, Ayako was a little surprised. Hey! That's fine. I'll go clean up first. I'm with you. After the children left, everyone in Shohoku began to talk about whether to go out for a walk or not. In the end, everyone agreed that it's better to go out for a walk. Anyway, the game is this afternoon, so it's good to relax first in the morning. Coach Anzai didn't stop them, just told them not to forget that there would be no text after the afternoon game. Under the Tokyo Tower, Yuni took Gong Liulai's hand and strolled through the bustling crowd. Yuni, what are we doing here? This. I don't know either. What? Why are you still the same? You don't know where you are going. It's not with you. Gong Liulai was speechless. Every time she went shopping with Yuni, she seemed to be aimless. How about we go to see the cherry blossoms and take some pictures by the way? Yuni asked. Gong Liulai pointed her chin with her little finger and thought. Okay then. 30 minutes later, the two came to Sakura Park. Just entered Gong Liulai's eyes glowing at the colorful scenery of the garden. The cherry blossom petals flying all over the sky set off the beauty of summer turning to autumn. Yuni and Gong Liulai standing in the center of the flying petals are like hand-in-hand fairy couples. Wow! It's so pretty. Yuni look over there, and there, haha. Seeing Gong Liulai so happy, Yuni was also very happy. He seems to have never seen Gong Liulai so happy. Looking at Gong Liulai running around, Yuni murmured. It's like a carefree angel. Yuni went to a photo studio to rent a camera and took many pictures as Gong Liulai chased around the petals in the cherry blossoms. Gong Liulai seemed to have noticed this, and immediately walked to Yuni's side. I'll take a picture of you next. Yuni did not refuse, and handed the camera to Gong Liulai. Kaka. Kaka. You take a picture of the two of you, and I'll take a picture of you. Yuni then learned to take selfies or asked passers-by to help take many pictures of the two of them. The two played here for a long time. After the camera ran out of film, they immediately put on their mobile phones and started taking pictures. In the end, both of their mobile phones were out of power. It was almost noon, Yuni said. Xiao Li, let's go eat something. Gong Liulai nodded, took Yuni's hand and led Yuni to the food court. On the other side, in the Shohoku lounge at the venue. Where the hell is that guy Yuni going? The phone can't get through, damn. Ayako said angrily. Akaji Haruko also said anxiously. I just called Xiaoli, and it's also turned off. There will be no accident for the two of them. Shiozaka Tetsushi said. Please, even if there is an accident, the captain will solve it easily, Satoru Kakuta said. The captain must have forgotten the game in the afternoon. Yasuda Yasuharu said. Sakuragi Hanamichi pouted and clasped his fists. How come? Xiao Huang has always been very strict with basketball. Kaed Rukawa said with a blank face. It's just Irahara, it's enough to have me. Both Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi Ryota became upset when they heard Kaed Rukawa's words. Damn Kaed Rukawa, who do you think you are? How dare you look down on me, UBD? Kaed gave the two of them a sideways glance and continued. Don't you have the confidence to win the game without the captain? Sakuragi Hanamichi was instantly fired up. Okay, I'll show you the win and see who has the most points. Miyagi Ryota is also unhappy. Humph. Don't blame me for trampling you both underfoot. For a time, the room was filled with a terrifying aura, and the eyes of the three seemed to burst out with electric lights intertwined in the air. Hoo. Coach Anze laughed when he saw this scene. In that case, the three of you will play. Shiozaki, Kakuta, and you will follow. Ah, yes. Coach Anze said so, and Ayako couldn't say anything. Goo. For flowers 0. Aha. The soup here is really good. Yuni licked his lips in admiration. Oops. Yuni, you've eaten too much. Gong Liulai picked up a napkin and wiped the corner of Yuni's mouth. It doesn't matter, I exercise a lot, so I naturally eat more than others. Gong Liulai rolled her eyes at Yuni. This is a kind of demon, but Yuni usually eats a lot, so Gong Liulai doesn't care. When the two walked out of the store, Yuni spoke up. Where are we going next? Gong Liulai reminded Yuni. Yuni, there is still a game in the afternoon, and now we have to hurry back and go back. Yuni froze for a moment. Yeah. I almost forgot. Yuni took out her phone and found that the phone was out of power, and then looked at Gong Liulai's phone and found that it was also out of power. The two stared at each other. Yuni finally sighed. Forget it, it's probably too late to rush back now. But even if I'm not among those three guys, I'll win easily. Let's go, let's continue shopping. You can't do this. Gong Liulai said, pulling Yuni's arm. Yuni was also very helpless and said. But if we want to go back to where we are now, it's almost the end of the game, so what are we going back for? Gong Liulai was suddenly stunned and blinked. Yes, is that so? Both of them were silent, and finally Gong Liulai sighed. Hey. Okay. It's too late anyway, let's go shopping. On a basketball court somewhere in Tokyo. Wow. Who is that number 11? So strong. And that number 10 jumps so high. 35. How did the pass just now? You can't tell that you want to pass the ball at all. Irahara has been suppressed from the beginning. Shihoko is really that strong. I didn't even see Donghwang Yuni today. Again, that weird shot at number 11. On the court, Kaed Rukawa jumped up and shot with the ball in both hands. On the other hand, the teammates from Irahara stood there and watched helplessly. It wasn't that he didn't want to defend, but he couldn't jump at all. Brush. Basketball into the net. 36-4. The first quarter is over. 10. Chapter 143. Sakuragi Hanamichi, Kaed Rukawa, Miyagi Ryota were not very happy after the Shihoko crowd went off. Damn. Ayako was also a little curious when he looked at the three of them. You three don't seem to be very happy. What's the matter? Sakuragi Hanamichi said. It actually gave the opponent 4 points, and I was thinking of keeping the opponent clean. Ayako blinked. Just because of this? Otherwise. I usually see Xiao Huang seal the opponent so easily, I thought it was very easy, Sakuragi Hanamichi said unwillingly. Miyagi Ryota was also a little dissatisfied, but still spoke. You're thinking too simply, it's not that easy to get a clean sheet. Originally, I was thinking about a clean sheet opponent just like you, but it's still difficult to achieve in reality. Kaed Rukawa's eyes were sharp and his hands were clenched, presumably the 4 points he lost just now made him very unhappy. He has always been working hard with Donghwang Yuni as his goal, but none of the three have a clean sheet today. And Donghwang Yuni alone can easily block the attack of the opponent's 5 people, so that a high-level judgment will be made. Kaed Rukawa is not someone who can't afford to lose, he knows there is a gap with Donghuang Yuni, but the gap is getting bigger and bigger. May 4 3 Shiozaka Tetsushi and Satoru Kakuta also bowed their heads in shame when they looked at the unwillingness of the three. I'm sorry, the two of us are so useless. Yet, if it weren't for us, we wouldn't have conceded those 2 goals. Ayako looked at the two and said comfortably. You two are doing well, it's not your fault. Miyagi Ryota also echoes the Tao. Ah, what we said just now has nothing to do with the two of you. We just thought that after training for so long, we could more or less be able to achieve the step of zero seal opponents, but we didn't expect that in the end, we would still be a lot different from Yuni and feel unwilling. Sakuragi Hanamichi sighed when he saw the guilt of the two of them. Komiya is right, it's not your fault at all, it's all Kaed Rukawa's weak relationship. Hearing Sakuragi Hanamichi's words, Miyagi Ryota's eyes lit up. That's right, it's Kaed Rukawa's relationship, if he wasn't too weak he wouldn't have conceded 2 goals. After speaking, Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi Ryota looked at each other and laughed at each other. Ha 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 ha. That's it, ha 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 ha. Everyone in Shohoku was stunned when they saw the 2 living treasures. Where did these 2 monkeys come from, and they really wanted to punch them. Kaed Rukawa was speechless as he watched the 2 of them put the blame on himself, squinting and turning his head to be too lazy to pay attention to the 2 neurotics. 2 big idiots. Soon the second quarter began. The 5 Shohoku played one after another, and this time Kaed Rukawa, Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi Ryota took to the court with a more aggressive momentum than the first quarter. Imposing manner, even the players of Irahara, who were almost pressed, couldn't breathe. Da-da-da-da-da. In an arcade in Tokyo, Yuni and Gong Liulai held an electric gun and aimed at the monsters appearing on the screen in front of them. Boom! Boom! Ouya, I won again. Gong Liulai jumped and played happily. Yuni also rubbed the head of Gong Liulai, this silly girl. If she hadn't helped her by herself, she would have been eaten by these monsters long ago. Putting down the electric pistol, Gong Liulai took Yuni's hand and came to another game console. Yuni, this, I want to play this. Yuni is also helpless. Good. So the 2 of them began to show off their prowess again. From time to time, Gong Liulai's cheerful shouts could be heard in the game hall. Everyone in the game hall was envious of Yuni, who was standing beside Gong Liulai, wishing that it was him who accompanied Gong Liulai. Of course, in the game hall, there will naturally be some guys who don't have long eyes. Sure enough, it was when Yuni and Gong Liulai were having fun. From a distance came 3 ruffian youths, one with yellow hair, one with purple hair and one with purple hair. As soon as these 3 people appeared, everyone in the game hall turned their heads away consciously or unintentionally, for fear of being stared at by these 3 people. Beauty, what's the point of accompany a little white face, how about accompany the 3 of us? Gong Liulai turned her head to look. Who are you? I don't know you, why should I accompany you? The 3 said with wicked smiles, and the green hair among them said. My name is Luz Hifu, these are my 2 brothers Zihong Wangxiang and Huang Xiangjing Er. Yuni looked back blankly, but Yuni didn't react at first, because at first glance Yuni thought he had seen the Age of Miracles. Green hair, purple hair, yellow hair, lying, trough, Yuni was stunned for a while before she could react. Hey! The 3 of you, hurry up and get out. When the 3 heard Yuni's words, they were immediately upset, and the purple-haired guy suddenly spoke up. Stinky brat, do you know who we are? How dare you talk to me like this, and quickly hand over the woman beside you, and make the 3 of us comfortable. We just... Before he could finish speaking, a big hand grabbed Zi Mao's hair, pressed down hard with the big hand, and pushed Yuni's knee up hard. With a bang, when Zi Mao raised his head again, everyone gasped. I saw that the bridge of Zi Mao's nose had collapsed, and he didn't know how many teeth were lost, and his face was covered in blood. The yellow hair and green hair on the side were a little hairy, and the two took out daggers from their waists and said hard. "Stinky boy, you are courting death." After speaking, the two rushed up with daggers. Gong Liulai was so frightened that her face paled, and her hands tightly grasped Yuni's arm. Yuni felt Gong Liulai's panic, and felt even more unhappy with these three people in her heart, but she still suppressed it. Yuni touched Gong Liulai's head. "Don't worry about me. You stand aside first, I will solve them first." Looking at Yuni's eyes, Gong Liulai gradually regained her calm. Although he has recovered a lot, he is still worried about Yuni in his heart, afraid that something will happen to Yuni. When Yuni turned to look at the two of them again, her eyes became extremely cold. It seems like a bloodthirsty beast of all ages wants to choose someone to devour. When Huang Mao and Lu Mao saw Yuni's eyes, their legs trembled with fright, and the daggers in their hands were a little unsteady. Yuni didn't talk nonsense and rushed straight up like a bolt of lightning. Click! 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 The people around only heard 4 crisp sounds, and when everyone looked again, they saw that the yellow hair and the green hair had collapsed to the ground. The limbs seemed to be deformed, folded 180 degrees. What? Abaj! 2 miserable howls resounded through the game room. Yuni walked in front of the two step by step. Huang Mao and Lu Mao were completely scared to pee now. "I'm sorry, let us go." Yuni was expressionless, his eyes fixed on the three of them. "I told you to get out of the way, just provoke me. You dare to provoke Xylee and insult her, since that's the case." After saying that, Yuni raised her foot and kicked the two of them in the crotch. Abaj! Ab! There were 2 more screams. The happiness of the second half of the life of Huang Mao and Green Mao completely bid farewell to them. Then Yuni picked up the dagger that had fallen on the ground and walked in front of the two again. Yellow hair and green hair were trembling all over, they never thought that this person would be so terrifying. TT. Before he finished speaking, Yuni inserted the dagger into Huang Mao's mouth. Yuni's hand just shook a bit and pulled out the dagger. Then Yuni walked to Green Mao's side again and inserted the dagger into Lu Mao's mouth as before. After doing all this, Yuni walked to Zi Mao's side, first broke Zi Mao's hands and feet, then inserted the dagger into Zi Mao's mouth, and then pulled it out. After finishing the incident, Yin wiped the dagger, then held the dagger in Zi Mao's hand, turned to go to Gong Liulai's side, took Gong Liulai's hand and walked out of the door of the game hall. Looking at Gong Liulai's pale face, Yuni did not regret what she had done. After the two went out, Yuni took Gong Liulai into his arms. "Sorry, shouldn't have let you see all this." Feeling Yuni's sincere apology, Gong Liulai recovered and shook her head. No, I don't blame you. Yuni, you were really scary just now, but I'm very happy. Yuni's hand around Gong Liulai tightened again. 1.0 Actually I'm not scary, I'm just protecting the person I cherish the most, I'm your man. With just one sentence, Gong Liulai burst into tears, and Gong Liulai nodded vigorously. "I'm not afraid when you're here. Just teach the other person a lesson when I encounter this kind of thing in the future, don't become so terrifying, okay?" Yuni rubbed Gong Liulai's head. "Okay. I know, but I did it for a reason. They all brought out their weapons, and I was also protecting myself. This is self-defense." Gong Liulai wiped away her tears and rolled her eyes at Yuni. "You have the most reason." Yuni smiled. Okay, let's go. It's normal to encounter these hooligans in the game hall." After the two left, a violent incident spread in the game hall. 3 outlaws provoked the wrong person, and one person broke his limbs and cut his tongue. Naturally, the matter had to be dealt with by the police, but the police shook their heads after watching the video in the game hall, and finally determined that the 3 were self-inflicted, and Yuni belonged to self-defense and the protection of innocence, and would not be held accountable. After that, the matter is over. Chapter 144. After this incident, Gong Liulai became more attached to Yuni. It seems that as long as Yuni is around, even if the world ends, he won't have any worries. Yuni naturally felt this too. Yuni smiled slightly. Such Gong Liulai makes Yuni want to protect her even more. When the two were flirting, the other side of the match between Shihoko and Irahara was another scene. Halfway through the fourth quarter, Inahara only scored 9 points. And Shihoko soared to 121 points directly under the indiscriminate bombardment of Sakuragi Hanamichi, Kaed Rukawa, and Miyagi Ryota. This is still the result of the three people not using their full strength. Soon the whistle of the fourth quarter game rang through the audience. In the end, Shihoko High School played against Irahara, and Shihoko won 157-9. All the basketball teams who watched this game seemed to be crushed by a mountain. They never imagined that today's Shihoko would be so terrifying even without Donghwang Yuni. All the college basketball players didn't look very good. If the main committee of this year's competition hadn't changed the rules, they would all want to surrender 25. Among the major colleges and universities, Sunahai is among them. Looking at Shihoko today, they also fell into silence. Shihoko is not a single star stronger than last year. I'm afraid we won't be Shihoko's opponents this year. Sawakita Eiji frowned as he watched Kaed Rukawa off the field. This should not be their full strength. Coach Domoto stood up and looked at his players and said, "Although I don't want to say it, but Shihoko's strength is probably difficult to beat them. The good news is that this year's competition has changed the rules, and we still hope to win the championship, so everyone should keep a good attitude." Hearing the words of their coach, everyone in Suna also cheered up. Yes. However, although Sawakita Eiji agreed with the coach's words, there was a look of unwillingness in his eyes. He lost to Donghwang Yuni and that's all, but seeing Kaed Rukawa's performance had a mountain of pressure in his heart for the first time. Not just Suna, maybe all colleges feel this way. Except for Ryanan, of course. Today's Ryanan hasn't shown his fangs yet, and Sendoa's growth is beyond everyone's expectations. In the other side of the venue, Ryanan's opponent is Chongcheng High School. Chongcheng High School was the top 8 team in the National League last year, but it was completely destroyed by Ryanan in today's game. Ryanan finished the first quarter 28-0. The second quarter ended with a score of 63-2. It ended the third quarter 94-7. In the end, Ryanan ended the game 133-10. The unexpected result surprised all the teams, and the information about the game that afternoon was brought back by spies from major colleges and universities. This made all colleges and universities fall into a daze for a while. With such similar results, all teams were caught off guard. Ryanan High School has never appeared in a national competition before, and this time it can be said to be the first time. But Ryanan's strength really surprised everyone. The team captain who was in the same area as Ryanan spoke after hearing the news. "I can't think of another strong enemy besides Shihoko." Coach Domoto of Sunahai also frowned when he got the news. "Is Ryanan High School?" After Mingpeng Industry got the news. "I can't believe Ryanan has come this far." Kainan High School, Kiyota Nobunaga scratched his head and yelled. "Damn, why did another monster appear? Last year, it was obviously not so strong." Soichirojin also sighed helplessly. "That guy from Sendo did it. If AMU was around, maybe we could fight Ryanan a dozen times." Coach Riki Takato sat silently, wondering what he was thinking. Inside the presidential suite at Donghwang Hotel. As soon as Yuni led Gong Liulai into the door, Ayako came over with a displeased expression. "You guys know how to come back. Abaj. Ah, what? Did you know there was a game this afternoon? You, the captain, didn't come here." Yuni scratched her head. "Well, I haven't forgotten it. It's just that something happened in the middle, and the phone is out of power." Looking at Yuni's solemn answer, the veins on Ayako's forehead were exposed. Gong Liulai, who was standing aside, covered her mouth and snickered. Seeing what Ayako wanted to say, Gong Ruri immediately took Ayako's hand and went to whisper. Sakuragi Hanamichi came to Yuni excitedly. Today we won 157-9. Seeing the excited look on Sakuragi Hanamichi's face, Yuni pursed her lips. What's the point of showing off if someone gets a 9? Sakuragi Hanamichi stiffened, not knowing how to speak. Suddenly Sakuragi Hanamichi seemed to think of something and said immediately. Humph, if it wasn't for Kaed Rukawa's laziness today, he wouldn't have lost 9 points. Yuni raised his brows. He naturally knew the spear and shield between Sakuragi Hanamichi and Kaed Rukawa, and the two did not like each other. Yuni also won't believe Sakuragi Hanamichi's framing. Yuni looked at Kaed Rukawa and said. It seems that you didn't use your full strength in today's game. Kaed Rukawa glanced up at Yuni. Those people don't need to. Hearing Kaed Rukawa's words, Yuni's mouth twitched slightly. Yuni looked at everyone and said. Anyway, didn't we win in the end? It's good to win, and we must continue to cheer for the next games. After speaking, Yuni went to the bathroom, and halfway through, Yuni turned around and said again. I heard that today Ryanan seems to have defeated Chongcheng High School 133-10. After saying that, Yuni turned around and left. This is also what Yuni and Gong Liulai heard from people from other colleges on the side of the road when they came back. As soon as these words came out, the room fell into silence. Chongcheng High School was the top 8 teams in last year's national competition. Ryanan has become so strong. Chongcheng High School is much stronger than Hai Laowan. Kaed Rukawa, Sakuragi Hanamichi, and Miyagi Ryota all gleamed with fighting spirit. Ryanan. Seno, the three of them clenched their fists in unison. Chapter 145. Day 2, today is Shihoko's third game. The opponent of the competition is Oda Mori High School. Today's game is still in the afternoon. In order to avoid finding Yuni's shadow, Ayako stayed in front of the door early in the morning and did not allow anyone to go out. Yuni was also helpless and had to bask in the sun with Coach Anze on the balcony. Time passed quickly, and it was noon in the blink of an eye. After eating, everyone started to pack up and go to the venue of today's game. As soon as the Shihoko crowd arrived, the Wivyang crowd suddenly became noisy. It's Shihoku, it seems that Oda Mori is not good today. Yet. Oda Mori is definitely not Shihoku's opponent. There is no suspense in this game. It is estimated that Shihoku will win the championship this year. Shihoku people are used to the worship of the crowd, and they walked into the venue with their heads held high. 40 minutes later, the match between Shihoku and Oda Mori High School officially began. Although Yuni was present this time, he did not play. Yuni still let Kaed Rukawa, Sakuragi Hanamichi, and Miyagi Ryota play with the second army. The game was as expected, and Shihoku beat Oda Mori High School without much effort at all. It ended with a shooting dunk from Sakuragi Hanamichi. Shihoku High School vs Oda Mori High School, Shihoku won 166-11. In the next 2 weeks, Shihoku played against Magongzi High School, Akizuki High School, Kitanosaka High School, and Konomiya South High School respectively. Shihoku High School battled Miyanishi High School and won 127-5. Shihoku High School played against Akizuki High School, winning 143-13. Shihoku High School played Kitanosaka High School and won 120-12. Shihoku High School played against Lake Gongminami High School, winning 151-17. Shihoku eventually took the lead in qualifying for the semi-finals. On the other hand, Ryanan High School is also going all the way, winning 4 strong teams one after another, including 3 last year's top 8 teams and last year's strong team Mingpeng Industry. Ryanan surprised everyone with a 108-21 victory over Mingpeng Industries. Ryanan High School made it to the Final Four. This made everyone feel the intense scene where Ryanan and Shohoku met in the final. Reporters from all sides were also hyping Ryanan and Shohoku's record. On the other hand, Keinan-affiliated high school was a dangerous Fengtama high school that defeated the regulars of the top 4 in the national competition 87-85. Keinan High School successfully entered the semi-finals. The remaining top 4 teams are naturally Seno High, known as the strongest high school ever. Although Seno High did not perform as strongly as last year, it finally managed to advance to the semi-finals. So far, the top 4 of the national competition have been successfully released. Games for all teams will start at the same time in 3 days. Shohoku High School vs Keinan High School. Ryanan High School vs Seno High. When the 4 teams decide the first place, the remaining 3 teams begin to compete for the runner-up and third place positions. If Shohoku High School wins, the other 3 teams can continue to fight for the championship spot, and so on. This is the organizer's privilege to Shohoku, and also to Donghwang Yuni. As for asking why, I'm embarrassed, because the organizer has studied Donghwang Yuni's strength. During the discussion at that time, the committee was also shocked that Donghwang Yuni was unfair to all high schools. Under pressure from all high schools, the committee's decision-makers had to change the rules of the contest. This is also impossible. 3 days later, at the Tokyo Coliseum, the 4 teams stood in the 4 corners of the arena, waiting for the start of the game. The 4 teams tacitly did not make any noise, and everyone behaved very quietly. The game is about to start soon, and the field 1 is Ryanan High School vs Seno High. The Keinan-affiliated high school and Shohoku High School both went to the number 2 venue respectively. The audience in the auditorium was also very excited, because the distance between the 2 venues is very close, so the audience can also change venues to watch the game by themselves. When the Shohoku crowd came to the number 2 venue, Yuni took off his jacket and turned around and said to the Shohoku crowd, "Let's go! Defeat Keinan!" Ayako murmured while looking at the crowd. "This is the second time we have played against Keinan at the national championship, they had Shinichi Maki before. Keinan wouldn't be our opponent without Ace this year." Coach Anze also nodded. "That's right, Keinan is not as good as it used to be, this game will win even if Yuni doesn't play." Keinan bench. Kiyota Nobunaga's legs kept shaking. Seijuro looked at Kiyota Nobunaga and said, "Kiyota, are you too nervous?" "Ah, who's nervous?" "I'm not," Kiyota Nobunaga said incredulously. Seijuro said with a smile. "Today should be our end, although I am not reconciled, but this is the truth." After speaking, Seijuro had a lonely look in his eyes, but he quickly covered it up. Kiyota Nobunaga lowered his head and asked, "Senior Ashen, do we really have no hope at all?" Seijuro was silent. Riki Takuto immediately spoke up when he saw that the atmosphere in the team was not quite right. "Ahem. I know what you're thinking, and I don't want to admit it, but it's really hard to beat Shohoku. Hehe." Halfway through the conversation, Riki Takuto also sighed. It was a tragedy to be in the same class as Donghwang, Li Mahao, Yuni. Soon Riki Takuto came back to his senses and continued. "Don't forget, the rules of this competition have changed. So we still have a chance to fight for the championship, even if Shohoku wins first, there is still a championship waiting for us. This competition is not our goal, the goal is to get it in the last 2 games." Hearing that from coach Riki Takuto, the Keinan team calmed down a bit from the loss. Kiyota Nobunaga, I clenched my fists. Yes, aside from Shohoku, our real opponents are Ryanan and Seno High. Even if we don't win the championship, I won't give up the runner-up. Just then the whistle for the start of the game sounded, and players from both sides stepped onto the court one after another. The match between Shohoku High School and Keinan High School starts now. The match between Ryanan High School and Seno High starts now. Chapter 146. Keinan attaches the starting lineup of the middle school. Number 10, Kiyota Nobunaga, small forward. Number 6, Seijuro Jin, shooting guard. Number 8, Kosuke, center. Number 16, Hiroyuki Iwa, power forward. Number 15, Tani Kazuji, point guard. Shohoku High School starting lineup. Number 11, Kaed Rukawa, SF. Number 10, Sakuragi Hanamichi, power forward. Number 7, Miyagi Ryota, point guard. Number 8, Shiozaka Tetsushi, shooting guard. Number 9, Satoru Kakuta, center. Soon the players of the two teams were in position and ready to scramble for the ball. The whistle sounded, and Satoru Kakuta and Kosuke stood in the middle and jumped at the same time. Pop! The sound of a bat sounded, and Satoru Kakuta was the first to pat the basketball. The basketball falls into the hands of Miyagi Ryota. Bang bang bang! Miyagi Ryota dribbled the ball and pointed to the sky. 1 goal in advance. Seeing that Shohoku was about to attack, everyone in Kanon dared not let their guard down. They know that today's Shohoku is not what it used to be. Miyagi Ryota dribbled the ball quickly to Kanon's half, and just crossed the center line. Gu and Kenji came up to try to block. It's a pity that the gap between the two is still too huge. Miyagi Ryota changed hands, then squatted down and accelerated, and easily broke through the defense of Gu and Kenji. After Tani and Kenji, Miyagi Ryota came to Kanon's 3-point line. Miyagi Ryota swept his eyes and kept dribbling the ball, but the basketball in his hand disappeared. Kiyota Nobunaga and Seijuro Jin both screamed badly when they saw this. With a snap, Kanon heard a catch from inside. Sakuragi Hanamichi didn't know when he had come to Kanon's inside line. Sakuragi Hanamichi took a big stride immediately after receiving the ball, took 2 steps and then took off. Sakuragi Hanamichi held the ball in the air with both hands and slammed it into Kanon's basket. Bang! 2-0. Damn, this red-haired monkey! Kiyota Nobunaga stomped his feet in anger. Seijuro Jin said. Okay, let's go get the score back. Soon Kanon started to fight back. Tani and Kenji dribbled the ball and passed it to Kiyota Nobunaga at midfield. Since Shinichi Maki left, Kiyota Nobunaga's breakthrough ability in Kanon was the strongest, so Tani and Kenji passed the ball to Kiyota Nobunaga without hesitation. Kfbei. After receiving the ball, Kiyota Nobunaga's movements increased rather than decreased. He has also improved a lot in the past few months, and most people really can't guard against him. It's a pity that he met someone who was taught by Donghwang Yuni. Kaed Rukawa flashed past Kiyota Nobunaga like a gust of wind, and even the basketball in his hand was taken away by Kaed Rukawa. Kiyota Nobunaga wanted to continue to charge forward, but suddenly he felt a gust of wind pass by, and then he felt empty when he shot the ball. When I looked down, I realized that the basketball in my hand was gone. Kiyota Nobunaga looked back quickly and found that Kaed Rukawa was already 3 meters away from him. Ah! Kiyota Nobunaga yelled and turned to chase. It's a pity that Kaed Rukawa's action was too fast, and quickly rushed into Kanon's inside line. Kaed Rukawa jumped straight away, made a 3-step layup, and put the basketball firmly into Kanon's basket. Brush! 4-0. Looking at the basketball falling from his own basket, Kiyota Nobunaga had a black line on his head and looked gloomily at Kaed Rukawa, who was walking back. Kaed Rukawa paused for a moment as he passed by Kiyota Nobunaga, then glanced sideways at Kiyota Nobunaga, and left without saying a word. Silent taunts were the deadliest, and Kiyota Nobunaga was instantly furious. Damn Kaed Rukawa, damn, damn, damn. Bang bang. Seijuro Jin called out Kiyota Nobunaga at this time. Sunny came back to his senses and immediately reached out to catch the ball that Seijuro Jin passed. Kiyota Nobunaga took a deep breath. Humph! I won't let you break this time. When the words fell, Kiyota Nobunaga dribbled the ball carefully across the center line. Bang bang bang! Kiyota Nobunaga swept his eyes back and forth, trying to remember everyone's positions. Soon he could see Kaerukawa moving, and Kiyota Nobunaga suddenly felt a jerk and hurriedly passed the ball. Seijuro didn't react, and was in a hurry to get the ball from Kiyota Nobunaga. With a sigh of relief, Seijuro saw that Shiozaka Tetsushi of Shohoku wanted to come over to grab the ball. Seijuro naturally ignored Shiozaka Tetsushi. Seeing no threat, Seijuro dribbled the ball straight to Shohoku's three-point line. In front of Shiozaka Tetsushi, Seijuro took the ball with both hands and took a jump shot. The basketball fell into Shohoku's hoop in a perfect arc. Brush. 4-3. Seeing Seijuro goal, Kiyota Nobunaga shouted with joy. Yohoo! You did a great job, senpai. Seijuro rolled his eyes at Kiyota Nobunaga. Your pass just now wasn't very good. Kiyota Nobunaga froze after hearing that. This. It was an accident just now, it's an accident. It won't be next time. Shiozaka Tetsushi didn't have any psychological pressure to shoot in person, and he knew that his strength was very different from the opponent's. So Shiozaka Tetsushi consciously returned to his baseline and prepared to serve. Shiozaka Tetsushi passed the ball to Miyagi Ryota. Miyagi Ryota dribbled the ball and thought about various attacking routes. Soon Miyagi Ryota's action suddenly accelerated and rushed directly into Kanan's half. Without the slightest pause, one turned around and directly broke through Gu and Kenji. While breaking through, Miyagi Ryota inadvertently passed the ball to Kaerukawa in the back. Seeing that Miyagi Ryota, who was chasing after him, had no basketball, Gu and Kenji's head suddenly short-circuited, he didn't know whether to continue defending or what. Just then, Kaerukawa got the ball and rushed to Kanan's three-point line. There is no delay, just take off and shoot. Brush. Basketball into the net. 7-3. Sakuragi Hanamichi said to Miyagi Ryota with some dissatisfaction when returning to defense. Komi-ya, don't always pass the ball to Kaerukawa. Can you pass me some more balls too? Miyagi Ryota rolled his eyes and said Sakuragi Hanamichi. Just now Kaerukawa's position is the best, if you pass it to you, you may be intercepted by the opponent, do you know? How come? Who dares to break the ball of my genius Sakuragi Hanamichi? Miyagi Ryota is too lazy to care about this one-sided guy, and staying with Sakuragi Hanamichi for a long time will affect his IQ. Thinking of this, Miyagi Ryota shivered all over, and immediately stepped away from Sakuragi Hanamichi. Sakuragi Hanamichi feels like he's been hit with a million hits. Chapter 147. Kanan Bench. Coach Riki Takato frowned as he watched the situation on the field. It seems that the situation is not very good. Double team Kaerukawa. Riki Takato shook his head, not necessarily able to stop. Double teaming Miyagi Ryota might be the answer, but it's still a big risk. What should we do? Riki Takato set his sights on Sakuragi Hanamichi. With a sigh, Riki Takato was lost. Now Shohoku belongs to a state of no solution, except Donghwang Yuni. Sakuragi Hanamichi, Kaerukawa, and Miyagi Ryota are all capable of attacking points. If one or two people are blocked with effort, the other will attack frantically, and it is still impossible to defend. With another sigh, Riki Takato finally gave up on those unrealistic ideas. Let the players play by themselves in this game. Thinking of this, Coach Riki Takato shook his head, and sat back on the bench with some envy and some reluctance. On the field, Kanan has the right to serve. Kiyota Nobunaga dribbled the ball, his eyes fixed on the Shohoku crowd. Kiyota Nobunaga passed the ball to Seijuro before he crossed the halfway line. Seijuro started running after receiving the ball. After crossing the center line, Seijuro is ready to find a breakthrough from Shiozaka Tetsushi again. But just as Seijuro was about to move, Sakuragi Hanamichi suddenly took a few steps closer. Seijuro stopped moving, and a drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Seijuro suddenly felt a pressure when Sakuragi Hanamichi approached. Just kidding, Kaed Rukawa. How can even Sakuragi Hanamichi bring such pressure? Unbeknownst to Seijuro, Donghuang Yuni started teaching Sakuragi Hanamichi, Kaed Rukawa, and Miyagi Ryota to stimulate the wildness in the body long ago. It's just that Kaed Rukawa was the first to activate wildness. Sakuragi Hanamichi just inadvertently revealed a hint of wildness that made Seijuro a little terrified. Seijuro slapped the ball, but out of the corner of his eye he kept staring at Sakuragi Hanamichi. The pressure he felt just now was really abnormal. Taking a deep breath, Seijuro finally returned the ball to Kiyota Nobunaga. Kiyota Nobunaga was stunned for a moment, not understanding why senpai was passing the ball back. There was no time for him to think. Kiyota Nobunaga patted the ball and looked at Kaed Rukawa, who was defending him in front of him. As soon as Kiyota Nobunaga gritted his teeth and prepared to force a breakthrough, the movements in his hands suddenly began to accelerate, and he turned around under his hips. Pop! A voice reached Kiyota Nobunaga's ears, which made Kiyota Nobunaga's heart twitch. When Kiyota Nobunaga moved his eyes to the hand holding the ball, he saw Kaed Rukawa's hand steadily taking the ball away from him. Kiyota Nobunaga opened his mouth wide. No. No. Why so fast? I am already full speed. It's a pity that Kiyota Nobunaga's knowledge is still too short. Kaed Rukawa has undergone the baptism of activating the wild and the specific training of Donghuang Yuni, and it is no worse than the top 5 generals, and even better in some aspects. Kiyota Nobunaga is at most a master of ordinary players. How could he be Kaed Rukawa's opponent? After grabbing the ball, Kaed Rukawa rushed into Kanan's half like the wind. Then he stepped directly into Kanan's inside line and took off to hold the ball with one hand. Bang! Kaed Rukawa dunked the ball into Kanan's basket with a one-handed dunk. 9-3. At this time, Kanan's players who returned to the defense were only able to reach the 3-point line. Damn, I'm still holding the ball, but I can't catch up, Iwa Yuhiro said, looking at Kaed Rukawa's back. Seijuro also said in a daze. Yeah. It's amazing. Kiyota Nobunaga stared at Kaed Rukawa with fiery eyes. That's how I hate that guy, damn. After receiving another pass, Kiyota Nobunaga stood there and patted the basketball. The blue veins on the forehead burst out, and the mouth kept muttering, hateful and so on. Kiyota. 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 Seijuro called many times to get Kiyota Nobunaga back to his senses. Oh. The recovered Kiyota Nobunaga dribbled the ball and started walking forward. Seeing Kaed Rukawa coming to intercept again, Kiyota Nobunaga quickly passed the ball out of his hand. Humph! I won't let you touch the ball. Hearing Kiyota Nobunaga's words, 3 big question marks appeared on Kaed Rukawa's head. Are you an idiot? Kosuge confronted Satoru Kakuta after receiving the pass. Satoru Kakuta is slightly taller, but technically not much different. The two kept colliding with each other on offense and defense. Although it was not as intense as imagined, it was quite a fight for the two of them. Seeing that Satoru Kakuta could not break through for a long time, Xiao Shuga decisively passed the ball to Tani and Kenji. The gap between Miyagi Ryota and Tani Kazuchi as a point guard is not a star. The basketball that had just arrived was quickly stolen by Miyagi Ryota. After grabbing the ball, Miyagi Ryota immediately bypassed Tani and Kenji and started rushing towards Kanan's half. Don't even think about it. Kiyota Nobunaga immediately chased after seeing this. The speed is also very fast from the outside. Miyagi Ryota felt that someone was chasing him from behind and was not panic at all, and the corners of his mouth twitched. You're too young. After the words fell, Miyagi Ryota rushed into the inside line and stopped suddenly. Kiyota Nobunaga slammed into Miyagi Ryota's body without stopping the car because he rushed too hard. The moment it hit Miyagi Ryota's body, Miyagi Ryota made an unprepared shot. The whistle blew, and the basketball flew straight into Kanan's basket. Brush. 11-3. Kanon number 10, a foul for a collision, the ball is scored and a penalty is added. For flowers 0. Ah, no. Kiyota Nobunaga put his head in his hands, not wanting to accept such a result. However, seeing the referee's irresistible look, Kiyota Nobunaga still raised his hand. Right, that's how it should be. Miyagi Ryota stood at the free throw line smiling and slapping the ball. Kiyota Nobunaga on the side almost vomited blood when he heard this. Damn you, don't be too proud. Bang bang bang. Miyagi Ryota stood at Kanon's free throw line and threw the ball. Brush. 12-3. Thanks, Miyagi Ryota said and turned back. Seeing this, Sakuragi Hanamichi also turned around and walked back, and said before leaving. Thanks. This can be described as murderous. Kiyota Nobunaga watched the two go back with a big tic-tac-toe on his head. Damn red-haired monkey. Seijuro said helplessly. Kiyota, you seem to be too nervous, relax a little. I know. Senpai. After saying that, Kiyota Nobunaga stretched out his hand to signal Gu and Kenji to pass the ball. Seeing this, Seijuro also shook his head, but he still didn't calm down. Kiyota Nobunaga took the ball at full speed towards Shihoku's half. After half-time, Kiyota Nobunaga saw that Kaed Rukawa was going to step forward to stop him. Kiyota Nobunaga turned around immediately without stopping. But just as he turned around, the basketball flew out uncontrollably due to the excessive movement. Oops, Kiyota Nobunaga whispered. Sakuragi Hanamichi saw the opportunity and immediately went forward to grab the ball, but because the basketball was thrown too fast, Sakuragi Hanamichi didn't catch it all at once. The basketball hit Sakuragi Hanamika's arm and slid down. But the ball slipped and hit Sakuragi Hanamika's feet directly and bounced quickly. Under the witness of everyone, the basketball flew directly into the air, and then the basketball fell firmly into Shihoku's basket. Brush. Hollow into the net. Everyone was stunned and at a loss. What was the situation? This goal was scored like this? The two teams were silent, and the scene was quiet for a while. Even the referee was stunned for a while, wondering whether to blow the whistle. Looking left and right, the referee finally made up his mind. The ball counts. 12-6. When Kiyota Nobunaga heard the referee's words, he immediately put his hands on his waist and laughed. Ha ha ha, see if you don't see it, this is the stunt of this super ace, I'm the lucky one in the sky. Ha 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 ha. Shihoku and Kanon have black lines on their faces. Sakuragi Hanamichi looked at his hand and said. What kind of stunt is this? Miyagi Ryota squinted at the laughing Kiyota Nobunaga. Are you an idiot? Obviously you're covered up, okay. Kaed Rukawa thought to himself, big idiot. 10. Chapter 148. Shihoku T. Because they were just offended by Kiyota Nobunaga's appearance, everyone in Shihoku didn't look good. Especially Sakuragi Hanamichi, to him it was a total disgrace. Seeing Sakuragi Hanamika's gloomy face and the gesture of reaching for the ball, Satoru Kakuta did not dare to neglect and passed the ball directly to Sakuragi Hanamichi. Sakuragi Hanamichi rushed out immediately after receiving the ball. Idiot, don't worry. Miyagi Ryota reminded from behind. Sakuragi Hanamichi turned a deaf ear and dribbled the ball forward. Bang bang bang. After Sakuragi Hanamichi passed the center line, Yukio Iwa came to Sakuragi Hanamichi. Sakuragi Hanamichi looked at Yuki Iwa in front of him with disdain. You can't stop me. I saw Sakuragi Hanamichi stopped, then put the basketball behind him and started to play on his back. The body 5-4-3 slammed into Iwao Hiroyuki one after another, and Iwa Yuhiro was slammed back by Sakuragi Hanamichi while clenching his teeth. Sakuragi Hanamichi slammed Iwauka straight from the three-point line into the paint like a bull. After reaching the inside, Sakuragi Hanamichi jumped directly, but at this moment Seijuro suddenly appeared from behind Iwa Yuki and reached out to block Sakuragi Hanamika's shot. Sakuragi Hanamichi didn't panic, holding the ball with one hand and then grabbing the basketball with force, flipping his wrist and throwing the basketball backwards. The basketball was thrown directly by Sakuragi Hanamichi to Miyagi Ryota in the back. What? In that situation, you can change hands and pass the ball? Seijuro asked in surprise. Before Seijuro and Sakuragi Hanamichi landed, Miyagi Ryota dribbled past them. Miyagi Ryota didn't use any gimmicks and went straight for a three-step layup. Brush. Basketball into the net. 14-6. On the Shohoku bench, Coach Anzai nodded approvingly. Sakuragi is more and more like a basketball player. Ayako on the side agreed with a smile when he heard Coach Anzai's words. That's right, at the beginning, Sakuragi Hanamichi didn't know anything. I didn't expect that in only a year, not only his skills but also his consciousness have grown a lot. On the other side, on the battlefield between Ryanan High School and Seno High. The electronic scoreboard reads 16-7, and the leading team is, of course, Ryanan High School. Seno was unstoppable on the dribble. Bang bang bang. Seno dribbled through the three of Seno, and Sawakita Ag had nothing to do with Seno. Damn, why is this guy so strong? He couldn't make it to the national competition last year, Sawakita Ag said unwillingly. Seno dribbling the ball with a smile, your knowledge is too short, you don't understand what real power is. I don't know if I'll be able to fight Shinichi Maki after I go to university, but I'm really looking forward to it. Seno was like a sharp sword, cutting into Seno's inside from Ryanan's half. Take off with the ball in one hand. Bang! Seno slams the ball hard into Seno's basket. 18-7. Ryanan's bench was full of cheers. Seno! 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 Seno is amazing. Seno is getting stronger and stronger, even Seno is no match for him. It's almost like Donghwang Yuni last year. Idiot, Donghwang Yuni is better than I thought. It's just an analogy, don't you think it's very similar? It has a bit of that meaning. Coach Takamoiki was also smiling on the bench. He was very satisfied with Seno's performance, even he didn't expect Seno to do this. He could also see that Seno was getting stronger in normal practice, but he wasn't sure how strong it was. Hearing the cheers from the next arena, Yuni smiled. Looks like it's going well with Ryanan. Ayako wondered. Hey? Are you so sure that Ryanan will win? That's natural, Seno can't stop Seno now. Unless Seno also has wild people, Seno High will lose. Ayako thoughtlessly thought about what Yuni had just said. He doesn't know much about wildness, but he can also feel that creepy oppression when he sees Yuni and Kaed Rukawa use it. On the court, Kanan serves again. Kiyota Nobunaga is still dribbling in the direction of Shohoku. After halftime, Kiyota Nobunaga learned his lesson and pulled back a little, turning around and passing the ball to Tani and Kenji on the other side. Gu and Kenji stood at the three-point line after receiving the ball and did not choose to shoot. He had no confidence in the three-point shooting rate. Without any hesitation, he passed the ball to Seijuro 3 steps away. Seijuro jumped up and shot after receiving the ball. Shiozaka Tetsushi, get out of the way. At this moment, a red figure suddenly appeared in Seijuro field of vision. With a big hand, the basketball that Seijuro threw out was slapped away. Pop! The basketball went out of bounds like a cannonball. After landing, Seijuro looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi in front of him, and his heart shook. Kanan serves. Seijuro silently went out of bounds to pick up the basketball, then waved the ball to Kiyota Nobunaga. But at the moment when the basketball was just in hand, Miyagi Ryota's hand had already appeared below the basketball. Miyagi Ryota's hand just swiped up and the basketball was thrown into the air. Kiyota Nobunaga and Seijuro were shocked. I saw Miyagi Ryota jump up and slap the flying basketball in the direction of Sakuragi Hanamichi. The basketball fell into the hands of Sakuragi Hanamichi. Sakuragi Hanamichi got the ball and dribbled to Kanan's basket. At the free throw line inside Kanan, Sakuragi 1.0 Hanamichi dribbled and threw the ball into Kanan's basket with one hand. Bang! The basketball slides down. Bang! Meteor dunk. Basketball into the net. 16-6. Yan Yuuji, who was chasing behind, was stunned, but this time he personally felt the power of the meteor dunk. Sakuragi Hanamichi felt like he wasn't enough. The ball is passed to me after that. Seeing Sakuragi Hanamichi's appearance, Yuni coughed and caught Satoru Kakuta's attention. Seeing that Yuni seemed to be calling himself, Satoru Kakuta walked over to the sidelines. Pass the ball to Sakuragi Hanamichi after that. After Yuni finished speaking, there was no more text. Satoru Kakuta is also a little confused, but since this is what his captain said, he can only follow orders. Chapter 149. The game time continued, and Kanan's momentum was shattered from Sakuragi Hanamichi's just dunk. For the rest of the first quarter, Kanan was held down by Shohoku. However, after Yuni's reminder just now, Satoru Kakuta told Yuni's phone number to everyone on the court. So all the passes after that were straight to Sakuragi Hanamichi. Sakuragi Hanamichi didn't disappoint the Shohoku crowd either. Bang! Slam dunk! 18-6. Alio OP, dunks with both hands. Bang! Basketball into the net. 20-6. Clap! Sakuragi Hanamichi succeeds in stealing. Then Sakuragi Hanamichi quickly dribbled into Kanan's basket for a jump and dunk. Bang! Goal scored. 22-6. Kiyota Nobunaga finally rushed inside Shohoku for a dunk. But it was smashed into the abyss by Sakuragi Hanamichi's ruthless hot pot. At the three-point line, Seijuro Jin quickly threw 325 points, and with a bang, Sakuragi Hanamichi sent another big shot. Sakuragi hurriedly shot a shot, the basketball struck iron, and Sakuragi Hanamichi grabbed the rebound in front of everyone. Sakuragi Hanamichi left everyone in awe as a demon in the second half of the first quarter. On the Shohoku bench, Ayako said with wide eyes in disbelief. My god! Is that really Sakuragi Hanamichi? Yuni smiled. His wildness is finally about to activate. Boom! Boom! Bam! 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 Everyone on the field of Shohoku felt a little unbelievable, except for Kaed Rukawa. Kaed Rukawa narrowed his eyes and looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi, and he could feel that Sakuragi Hanamichi was in the same state as he was just before he activated his wildness. Miyagi Ryota frowned and looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi. That's what Yuni said. Hearing Miyagi Ryota's words, Kaed Rukawa reminded. You'd better watch carefully. Bang! Bang! In the end, Sakuragi Hanamichi ended the first quarter with a shooting star dunk. The score was 28-6, with Shohoku leading by 22 points. After walking off the court, Yuni could feel the breath of Sakuragi Hanamichi. Haven't activated it yet. It seems that I have to work harder. He turned his head to look at the few people who had just left the field and said. All the balls are passed to Sakuragi Hanamichi in the second quarter. No one objected to Yuni's words. Kaed Rukawa and Miyagi Ryota knew what Yuni was going to do. Naturally, Shiozaka Tetsushi and Satoru Kakuta will not have any opinions. As long as they can score and pass the ball to them, they are the same. Yuni's eyes turned to Miyagi Ryota again. Miyagi, you have to work harder, only if you succeed, then we Shohoku are the strongest. Hearing Yuni's words, Miyagi Ryota fell silent. He thought too. But he tried many ways but couldn't find a clue. Seeing Miyagi Ryota's appearance, Yuni said. Don't try to rely on him, the more you want to have, the further away you sometimes get. Imagine the last thing you can't lose, and use that to surpass yourself. Miyagi Ryota fell into thought. Soon the second quarter of the game was about to start, and players from both sides walked onto the court. In the beginning it was Kanan's serve. This time, Kiyota Nobunaga dribbled the ball around like a yo-yo, for fear that something would break out and snatch the ball from his hand. Sakuragi Hanamichi stood there and didn't move, but the breath on his body was constantly rising. Just as Kiyota Nobunaga's foot crossed the halfway line, Sakuragi Hanamichi immediately got into action. The action is more swift and violent than before. It is true that it is swift and violent, not fast. A heavy pressure hit Kiyota Nobunaga. Kiyota Nobunaga didn't know what was going on, his heart suddenly tightened and he instinctively wanted to pass the ball. However, with a wave of Sakuragi Hanamichi's palm, the racket in Kiyota Nobunaga's hand flew out, and at the same time, the figure of Sakuragi Hanamichi chased after the flying basketball. Kiyota Nobunaga stared at Sakuragi Hanamichi, who ran over. What a sense of oppression, what a speed, what a rashness! Sakuragi Hanamichi was chasing the ball while exuding a strong aura. Soon Sakuragi Hanamichi had the ball in his hands. Seeing this, Yan Yuuji immediately moved forward to steal, but when Yan Yuuji's hand touched the basketball, he suddenly felt a huge force from the basketball and bounced his hand back. Yan Yuuji was stunned, not understanding what happened. But at this moment, the breath of Sakuragi Hanamichi broke out completely. With Sakuragi Hanamichi as the center, the atmosphere spreads to the audience. The aura of tyranny, brutality, and terror swept through everyone. Yuni's eyes brightened. Finally made it. Seno in the next arena turned his head to this side, and he felt the same breath as himself. That is, wildness, who, in the end, activated the wildness again. This breath is not Kaed Rukawa's, so who is it? Is it Kanan's people? No, Kanan has not been able to have wild people yet. 543. So it's Shohoku, but who is it? While Seno was questioning, the Sakuragi Hanamichi here changed drastically. I saw that the current Sakuragi Hanamichi's eyes were sharp, and his whole body was full of power like an ancient King Kong. Hiroyuki Iwo, who was on the side, was stunned by the breath just now, but now Sakuragi Hanamichi just glanced at it a little, and Hiroyuki Iweu's back was instantly soaked. Just now, Yan Yuuji was like being stared at by a fierce beast. As long as he dared to move, he would be torn to shreds. Yuuji's legs began to tremble non-stop, and in the end he couldn't stand the power and fell to the ground. Sakuragi Hanamichi ignored Hiroyuki Iwa, who was slumped on the ground, but jumped up from Hiroyuki Iwa and slammed the basketball into the hoop. 30-6. Seeing Sakuragi Hanamichi returning to the defense, everyone in Kanan stared blankly at all this. They don't know what to say anymore, since Donghwang Yuni, Kaed Rukawa, Sakuragi Hanamichi have all been like this, and let no one live. Can you still play well? Kanan serves. But at this time, the Kanan people discovered the strangeness of Yan Yuuji. Now Yan Yuuji is still slumped on the ground, and he can't stand up. The whistle sounded, and Kanan asked for a timeout. Chapter 150. On Court 1, the game between Ryanan High and Seno High continues. The score at this point was 32-19. Although Sendo's strength is the strongest among the players on both sides, he is not as easy as Donghwang Yuni's 1v5. Moreover, the strength of Ryanan's others is too different from that of Seno High's players. Almost all of the 32 points were scored by Seno alone. Even so, Ryanan still has a big lead. Once again, Seno broke through one of Seno's players to the center line. Seno jumped directly with the ball, and threw the basketball with a wave of his arm. This wasn't the first time Seno had used it in this game, and seeing Seno hit a half-court three-pointer, Ryanan's bench was filled with cheers. And Seno High and others closed their eyes and prayed that the ball would not be scored. A swipe. Basketball hollow into the net. 3-5 TT19. On the other hand, Kanan's timeout has expired. When Kanan and the others took to the court again, Iwa Yuhiro had recovered, but from Iwa eyes, it could be seen that his heart was still filled with fear. On Shihoko's side, Sakuragi Hanamichi was surprisingly silent. He enjoys the current state very much, he doesn't know what happened to him, but he feels that now he can do anything without fear of anything and can do anything easily. It's the first time since he's played basketball, oh no. It should be the first time in my life to experience this feeling. It was really great. Sakuragi Hanamichi raised his hands and looked at his own hands, the golden light in Sakuragi Hanamichi's eyes kept shining. Taking a long breath, Sakuragi Hanamichi raised his head again, the golden light in his eyes transformed into the concentration and tyranny unique to the beast. The game started again, and Yuyuki Iwa passed the ball to Tani and Kenji. Tani and Kenji dribbled the ball to Kiyota Nobunaga without taking a few steps. Taking a deep breath, Kiyota Nobunaga patted the ball and did not move for the first time, but paid attention to the positions of the Shihoku people in front. Soon the figure of Soichiro-jin appeared in Kiyota Nobunaga's eyes, and Kiyota Nobunaga was overjoyed when he saw Soichiro-jin's position. Immediately, he passed the ball to Soichiro-jin, but when the basketball was halfway through, a red figure flashed between the two of them, and even the basketball disappeared. Both Kiyota Nobunaga and Soichiro-jin were startled at the same time, they just saw a figure flash past and the ball disappeared. The two immediately turned their heads and saw that Sakuragi Hanamichi had already dribbled the ball towards Kanan's basket. Seeing the distance between Sakuragi Hanamichi, the two knew it was too late to chase after them. Sakuragi Hanamichi grabbed the ball and rushed directly to Kanan's inside line, took off with one hand, and slammed the basketball into the basket. Bang! Basketball into the net. 34-6. The audience watching this scene was excited. Wow! Shihoku's number 10 is so strong. Ah! How did that redhead become so powerful? Isn't that person often sent off last year? I can't believe it, the 10th response just now was really too fast. Everyone started to discuss each and every one of you and me. Time passed by, and the situation on the field was controlled by Sakuragi Hanamichi in a wild state. Since Kanan's timeout, Sakuragi Hanamichi has been running the field like a free, hungry beast. Bang! Basketball into the net. 36-6. Pop! The big hot pot flew out the racket in Yan Yuyuji's hand, and Yan Yuyuji sat down on the ground. Bang! Bang! Sakuragi Hanamichi breaks the ball off Soichiro-jin. Bang! Bang! Meteor dunk. 38-6. Bang! Bang! Clap! All kinds of stealing sounds, all kinds of slam dunks, all kinds of rebounding sounds. At this time, Sakuragi Hanamichi was like a god of war constantly ravaging basketball. The score also changed as Sakuragi Hanamichi kept attacking. 40-6. 44-9. 509. 52-11. Yuni looked at the state of Sakuragi Hanamichi, and seeing this wildness is a sign of a complete awakening, I don't know if it can be successful. On the field, Miyagi Ryota watched Sakuragi Hanamichi show his power with admiration. The rest of Shihoku naturally did not understand the specific meaning of wildness, but at this moment Kaed Rukawa was a little surprised. He could see that Sakuragi Hanamichi was a sign of awakening, and he was just activating himself, and he didn't know when he was going to awaken. Seeing that Sakuragi Hanamichi can do this, Kaed Rukawa clenched my fists involuntarily. He is not reconciled to others, and his desire to become stronger is stronger than anyone else. The whistle for the end of the second quarter sounded. Kanan walked off the court with a blank stare. Kiyota Nobunaga hit the ground with his fist as soon as he got off the field. Damn! 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 Ah! Seeing Kiyota Nobunaga venting aimlessly, the surrounding players didn't say anything. Because the mood of everyone in Kanan is similar to that of Kiyota Nobunaga now, it's hard to say what it's like. Unwillingness, anger, helplessness, shock, panic, and many other emotions are intertwined. Coach Riki Takato didn't say anything either, he knew how tough the result against Shihoko would be. Although he himself is not reconciled, there are so many players after all, not to mention excellent players. Coach Riki Takato finally walked up to Kiyota Nobunaga, "How about Lee?" and clapped a hand on Kiyota Nobunaga's head. Competing with Shihoko is like this. If you want revenge, practice hard. When you reach AMU's strength, you may be able to fight Shihoko, and harassment. Having said that, Coach Riki Takato turned his head to look in the direction of court number 1. Besides Shihoko, another incredible team will appear today. So let's leave it to Shihoko for the remaining 2 quarters. Save your energy, we still have a chance. After hearing Coach Riki Takato's words, everyone in Kanon gradually became relieved. Coach Riki Takato was right. The rules of this year's tournament have changed. Even if we lost to Shihoko, we still have a chance to win this championship. Thinking of this, all the members of Kiyota Nobunaga, Soichiro-jin, and Kanon cheered up, and their eyes gradually regained their brilliance. Seeing that Coach Riki Takato nodded with satisfaction, that was all he could do. Chapter 151. Stadium number 1 in the Tokyo Coliseum. There was silence in the audience, and the supporters of Sunohai also stared at the silence. They never imagined that the once mighty Seno would be crushed by a team that had just advanced to the national competition. At this time, on the bench of Sunohai, the Seno starters who had just left the field were panting heavily, sweat dripping from their foreheads. Coach Domoto has been frowning tightly since the beginning of the game. He never imagined that Ryanan High School, a team that was once unable to enter the national competition, could become so strong. Especially Sendo, it is a replica of Donghwang Yuni from last year. Although he can see that the gap between Sendo and Donghwang Yuni is still huge, it is not something Seno can fight against. Glancing sideways at Sawakita Eiji, she shook her head helplessly. The current Sawakita Eiji cannot be Sendo's opponent. With a sigh, Coach Domoto came to the crowd. Next, we have to block Sendo's actions. Sawakita, you are still in charge of the attack. The other 4 are divided into 3 teams to double-team Sendo, just like this. If there is any accident, you must remember to act accordingly. Ryanan High School bench. Good job Sendo. Coach Takamoiki nodded in satisfaction. Aida Hikoichi also said excitedly. That's it. It's really amazing. Even that Sawakita Eiji is no match for Sendo. Just 543, as expected of Sendo. Sendo probably hasn't used his full strength yet. Listening to the flattery around, Sendo didn't say anything, just took a few sips of the sports drink and smiled lightly. Then Sendo's eyes turned to the location of court number 2. Seeing Sendo's gaze, Aida Hikoichi asked. I don't know what's going on there, but Shihoko should be the winner. Koshino Hiroaki tapped Aida Hikoichi on the head and said. Of course, the winner must be Shihoko. Kanon is not our opponent, it's strange that we can win when we meet Shihoko. Aida Hikoichi nodded. That's right, but it's the same on our side, the winner must belong to Ryanan. After hearing Aida Hikoichi's words, Sendo stretched and said. Haha. Hikoichi is right, the victory in this game must belong to us. Coach Takamoiki smiled and sat there without disturbing them. He was satisfied with reaching the top 4 of the national competition. I just didn't expect Sendo's strength to grow so fast. It's easy to get rid of Shihoko and win the national championship. Thinking of this, Takamoiki's heart blossomed with joy. On the other side of the court, Kanon and everyone calmed down after being preached by Coach Riki Takato. Shihoko noticed the change in Kanon's crowd as soon as the second half started. Yuni narrowed her eyes slightly. Is she planning to give up this game? This can't be done. Sakuragi Hanamichi is at the critical moment of awakening. If there is no pressure, he may fail to awaken. Thinking of this, Yuni stood up. Kakuta, you come for me. Satoru Kakuta heard Yuni's words as soon as he stepped onto the court and before he stood up. Satoru Kakuta returned to the bench in confusion, wondering why Yuni made a substitution. Yuni gave him a smile. Sakuragi needs some help now, you should rest first. Satoru Kakuta nodded and sat down on the bench. Seeing Yuni step onto the stage, everyone was puzzled. What's the situation? Now that Shihoko is sure to win, why is Yuni still playing? Yuni didn't answer everyone's doubts, his only purpose in playing was to help Sakuragi Hanamichi fully awaken the wildness. As soon as he played, Yuni signaled Shiozaka Tetsushi to pass the ball to himself. Shiozaka Tetsushi didn't hesitate, and he naturally obeyed the words of his own captain. Yuni started his own dribble after receiving the ball, and soon Yuni came to the center line. Yuni got the ball right to Sakuragi Hanamichi without any hesitation. Sakuragi Hanamichi was also taken aback, he didn't understand why Yuni passed the ball to him so quickly. But his head was relatively simple, and he didn't think too much. Sakuragi Hanamichi, who received the ball, dribbled directly to Kanan's half. Sakuragi Hanamichi got into Kanan's paint without resistance, and took off for a dunk. Bang! Basketball into the net. 54-11. Offense and defense transition, Kanan's serve. Gu and Kenji were dribbling the ball, but just as he passed the ball out, a sudden figure cut the ball off. Yuni patted the basketball and passed by Gu and Kenji, and without looking, passed the ball to Sakuragi Hanamichi. Sakuragi Hanamichi received the ball again, and a similar scene happened. Sakuragi Hanamichi came to Kanan's paint again, and took off for a dunk. Bang! 56-11. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. 5 times in a row, Yuni quickly broke the ball and passed it to Sakuragi Hanamichi. Everyone was staring blankly, not understanding what Yuni was doing. But every time Sakuragi Hanamichi scored, they didn't think much about it. Maybe it's because Sakuragi Hanamichi has a good hand right now that he passed the ball to him. At this time, Sakuragi Hanamichi felt that his state was getting better and better, as if he would soon reach another state. Miyagi Ryota and Kaed Rukawa on the side also felt slightly different. Just as Yuni passed the ball to Sakuragi Hanamichi again, the breath of Sakuragi Hanamichi exploded. Like a tyrannical beast breaking out of the ground, the breath swept the audience in an instant. Everyone was stunned by the aura emanating from Sakuragi Hanamichi. At this time, Sakuragi Hanamichi felt as refreshed as if he had been reborn, and involuntarily showed a smile that was the only one in the world. Sakuragi Hanamichi held the basketball and felt the change in himself. Is this the wild awakening that Xiao Huang said? This feeling of being in control of everything, in this state, I think I can beat anyone. With a smile, Sakuragi Hanamichi took the ball to Kanan's basket several times faster than before. Everyone was shocked by Sakuragi Hanamichi's speed. Sakuragi Hanamichi jumped straight from the free throw line like a bloodthirsty beast staring at its prey. Holding the ball in both hands and turning 360 degrees, he dunked the ball into Kanan's basket. Slam dunk! 58-11. This scene completely amazed everyone present. Everyone in Kanan was dumbfounded, everyone in Shihoko was dumbfounded, and the audience was dumbfounded. My God! He. What's going on? Turn back dunk from the free throw line. Can a man do this? 99. Shihoko is a bunch of monsters. 99. At this time, the most uneasy person in the heart is Kaed Rukawa, and the current Sakuragi Hanamichi may not even be able to beat him. Is this the strength you gain after awakening? Kaed Rukawa looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi with burning eyes, and wanted to awaken the wildness even more urgently in his heart. Taking a deep breath, Kaed Rukawa turned to look at Donghuang Yuni. Yuni noticed Kaed Rukawa's gaze, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sakuragi got into this state by himself. If you want to wake up, this is a necessary premise. I just pushed it a little bit. Yuni looked at Kaed Rukawa and Miyagi Ryota. So you two have to cheer up. Both Miyagi Ryota and Kaed Rukawa were silent, wondering how to get into that state. Yuni made a pause gesture to the referee. The whistle blew, and Shihoko asked for a substitution. Yuni spoke to Kaed Rukawa and Miyagi Ryota as he walked off the court. If you have a chance, I will naturally help you, if you can't do it, I can't help. After speaking, Yuni returned to the bench. Chapter 152. At the same time, Seno, who was playing on Court 1, suddenly stopped dribbling the ball and turned to look at Court 2. Sendo's brows were furrowed, his feeling was absolutely correct, it was the breath and oppression of the wild awakening. Who is it? He has been thinking about this question all the time, and it seems that the game with Shihoko may not be so easy in the future. Pop! Sawakita Eiji found an opportunity to swipe the ball away from Seno and then went inside Kanan, scoring a goal. Seno! Seno! Ryan and everyone shouted Seno. Seno came back to his senses and apologized to everyone. I'm so sorry, I lost my mind just now. After returning to his senses, Seno no longer thinks about this matter. Anyway, it will happen sooner or later, and it should be able to fight happily by then. The words are divided, and the match between Shihoko and Kanan is still going on. After Sakuragi Hanamichi fully awakened the wildness, the game has no suspense. It is not right to say that, it should be said that there is no suspense from the beginning of the game. It's just that Sakuragi Hanamichi's sudden awakening can completely let everyone see the ending of Kanan's defeat. In the third quarter, Shihoko ended the game 78-13. Even if Shihoko was replaced by a freshman in the fourth quarter, he could have won with a huge score difference. But Yuni didn't do that, and it's too early for a freshman to play. Ayako asked Donghwang Yuni. You're here for this? Yuni smiled slightly. Isn't that fun? Maybe I won't have to play in the next game with Ryanan. Ayako has a black line. Why can't you change your lazy personality? Gong Liulai really wants to see you on the court. Yuni froze for a moment. Is that so? If so, hey. Let's talk about it later. Yuni really doesn't want Gong Liulai to be disappointed, and if she can make Gong Liulai happy, she won't have any hesitation. But the match with Ryanan was too boring after playing. I don't know how much the strength of Seno has improved now, I hope I won't let myself down. After making up his mind, Yuni stopped thinking about it and started watching the game on his own. The whistle sounded, and the fourth quarter had begun. Kanan completely gave up the game, so Kanan replaced all the starters before the fourth quarter. This time Shihoko didn't hold any hands, and from the start of the fourth quarter, Shihoko devoured Kanan like a wild pack of wolves. The score was constantly refreshed under Shihoko's fierce attack. 82-13. 95-13. 102-13. 134-13. The whistle blew and the game was over. Both sides lined up to salute. Shihoko High School played against Kanan High School. Shihoko won 134-13. Seeing this result, everyone in Kanan was not as lost as they thought. Everyone in Kanan has been mentally prepared for a long time. No matter what the result of this game is, everyone in Kanan will not have any lows. They are ready for the next game. After the salute, both of them went back to the lounge. On the other side, as Yuni had guessed, Ryanan ended the game 126-38. Unlike the result after the match between Shihoko and Kanan, the Seno High crowd was hit hard by Ryanan. Everyone was downcast, and the big score gap made them a little confused. Coach Domoto obviously noticed the state of the players. When he walked back to the lounge, Coach Domoto kept frowning. He had to think about how to comfort his players. The spectators all gathered on the number 1 court, and the entire auditorium was filled with hustle and bustle, and there were even many spectators and college teams standing. Everyone is waiting for the final battle for the championship, which can be said to be the battle for the throne. When the top 4 teams were resting, the host in the field began to explain. To the audience, everyone must already know the rules of this competition. That's right, in addition to the final champion of this national competition, there is another king's throne above the champion. For flowers 0. Speaking of this, some audience members who did not know the situation began to make noise. What? What else? When did it happen? Is it not the first place or the champion? Your news is too outdated. I have already investigated. This competition has deliberately changed the rules of the competition due to the relationship between Shohoku's Donghwang Yuni. In fact, this throne of kings is specially prepared for Shohoku. Why is this? I heard that there is no team in high school that can beat Shohoku with Donghwang Yuni. Because of Donghwang Yuni's strength, the competition committee had to change the rules of the competition a little bit. Wow, that's amazing. When the audience was talking about what they knew, the host continued to speak. Yes, the rules of this year's competition are unprecedented. I think everyone has a team that will eventually sit on the throne, and I am no exception. I don't know if it is the same as the team in everyone's heart. As soon as the host finished speaking, there were bursts of shouts from the audience. Emperor, Emperor, Emperor! Donghwang! 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 Shohoku, Shohoku, Shohoku! I love Lord Donghwang, ah! When the cheers from the audience weakened a little, the host continued. That's right, it's Shohoku High School. Donghwang Yuni is also my idol, it's not about any selfishness, it's just pure admiration. Everyone must have known about Donghwang Yuni's legendary skills in the national competition last year. At that time, I was deeply shocked, and the committee also conducted research on this, and finally decided that Donghwang Yuni's strength far exceeded the level of high school students. The competition has no right to suspend Donghwang Yuni, so I came up with the idea. A throne above a champion. At this point, all the talents in the audience understood that the original competition was just for Donghwang Yuni to change the rules of the competition. Everyone gasped, envy, admiration, admiration. 10. Chapter 153. In the Shohoku Lounge. Sakuragi Hanamichi was like a monkey as soon as he returned to Coach Anze and said how good he was. He showed off triumphantly in front of the Shohoku players. Everyone who did it was almost unsure that they wanted to beat him. Kaed Rukawa and Miyagi Ryota looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi with envy and hatred, and almost stepped on Sakuragi Hanamichi under their feet. Yuni saw that everyone was relaxed, so she wanted to put some pressure on them and said, "Looking at how easy you guys are, how sure are you in your next match against Ryanen?" Sakuragi Hanamichi clasped his waist with his proud hands and said loudly. It goes without saying that with this genius Sakuragi Hanamichi here, what is Ryanen? Miyagi Ryota really can't stand it anymore. Idiot! Kaed Rukawa murmured, squinting. May 4-3 Sendo can easily beat you. What did you say, stinky fox, do you want to fight? Sakuragi Hanamichi clenched his fists and protested to Kaed Rukawa. Yuni coughed and said. Be quiet, Sakuragi, you are indeed inferior to Sendo. But it is enough to cause him some trouble. If all 3 of you wake up, then Sendo will have nothing to do. It's okay not to say this, but when he said it, it irritated Kaed Rukawa and Miyagi Ryota. Seeing the appearance of the two, Yuni didn't mean to attack, and continued. Sendo's growth rate is faster than all of you, and he will definitely grow since the last time Sendo broke the limit. And he awakened the wildness much earlier than you all, so no one can grow to how far he can grow. No. After a pause, Yuni continued. So if the 3 of you want to defeat Sendo, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. To avoid accidents, I will play at that time, but I will only watch first. If the 3 of you can't, I will shoot. Here Yuni is talking, but the other 3 sides are not like this. In the Ryanen Lounge. Now sitting on the bench with his head down, his head covered with a damp towel. At this time, Sendo's whole person is in a state of serenity and restraint, as if a planet about to explode makes people feel dangerous and curious. Dakamoiki didn't bother Sendo but spoke to the others. Next is the match with Shohoku. Your task is to assist Sendo to defeat Shohoku and do your best to clear the obstacles for Sendo. Sendo recovered from his restrained state and spoke. Useless coach, I felt during the game that Shohoku has a level other than Donghwang Yuni and Kaed Rukawa who has reached my level. When this remark came out, the audience was shocked. What? Senior Sendo, are you kidding me? That's it. How could such a thing happen? Dakamoiki frowned, wondering why Sendo said that. Sendo, do you know what? Sendo shook his head and said. I don't know, but I can feel it. It's the same level of mutual induction. I feel very clearly during the game that someone in Shohoku has awakened like I did before, so that 3 people in Shohoku have wildness. The Ryanan people were silent, and they knew wild things more or less. Since Sendo is awakening to the wild, his strength has skyrocketed like a flood. The team members looked solemn, Sendo said with a smile. Don't worry everyone, although some people have awakened the wildness, but after all, the time is short and it won't cause any trouble to me. The problem is that guy Donghwang Yuni, as long as he, hey! Don't mention him anymore. Although Sendo said so on his lips, he didn't think so in his heart. That's not Kaed Rukawa's breath at all, he's played against Kaed Rukawa, and his breath Sendo is familiar. This proves that someone other than Kaed Rukawa has awakened. Coach Dakamoiki knows how terrifying wildness is, and hearing Sendo's words immediately made him a little uneasy. All in all, you should assist Sendo as much as possible, and follow Sendo's arrangements in any situation on the field. Kanan-affiliated middle school lounge. Coach Riki Takato opened his mouth to Kanan and the others while fanning his fan. Everyone is very energetic. You must have heard about the change of the rules of the competition. The next competition is the competition for the championship, everyone must have confidence. Kiyota Nobunaga replied as if alive. Coach, don't worry. We will definitely win the championship back to you. Riki Takato shook his head. That's not easy. Maybe last year without Donghwang Yuni we might have been first, but this year. Having said this, Coach Riki Takato was silent for a while, then continued. All in all, our next opponents are Suna High and Ryanan High. Suna High lost to Ryanan High, which will make Suna's strength in the next game, so we have to use 120 points to face it. Did you hear me? Coach Riki Takato nodded in satisfaction when he saw everyone's fighting spirit. Against Suna High Riki Takato coach is not very worried, the only thing he is worried about is Ryanan's Sendo. Unexpectedly, Sendo can use his own power to suppress the former overlord Suna High into such a state. Facing him, Kanan may have no chance of winning. He is really a headache. In the Suna High lounge, Coach Domoto is consoling the players who have just been hit. What's wrong with you guys? You just lost a game, it's no big deal. We'll just win it back later, we're Suna, the one-time overlord. Even if we lost to Shohoku last year, it's not something other teams can do as they please. Bullying. Ryanan's Sendo is as awesome as last year's Donghwang Yuni, but Kanan won't have a second Sendo, so the final victory must be ours. 1.0. Coach Domoto saw that the expressions of the players had improved and continued. Even if we give up the throne, even if we can't win the championship, then I will go to the second place. Don't tell me, now without Shinichi Maki Kanan you have to fear them. No, we'll beat them, Sawakita Ag began. Seeing Sawakita Ag taking the lead, the rest of the team started cheering. Yes, Kanan is just, not our opponent at all. Kanan. I'll let them know who's king. Seeing the appearance of the players, Coach Domoto also nodded in relief. When no one noticed, he breathed a sigh of relief, and finally calmed the mentality of these little guys. I hope you can hold on until the end of the game. Otherwise, you will lose. Chapter 154. During the break, the four teams discussed their own topics, but the host was spitting and talking all over the place. Surprisingly, most people in the audience listened with relish. The time passed when the host showed his eloquence. Soon the final duel was about to begin, and the audience immediately cheered. They were looking forward to the showdown between Ryanan High School and Shihoko High School, and many viewers had seen Sendo slaughtering Seno before. So they are also looking forward to Ryanan's strength. The doors of the two sides opened, and the two teams of Ryanan and Shihoko walked out together. After seeing the two teams, the cheers of the audience became even more enthusiastic. I'm looking forward to the match between the two teams. It's finally about to start. Waiting for a long time. I wonder if Donghwang Yuni will play. Ah! Lord Donghwang! Sendo is so handsome. Is it Sendo and Donghwang Yuni's duel? While everyone was talking at the same time, the players from both sides started their preparations for 25 minutes. During the period, the two sides behaved unusually quiet, just like the tranquility before the storm makes people feel uneasy. After a whistle sounded, players from both sides stepped onto the field. Ryanan High School's starting lineup. Number 7, Akira Sendo, small forward. Number 13, Fukuda Kichu, PF. Number 6, Koshino Hiroaki, PG. Number 11, Shugahei, center. Number 15, Aida Hikoichi, point guard. Shihoko High School starting lineup. Number 11, Kaed Rukawa, SF. Number 10, Sakuragi Hanamichi, power forward. Number 7, Miyagi Ryota, point guard. Number 9, Satoru Kakuta, center. Number 99, Donghwang Yuni, shooting guard. Yuni looked at the opposite Ryanan and everyone thought silently in their hearts. System, check the properties of Sendo. Yuni has not used the system to check information for a long time, and Yuni wants to see how far Sendo is now. Property query. Search successful. Basic properties. Name, Akira Sendo. S*X, male. Height, 190 centimeters. Weight, 79 kilograms. Stamina, 95. Strength, 93. Speed, 95. Wild, Shark, Awakened. Yuni frowned, now Sendo's attributes are higher than Shinichi Maki's attributes last year. But that's not enough. The system will check how many points I have. System inquiries. Search successful. Basic properties. Name, Donghwang Yuni. S*X, male. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 82 kilograms. 100, plus 100%. 100, plus 100%. 100, plus 100%. Jump height, 2.5 meters, plus 100%. Asterisk 100, plus 100%. Hit rate, 100, plus 100%. Talent skill, God of Miracles, inactive. Possess ball skills, butterfly step through flower, gutter, meteor slam dunk, Yanjian shooting blue, 3 points from heaven, earth and void, magic passing, right to play backwards, disappearing dribble, phantom shot, fantasy footsteps, unprepared pass, unprepared shot. Self-created ball skills, passing shot, smashing shot, wire hook shot, elbow shot, swing pass, zero return, elbow pass, elbow shot spinning shot, sniper shot, clone fake. Possessed fields, extinguishing the 5 senses, still, instantaneous. Wild species, alien. Wild progress, 99%. Wild introduction, a space life form from aliens, with the characteristics of intelligence, violence, agility, outbreak, oppression, tenacious vitality, and so on. Zone: in the second stage, the 100% limit can be exceeded. Can be turned on at will. 241540. The points are only more than 200,000, so if you want to awaken the talent skills, it is still a lot worse. With a sigh, Yuni suddenly had an idea. Yuni looked at his position in the wild column and fell into contemplation. His wildness has not grown for nearly half a year, and has been stuck at 99% without any movement. In a duel with Seno, if he suppresses his strength a little bit, he might be able to fully awaken. Thinking of this, the corner of Yuni's mouth twitched. On the opposite side, Sendo's eyes naturally first noticed Donghwang Yuni. After seeing Donghwang Yuni's weird smile, Seno felt uncomfortable for some reason. Shaking his head, Seno forcibly shifted his gaze to Kaed Rukawa. After looking at it for a long time, I didn't see any difference, it really wasn't Kaed Rukawa. Seno turned his attention to Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi Ryota. Could it be one of the two of them, looking left and right, didn't feel any difference? Is it to put away the breath? Since this is the case, then I will test it first. Soon the game officially started at the whistle of the referee. Sakuragi Hanamichi and Fukuda Kichua are fighting for the ball, but after the perception of the wild awakening, Fukuda Kichua will naturally not be Sakuragi Hanamichi's opponent. With a snap, as expected, Sakuragi 543 Hanamichi touched the basketball first, and then slapped the basketball to Miyagi Ryota on the side. As soon as they landed, Sakuragi Hanamichi said disdainfully, "It's about the same if it's Seno, you're not good enough." Fukuda Kichua gritted his teeth and did not refute Sakuragi Hanamichi's words. He felt that Sakuragi Hanamichi's strength was getting stronger and stronger in the game. He could feel the changes from the previous practice match, and the pressure that Sakuragi Hanamichi brought to him when he just scrambled for the ball was unprecedented. After receiving the ball, Miyagi Ryota immediately accelerated and rushed forward. When he saw Koshino Hiroaki coming to block, Miyagi Ryota did not stop the action in his hand, and directly deceived Koshino Hiroaki with an unprepared pass. The basketball flew out of Miyagi Ryota's hands without warning, but when the basketball was halfway through, a figure suddenly appeared and cut off the basketball. Miyagi Ryota's pupils shrank and looked in disbelief. "It's Seno, how did he know my passing lanes? It's simply not possible, no one will know the route of the pass before it is passed. Even if you have Emperor Eye, you may not be able to tell, unless Emperor Eye can advance to a perfect form." Yuni looked at Seno, who was stealing the basketball playfully, using his wild intuition to judge in advance. There should be some chance of gambling. Thinking of this, Yuni also admires Seno's choice, and he is willing to bet on things with extremely low odds. Chapter 155. Seno grabbed the ball and quickly entered the Shohoku half. Yuni smiled at Seno, who was rushing over. Yuni spoke to the Shohoku crowd. "You guys go to defend the others first, I'll play with Seno." When the words fell, Yuni came to Seno like a flash of lightning. "Come on Seno, let me see how you grow these days." Seno's pupil shrank, and the sudden appearance of Donghwang Yuni in front of him made Seno's heart stop for a beat. "Okay, it's exactly what I want, and I also want to see how strong I am now." After speaking, the two started an anxious confrontation. Yuni deliberately suppressed his own strength and confronted Seno. The two of them were like two streams of light constantly traveling on the court, and Seno's wild aura gradually began to spread. Feeling the wild breath of Seno, Yuni naturally refused to come, and the wildness of Yuni turned on at the same time and started a duel with Seno. The fierce confrontation between the two made everyone hold their breath, changing hands, fake movements, dribbling the ball under the crotch, turning around and trying to break through. A series of actions seems to be accelerated several times and completed in an instant. The two attacked and defended against each other, and time gradually passed in the collision between the two. Seeing that the time was about to come, Seno had to choose to shoot. I saw Seno suddenly take a step back, jumped up, and threw the basketball in his hand. To outsiders, it looks like Seno is moving like water, doing it all very quickly. However, in Yuni's view, the movement was still a little slow, and Yuni jumped up to intercept Seno's shot. The basketball thrown by Seno was directly intercepted by Yuni's outstretched palm. There were bursts of cries from the audience. After intercepting the ball, Yuni started holding the ball and switched to Seno to defend. Yuni's mouth curled up. "Come on! Let's go!" As soon as the voice fell, Yuni started to dribble, and Seno was dazzled by the extremely fast speed. Whether it is fake action, dribbling, changing hands, turning around, etc., it is several times faster than the previous Seno. Seno can keep up with Yuni's speed with his wild instincts. Yuni looked at Seno. Did he move too fast? Then it's better to slow down. Yuni's speed suddenly slowed down, but the speed was still terrifying. Seno ran from left to right in front of Yuni, then moved from right to left. When the two of them passed by the players of both sides, they did not look at the other players at all, and they only had each other in their eyes. Yuni's avatar separated 3 figures, 1 shot, 1 breakthrough, and 1 pass. The avatars that Yuni used were not as simple as those used by Kaed Rukawa before, and Seno would hardly have reacted if it wasn't for his wild intuition. Yuni then made another unprepared 3-pointer. Although Seno has a wild intuition, he is still a step behind. The basketball was thrown before Seno reached out his hand. The basketball fell firmly into Ryanan's basket. At this point, Yuni's 3 avatars gradually disappeared. 3-0. There were bursts of exclamations from the audience. As expected, Donghwang Yuni scored first. Seno is still a little bit worse. Emperor, Emperor, Emperor. Master Donghwang, ah, I love you. Donghwang. 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 Off the field, Seno frowned slightly when he saw the 3 shadow figures who had just dispersed, and sure enough Donghwang Yuni was Donghwang Yuni. The fighting spirit in Seno's eyes became more and more high, and he reached out to signal his teammates to pass the ball. Shugera naturally would not refuse, and directly passed the basketball to Seno's hands. Now, after receiving the ball, I speed up the dribble and reach the center line in an instant. Without any hesitation Seno jumped and threw the ball. Seno looked up and saw that Seno had jumped in the air and threw the ball in his hand. Aren't you afraid that you will have no physical strength when you start using the trick so soon? The corners of Seno's mouth twitched. Even if we have physical strength, I don't think we can win. I just want to experience the fun of playing against you, this is the most useful to me. Hearing Seno's words, Yuni didn't refute it, and didn't even watch the basketball thrown by Seno. He didn't have to think about it, no one could stop the ball. Seno would definitely score. Sure enough, the basketball fell straight into Shihoku's basket. Brush. Hollow into the net. 3-3. It's only half-time, you still have a long way to go. Yuni signaled Satoru Kakuta to pass the ball. Yuni, who received the ball, stood on his own baseline and didn't move. Instead, he jumped with the ball and threw the basketball in his hand. The basketball was like an orange comet piercing Ryanan's rim. Brush. Hollow into the net. 6-3. Naturally, Seno is not as perverted as Yuni and can shoot from the whole court. It is very helpless to see Yuni use the whole court 3-pointer. Even if he goes up to defend himself, he has no confidence to prevent Donghwang Yuni's shot. Seno stood on the center line and did not move, but stared at Donghwang Yuni on the opposite side. Then let's see who gets the most. 9. When the words fell, he motioned to Shugera to pass the ball to himself. For a while after that, the two of them kept shooting each other like 2 precision machines. This scene of shooting each other at halftime was a feast for everyone's eyes. Brush. 6 to 6. Brush. 9 to 6. Brush. 12 to 6. Brush. 12 to 9. The final 21 to 18 ended the 3-point contest. How is Lee? Because the 3-pointer competition in the whole game really made the two feel very bored, it would be better for the two to fight each other offense and defense at the beginning. There are more than 2 minutes left until the end of the first quarter. After Ryanan served again, Seno dribbled the ball to figure out how to attack. Yuni seemed to see what Seno was thinking. Come on! I'm right here, attack with all my strength. After saying that, Yuni went to the center line and waited for Seno's attack. Seno took a deep breath, and then his eyes became sharp. If that's the case, I'm welcome. After that, Seno's aura suddenly changed, and Seno's unique wild aura spread throughout the audience. The whole person was like a shark smelling blood, opening its mouth and rushing towards Yuni. Yuni's breath suddenly recovered and solidified, and the breath was condensed and not scattered around the whole body. The two once again started a new round of offensive and defensive battles at the midline position. Chapter 156. The two were biting at each other like two bloodthirsty beasts. Seno changed hands, dribbled the ball, made a breakthrough, and retreated. Yuni stepped forward and reached out to block it without showing weakness. Bang! Bang! The sound of the basketball hitting the ground and the shoes rubbing against the floor kept reaching everyone's ears at the midline. While the two were fighting, Aida Hikoichi didn't know if her brain was broken or if she suddenly came to the two to help Seno pick and roll. Yuni naturally knew Aida Hikoichi's small movements under the induction, but he didn't pay attention to it at all, and didn't even look at him. Yuni turned and flashed past Aida Hikoichi, intercepting Seno again. It's been a long time since Seno played so vigorously, and Yuni naturally rarely encountered such opponents. Although he suppressed his strength, Yuni played very vigorously. Yuni said excitedly. It's really surprising, I didn't think that someone like you would appear after Shinichi Maki, it seems that the future games will not be too boring. 35. Seno looked at Donghwang Yuni in front of him with a smile and an excited look. Then who do you think is better than Shinichi Maki and me? Yuni frowned. It's not a good answer. If you compare with Shinichi Maki in last year's national competition, you are better than him. But, I'm afraid you still won't be Shinichi Maki's opponent. After listening to Seno, he didn't refute, he knew that Donghwang Yuni wouldn't joke. Since Donghwang Yuni said this, it means that Shinichi Maki must be stronger than himself now. That's right. Having grown so much in that time, Shinichi Maki has no reason to stay put. The two attacked and defended. When the time was running out, Seno immediately raised his hand to block Donghwang Yuni, and then passed the ball back to Aida Hikoichi with one hand. Yuni froze for a moment. Aren't you shooting? Seno relaxed his body and replied. Even if you shoot, you probably won't be able to make it. Aida Hikoichi did not hesitate after receiving the ball, and immediately organized several other teammates to attack. Seno did not intend to stand still, and immediately began to act. Yuni saw Seno leave, and immediately followed. Seno raised his hand to signal Aida Hikoichi to pass the ball while Seno moved. Aida Hikoichi was just starting the attack when he saw Seno's gesture to himself, and he was completely confused and suddenly didn't know what to do. Still, he subconsciously knew to pass the ball to Seno. Seno started confrontation with Yuni after receiving the basketball again. Bang bang bang! Seno imitated Yuni's style and gradually, converged his wild aura around his body. Seno's eyes lit up, because he found that after restraining the wild breath, his physical strength, speed, strength, and observation ability will be slightly enhanced. I see. Yuni was also a little surprised to find the change on the opposite side of Seno. Is he learning from me all the time? It's really amazing. However, just learning from me can never surpass me. Not to mention the difference between the wild and the wild, the difference in physical attributes alone can throw Seno several streets away. Yuni's wildness has not been fully awakened, while Seno's wildness has been awakened for half a year. Even in this way, Yuni can suppress Seno by relying on his wildness, and it is conceivable how terrible Yuni's wildness is. Yuni grinned. Well, I also have something to do and need your help. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bang! The two moved quickly, Seno turned to dribble, and Yuni's center of gravity moved to block. Yuni stretched out his hand to steal, Seno's shot suddenly stopped, and his wrist moved slightly behind to avoid Yuni's steal. What? Seno's new trick? Interesting little trick. Seno has always wanted to have a unique trick of his own. The 3-point shot in the whole game can only be said to be a trick that Seno learned from Donghwang Yuni, and is not unique to him. Although Seno has extraordinary talents, developing moves is a real headache for Seno. This little trick was used by him unintentionally. This kind of move can suddenly stop the movement of the hand when dribbling the ball, and then move the basketball to any direction at will. The weird thing is that when the basketball is stagnant in the hand, the basketball is always attached to the hand, which will make it easier for the opponent to steal the basketball in his hand. This can also be said to be Seno's own stunt. The specific name Seno has not yet thought of what it is called. Yuni made several shots in a row and was dodged by Seno with the same move. Yuni's eyes narrowed slightly. It's a good move, but this little trick is not enough. Yuni finished his words, his eyes flashed with light, and Yuni stretched out his hand again to steal the basketball in Seno's hand. Seno still uses the same moves to avoid Yuni's steal. But this time Yuni's outstretched hand paused for a while, and then continued to stretch forward. With a snap, this time Yuni broke the basketball off Seno's hands with ease. Seno's pupil shrank. How could it be possible to be cracked so quickly? Although Seno was very unwilling, he still gritted his teeth and immediately chased after Yuni. When Yuni dribbled the ball to Ryanan's 3-point line, Seno caught up with Yuni and finally intercepted in front of Yuni. Yuni looked at Seno, who appeared in front of him again, showing his mouth full of white teeth. Coming and not being indecent, you have shown me something interesting, so what should you do if you change it to your own words? Seno frowned, his eyes fixed on Yuni and the basketball in Yuni's hands. Just as Seno stretched out his hand to steal, Yuni's dribbling speed suddenly stopped, and then Yuni's hand moved back slightly with the basketball, easily dodging Seno's steal. Seno's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. You actually... Seno knew that Donghwang Yuni had the ability to imitate, but he never imagined that he would learn his own trick just by looking at it, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Yuni smiled slightly. You don't have to be surprised. Imitation is one of my talents. It's just a trail. And I will strengthen it on the basis of imitation. After a pause, Yuni continued. By the way, there's another trick you probably haven't seen before, so let's see it. What? Seno frowned slightly, he didn't think Yuni was joking. Seno immediately raised his guard. Yuni holds the ball with both hands, one palm in front of the basketball, one palm behind the basketball, knees slightly squatting. From an outsider's point of view, Yuni's posture looks extremely weird. Although Seno on the opposite side remained vigilant, he didn't know what Yuni was going to do. This posture made him feel like he was trying his best to protect the ball. When everyone was a little confused, Yuni's slightly squatting posture suddenly straightened and jumped up, and the basketball in his hand was also aimed at Ryanan's basket by Yuni. Yuni held the ball with her left hand and hit the ball with her right hand. The basketball flew out like a sniper rifle, hit the middle of Ryanan's backboard, and bounced back into the basket. Bang! Brush! Basketball into the net. 15-9. Chapter 157. Earth-shattering cheers were heard from the number 1 basketball court in the Tokyo Stadium. Wow, what was that just now? Basketballs fly out so fast. Basketball is like flying straight out. Is that a new move by Mr. Dong Huang? Very handsome. Dong Huang. Dong Huang. Dong Huang. Seno stared at the basketball that fell from his basket in a daze. Turning back to look at Dong Huang Yuni. This is your new move. 99. Yuni shrugged. Yes or no, this trick was developed half a year ago, but today is the first time I've used it in a competition. Seno was speechless. Dong Huang Yuni developed a new move every 3 or 5 minutes. And I thought about breaking my head and didn't come up with new moves. People are really angry than people, dead people. Seno asked again. What is this trick called? Sniper shooting, because when you shoot, it's like an unloaded bullet, and it's called this name because of its accuracy, Yuni replied. I see, I really envy you. Seno stared at Dong Huang Yuni with envious eyes. Yuni turned around and walked towards his own half-court, and waved while turning around. I'm waiting for you to attack. If you have any cards, try to use them. I haven't played so much for a long time. Hearing Yuni's words, Seno's mouth twitched. Have fun. It seems so. Seno didn't ink, and signaled to Shugera to pass the ball. Bang bang bang. Seno slapped the ball, and swept the corner of his eye to the score and time on the electronic scoreboard. When it came to the midline, Seno didn't move. Yuni stood in front of Seno. There was a hint of surprise in Seno's eyes. He didn't expect Yuni to find out about his small movements. Just now he really wanted to shoot a three-pointer in midfield before the time was up, but Dong Huang Yuni didn't expect to find it. Was it because of the strangeness that appeared in his eyes just now that he was discovered? What a terrible person! Seeing that the midfield three-pointer would not work, Seno naturally gave up this move. At this point, the two started to collide again in the midfield. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, Seno broke through 7 times, but was blocked by Dong Huang Yuni every time.